steal a win. Good fortune for me. Cat's claws. Me, ouch. Let's make a deal. Peekaboo. Hup. So stealthy.
That's how we do it, Catwalk.
Eat your heart out, strange. Deliciously dangerous.
I unleash the Shanty.
Now the perfect time to strike. You crossed my path. Good boy, Petey. Meow.
Introducing Black Cat. Cross her path and your luck runs out. One of the world's premier thieves, Felicia Hardy. I've been hands-on with Black Cat, and I'm sure a lot of you have as of today. And I can tell you right now, she's going to shake things up, or should I say scratch things up. No, but honestly, her Gilded Saint shop, being able to do things like buy portals, take high ground, obviously ground enemies, it's insanely fun. And at the top level in team play, it is going to be disgusting. And her ult, in my opinion, it's like a better Bucky ultimate. But I digress. Folks, those who meet the Black Cat's gaze should beware, as her omens never miss their mark.
If you don't want to miss these skins as well, you gotta check them out. We got to check them out. I can't do as well of a shit with this situation. Oh my goodness. We have the new Urban Predator Black Cat skin, Spider-Man with the Peter Parker photographer skin alongside Blade and Starlit Shadow. Yeah, I mean, I'm not built for these ad reads, but you know what is built for these is these exact skins in the in-game client ship. I know everybody's pointed out how they are not built to see the Black Cat Urban Predator skin, because that's obviously the hottest for a lot of people. But I know a lot of people are excited as well for the Blade, Starlit Shadow, and Spider-Man photographer skin. They just became available as of today, so make sure to come into the store and check those out as of this morning.
We're so here for it, Dogman, but also we're here for new Twitch drops. Excuse me, they're live right now, and Daredevil fans are eating good today. Do you want this Will of Galacta skin? Well, could be yours right now. Just watch a few hours of Marvel Rivals Ignite to unlock the goods. We got the skin, the spray, nameplate, and of course the drilly mode. Don't know how that looks like, but I'm excited to get it. So as per usual, we will of course be yapping for a few before we start our first match, and that should give you plenty of time to link your account and get these new drops. So let's get to work. Chop chop. Welcome back, everyone. I am Zoe, and you're watching day 2 of the Marvel Rivals Ignite America's preseason playoffs. And I am once again joined by Dogman and Iron Ship. Now, gents, yesterday we saw sparks fly as the bracket began to take shape, but today we're gonna turn up the heat because we have elimination matches. Dogman, I know you were here for the drama. You gotta be very excited right now.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think that it's just getting spicier and spicier. Every week we talked about it. Zoe, the group stages were phenomenal. Like you mentioned, sparks were flying. But now they have really ignited full flame in the playoffs. And like you said, the drama. Teams about to get eliminated today in Lunex or Space Station Gaming or Energy and Sentinels. That's going to be, like, actually so spicy.
It's so crazy to think about. I don't know, just looking at the teams, it's like, you know, you never expect a team to go, and today's the day where that starts happening, and that's just nutty, man. And things have already been shaken up, even in the EMEA region. We had Navi beat VP. I mean, everybody's taking a piece of the America's pie and how these games have been going.
Yeah, they're keeping us on our toes, and most of all, they're keeping our brackets in shambles, and we wouldn't want to have it any other way. It's been quite a journey thus far for looking at our overall preseason schedule, right? We started with some really high-octane group play. It was 12 teams at the beginning of which we split them into 2 groups, and they were playing in a round robin. So we got to learn a lot about the teams along the way as they adapted to the new rosters, to a completely new meta, everyone trying to get a different read and perhaps a bit of a leg up. And then at the end of the group stage, the top 4 teams in each group moved on to the playoffs, and that is where we are right now. It is a double elimination playoff. We already covered, of course, the upper bracket quarterfinals yesterday, but guys, we do have 3 more days of action ahead of us.
Yeah, 3 more days of exciting action, like you said, Zoe. So, like, I mean, the fact that we started early, too, I know people were talking about Thursday being the first day. You know, now we get to go into the, you know, what last week we had, you know, as our day number 1. So we get to finally finish up, obviously, Sunday, that championship Sunday where everything culminates. And for the end, we'll have to see who makes it there.
We do indeed. So it's a lot of action to cover, and of course we don't have to do it alone. No, we got our Spanish language watch party live once again right now. So all the amor y apoyo for our friends over there. Send them some love and join them for a good time in Spanish. Are you guys bilingual? I run ship. You look bilingual to me.
I appreciate that. I love the gas. No, but it was nice to hear you be fluid there in Spanish.
How many pesos is it?
I live in California.
Oh, touche.
Yeah. How many pesos is 50,000 USD? Quick. 3, 2, 1. Guess.
He's going to say muy pesos.
Muy pesos, for sure.
Yeah, 50K overall prize pool, but Ship, the champion is walking away with 16K. What would you do with 16K?
Ooh, 16K, I'll tell you what, to get those skins that we just saw, right?
That was the only correct answer.
And it's not just because I work for them, right? Just like them. It's honestly, I'd buy them either way. But truth be told, upgrade the setup a little bit, try to get more competitive, got that nature in me. You know what I mean? I want to be a better gamer and try to, you know, match up to some of these teams a little bit, although there's no shot, never could. What about you, Doc?
It's okay, though. It's okay.
No, I was
What do you
thinking
do with
like,
16K?
I was thinking for you, I'm trying to think of like a response to that because like I was like, you get a new chair, get a new setup, you get a new gamer chair. You know those guys that like aim hack and they're like, oh, he just has a really good gamer chair. You know, kind of like that.
It's all in the equipment. It's also all about our map pool, which looks a little different this season. We've got plenty of good looks of our new Shinshibuya map that has been added. New old, I'd rather say. It's been fun to see back in the mix. And also just yesterday, right, with the best of 5 format, we do get to see those teams on a lot of different maps now.
Yeah, I think that's kind of big. Sorry, I should have cut you off a little bit there because I mean, like, I think a lot of these maps, and especially like you said with Shinshibuya coming back, has changed the dynamic. Shib, what do you think about that?
No, yeah, I like Shinshibuya, and some teams like NRG like really love running that map. Again, we're going to see certain teams that identify with certain maps and start locking them in. But now we're checking out the ban and lock phase. What do you think about that, Zoe?
Well, I do love it. It is, of course, different from what most people are used to watching the MRC, right? MRI bans are asymmetrical, which adds just a whole different level, or many levels really, to the strategic depth we're going to see during the lock and ban phase here, as what you're banning is not a universal ban. You're only banning it for the other team, and you can lock it for your own team. So there's a lot of wrinkly brain power that needs to get into this Dogman.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the ban phase has been crucial. And a lot of the teams are now progressing because of it, Zoe. So we'll have to see, you know, if the Elsa's prioritized or even the Gambit, as that's been the talking point of the whole tournament.
That's right. And we're now officially in the heart of the post-season gauntlet, or rather the pre-season gauntlet. We're not post-season yet. That's a long way away, actually. No, we are in the middle of the pre-season playoffs and in the middle of the gauntlet for some of our teams. Today is just about solidifying, you know, a dominant run in the upper bracket final, or to the upper bracket final. And for others, this is a desperate fight for survival in the lower bracket. That's what we're here for. We're here for those spicy matches, right? With teams playing with everything to lose, because this is not just about, you know, having a bit of pocket money at the end of the preseason. This is all about the seeding for stage 1 as well, which is not to be underestimated. That can come in very, very clutch. Here you see today's schedule. Guys, which is the most excited of those, and why is it all?
Yeah, you know, it's tough to answer because for us, obviously, we're covering the lower side of the bracket. To me, it's exciting to see these breakdowns because these teams are getting removed from the tournament in this preseason. That's like huge stakes, right? And, you know, granted, again, it's just preseason. Your winner's getting 16K. That's nothing to joke about. But it really does kind of set the tone for your team and prove to everyone that you have a solid roster that maybe won't have to enter roster mania, because that can very much happen before you head into season 1. So for me, honestly, the lower side of the bracket is what I'm more concerned about right now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of with you on Shiv on that. I'm excited for those first two. I want to see who the top dogs in the entire region are, whether it be, I think Team Liquid looked the best yesterday, but, with Swamp Gaming, they still obviously want to maybe show up again in a very dominant performance as well in today's matchup.
Let's talk about them, because those lower bracket matches are extra spicy since it's basically rematches from week 2 of group play, and both of those rematches were matches where the perceived underdogs emerged victoriously. Lunex took down SSG 0-2. Like, it was a dominant showing that they had, and we talked a lot about it, of course, after it happened. Now there were 2 weeks in between, and then we do have to take into account what the teams rocked up with just yesterday. But I think one thing that we have to point out in that Lunex roster that really helped him be so dominant in their match against SSG, it has to be Redis, right? Like, absolute menace on that Elsa, really proving that it's fatal. And he's a flexible player. He's done some crime on Phoenix against SSG in that last game as well. So not an easy one to counter or ban out.
No, Redis really has been that hit scan player to pick up so many heroes, and Lunex looked even better than somehow YWL lost in their matchup, even though they lost in the lower brackets. But SSG on the opposite side, like you said, Zoe, went down to Lunex, who are only improving, and that's going to be a scary situation for them, considering, like you said, they already went down 0-2. But regardless, this SSG squad up and down, right, Shib? I feel like across the board they have the talent, but it just seems to be inconsistent for them right now.
Yeah, SSG, they looked so good early on, but just struggled yesterday. So I'm hoping to see a little bit of a different team today. I think maybe the nerves might have gotten to them or whatever it may be. Now their backs are against the wall. Obviously, Nectar looked really good. They've been constantly, kind of like Redis, a very dominant duelist and can play virtually anything. Saw some success, obviously SVPs, but, wasn't quite enough. The whole team, though, needs to lock in right now because this is everything on the line.
Yeah, and we know they have a clutch factor, right? There's a lot of individuals on that roster where we know they can step it up. Even in a loss, they can look good. I feel like for SSG, a win con in their recent games has basically just been Nectar, right? If they have a good game, they're clearing. Nectar's Psylocke was something else, double and triple chaos, across the board. So we just need to see that kind of level from the entirety of the squad.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's kind of something I'm surprised with them, Zoe, is they have SJW on the bench. And back when I was watching some of MRC when SJW was on the come up, I feel like they were an insanely good hit scan player. I'm surprised they haven't tried to kind of do the Swamp Gaming situation where they've subbed them in. So maybe in the future we'll see that. Like Shib said, maybe the roster mania could come up and change a lot. But it is just surprising, I guess, they haven't at least attempted that sort of pivot.
Yeah, and I think another thing that's worth calling out is when we're talking about, let's look over at Lunex. I mean, yesterday, they looked so good, dude, until map 3. They looked dominant. They looked very confident, like a fresh team. They just can't finish. They just can't get it done. They're so close, and then they just crumble. There's multiple times they're up in fights at the very end of the game. And I would, I think we'd talk about it, Dog. We're like, all right, this might be a win for them. And then 2 seconds later, I'm like, all right, this is going to be a loss for them. It was just instant. So I just can't finish.
Yeah, it's rough. They kind of seem to run out of steam right before the final hurdle, which is really heartbreaking because if you're going back to the match yesterday, they played against Swamp Gaming. So obviously, no team is necessarily looking good against Swamp Gaming right now. They just are an incredible team to go up against. But for Lunex to really make them sweat, to really make them work hard for it, that is an incredible feat because we are talking about an MRC team, right? These are very talented MRC players. There's previous synergy, of course, across the board. Players have played with each other before, and a bunch of them have, of course, the Tier 1 experience as well, having played in Stage 2 in Americas last year for Busy at Work, and where else have they been? I think YFP were a few plays of them as well. So they dipped their toes in, and they used the group stage really to just come together as a team. So for them to be able to not just make the playoff as an MRC team, but also to make teams like Swamp Gaming sweat to the extent that they have, credit where credit is due, right? I don't think we've expected them to look quite as good as they did.
No, Lunex, I mean, I kind of predicted them to even be like the best MRC team, which is, it's obviously, been, we lost in how they are in the second round, obviously. Berticella first map, and this team is really good on domination and have been throughout. Lunex, like you said, Zoe, have just somehow built that cohesion. They've worked on their team play, and at the current moment, it's hard not to favor them over a partnered squad in SSG, and it's very impressive to see these MRC teams perform to such a high level, and also the very unique standpoint in that Ignite, we have these partnered and invited teams versus teams that have come through an open qualifier. So obviously you went through the fire and the flames, and you're here today to prove your worth versus SSG and make it to the next round of the lower bracket.
I can see them being evenly matched on domination if you're just looking at the statistics from these past 2 weeks and also yesterday included. They're kind of even. They both have a less than 50% win rate on domination, so like they're sitting around the 30% mark here. So on domination, I think it's still quite wide open for the two teams.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a really close one. I mean, granted, that's just kind of the nature of how these brackets work. Obviously, at first in seeding, folks, you're going to have the largest disparity in terms of quality of team, quote unquote, right? Now that they're knocked down to the lower side of the bracket, they're going to be more even. And this is where it should theoretically be intense. And since it's the Americas region, what we've seen over these last few weeks, it has definitely been intense. Looking forward to seeing Berticella. This opens up those dives. This opens up some, there is some poke avenue too, but dive's been super strong. I'm looking forward to seeing what they elect to run off the rip.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about what we expect to see from the ban and lock phase here, because both teams, they've heavily focused on like getting the Elsa out of the server, like with most of their bans. Do you expect them to let it through because it's also a strength of their own? Like, what do you want to see?
I think, I mean, I would be fine with banning it first and then maybe letting the Gambit through and stuff, and or even going against it. I just, the one thing is if it comes down to it for me, because I think there was a lot of compositions that were allowed, like Daredevil was through, and then there was also like, I think a Star-Lord ban or something. But regardless, I just want to see more like Nectar, Psylocke and stuff. Like we've seen that in the MEA, we saw that in NA sometimes. I just want to see a little bit more, maybe even like do what I think even like Navi did, where they prioritized a little bit more of the Mantis and stuff. Like I would like to see that a little bit more, or rather Heretics. I think that I would like to see more Psylocke for Nectar, because I think that is a hero they're super good on and comfortable on to play alongside even Daredevil. Like maybe you could do it.
Yeah, I think SSG could run the Rogue too. I'm not sure, or I mean, excuse me, Lunex could run the Rogue. I haven't seen SSG really run the Rogue, right? So I think Gambit, although might be the target to be allowed through, I think that we will probably see double Elsa banned off the rip, because you look at Redis, you look at Nectar, and you say, all right, those are top duelists that could really perform. And like you're saying, so it's like, I don't know, they both like the hero. Could we try to match? But every time we see that mismatch, it ends up being like, I don't know, some team gets shut down and then you'll never see it again. So I do think they'll probably going to ban it off the rip. We're going to see, the run-in of Gambit. But the question is, then whoever can run Rogue better is going to have the advantage in the matchup, because it's a forced ban otherwise.
I feel like, especially if you're looking at the bans, the previous bans from SSG and pretty much all their previous matchups, they went really heavy on like meta ban, right? They do want to like get the Gambit out. Vanguard Deadpool has been like banned so much by them, and like basically anything in the backline, right? Mantis, Invisible Woman, Loki, like they try to really prioritize those backlines. But is that what you need to be scared of in the hands of Lunex?
I mean, I don't think so necessarily, just because like Lunex's backline has shown the flexibility. They can play a lot, especially with White Fox not being really touched in the ban phase. Silent Blaze has been very good. White Fox also, with Lunex's side, they have the flexibility to even swap one of their duelist players over to Invisible Woman and stuff with like Tico. So this squad, I think they'll play so many different things and are sometimes unbannable, but it's like with We Lost, you have to figure out that exact sort of win condition for them that I think you guys bring up all the time. So really they have to kind of poke and prod. You have at least 5 or 3 games to figure it out, because we are in that best of 5, unlike the group stages.
So who do you guys have winning this one, if I'd ask you for predictions, starting with you, Ship?
Oh, this is tough. I think for this one, on map 1, I'll go with SSG, and that's because I think they're going to take Yesterday personally. They struggled yesterday, and I think they're a strong team, and they'll show it today. What about you, Don?
Neither team won a map yesterday, but Lunex definitely looked better in their Lost Dogman.
True.
Yeah, I'll go with Lunex. I'll go with Lunex then. I think I'm a Lunex believer. I think they're getting better and better. So yeah, I'll pick them for this matchup.
Awesome.
I feel like Lunex is going to drop the first one, but then somehow SSG is going to like win it and make that lower bracket run that we low-key expect to see from them. I mean, it's a pretty stacked roster, right? So we do expect them to be the favorite in this, going up against Lunex, despite Lunex having performed so well as of recently. Now, the teams are about to get ready. I think we're in for a treat. Once again, a reminder, of course, that we're now playing best of 5, and that changes everything. Yeah. Because yes, Lunex won against SSG, but that wasn't a best of 3. Now it comes to the point where the teams can say, we would have won in a best of 5. Well, we're here to prove it. SSG going up against Lunex. This one is for all the marbles. It's elimination time.
All right, Burning T'Challa, we go. Domination, Lunex, SSG, best of 5, setting the tone right now, folks. Getting that point early is always important. In Dom, buddy, I'm looking forward to it. We both got the opposition here in terms of who we think is going to win, but I truly do think the competition's incredibly tight here.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that the difference of opinions everything's still changing, I guess. Because of the ban phase, because it's so targeted, and also, it's tough to figure out the meta if you do well in scrims, and it's taken weeks to even improve. I mean, the Mantis is becoming a lot more of a priority for both these squads. We already see, we're not even going for the Protect of the Gambit after the double Elsa ban. They want the Mantis. They want to play these comps around it. And I guess that makes sense because of the fact that you're playing the Phoenix and stuff, and people like to play Mantis Phoenix around that specific lineup. And for Lunex, it looks like they want the one-sided Gambit mismatch.
Yeah, I don't know that I love it, but we have seen success with it. So again, it's just all about how this looks immediately. And in Dom, a damage boost, not only, guys, does it enable really strong compositions like in triple backline comps, but it gives you ult quick, and ult quick enables you to win fights fast, get point early. That's kind of the idea of Mantis as a whole, and why Mantis has always been so strong in the meta, at least at this level. But they were floating that rogue ban next, and that's something I don't think is a bad idea against Lunex. They've proven they can run that rogue, and there it is.
Yeah, smart move for sure, like you mentioned. I guess it's the difference is maybe the Mantis bans that you have to do alongside it are a little bit more open, maybe. Like you have the Groot available, you have, Phoenix stuff. You can really play most of the, duelist lineup. So that's always, I guess, something you have to think about. Invisible mismatch as well is something that's been utilized for most of these squads towards, the latter half of the draft. Yeah. And I think we've had the discussion, right, Shib? If you have the Mantis, you don't want to see that Doctor Strange on the opposite side, right? That's brutal with Mantis boost, right?
Yeah, I mean, Strange is obviously great, but and also the Invis. But again, Strange is in this meta, the reason he's so strong is just there's not a lot of shields being run. There's not a lot of Magnetos to shut down that ultimate. You kind of get free reign with the Eye, and Eye of Agamotto is a massive ult in the right hands, right? Especially, if you're not able to have a Gambit on your team, for that CC cleanse, he's just kind of taken a forward jump in the meta that I don't think I necessarily expected, and I don't even think early on in this stage of Ignite in the preseason, every team expected. It just kind of has shown up.
Yeah, I mean, I guess maybe going back to when there was that interview with the team that beat we lost in the group stages as well. They were we just had to ban out the Kendrick Doctor Strange, and then we started winning every game, right? So I feel after that, at least for us, that opened definitely our eyes to that. But this is going to be interesting, Shib, because this is a change up, I think, in terms of just prioritizing that Mantis away from the Gambit. And we get to finally kind of learn, right? I feel there's so many strong strategists right now that it really is tough to decide, even those thin margins, if they're worth trading off, trying to go for an early Gambit ban like we've seen so far through the tournament.
Yeah, I'm with you. This is going to be a fun thing to kind of learn together. I think I'm curious if it is more worth it to keep the Mantis around. So I'm looking forward to seeing how it shakes out here in a moment. You can see the bans, folks, on the top left. Those are going to be the bans that are against that specific team. Those are heroes they cannot play. Keep that in mind. And folks, once again, you lose here in this best of 5, your team is out of the preseason, setting the tone a little bit here. So you want to make sure you lock in right now. This is your moment on the big stage. I'm looking forward to it, buddy. Here we go.
All right, kicking off first map on Domination. And also, since it is that, I guess we'll talk about it later, but it is a first to 3. And, obviously Domination first. You have to decide between Convoy and Convergence after this one. But that is in the far future. Starting off for Space Station Gaming, should we get to see Nectar and Doomed finally pairing alongside that Psylocke and Daredevil combination for Lunex, though? Yeah. They went for that Invisible Woman again, and they're going for that counter dive style with the Thing and triple Vanguard.
Yeah, I think Thing is really strong in the meta, but it just hasn't seen a lot of success in terms of numbers and percentage of win, which I'm surprised about. I just think there's so much movement right now in the game. It's difficult to burn a lot of your cooldowns to stay on top of those that you're trying to shut down with the Yancey Street, obviously, with the grounding ability. But, Jeff has struggled a bit, but then yesterday we saw some insane Jeff faults that kind of shut down kind of what we were thinking. As you can see now, Month on the high ground, spraying through the enemies into the team is always a smart play. Silent Blaze gets deleted here by Nectar off the rip. Regis finds one and Doomed another. another, make it 2 now, Doomed, as that is going to set the tone here for SSG.
Yeah, I mean, a quick fight, just collapsed onto the back line, didn't really react. And, I mean, we heard about these triple Vanguard comps being solid, but have turned into sort of kind of more cheesy setups, at least if you don't have that Rogue Gambit sort of style. Now they switch over. Shib, it looks like they're going to the Venom dive composition alongside a triple backline strategy.
Yeah, it gets dicey when you switch a little later on in the matchup, obviously losing that alt charge percentage, but, you know, early like that, it's not a bad call, and, you know, that if he's very comfortable on the Venom, so let's see what that looks like as we start up our second fight here. But that was a quick, decided W there on point 1 for SSG. Silent Blaze says, all right, let's change that up quickly, though. Goodbye, Doomed, as Doomed was pivotal in the last fight. Good pick there for Silent Blaze that you had just, you know, gassed up a little bit prior to this game.
When they get the Venom team up too, compared to Space Station, who are not running the Venom, so the Jeff maybe doesn't have as strong a healing output as he could. Otherwise, Tones drops out the ultimate, the Banhammer to the backside, also takes down Nectar towards that left angle. I mean, Nectar stayed for a little bit too long. Also, Blur got ran over, kind of all snowballed after that first pick.
Yeah, Tones makes me want to throw up a little bit with how nasty he is on this hero. This has honestly always been a problem. I think Vanpool's been jumping up in the meta a fair amount. I'm surprised, you know, some games have had no Vanpool at all. I think that at this point in this meta, prior to the changes that are coming to them later on in Ignite, not going to be present right now. The stuff you see in Client is not there today again. I think he's a must play. As we see now, the engagement from Regis finds one there off the back of the Raging Royal Flush. Will there be more? The Itch Jeff goes down. It looks like there was a decent kite, not many fall.
I mean, Nectar unfortunately having to deal with the Daredevil the whole time, just kind of his mark 24/7, whereas, you know, his own Daredevil obviously doesn't have a Psylocke to have to worry about. Regardless, still controlling the point is the side of Lunex. They're heavily kind of surrounded. Space Station trying to buy some sort of flank angles, and looks like they do have Daredevil set up in the back line with Doom. But they're going to have to win this fight diving deep with this Luna Snow dance floor, which they started off early. So maybe with some damage, we can get something going. They can stall out the fight for longer, but regardless, Lunex sit in a good position in terms of strategist ult advantage.
Iffy committing with the feast as well. Out goes the Soul Resurgence from Tico. Ends now. Fidel, the dance floor goes down. Out goes a huge ultimate from Nectar as Doomed and Fidel are going to clean up a few. Make that another as Doomed takes out Tico. Once again, SSG being a little bit patient there, waiting out some of those ultimates and then hard committing, but they did commit a ton. Silent Blaze has a free It's Jeff moment. Will this one find value? See in a moment here as they set up our next fight. 53 to 69% on the board right now.
I'm just kind of surprised that, you know, I guess maybe the damage output was too crazy, but that Silent Blaze didn't pop the ult in the last fight. Regardless, like you said, they do have that ult a little bit more open of a point. We'll see what happens for SSG, because like you said, they have no ultimates building up towards that Jeff ult soon. Maybe they can get a surprise play early in these early fights. They've been able to track down Nectar, but he's playing a lot safer now, or they're playing a lot safer now, which has enabled the side of SSG.
Yeah, a lot of teams like to use Jeff in a defensive manner, or when the team comp does it. Wow, and that was a huge pick there from Blur and a Silent Blaze as we're talking about it, right? With that ult still.
Here's the problem. Like, I like Silent Blaze on the White Fox and stuff, but specifically when we see them on the Jeff, it's just kind of like odd. Like, I feel like they played well in the first fights we saw, but now we've just held Jeff ult twice, 2 fights in a row, and I can't help but feel bad for them at this point, because the portal's going to come now, but will it be too late?
And that's a huge pick in the neutral there from Nectar on a Iffy, who does a good job stalling point there with Venom. And I'm with you. I think you needed to commit that ult earlier here as Regis dives towards backline, tries to find one. Goodbye, Fidel. And now Lunex going to be up a number so far. The Itch Chef goes down. Will this one land? Nectar able to dodge that in that moment? I don't believe it does. And that's going to be a quick delete.
Yeah, sorry, Shib. That's brutal. That is going to be fight ending. I mean, just after that, no more portal. Everybody comes back. You use the Jeff ult late to no avail. I mean, there's a lot of pressure on you for sure. That's maybe why. Maybe you could hold on for a little bit longer. You have the Devil ult from Doom, though, to help secure Regis towards the point, and everybody else tries to funnel in, maybe build ults up. They could stall for a little bit longer, but they don't have strat ults. Maybe the Mantis ult coming up soon could save them. They still don't control the point, too, so maybe that buys them some time.
Never apologize, brother. I could tell that thought was going to be juicy, and it was. I'm with you. I just don't think these last few fights have gone the way of Silent Blaze, and there's some commitment now from Tico. Out goes that Soul Resurgence. Team's going to stay healthy on point, trying to buy time. 99 to 94, folks. OT ticking down. They've got to stay on it. Even offer a moment will lose them this map. A pick comes through. A few are going to fall as Fidel takes out Regis, and that's 2 numbers up now, and they're still holding on, though, somehow on this point. Nectar with some good positioning. Goodbye, Tone. Tones. OT should tick down in a moment here as everyone falls. It does. SSG find the first map.
Whew, I mean, that was close. I think despite the number of mistakes Lunex were making, the target focus seems to be good. I think all of that is on the right page. Like the fact that it was 99 to basically 99 off of all of that is very impressive. So they can come back maybe on Warrior Falls. For SSG, they kind of need to focus on their target focus a bit, Shib. Like, I feel like, you know, they're not, like you mentioned, these fights are lasting a lot longer than you would think, and maybe that's because they don't have that Phoenix that they used to run alongside the Daredevil. But regardless, I think if they hone up their target focus, they could close this out 2-0. For Lunex, though, obviously, you just can't make the same Stratus ult mistakes that they did.
Yeah, and it's tricky too when you're running the Jeff into a comp. Like I especially as practiced as the side of SSG, but you know, there's a lot of abilities across the board that are going to shut down things like Jeff. You have the Buzzsaw from Blur. You do have Nectar's ultimate, which is strong into its Jeff. You have Nekrise's ultimate strong into Jeff as well. Doomed with that baton throw. It's another auto-locking ability that causes damage to Jeff that just tries to escape and fin. And you know, that kind of stuff makes it just so tricky. That's why they're finding a lot of success in shutting that stuff down right now on the side of SSG. Now, we're going to see what the fight looks like. There is no ult advantage. There's going to be a Vanguard ultimate on the side of Iffy with the Feast. First, the dance floor from Fidel. Alt charge up a little bit for the side of Lunex, but either way, this should be a good fight off the rip. Again, folks, you want to win this point early. Positioning is huge here from SSG, though.
Yeah, we'll see what happens in the upcoming fight. SSG goes first, like you said, immediately with the dance floor. Can they find the KOs afterwards? The answer, easily yes. Tones falls. Does anybody else fall, though? They use the Jeff ult in the backside from Silent Blaze. A little bit faster use this time. Looks like he got one in his mouth, but they still lose Logan on the fallback. Unfortunately, could not escape to that pool of healing. So, Space Station Gaming still sitting in control. It's as you said, Shib. They look to be on point today.
Yeah, and it's funny, they're not even running the Mantis right now, SSG, right? Like, it's something to keep in mind. That's not something that they've got on the docket for them at this point. But either way, look at this alt charge with point advantage. This is going to be very difficult for the retake. Doom going to commit now to let the devil out. Redis doing the same. It's Jeff goes down. Does that one find value? Goodbye as Redis takes out Fidel. Redis, a demon on the hit scan, apparently also up in the melee form. Nekrise onto Tico now. Will we see more? Out is a huge Cutterfly. Doesn't seem to find just enough value yet. Pulls out cooldowns, and that's it as a two-piece comes in now for the side of Lunex. And they should be able to control this point for a while. 8% and climbing. Not a bad retake being down in ults like that.
Hey, everybody pilled around Tones. You mentioned how good Tones is. Also, the fact that they used that Raging Roll flush. Everybody kind of zoned out Nectar's ultimate. So, excellent disengage by them. Taking down Doomed in the stagger as well. Control the point is Lunex. So we'll see how this kind of operates moving forward. The swap from Tico over to the Psylocke definitely makes sense. It's interesting because obviously in terms of just the pure Psylocke matchup, you'd want the Snowflake maybe to kind of win those duels. But regardless, the pace of play that Gambit provides is crazy.
Yeah, and a lot of commitment comes out now. Using that Freedom Charge to put everybody in there as Redis finds one. It's going to be a good answer. Nectar on that trade onto Redis now. And those were the callouts we were mentioning. Two very strong duelists right now in this current meta. Doomed, trying to find a flank angle, is able to find one. You can't hide from the lawyer. Doomed takes out Tico. Lunex want this point. 51, 53% and climbing with some good positioning once again. Ult up and available for Silent Blazes. Immediately goes down. Nekrise able to take out Iffy. A second pick comes in on a Logan. And now Tones goes down, and SSG looking good on the retake of point.
Yeah, this all stemmed from that you mentioned early pick on the Tico. I mean, the tough part is about Psylocke is that, you know, the entire kit or half the kit is ruined just by Daredevil existing. He can see through walls. He can see you while you're invisible. Not a fun matchup for any Psylocke player. Now in this upcoming fight, though, a lot of ultimates for SSG to keep holding on to it regardless. Shib, these fights in the neutral have been so chaotic. It feels like first picks happen so fast, even without the Mantis damage boost.
And I like the change here from Lunex with Logan. You know, Logan is actually going to make a switch to kind of counter some of this melee problem they're dealing with. Redis able to find Month, and that's going to be a good start for their side of Lunex who want the retake. Almost even on percentage once again. These teams are duking it out here, folks. Tico goes down, or excuse me, finds Doomed, who goes down. And the chase comes out here from Blur. He's going to try to stagger a few on this retake of point.
Yeah, it looks like Tico's ult was kind of in a perfect space to force away Space Station Gaming, but they didn't lose too many. They're kind of regrouping in main. Lunex trying not to get staggered right here is probably their main priority. Maybe set up Redis, force out double straddle, but here comes the Nectar ult early on.
Yeah, I think not able to find too much there. Does drive them off point in that. Wow, what a pick there from Nekrise onto Iffy, trying to escape. And even more potentially coming through again, folks. Nekrise is going to be on the stick. Shout out to the controller players on PC, getting the job done even at this level of play. I know there's a lot of folks looking up to them who are making the switch maybe from console. Shout out to all of you. A lot of these teams have been doing that. Out goes the dance floor now. The Fox to match it. What does the Fox say? Not much, because the Fox is 6 feet under. Well done by Blur. And the chase to continue for more. Fidel takes the height now. It looks like Iffy trying to find a few more. And man, it's been back and forth for days here on the KO feed.
Yeah, you overextend and you meet Iffy with the tentacles in your face. So everybody else is going to fall to Redis' ult and recontrol that point. Like I said, it is back and forth at the current moment. I mean, I've liked the Psylocke pick so far for Space Station Gaming, but sometimes they've overextended. Upcoming fight, they also used both strat ults in a loss. It was, good target focus on that White Fox earlier with Logan, but regardless, upcoming fight, they're going to set up for a fast dive ship.
Yeah, this is a good position here, and the idea is to use these Jeff bubbles to hard engage, and that's exactly what they're... Wow, huge commitment there. BC the Abyss could be massive, and it is. Finding the combo there with the tentacles to take out Fidel instantly. Up a number, but committing. Freedom Charge out as well, and that's for the side of Blur. It's Jeff is going to find one, at least, actually two. Can Silent get off map? It looks like Silent will be able to do that, and that's a clutch ult there from Silent, maybe silencing us in that moment, who saw a little bit of hesitation early on, and that is going to be a winning map.
Yeah, excellent turnaround from Silent. I think the big thing is getting off the Mantis, considering they weren't, I think maybe it's just Tico's playstyle on the Mantis or whatever. I think that they were playing too stacked together. Usually you see these sort of Mantis players try to take some more off angles or something. They were kind of hard locked together in a unit, and that wasn't giving Silent Blaze space to breathe. So in hindsight, looking back at the situation that happened, obviously you could say it was tough ultimates from Silent, but it makes sense due to the fact that now Tico's on Psylocke, and they're given so much more space. And that was a huge heat at the very end to bring it back, because Necrise was full jackpot. I mean, he got all of the bounces and would have destroyed the side of Lunex if they did not get that Jeffy.
Great call there, buddy. We head into map 3 on domination. Are you not entertained? First match of the Americas region. Why not, buddy? Heading up to 99% in every single map so far. These teams are locked in and they want it, but the question is, who wants it more? Nectar has ult available. Tico right behind, Doomed in the same boat, and that's going to be the ults we see in this first fight.
And for SSG, I imagine they want to go fast with it. Same thing for Lunex. Lunex actually ready to go and peel off. They're a bit more defensive with their style. But in this case, they go aggressive. And actually immediately take down Nectar. Oh no, in the middle of it, Doom does pop his ultimate off, but meanwhile, it's only 1 for 1. Maybe make it 2, actually. Tico falls after his ult runs out, and the follow-up is there. Necrise neutral doing well. Tones, though, also able to do so. Has the ultimate still ready to go, so can pop that if he wants. But no, it's traded too far. Now they go aggressive with the Bane Hammer immediately onto Fidel. That sends them all the way back. And it looks like Lunex are going for a portal, so they're not even giving up on this first fight just yet, Ship.
Yeah, and the idea is to cut off this angle, make it a little easier for your team to get the point quickly. Wow, what a throw there from Tico. Oh, no, didn't catch it in that moment. Was distracted on the potential hero switch, I believe. Oh, that is so brutal. Could have found a pick there, but was on the hero screen, I believe, as Blur able to find Redis there now. Point take from Lunex early on. Ult advantage still in the favor of SSG, who have Nectar. And there's that commitment now. Dance of the butterfly, the cutterfly, if you will. Finding one. Make it 2 now, Nectar. Come on, as they keep it going, and they will find a third as Blur cleans that up.
Yeah, this is what we would have liked to see out of the side of SSG yesterday to not be in the loser brackets. Is they were prioritizing, I think, a lot more Phoenix. Today, it looks like a lot more Psylocke. Maybe that's just how it worked out ban-wise. But upcoming fight, got the Jeff ultimate available for the side of SSG. Same thing with White Fox. Opposite side for Lunex. Not as much of an opportunity, but they do have Venom. And Iffy has been huge with these Feast of the Abyss in the middle of the team fights.
A lot of answers here for SSG available. Redis going to start off with the Let the Devil Out, and there's those answers I was talking about. Both going to commit as month goes under. Fidel does the same with the Fox. Dropping backwards, gets eaten though. Fox still providing a lot of pressure in the front line, getting back to the team. Folks, remember, if you land that paw on the enemy, you do an additional 50 besides the AoE damage, so 100 every single swing, but that paw's got to land there, so good placement as Tones is able to clean up Fidel through that mix. Percentage 42 for the side of SSG, 19 for Lunex. Another portal being committed this time. We'll see if this one works this time from the side of Nectar. Be a little more patient. There's that commitment. Wow, able to hold on.
I mean, they're still barely onto the point. Unfortunately, it's still going to be a very hard fight to win, but it's like you said, Shiv, just building up that time bank, slowly dwindling down the potential retake from the side of Lunex, but eventually give it up. going into the next round for them. But both portals utilized very early on in the fights. Upcoming one, though, Shib, we do have both Shadow ults used in the previous fight. Iffy also did commit the Feast of the Abyss, so Silent Blaze has an opportunity to go big yet again, but it's hard. Look how much mobility is on the side of SSG. It's going to be hard to catch anybody for Blur. They could maybe play around the Captain American ult and bait that out, but ooh, no, Iffy goes down early.
And it didn't work for him there, but the idea was to switch Strange to hold on to point. And that's why, you know, sometimes teams elect to not run Strange, where they have that option if they ever want to hold on. Blur able to dodge right there on the HGF, and that cleanup does not come through. Looked so close to making that happen, but it does not happen. Nectar on point, able to take out Tones. Do I see a second now with some insane tracking? And Necrise finds Iffy. 2 numbers up now for the side of SSG, who want this point, and they have this point, roughly even on percentage. Once again, these teams so evenly matched right now.
I mean, they're all on the inside. SSG still has full control. Logan pops the ultimate. They're down 2 in that fight, but it doesn't matter. Regis comes back, takes down Fidel. They're able to kind of push in. Nectar comes out with the ultimate after the White Fox ult is over, but it's actually still going on a little bit. Also, huge shots from Iffy, by the way. Just pretty much one-tap Necrise. That was some beautiful tracking.
So good.
And after the ultimate, Nectar has to come back to the point
Wow.
into Iffy again. I mean, what a play by the Venom player of Lunex to keep them alive on that point.
Iffy's been known for the Venom, and finally gets to showcase that now on this map. This is very much a Venom map with a lot of height and different angles to take and swing away potential. Multiple different locations with, you know, natural cover that you can hide behind. So playing super clean. You can see the tracking there. And you can see the percentage, though, folks. SSG at 95. Now their job is to try to get an ultimate fight. What that means is they're going to build ults as much as possible and try to commit heavy in one fight to win this. Portal should be back for both sides. I'm not sure if the 3 minutes has fully committed or has gone through. I don't believe, actually, that SSG will have a portal because Nectar did it just a little bit too late. We'll see what happens here in a moment. Iffy with a nice pick, though.
Yeah, I mean, Nectar and the Daredevil, or sorry, Deadpool on the opposite side having to play back. I mean, once that taunt was used, Necrise was an easy target to dive, and Nectar double dash towards main, didn't have cooldowns to escape. Now we have the White Fox ult in an awkward situation for SSG, who has to touch the point because Lunex are in control. Silent Blaze with an ult again. Could be huge like they were in the previous round. Does, I believe, get one. Doomed falls in the middle of the fight as well, so it's 1-by-1 for SSG,
Wow.
who don't have the portal either, I believe, from earlier. So Lunex looked like they want to close out at the moment. Silent Blaze did get an eat, has turned it around these past 2 rounds and win the map. Map number 1 goes Lunex's way.
Beautiful play there by Lunex. I mean, that is what we needed to see from this team. They've just got to find a way to clutch up at the end. They were down in percentage by roughly 35%, and the idea would be, you know, the team would play a little safe, try to build ultimates and retake. But you know what happened? Iffy dove that back line, found Nectar really early on, finds another after that, and what do you know? At that point, up numbers, you take the positioning, you don't allow them to move, and you have this in the bag. Very clean play, Lunex.
Absolutely, and I think this kind of goes back to round 1, like you said, Shiv. You brought it up, and it was a good point. Like, I feel like the target focus just is not really there for SSG at the current moment. Considering how many mistakes happened from Lunex and they still made it 90-90-99, it was very impressive. And then in hindsight, it made sense why it was tough for them in the first round, and specifically Silent Blaze, because they were so stacked together as a unit. They needed Tico's pressure on those flank angles on the Psylocke. Sure, wasn't maybe getting as much value as, for example, Nectar with 15 final hits in terms of stats, but that doesn't end up mattering. He's playing the role. He's, like you mentioned, diving with Iffy at the right times. At the end of the day, stats don't really matter if you win the map, right? So excellent work, like you said, by him, and then also Regis to flex over to a lot of Daredevil, which I don't think you see a lot of hit scan players do. So huge map out of Lunex. Kind of expected them to win it because they're really good on domination. We'll see how SSG can do on map number 2 after this short break.
More enjoyable. Please don't hesitate to ask. Please sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight.
Just watch me now under the moonlight. 저 위로 날아올라. Rushing on my window frame. 얼어붙은 my flame. Blinding shining lights. I feel skipping way out of control. It's my vibe and my life. We're dancing under moonlight. 소문 꺼버려. Turning up the heat. Gonna get it, oh. We're switching up the lip gloss. Mixing up the crystals. All they want to know how we do it. Now it's time we switch to flight mode. Yeah, 차올라 내 눈빛 봐. 불부터 나 ready now. 떨림이 번져가 입안 위로 올라타. 거침없이 난 dive. 겁없이 뛰어가 flight mode. Be breath-free, shining, flying high. Feel the spark of flight mode. 우리 하늘 위로 더 rise up. 사라져, fade away, moonlight. Gonna burn the night out. Every time my heart's flight, we go higher, eyes wide. Right through the starlights. 차가운 공기속을 realize. 지금이야, take flight. We're dancing on the moonlight. 소름 꺼버려. Turning up the heat. Gonna get it, oh. We're switching up the lip gloss. Mixing up the crystals. All they want to know how we do it. Now it's time we switch to flight mode. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Feel it, feel it, feel it, feel it. This
And with that, Lunex is up in this series 1-0, and I think it was fantastic what we saw there from Lunex, guys. They made the right adaptations, right? After round one, after they went down, they knew that they have to get off that Mantis, like they just didn't get the value they wanted from it, and also it put Silent Blaze in a weird position on that Chef. Once they made that switch though, like it just started to look so much better from them, so I love to see those compositional adaptations from Lunex.
But I kind of like them as well, switching off the Gambit, even though it was protected, onto the White Fox. Like, looking back in hindsight, the tough part is for a lot of these Gambit players is just staying alive, playing your life. If it's a full dive comp, you have to switch to more mobile characters to live, and Logan did it. Switched to the White Fox, kind of unsung hero too in that series, in that matchup. But I think we are in for a really good series, considering that is like Lunex's best map type. And for SSG, like Shibin, like you guys saw, like they're definitely looking like they want to sort of prioritize today's win and looking much improved, I think, over the past, even day.
I think it's worth mentioning too, like if you look at finals and just how much participation there was, SSG had 15 and 13 on the Duelist, right? And you look over, and Lunex has 16 with Regis and then 3 with Tico. Like, they just played better as a team, and it's that simple. They stalled better. That's what that means. And that's why you can't tell the story from stats. And that's why I always say, like, it's not worth looking at that stuff because you have no idea what truly happened in the map. This team was okay going down as long as they were able to get on that point with maybe Iffy on the Venom and just stall, have the team go down around them, buy time, allow the strategist to get there, heal Iffy back up, uses more cooldowns to buy time on point. And that's all you need to do. It's not about finals. It's not about damage. It's about the win. And they took it home.
Yeah, but that goes back to what you pointed out there in the cast, Dogman, that the target focus from SSG was just not quite there. Hence, Lunex had the opportunity to drag out those fights for such long periods of times to allow people to get back into the mix.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I know it's cliche, but it kind of comes down to fundamentals, and it comes down to preparation and practice. Like, I feel like for this SSG squad, it looked like they were maybe practicing more of the Phoenix stuff instead of like, running the Psylocke alongside the Daredevil. It's kind of not as common, I think, for these teams to do. But yeah, I mean, it is kind of on the fundamentals of the team to target, prioritize the right heroes at the right time, and also figure out that sort of situation. Like Nectar usually is very good at like living and playing their life, but as you mentioned, Shib, like first round popping off, and generally had very good stats, but still had the highest casualty count in the game. And it's hard, I think, specifically to play against like Daredevil as a Psylocke, just because that matchup, yeah. I mean, obviously it's not on the same level. Like, obviously, only like Low Eternity for me playing a lot of Psylocke. Just, I hate playing against Daredevil. Like, you literally can't use one of your abilities. Like, the invisibility is not viable because this dude just has wall hacks on you. So Nectar, obviously, marked by Regis, marked by the rest of the squad, and I think that enabled them. Whereas the opposite side for Tico, not playing for those stats, playing for the target focus, and also playing for their own life, because that's what the best players in the game do. They just try to live, and it really helped the side of Lunex on that map.
Yeah, it's
if we're looking at the ban phase there for this first map, is there anything you would like to see either team change, Ironship, to have maybe a better...
I've been saying for a while now, in the Americas region, I think if a team is really strong in the dive front, Venom is a bannable target. I think in EMEA and in a lot of different regions, Venom has been more of a priority for bans. I don't think it needs to be an early ban, but it's never a protect. And if you are able to remove that Venom especially in domination where it's all about stalling, it will vastly help your team. I mean, 36k damage block, taking a ton of damage and buying a ton of time is super impactful. So I think, there's potential for that, but that's, again, only if they get back to domination. In terms of what I want to see banned completely out, it's a tough call. I mean, because they're able to play so many different duelists on both teams. I'm not 100% sure.
That's difficult. But we saw what Ivy as well as Tones can do, right? Being able to dive onto those backlines, like, it's so oppressive. It's just so much space that is being created for the duelists to shine.
Yeah, and I don't think they need to ban the Gambit either, right, bro? Like, because neither team, even when it's through, elected to play it, which was kind of surprising.
Yeah, I kind of like that these teams aren't focusing on their protects necessarily, and this is kind of like goes back to one of my original points. Like, I feel like, first of all strategists in this game are very good. Like they're all solid. Like, if you compare the worst strategist to like a mid-tier duelist, like, for example, if you take Rocket Raccoon versus Iron Fist, like, I feel like we would all agree that Rocket Raccoon is probably way higher than Iron Fist in that sort of tier list. So in that regard, I feel like you should be able to give up on certain strong strategists just if it's not working, right? Like we saw out of Logan, like we saw out of the Mantis swap. You have to kind of make these pivots that a lot of the top teams don't make these pivots when they probably should. And I like that both of these teams are adapting on the fly.
Absolutely. Now, of course, the next map is SSG's map pick, as they are down in the series, and they chose to go to Central Park, if I saw that correctly. So a Convergence is what we're going to get. They do have currently a 100% win rate on Convergence, which that's great. But with the caveat that it is a small sample size, we only really saw him play it like, twice or so, that map type. So yeah, take that for what it is. Alas, what do we want to see them busting out on Convergence?
Well, when it comes to Central Park, right, it's difficult because we have seen the Groot be able to be run here too. I think it's really strong. And yes, Zoe, I know we're going to be diving in here in a moment. What's your guess before you go on who takes this next map?
I think SSG is going to come back with a vengeance. This one is for everything, right? They're fighting for the playoff life, so let's see if they can tie up the series.
All right, Doug, and we are in it now. We have seen Lunex find a ton of success with the Groot in the past. This is definitely one of those maps that it absolutely can be played. You can see what they're floating right now, and I'm going to be honest, I don't think any of those are going to be selected on map. Luna definitely taking a step forward in this new patch that's out as of today. But off rip, goodbye to the exact same story we would expect. Elsa and Gambit, and I will say, I was saying the Gambit may not be worth it, but I think about it now, and you get a lot more success with those ultimates, with those royal flushes on Convergence, and outside of just domination and convoy, just because it's all about pressing W and moving forward and finding that back line.
No, yeah, I'm with you. Like, you got there. Like, I think like when it's a lot of these ban phases that it's easy to forget that it is kind of map dependent, like, for sure. Like, it depends on where we go next and those sort of things. So the big thing though is that you get the Gambit ban, right? And sure, the Gambit will be a lot safer, I think, on this map, especially if the Loki immediately got counterbanned. So I was gonna say if they had the Loki, but regardless, like, the Elsa, we've seen it through the tournament ship. I mean, I know that's like the most obvious thing ever to point out, but regardless of what happens in the ban phase, Gambit can be tough to deal with, especially like you said on Convergence and Convoy. But still, I'm always going to be terrified if Elsa's in the lobby, Invis ban on the opposite side, Rogue ban to counter immediately into that Gambit stuff. But we actually saw, sort of, to just kind of keep riding this sort of situation on Central Park. Yesterday, we saw the very first draw, right? With 100 Thieves yesterday on this map, and I think in EU as well, in EMEA, we had another first point hold, by the way. Like, inevitably it came through in the at the very end for like Shikigami and stuff, but we've seen teams play like Torch stuff, like Torch drone stuff. Like, you can make those comps work if you play it well. And well, there we go. We have the Ultron on the opposite side to help support maybe like a defense out of Lunex.
Yeah, it's a really strong map just due to the pillars being involved. You have a lot of height that you can use natural cover around, folks, and if you're trying to get better at the game, the term natural cover is going to be very important for you despite what position you're playing. You want to have structures that are not breakable, that you can play around so you don't have to use cooldowns to stay healthy. This is one of those maps that on defense, Ultron can do that in the sky, and that's why Flyers, you will see some success here. We've seen it in the past from other teams, including 100 Thieves, who ran a mean Ultron, so we'll see what happens with Lunex on that composition. But yeah, goodbye to the Luna, which, again, since it's a tight choke, I can see some success with the clap cooldown down the center and just some strong poke potential against things like the flying compositions of Ultron.
Okay, well, a lot more focus of the side of SSG towards these strategists. And yesterday, I think we saw like 8 strat bans at one point. I think it was the last series of the day yesterday in North America. Opposite side, Lunex focusing more maybe on specifics, right? Like we have the Elsa removal to get that one-sided matchup. Less, obviously, priority on focusing Tico and more of the people that try to help him. So that's kind of interesting, though, in that we still get Silent Blaze on the Jeff. It's not on domination, and I think that's kind of the big thing. They do get the team up with the Venom, but like, what do you think about that? Like, I feel like Jeff, there's certain maps where he really dominates, but like you mentioned with the natural cover, I don't know. Like, what do you feel about like on these maps where it's maybe more tight corridors?
Well, yeah, on point 1, though, it's all about long LOSs with Jeff. If you can have a long spray window where you can heal, even if you know, a lot of the times with Jeff, if you're going a divey route and you want to play behind the enemy, healing your team through the enemy to deal damage, get that ult quickly. But in a map like this, there is long, straight alleyways that if you do want to run the Jeff, you can play behind your team. But it looks like that conversation was being had as we're talking and the switch comes through. But you can play and farm out pretty quickly when you're able to just essentially spray forward and they really can't move to avoid use. But, you know, that conversation again has been changed now as Silent Blaze has switched over to the Cloak and Dagger.
It literally glossed over because I don't think we've seen this throughout the tournament. I mean, I don't remember if we saw the Luna Snowband came out as well as we enter Central Park. Like you said, Space Station trying to come back in this series. It was a close map number 1, and we immediately get to see that Groot, like you said, on the defense. And Wolverine matched on the opposite side for SSG. They're expecting it. What the? We're setting up.
What a rollout there. Beautiful. Still has the jump from Rockets. We might see a huge kidnap opportunity here with that Feral Leap. Not sure it actually, you know, just kind of waiting now, biding more time. Trying to hope that they use some of these cooldowns before you commit. Nekry's on the height, using another one of those jumps to take great positioning. I'd love to see that from the offensive side of SSG, and Nekry's on the height. Iffy taking out Nectar. Nekry's onto Iffy to even the odds just a little bit. Going to be a Vanguard for a duelist. And I will say, dropping Nectar, which has been very much a target for priority, is a good pick. And that's what you're looking for on SSG a lot.
Yeah, I like that set play from the side to control that height. And now back on the low ground, though, Redis almost at that full instinct, so those cooldowns going to come up really fast. Deadpool ultimate committed, Banhammer on the front line. They have to back up, but that's still allowing Redis time to build these ultimates. That large rocks where we can see off maps. Also on the opposite side, we can still see off maps from Doom, kind of go for those grabs. Regardless, nobody picked off just yet. For the side of Lunex, though, they want to play for that double copy with the Cloak and Dagger. Space Station are going to want to pull them out of it or hit Cloaks with the Magneto ult.
And you can see there, folks, just the priority on breaking those walls. The free space that it generates, it needs to be a big priority for your team. Commitment comes through as the Eternal Bond goes out. A huge Glortrox opportunity from Redis. Come on now. Finding a 3-piece through the boundary. And that is an answer that you love to see for the side of Lunex. If you are a fan of Lunex, Redis looking incredibly strong on this hero. And honestly, I love to see it because we do, you know, gas up a lot. You know, Tico looks good too, but Redis ends up, initially it was going to be Tico on this hero. Redis ends up taking this over, and he's just been so dominant.
Yeah, it's just a clean play from him. He went fast, and now speaking of going fast, Gambit ultimate coming into this next fight, immediately pop by Month. They trade back Iffy, so they go from one fight immediately to this one where they set up Nectar aggressively with the Phoenix ult. Disengaged, though, from Lunex's side. No portal, though, because Iffy obviously has that Venom ult, so they want to give up 2 ticks. Come back into the point, but it's against that group that you always talk about, Ship.
And there's a commitment from Nectar trying to get indoors there, because if you're forced to use ult when you're indoors, it's very difficult to burn the bird. Bang, it's coming down heavy, able to find one as Nekry's takes out another. 2 pieces committed. Fidel with some great positioning is helping out Blur, take out Tones, and now SSG, without a doubt, should have this point. They do. And they're walking forward. Great attack there from Space Station Gaming that wants to take this map and move this series forward. Again, best of 5. It's not going to be a game set match here for Lunex if they come back.
I like that. Huge tempo play from Space Station. Month took over. Obviously, he was the call to go in. But speaking of which, here's the portal now from Lunex coming back from spawn. They had the Cloak ult to last out of it, but do they get pulled out of their own Cloak and Dagger ult with Doomed or Fidel pushing them out of it?
I'd love to see this. I think this happens so much in team play. I would love to see this enter ladder a little more. If your team goes down, you lose a point, and you still haven't used the strange ult, or portal, excuse me, immediately portal as soon as this point starts. Because the more time that you can buy before this thing is scooching towards point 2, the better for your team. And it's just been something we've seen a lot, but they are already driven backwards. I'm not really sure why they gave up that space back. And I guess there's the answer, as immediately SSG find one onto Iffy, and Redis able to take out Nectar, but not much more after that. Even numbers right now between the two.
Well, excellent healing to keep everybody up, but that was 3 people in that Glartrox. Unfortunately, it was the passive of the Wolverine that kept them alive, but you did find, at least, like you mentioned, Nectar, and that one. Blur came back for healing straddle. It's coming up again soon for Month. They want to go fast, probably. We'll see if they can take him out of Logan's ult, though. He'll get the copy and a Silent Blaze, and for Tones, he already throws down a early Deadpool. It's actually quickly disengaged. SSG's been doing this. They're going to come back in fast afterwards.
And they are starting now as Month goes in with ultimate. The commitment gets answered right back from Silent Blaze with that Eternal Bond. Seeing a lot more Cloak and Dagger over these few days. Logan taking out Blur, committing on top of that ult as well. Excuse me, it was actually Logan copying up Silent there. And typically when you do see Cloak, it's when your Loki is on the table as well. You're farming ult incredibly quickly, and you can actually use it offensively and tend to lead fights with ultimate and try to drive the pressure forward, because if you can pull out a strat ult, your ultimate is typically longer. So as long as you get it in the first few seconds, you still win that trade. Tico on the Month. Iffy is going to find Necrise. Traded back from Nectar onto Tico, though. And again, it's going to be red and blue back and forth on this KO feed. But a huge tackle opportunity coming in from Doomed. And a big ult complimentary as Tones goes down.
Yeah, I mean, everybody focusing on Tones. Doom setting up a lot of these plays, obviously. He has, you know, these straight sidelines to kind of work off of. I mean, I kind of like that Tico is on the Psylocke. You know, maybe he could play the Daredevil if he wants to, but at least you don't have to worry about Daredevil on the opposite side scouting out your positioning. Here, wait, Doom whipped for an ult in the spawn by himself.
Yeah, paid for it. Paid for it, too.
He had Blur with him. I wonder, the play was probably there. Maybe it looked more obvious from his POV, but still, regardless, kind of funny to see if he at least trades it back. That Meteor was just soaked by that Venom, bro.
that was kind of nasty if it was an intentional land on a moving Venom. Reedus gonna find 2, though. Just so strong here on that mismatched Elsa, like he talked about. They do not want to give Reedus a hero like this who's been shining.
Yeah, and he's been so smart with it. Like, I think compared to other Elsas, he pulls that trigger really fast. Obviously, it's going to be hard to hit multiple Elsa ults in a row against the side of SSG, but we'll see if he does it.
Yeah, setting up for it right now. Engagement on height here as we see Tico with some good tracking. Finds Doomed. And there is going to be, again, another Raging Royal flush. With this one, that's some value. The chase comes out from Reedus once more on the Nectar. And again, just absolutely dominant on this hero. And that's going to force out every cooldown in the book here. Not sure the eat was necessary after the whole team goes down. Potential switch here. I don't know what the idea there was. I'm not sure if I agree with that from the side of Blur.
Yeah, it seems like SSG, at least Doom specifically, looked a little bit more comfortable on that Daredevil. Now today on the Star-Lord, having to figure it out yet again. But they've been slow playing it whenever they use these Gambit ults. You can see this team, maybe in terms of the Gambit comp specifically, are a bit slower with it. Also, in how Lunex is playing these Cloak and Dagger ults has been perfect. They need to pull them out of them more often than they are.
Down to 8 seconds, and there goes that advantage of getting to this point quickly with that portal. Necrise finds 1. Out goes the Bond once more, the boundary to match. Just going to be stalling for the moment, and a huge opportunity here from Tico, trying to start the Cutterfly, but it's going to be on the Vanguard front line. Won't do too much now for Lunex, but they still have great positioning. Wow, Iffy, the timing of that was absolutely beautiful. 100 HP in a dream, but what do you know? Preseason has a billion HP, drops back now onto Crystal, stays healthy as Necrise finds Tico. The trade comes back from Tones onto Necrise, though. And once more, numbers roughly even. Month going to commit now with a Raging Royal flush, and SSG wants to walk forward. The kite begins for Lunex.
Yeah, backing it up at the current moment. Overtime slowly ticking. They've got Doom's ultimate. No Magneto on the opposite side, but they can still play inside angles. We'll see if Doom sets up with a good ult. Meanwhile, Blur could follow up, but Iffy has been huge. This Feast of the Abyss could end Space Station Gaming in the second phase.
Portal commitment, this time from SSG once again. 3 minutes has ticked through. Necrise on point, is able to find Reedus. That is a massive pick for SSG on a crucial target. Still biding more time, waiting for the strat line to get pushed in. There it is. More commitment, the whole team back on point. This is now looking at SSG's favor, except a commitment comes out from Silent Blaze, a crucial moment of healing as the whole team jumps on to the oh my goodness, Tones. Silent Blaze with another, and now Lunex are up in numbers. Make it a third as they look like they can close out and take this stall and hold before point 2.
Oh my god, like you said, they did it. Job done. 102 meters is all SSG got. And there's a few things I think that we could take away from that fight. I mean, like you called, Chib, Tones. I mean, he was a big factor in which they won that fight. I mean, first of all, he hit the banhammer onto that Star-Lord. Star-Lord in the sky did get 1, but obviously was taking damage from the rest of that ultimate. Went down because of it, got that trade. So Tones was kind of the setter of that. I think Reedus made his first mistake almost on that Elsa, like you said, he was trying to set up aggressively, maybe with that dive, but obviously got caught out, maybe opened up the space for SSG. But dude, this like setup between Logan and Silent Blaze with the Cloak and Dagger, with the Loki, it feels like they've won every fight they have these two ults. They have not been pulled out of a single Eternal Bond from SSG.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a cerebral team. I like that. You can tell they had discussions, right, prior to this of what they wanted to do, and that's why you saw the switching composition as soon as the fight started. They changed, went more triple van front line, elected to change up the strat back line, and then even on point 2, just locked in. Very crucial ultimates, drove and set the pace every single time, always had a longer time, and always found value throughout those strat line ults. Played even hyper aggro on cloak form after launching ult, which I highly suggest you do every time you are playing C&D, but you're just looking really good, like you're saying, buddy.
They are. Dude, you know, I was kind of thinking, like, you know, like, you know how, like, Logan gets those one-trick Loki allegations, you know? He's, like, not beating him, but, like, in a good way. You know, it's like parentheses, complimentary.
He's so good,
you know?
yeah, dude.
Yeah, he's just so good on Loki.
Yeah, he's disgusting on Loki. He's definitely in the conversation. There's a few other Lokis up there, Cooper-tastic, for example, that are really, really strong. But, you know, Logan, ton of fans, I'm sure, in the chat, as always, but also just a really, really strong Loki. Let the games begin again. This time, SSG on the defense, trying to hold point 1. We've seen it before, and they clutch up right now. And there is another double group matchup on point 1.
Well, here we go. I mean, both using those walls immediately. Doom going for that grab on the right side, but trying to control some space because Lunax are so aggressive towards this point. Everybody's sort of huddled on this inside angle, but Doomed immediately forcing out Iffy's E at the very least. Maybe the rest of Lunax trying to control high ground. Doom trying to counter it, but taking a lot of poke for it.
Oh, what a shot there from Necrise onto Redis. Set the tone, put them up a number. Huge tackle as well from Doomed. Redis able to find Nectar with a trap, which is so funny. Even while not being in that fight, still making something work out and finding a final. But there's a lot of commitment, I think. I mean, it'd be surprised if Lunax is able to hold on here. This is one of those moments where I'm talking about where, you know, you can see SSG gets a ton of finals, but somehow Lunax are still in the fight. And Logan finds one, and now another one comes in from Tico. How do they do this down numbers and ultimates as a whole? It's just such good communication.
And they have to touch. Brutal pushes them. Well, actually, they're still on the point, but the Gambit ult on the opposite side and the cleanse Shib to get out of that Brutal. So they come back into the point. The Cloak ult helps sustain at least a few people who are here, but what a cleanse by the side of Month to keep them up in this. Doomed with the ultimate afterwards. The last stand to help follow through into Iffy. Tone's trying to trade it back on the opposite side, but it might be too little too late for the offense as Lunax probably reset even with this portal coming out of SSG.
Doomed, yep, like you're saying, finding Redis there. They do have the retake. Great work by SSG, but did have to commit. A lot of cooldowns and portal to get there. Ult advantage in their favor, but you know what all is my most feared? Going to be that Predator. And you can see Redis coming in right now, waiting to unleash the Glartrox. Will this Glartrox be as big as some of those we've seen from him in the past? We'll find out in a moment. Necrise has ult available. Fidel with the Invisible Boundary, but again, I think Invisible Boundary struggles heavily into Apex Predator. We'll see if he waits. No, elects not to. Ooh, throws it through, and this time catches nothing. That's what we call a caster curse, folks.
Well, it happens. I mean, people act like the Elsa ult is really strong, which it is, but, you know, it's very hard to be consistent with it. Obviously, that situation forced it out too early. Now they win the next fight because of it, so yeah.
Especially ult tracking, too, right? But, like, I mean, like, when you're tracking it, they know, and that's why they're playing so safe.
Yeah, absolutely. Next fight coming up, though, Shiv. Minute 30 left to go. Ultimate's available for Lunax. They can go aggressive with Silent Blaze's ult. But SSG, they look like they want to make the move first. Here comes that ult. Let's see if Doom pulls somebody off the map, but Invisible Boundary met by Fidel.
And here we go. As Fidel is maintaining this position. Out goes that boundary, like you're saying. Holding on his tones, commits now. Banhammer works out as Fidel goes down. Goodbye to that boundary. Huge opportunity for an eye. Does that yes, it does convert as Doom finds one. Tico onto Necrise, though. Crystals get committed now, too. Everything getting launched out as Month. Starts out with a Raging Royal Flush. Doomed is going to find some value out of it. Month as well. And oh my goodness, so right now, 51 seconds on. Redis trying to stop anyone from coming into the fight. I don't know that the portal's even available yet, if that was the idea.
Here?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. He's going to pay for it and just kind of stagger there.
Wait, that is crazy. I mean, maybe they would have lost the fight regardless. That is insane. I don't know. Like, Tico also, by the way, played that first fight smart a little bit because, like, he waited to get the health pack, obviously. But yeah, that is an interesting, very aggressive play by Redis, who now swaps over to the Daredevil. So they want to go for a full dive this upcoming fight, Shib. Against no ultimates on SSG. Maybe with a copy, they can play aggro.
Here we go again. There is some ults being committed. Out goes that Bond. And Iffy with the feast, but no one goes down, not yet, as Blur does pay for it. All three go down. Redis, Tico, Iffy, Logan, Silent Blaze, everybody getting a piece of the pie as Tones does as well, and that might have been the whole roster there. They will get this point.
Not a bad hold, though, for SSG. I mean, this could be close in the second phase. Ultimates used. They used the Feast of the Abyss. They also used Copy, and also Tico went aggressive. Now swaps over to the Elsa, so they swapped it around ship. Regis the one on the Daredevil, Tico onto that Elsa. Logan now over to that White Fox again, so trying to play their more mobile composition like they did on Domination, except this time it's with the Elsa instead of a Psylocke combination.
I like it because they won the alt trade there, the alt fight, which is, you know, heavily in their favor just in terms of percentages of what should have been won. So now they're like, all right, we got to try to win more neutral. Let's change things up here, and they do. Silent Play is able to find Blur. Regis onto Month again. Regis with 3. What is going on here? As Iffy and Logan clean up the rest, and that is why that switch was so crucial. Regis can play it all.
I mean, this Angela stuff is just not really working for Necrorise. Maybe with this ult, it could be big. Blur as well, by the way, was a standout player, I think, from the group stages for this team, but has been a little silent compared to Iffy. Coming to this upcoming fight, Regis has the ult, but can Necrorise find the connection? Everybody's playing mobile around it to get not get hit, and oh my goodness, Necrorise barely lives.
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't love the Angela right now in this current meta. It just seems to be struggling a bit at this level of play. A lot of commitment, though, from the side of Tones. Finding Fidel, that's a huge pick, who was at 80%. And you may be saying, man, they get lucky. They always seem to find those who are close to ultimate, folks. That is intentional. They are tracking that as Logan finds Month once more. Regis onto Doomed, Iffy onto Necrise, and this switch is ever in their favor. That's going to be a team wipe once more, and they are closing in with a minute left. SSG, it's not over, though. Does have ult available from Necrise. Month is incredibly close, and same with Fidel.
But seriously, like, where is my Angel in that fight? We can combine with the Phoenix ult at least, maybe. Regardless, still has it. Has to show up huge this fight, but Lunex is setting on the back one of the Feast of the Abyss.
And here we go, starting up now with the HGF from Silent Blaze. I like to use it to just take a backward angle, using that to hide through. Logan finding 2. Nectar onto Regis. Iffy onto Blur. Logan again, and this might be it, folks. Lunex shutting this down quickly, and they do. Another W here for Lunex Gaming. That looks so clean right now.
Oh, I'm kind of in awe, man. Like, it's back and forth, like you said, like Lunex playing so smart. I think a lot of these teams, by the way, have a bit of a cloak and dagger sort of thing. They love to play cloak and dagger, and Jeff, this is the kind of two things they love to play. Logan as well, phenomenal. At the very end, finally, Necrorise tried to get off that Heaven's Fall, you know, the Heaven's Retribution from the sky, but it got canceled by the charm. He hit him with the White Fox charm, MVP'd that round. Opposite side, Necrorise will be the MVP. I don't think the Angela is necessarily bad. It's just only bad if you don't play like the Ultron Sky composition with like the Human Torch that we saw in EMEA. Regardless, SSG not looking so good on that second phase. They almost held first point ship and still faltered. So really tough to go down 0-2. Regardless, they seem like they're always in these, right? Like, they have a chance, but sorry, we'll talk about it more after we come back from this break. Can SSG reverse sweep? Lunex up 2, trying to close out after this.
거침없이 난다 겁없이 뛰어가 fly mode be breath free shining flying high feel the spark of light mode 우리 눈을 switching up the lip gloss, mixing up the crystals. All they want to know how we do it. Now it's time we switch to flight mode. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, feel it, feel it, feel it, feel it.
And just like that, Lunex is on match point in his best of 5 elimination match against SSG. So this is where we ended last time around, right? It was a 2-0 victory for Lunex, but now SSG has to dig deep. Let's talk about how Lunex got it done, because it's not like SSG played like woefully bad or anything, right? It was like little target fire that wasn't there. Maybe a few of the picks we're not quite agreeing with. I think you both pointed out to Angela that you just didn't really see the value in it right there. Is there anything obvious they need to clean up in order to bring it back here?
I think just to, like, I feel like when we saw EMEA, we saw these teams that were really good. It's obviously map dependent stuff, but I feel like we need to get rid of the Cloak and Dagger even. That could be a last potential fourth ban. I mean, I like the shout of Venom that you brought up earlier, Shib, if you want to go into that too. I think one of these decisions just has to be made to give them an edge.
Yeah, I just think the pressure that is being applied, and I honestly do think that the strat line of the side of Silent Blaze and Logan in that map particularly was a win condition for sure. But outside of that, I will say that the pressure that's applied from Tones and Iffy, they really, outside of the group that's being played on point 1, which they almost didn't push through point 1, right? But once they go to their comfort picks after that, they have that Venom, that Van Pool. The backline is struggling to stay healthy. Like, it's not necessarily that they're going down a bunch of times, but they are constantly just playing their own life. They can't look forward, and that is a problem. If you can't get on top of things like Iffy, who's absolutely on the back line 24/7, 11 finals there, you can't look forward to your own vanguards. Like Blur was 8-8 because he couldn't stay up. He couldn't provide enough pressure because no one was able to heal him because they're just constantly being dove on. It's just a really difficult comp to push through.
It seems so relentless, right? With the vanguards and the backline constantly, and then obviously having Rita's being so flexible, like switching over to the Daredevil again, like just wreaking havoc there. Everything seems to be clicking. They're winning neutral fights. They're winning everything really. So this is difficult for SSG to really like hone in on a focus in a ban phase, because they have heavily once again focused on the backline, right? They have been focusing on the strategist bans.
I think that's like, it's almost working, but like I said, I think they just need to, well, first of all, not give Elsa to Ritas. Yeah, like you said, Zoe, like that guy's just nasty on it. Can't really give any team Elsa, it seems like. I feel like if we look at the stats, it's got to be 80+% win rate, and obviously it depends on per team, but the Gambit stuff, maybe it's not necessarily going to, I'm not going to say it's falling off, but like specifically once you get rid of that rogue team up, once you maybe force them onto the mag, because the mag team up is good still, but not as strong probably. It's not as obviously OP as like maybe the Elsa stuff is, and especially if you're not going to play Mantis alongside the Phoenix, which gets the damage boost. I'm just not as big of a fan as what they're doing. Like I said, we saw in EU they would ban out like Cloak and Dagger sometimes at the very end, and I think that might be a good play considering Silent Blaze. He's shown a lot of very good Cloak and Dagger play, a lot of good White Fox gameplay, but obviously Logan playing a lot of the White Fox, and then on the Jeff, Silent Blaze is doing good. So I just think maybe focusing on one of those two heroes would really benefit the side of SSG and would result in potentially coming back.
It looks like you can't ban out their backline too, right, guys? Like, I mean, like the backline still gets MVP. Logan MVPs that, and I also think as a team, their whole side is doing a great job of marking Nectar. Like, Nectar has been heavily struggling in these matchups and getting KO'd a ton. I think there's just a great emphasis on tracking Nectar, who's trying to play. It's really difficult to play Psylocke into a team that's not afraid to play Loki and also DD that can track you, and they are absolutely taking advantage of that.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, like, what haven't they tried, right? Like, now I guess you have to focus on banning out the Vanguards, but there's so much flexibility there as well between Iffy and Tones. They've been showing us that they can basically play it all, right? So, yeah, this is an uphill battle for SSG, which are finding themselves in this position to, I believe, most people surprised. I think most people would have picked SSG for this one, and they did expect them to just, like, move on. And then I think Lunex has still been, like, kind of just not laughed at, but smiled at, I guess. Like, oh, it might have been a fluke. Maybe like other teams just didn't show up on match day. But like, I think they're really proving right now that they're the real deal.
They are, man. Like, this team is so good. We're going to Midtown next, by the way, and I think it was either between Midtown or like maybe Museum of Contemplation when we go to another convoy map. But this is obviously the last map in our pool that we could pick from. You know, in the first 3 games, you know, you start on Domination, you could choose between Convoy and Convergence. They chose Convergence in Central Park, did not win. Now we're going to Convoy on Midtown, their last sort of diverse map pick now. And they've done well on this map, right, Zoe? Like, I feel like this team can be good here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we saw them win and lose. Again, like, not the biggest sample size. They might have played it like 4 or 5 times, so it's not an awful lot to go off. But yeah, I think overall there's definitely a lot of comfort there for the individual players as well, just historically. So I'm interested to see what they have in store for us.
Mm-hmm. I feel like small sample size would be a good nickname for me, you know, like for like a short king, like J3 maybe. Maybe we can call him, instead of Focally Challenge, we can call him like the short sample size, small sample
Short
size.
sample size.
Small sample size, yeah.
Amuse Bouge. He's the Amuse Bouge of the streamers. Just a little treat for what's to come. I do love that. I call myself vertically challenged usually.
I like that.
That could be the name of our band, guys.
Yeah. How tall you're giving tall people energy. I run ship.
Yeah,
I
keep
need to
that.
know.
Oh, totally.
Are you
Yeah,
tall?
no,
Huge.
let's
Massive.
live and breathe
Are you one
that.
of us?
Oh
Are
God, I
you-
love
Shit
you
is
for that.
thick.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's pretend like that's so true.
So true. As far as our viewers are concerned, none of us have legs, right? Like
That's
they
it.
only
That's
ever
it.
see. So like they will never know. They'll never
I'm
know.
terrified.
Well, SSG has to put on their big boy pants for this one. They have to show up big, taking down Lunex in a attempt of a reverse sweep in this potentially last and final map.
All right, my friend, and we go into the band phase. As always, it's great talking to Zoe. Incredibly fun conversation, but you know what else is fun? Is it potential reverse sweep or a full shutout by a team that, you know what, kind of was slept on. And the Gambit ban off the rip there from Lunex and the removal of Elsa is pretty consistent at this point.
Yeah, so his only problem is that she doesn't have legs, you know, which I got no problems with that. But I mean, obviously, it's just a concern, I think, in terms of, you know, going places.
None of us casters do, exactly.
No, yeah. Lunex, though, in the ban phase, going for that Gambit ban again, and Space Station. Actually, sorry, that's the change up. Never mind. Didn't Lunex first ban Elsa last map? So SSG are the ones to play the Elsa on a more long range map. Which is definitely like kind of interesting for Lunex, considering I think they would even swap off the Gambit comps in that first domination map and immediately met by that Invisible Woman ban early on.
Yeah, this is going to be a change here for sure. I'm wondering, you know, it all depends on what they've seen in scrims and, you know, their comfort map choice. And this has the potential to see some triple comps, triple Vanguard. It's been typically triple Vanguard, 1 duelist, 2 strats. But, you know, you run that when you have the Elsa available. So we can see what SSG wants to do when they're defending. We'll look at what Lunex elects to do in a moment. But the idea for SSG is have a spawn break composition. Every team has one. I always look forward to looking what they are, seeing what they are. But I'm excited as we are starting up again, back against the wall here for SSG. We have seen teams step up in these moments, and we've seen teams that squander them. Lunex, you know, after day one, kind of looked like a team that squandered them, but they look insane right now, and they are going to be able to play that rogue with the Gambit, and that's exciting as well.
Yeah, why did they immediately go? I mean, I understand Invis is a super strong hero. A lot of people think that character needs to get permabanned. Space Station Gaming look like they kind of are reacting more to what Lunex are doing instead of thinking about what to do against specific compositions. Because it's like you said, and we've seen tones pop up before on the rogue, especially with the Gambit team up. Does feel like a small mistake in that regard, but they're immediately going to go for that Star-Lord band at the very end. I think, I mean, it can be good, but we still allow tank pull to get through and stuff. Like, I think you can counter with other regards, other means. But still, I think you mentioned at the beginning, like, Lunex's ban phase looking good so far. I mean, the only downside is they did get that Elsa through, and that could be the nail and coffin off the rip, as we've seen in the past. But Wolverine protect at the very end for SSG in case there's some Groot stuff that I know that you've pointed out before.
Yeah, I think Groot, you know, hasn't really been removed completely from the very top level meta. I think Groot is such a problem and can take so much space and shut down a lot of LOSs, especially if you try to run, you know, some more unique compositions. If you don't have heavy wall break, teams will struggle, but you can exploit it, like you're saying, with things like the Wolverine as an answer. We're going to, and in general, against triple Vanguard comps, it's always a good option. Iron Fist, we've seen in the past as a decent option with percent-based damage, but Wolverine in the recent changes has just had a leg up. But here we go, folks. Lunex on defense first. Looks like they are thinking about running potentially a triple Vanguard comp. We'll see what that looks like in a moment. I'm not sure Regis is going to be on the Spidey, but at least showing it for now. And the break composition of SSG does have that Wolverine.
Yeah, I'm curious what Lunex do on the defense. Only worrisome factor is that, I'm pretty sure, like, in the history of this team, whenever they do put Tico on Phoenix, I mean, I've liked it, but also considering this map and what this team relies on, it's not necessarily like the strength out of Silent Blaze's hero pool, I guess, is my only concern. Like, White Fox is really good, but when we're talking about a map that's like very sort of linear and the off angles are a bit closer to the main street, obviously, I feel like White Fox does a lot better on those like hard flank angles and stuff where you can go back to the team and stuff. And this is a good map, I think, for SSG to pick because we not only get Nectar in the one-sided LCMS match, but we also get a deal with maybe an easier backline for Lunex.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's crazy because it's such a mental game as well. And it really is. It's not only just momentum based, it's also who's playing well in the day. Nectar hasn't been able to shine so much yet today, although I do believe they are one of the best duelists up here at this level play. But maybe they're just not too worried about it. As Redis goes down early, Blur with some nice commitment there on offense is going to play exclusively to shut down that DD, and that's going to be the idea. Really good comms and great play there, and a huge fastball special potential from Doomed. Out goes a lot of commitment in terms of cooldowns and stays healthy without using the passive.
They're going to play it slow. You see Redis trying to swap to something else that's not DD just because of, like you said, that the thing. And the thing specifically on Midtown as well is always going to be tough. We need to be able to burst them down. And we actually saw, I believe, Navi doing this with Terra on the Punisher. We've not seen a ton of Punisher this tournament so far, but it can kind of work in the situation. However, it's not going to work now, though. You lose Tico again. Another stagger pick for Lunex early on.
Yeah, Nectar hard committing right now, trying to get some vengeance. Does find a two-piece, and this is what we expected when we saw this come through. Necry's walking forward. Good space taken here. I believe this is a pretty strong Emma map as well. Very brawl-focused, and that's why you do see Thing getting some play. And they get that point just in record time, buddy. 5 minutes on the clock here for SSG as Nectar finds another.
This is, the ban phase, I feel like we were talking about it being not that big of a deal, but it is a big deal when you screw up and you let Elsa through sometimes. However, we trade to Phoenix and the Media Ram to find that Nectar tosses out a large rocks. That was a little forced, but regardless, they still have card space at the current moment, can wait for spawns. Lunex finally have ultimates as well coming in after that Meteor combination over Space Station Gaming, but we'll see if they can string together some fights with some fast-paced aggression out of Logan and Redis.
Yeah, I didn't have eyes on. I have no idea where that Glartrox was launched at, but that was a risky angle without a doubt, no matter what. But either way, finding a few picks early on, potentially trying to just make a play happen as a lot of commitment comes out. Out goes the thighs out, cries out from Emma. Match right back by the judgment as we do see Redis with two. My goodness, we haven't seen a lot of Punisher play, but last time we did, it was this exact situation. They get walked in a bit. Redis pulls out the Punisher and excels, although they didn't win last time. See if it works out for him now. Just trying to put a ton of damage out into the thing. And yes, it's working. Redis with a quad in that set of plays. Just looking like just insane tracking, dude.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, at the moment, their ult combinations are working out so well. I mean, they combine the Meteor Rem and the Phoenix ult. Now we combine Raging Roll Flush and the final judgment from Redis. So now they get to also maybe stagger out even more ults out of Space Station Gaming here, switching over to Ultron for Doomed, switching up to that triple composition with the Mantis and the Groot. So fast switch up, and every team in the playoffs are doing this at the current moment. These, really last-ditch reactions. We'll see if maybe the Wolverine comes out later for Lunex.
And here comes the Camino Unleashed. Will this one find value? It's just going to keep the team moving right now. Again, not getting too much value yet, but you can right-click teammates to give them CC immunity. Nice pick there from Blur, who is going to be able to drop backwards, stay healthy at the current moment. Still kind of gets body blocked into that corner and does pay for it as Logan finds one. Even through the healing from Doomed is nutty, but Silent Blaze goes down too. And that is going to be a nice ult there. Going to buy them enough space to move forward and shove them into their spawn. A huge ult opportunity, able to find one from Nectar. I thought I was going to get a few more, but pulls it back to be safe, and you kind of need to do that with the reduction in health on the Glartrox now.
Well, there we go. This was, oh my God, just aggressive plays from Nectar with the Mantis damage boost, just going ham. This is what I thought out of Lunex. They'd switch to the Wolverine. Space Station Gaming, though, I mean, the thing is, Groot, we've seen how strong it is, regardless of this character being in the game without Invis. And yeah, I mean, Nectar just keep going so far, all the way in their own spawn, third phase. Are you kidding?
Like, what is this? Just past their spawn door, still finding value. This is just pulling so much attention, right? And at heal walls up, right? You do have the Mantis on your team, folks. If you have that team up, it's not about just the healing numbers. It's about farming Groot ult.
Wait, they're going to cap the point? Did everybody fall back? Okay, they're still on the point. I don't know if what Nectar's doing is actually good or not. It's definitely interesting, but they lost Blur again. And Nectar's still alive back there, by the way. I just want to... I need like a Nectar POV, please. Can we get Nectar cam? What is he doing in third point? Are they still there? They are. They're still back there waiting for the fight. Here's a Meteor M from Nectarize. They're still trying to win without Blur, but they're missing a lot of the damage dealer. There's Nectar. Shows up. Okay. Jump scare.
What is this, dude? What are we seeing? Come on now, Nectar. What is this? Finding so many KOs. Just a dominant performance. Coming back with a vengeance here on game 3. Nectar is popping off and making a name for themselves. Come on.
That was a little weird. It was a little funky, little monkey out of Space Station Gaming. And for Lunex, I mean, obviously that aided them, aided them like a parasite stuck in the brain. Now they come through with the portal opposite side of the cart. Oh my goodness,
Dude.
and again.
You can't give Nectar this hero either. It's just too much damage right now. Trying to mark now with the DD, and that's going to be the answer that they need. A pick comes through now from the side of SSG, make it 5 after a brief moment, and they're still walking with 2 minutes and 30 seconds on, trying to find a full cap here, putting them in a good spot. Very much an offensive style map if you get it rolling. Lunex does have even ultimates. They'll have almost every single ult besides Tones, which gains very quickly here in this next fight.
Well, the problem is that SSG are playing comp. I think that was popularized a lot last week with the Mantis and Ultron and stuff. Haven't seen it as much in EU and EMEA, but over here, I think this comp is very hard to beat. For Lunex, I mean, maybe they could set up Tones or something, but with a damage boost in the sky, Doomed is going to force everybody to fall back, and they have to actually go aggressive with Redis alongside the Raging Roll Flush, but can't even find KOs through the Mantis.
Now, the commitment comes in with the Endsong Inferno. Doesn't seem to get much value besides pulling out cooldowns. The team is walking. You should see a decent Strangling Prison opportunity here after all this gets used. And there is going to be the first pick, but this time on the side of Lunex on the defense, who are coming back with a vengeance. But there's still a ton of time on for point 3 here. If he's able to find Necrise, the team just going to drop back as a unit once more. Reset on spawn, excuse me. But we will see Tones have an availability in terms of ultimate. If that's able to land right now and not be caught by Necrise, who's very close to that Meteor M, which is a decent answer. As soon as you see a group being a little more aggro, you know to hover that Q button and try to eat that ultimate with your Meteor M and get a 2-for-1 situation. We'll see if that works here in this fight. But if Tones can land it, could be a huge problem.
Well, I wonder if they're going to try to sync up Tico and Iffy's ults, but there's the Groodle, like you said. Here comes the Meteor M, so no, both Meteor M's match each other in the sky. Oh! LeBron James against LeBron James. Necrise takes Iffy down out of the sky. Interesting mirror matchup. Works out for the side of SSG. Now 50 seconds left to go.
Come on, that is a huge land and a clutch moment right there. Just taking and still owning the space. Now Blur has the opportunity to land a Strangling Prison, does that right after breaking that Ironwood wall. Knew it would be worth it at that moment, but it isn't because there's just a huge return to the Raging Royal Flush to cleanse that CC and get them walking 40 seconds. And a dream right now for the attacking side of SSG. Committing that Rage of Ultron maybe just a little bit too later. A little too greedy as Nectar falls. Tones gets another. And now Lunex are stepping back heavy and do have Endsong Inferno soon to have to let the devil out and Kamiho Unleashed.
I think this Gambit is also starting to show up on this third phase. The pace of play is definitely upped by them. And SSG, like you said, having ult soon, but now here's an aggressive play on the opposite side. Here comes the Phoenix ult. Gets deleted out of the sky, though, luckily for them. But regardless, they lose Blur early on. And here's that White Fox in your back line. You do have Mantis to at least sustain and draw out this fight a little bit longer towards the cart. But you have to switch to full stall. Nectar does get Redis at the very least. That's so much damage gone. Tone tries to drop out a Strangling Prison. There's bubbles here, but it's 2 strategists. Are they still alive? The answer is actually yes. Iffy inside the plays goes down.
Necrise, that was dirty too. Some great tracking there. Month and Doomed able to find 2 more. OT now, folks. A lot of ults going to be available here for Lunex, or excuse me, for SSG. And yes, this is going to be a stagger fest. I do believe odds are very much in their favor to push all the way, and they do. They can't even touch there with the Venom, who was right next to the point.
Oh, man. I mean, Lunex were starting to string together fight after fight. Like, you had to feel confident in their play with the Gambit and the fact they found Blur's pick. But the moment Redis went a little bit too far, got picked off, they had no follow-up for these for the Strangling Prisons with those 3 strategists alongside the White Fox shield in there, and then they all played around it. So I thought the Gambit was starting to look better. Obviously, a lot of the Strangling Prisons on the offense were getting cleansed off by Logan. Excellent reads to avoid those. But regardless, job got done from the side of Space Station Gaming, who switched over to defense now after a grueling first attack ship because of what we saw Nectar do with the damage boost throughout first and second phase.
And here's the weird dichotomy about what's about to happen. SSG pushes it the whole way, But you know what just seems to happen on ladder, buddy, is you get confident. You're like, all right, we just need to stop him before point 3. You play a little bit on your heels, and next thing you know, we're in overtime. And this seems to happen time and time again. And I'm looking forward to seeing if Lunex can make that work. I do think Rogue just typically plays more to her strengths on offense, because you can press W a little more, get on top of those strat lines, use that Heartbreaker to pull some of that strat cooldown in terms of, or ultimate charge, I should say. And you get more value out of it. So we'll see if that is the case. But as I'm saying that, no, the switch up from Tones is just going to be for Rocket for the brief moment to give everyone the jump pack that they need. But we'll be going back to that Rogue shortly. But we'll see if it works out for them on the offensive side.
Yeah, it should. But Silent Blaze going back over to the White Fox for the attacking side. And like you mentioned, Chip, I mean, they can control these off angles a little bit more. But right now, I think SSG's comp is just solid at dealing with most things, unless Doom doesn't, like you said, take advantage of this in the sky, you know, have perfect ults kind of also to bait out other strat ults in the opposite side, maybe even to find KOs with a damage boost. So I'd like to see a little bit more of him and Month on this defensive hold.
I'm with you there, buddy. As the fight begins now, holding around the bend a little bit. You see sometimes teams holding a little bit tighter to try to play around that cover, but instead they're going to be driven back quickly towards the ambulance. A lot of teams try to run these triple comps, hold inside that doorway, and then have a second fight here at the ambulance, but things have vastly changed here in the preseason. Nice. I'm not sure just due to meta if that's why, but they always seem to take this fight more close to the ambulance and making it a 2-fight location instead of a guaranteed 3. But it just is the way the cookie crumbles right now. Alt charge going to be up here for Lunex as Logan is very close to ultimate right now off the rip.
I mean, like I said, the teamwork, the synergy, especially when they play White Fox, help Tico to control the off angles. Okay, Tones gets frozen, though. On the low ground to Fidel. Excellent job freezing him. Gambit, Gambit never folds. That's a fold straight. He folded. That's going to be police report. His body is going to be taped up. So excellent work from SSG. Yep.
Pocket aces, immediate fold there. You don't love that. That is a huge W for SSG on the defense. And I don't know if I even agree with that after you lose 2 off the rip. I think it was 1, but either way, the team was very low. I think the idea was, all right, let's just try to force this out before they get ults. And clearly was not the right call with some great tracking and just target prio in that moment.
Yeah, I mean, this map is definitely working out for the side of SSG because of the fact that it's so linear. You do bring back Veritas with that res, by the way, because Silent Blaze is on the Rocket Raccoon because they don't have any flankers to find that BRB. That's at least used, but Doom to this guy, look at that. Oh, dinner time is also met by Rage, so they have the follow-up there. Here's the Phoenix ult in the sky, though, to dive deep maybe onto the back line, or at least wait it out, play for their own life. Does get broken out of it, but it's kind of 1-for-1. We'll see whose root gets their ult off. Here comes Blur, does throw it out. Meteor M not in time, or actually is to dunk on it, but nobody goes down. Excellent job to tank all of that for the Vanguard's counter Groot ult from Iffy on that side. Shield off, but no.
Well
Nectar
done.
still falls to Tico, and Redis also takes down Necrise with a pick-off.
Yeah, that was really well done. It's just as simple as that. All right, now the retake comes through, though. Can they get to this point? I don't believe they can. They cannot. Or yes. Oh, no, they cannot. Yeah, great walls, and that's the upside to Groot, right? That free space. Right at those really crucial moments, you need and just a meter to get there, but you can't do it because there's too many walls in your way. And that's going to be another pick there from Silent Blaze onto Doom, Tico onto Fidel, and now Lunex have a vengeance. But again, SSG had 5 minutes, 12 seconds, 3 minutes and 45 here for Lunex on this attack.
Yeah, the wolf stuff can still work, especially if Necrise gets picked off in that last situation. Nectar, okay. Again, I mean, he's just gone hunting for Logan. I feel like Logan has just gotten shut down by Nectar 3 times in a row now.
There's that Heartbreaker coming in immediately, though, from Lunex, trying to make sure they can stop some of these alt charge gain situations, put them in an advantageous position. But there is that Raging Royal Flush after coming back from the side of Logan. Iffy able to take out Nectar as Iffy gets a 2-piece. Tico onto Doom and Tico again. Iffy and Tico now stepping up in this moment as Fidel cleans up 1, but it won't matter as another pick comes through from Iffy on the Groot. Maybe is the tree. I am Groot potentially from the side of Lunex, who want this space and have plenty of time right now for this point 2.
Yeah, this is the thing we pointed out of Lunex in the past. Whenever Iffy does well, the team seems to follow. And, you know, it makes sense, obviously, with Groot with the team play. Tico sitting on the flank, though, Shib, ready to go with an ultimate against Space Station Gaming, who are grouped up together.
Yeah, this is getting intense, and we talked about maybe playing a bit on your heels when you feel like you had this happen, and Tone's able to find 2, and Silent Blaze able to res back Tico after the early pick, so numbers still in their favor. Huge positive. Wait, they just got the point. Oh my goodness. Wow.
Wait, no, Lunex are running like very interesting backline compositions, but they're working perfectly due to the situations they're in, right? Like the fact that, like you said, the BRB is uncontested, there's nobody to find it, and the pause comes out. Also excellent work from Galactica behind the scenes to pause the game at a crucial moment, but I imagine there's some probably technical difficulties or something happening in the game. But 4 minutes now, Shib, for the side of Lunex in third point. So excellent work from them.
Yeah, I mean, this is very much one of those situations that, like I said, dude, for some reason, when teams push all 3 points here, they just play a little safe and the team exploits it. There is plenty of time for them to get point 3, but I think it is incredibly difficult to get point 3 on this map. I think Groot is one of those answers to this map that allows you to do it, because if you have walls in those moments where a touch means everything, especially with more of a survivable comp, you can win the map, and that's what both sides are using right now.
Yeah, for sure. I think that they're taking advantage of the situation they're in. Also, like, I mean, teams try to like kind of hard focus on like running the meta strategists without thinking about why they're played. And for Lunex, like obviously you don't really think you want to play Rocket Raccoon in the current patch, but because of the situation they're in, like we said, this was kind of something we saw in the grand finals, even at the mid-season. Teams are starting to kind of realize if they don't have any flankers, we could just drop the BRB back in a safe spot, nobody can hunt it, and then we get the free res off. And yeah, we don't get as good of an ultimate, but it may not matter if we're always up one in every single fight. So first of all, that's big. Considering as well, because like Lunex were trying to fight hard for these off angles and it wasn't really working on their defense, but now they swapped off the White Fox, which everybody would consider a very strong hero. It just wasn't working in that matchup, right? Because of the fact there's so much damage coming down range, right?
Yeah, I'm 100% behind that. And I think a lot of the wins that were coming through from SSG were off the back of Nectar getting an insanely early pick, them having numbers advantage and just walking them down. And so when you have that BRB, you start the walk. I think instinctively it's tricky, right? Because when BRB's in play, sometimes you don't know whether they're within range or whatever the case may be. You get the pick and you just instinctively start walking thinking you have numbers advantage. And then you play a little bit sloppy because you are actually even in numbers. You're pressing a little bit too hard and you lose the fight. And that's kind of been the value of Rocket. I think Rocket took a seat back a little bit when Phoenix was consistently played, but Phoenix, you know, not as frequent right now, although is being played by Lunex, who also have that Rocket, right? So it's tricky. It's really working for him on this attack. I'm looking forward to seeing what this looks like on point 3, because the team is likely going to try to either portal close to where this point is, try to hold them at their spawn door, or you know, try to get there quickly, because you need to buy time right now. There's how much? It's almost 4 full minutes on point 3, dude. That is just so much time.
That is. They really should make something up, but they've kind of staggered. Like it was the same problem that I think that Lunex were having on the previous 2 maps. Where they would stagger a lot and can't switch off compositions. Because I think when they were on the offense, and same thing for Lunex, both teams would think we're doing a good job kind of going back and forth, kind of counter-comping a little bit. SSG have kind of stopped that. They figured out this is the best comp that they could play, but there are weaknesses to it, right? Obviously, like I feel like Doomed hasn't been as effective on the Ultron, specifically against Lunex's comp, whether it be the glue, whether it be mainly Tones. I feel like Tones is soaking so much damage. I mean, the survivability of Rogue with the team-up seems crazy, right? Like, you could do so much.
Yeah, I mean, it does make your threat to Ultron ever more present, because you can get up in the sky and a couple kicks. Now with that extra damage from the team up, you're deleted.
Well, what's the best, like, maybe rogue counter that we could see out of the side of SSG in your opinion, Shib? Like, do we go back to the Thing even instead of the Groot, or do you think that's too big of a swap up because he's been doing well on Groot?
It's tricky, right? Because, like, you know, you want to, it's essentially like a dive brawl, like a rush style hero. So you think like, oh, maybe Emma, maybe Thing, but she has a ton of movement, and if you're playing properly, you can. What's that?
Maybe Hulk.
Yeah, Hulk's not horrendous either. Yeah, it's similar to like how you'd mark Cap with Hulk. I think Cap actually struggles into a good Hulk, because you can really trace down, exile in those moments and keep the pressure on. But it's, you know, is that comfortable for your team, right? That's where things get dicey, and that's why we always say the teams that have the most flexibility typically are the teams that excel in this current meta, because there is so much viable heroes to play, so many viable heroes to play.
Absolutely. There's a lot of decisions, and you kind of almost get overwhelmed in terms of the decisions you have to do, right? Like, that's the tough part for a lot of these squads, but, you know, the most flexible teams seem to have the most success. We're getting back into it. Apologies for the Yap session, but we're going to keep going with the Yap session, actually, because it's 3 minutes and 45 seconds left in third phase, like you said, Shib, and this is SGSG's tournament. Life on the line. Obviously, if they stop Lunex here, they'll feel much more grateful instead of having to switch back and forth yet again on offense and defense.
Yeah, they need the momentum here. And right now the momentum's right back into Lunex, who have taken the advice of yesterday, getting that confidence back and clutching up in moments where they've been dicey. And they are making it work. If he finds one, Doomed, another onto Tones there. Look at this space that's happening instantaneously, dude. That's going to be a pick, but they're getting so much room. They're not being able to be held at that spawn door. Their first fight's going to be around the first bend, but you know, this is a time, yeah, now they're going to move them forward. They're going to gap this point, allow it to slowly move backwards, and take the fight right here around this natural cover by the spawn door. It's tricky. This is that lane that certain heroes really do excel at, including things like the Groot on defense from Blur. There is a ton of ults available here for SSG, but the problem is going to be that Logan combination with Regis, which could be massive here with that huge Wolverine play. Let's see if it happens right now.
They go in with it immediately. The switch up, and there's that Groot ultimate. Oh my goodness, that was it eaten or just hit the Luna in that fight? So excellent job from the team, regardless, not get hit by it. Here comes Tones into the back line with the ultimate, does get shut down immediately. In the switch up, and with Doom going over to the Phoenix, panned out for them so far, with Month also switching off of the Mantis.
And here we go once more. Month does have ult available. Out goes that Sia. Ending with the End Song Inferno, a decent combination. Nectar able to find, look at this positioning, by the way. Tico, Month onto Regis, and that's really strong positioning there with great target prio. Able to find one, trying to find a flank angle, and the movement is just, the schmovement, right? It's just disgusting. Another chase down, Doomed with a huge dagger. Oh my, somebody stop them as Nectar once again finds Logan.
It's actually D-Wade LeBron. Too many basketball references, sorry, but excellent work from those two. And the switch up, again, panning out. I think Nectar as well does an excellent job controlling these sort of high ground angles, off angles, whatever you want to call them, with the Luna Snowflake. Oh my goodness, again. Okay, goodbye, Tones. See you later. HP gone if everybody hits a headshot on you. Brutal situation. I guess Black Cat maybe could avoid that damage next patch, right? But okay, Regis can't, even without his passive. Back to the spawn, slow walk, and that's so many staggers for Lunex now, looking like the first map.
Is a little, I mean, probably well-known fact, but a fact maybe if you didn't know, when you slow walk, you reduce movement sound to the point where they cannot hear you. So a lot of teams will do that when they're trying to find a cheeky play with something like the Glartrox here. Iffy with the Meteor M available. Nectar is trying to make that play happen, and there's that ultimate. We're talking about a two-piece, and Dream walking backwards, Yard. Goodbye, Tones, too. A huge ult here, and SSG is clutching up right now, becoming the team they needed to be on point 3, a very defensible side of the map, and a lot was committed. There's going to be an answer with the Kamiho Unleashed from Month, but Tico and Iffy do have another really strong combo that we've seen a lot in the past.
Yeah, Lunex is starting to look a little scared. You know, I mean, they switched Silent Blaze over to the Gambit now for the first time in the series. Logan going to stay on that Luna Snow. And for SSG, they're stringing together these fights. I mean, maybe you can go crazy with Iffy, Meteor MT, the Groot ultimate, but, I mean, Necrise sitting on the defense, it should be easier for this mag, right?
Strangling Prison available. Trying to find something else. The Meteor M goes up with the End Song, and that's that combo. They pay for it, too. It is so difficult to hold on through a combo like that, and I do think SSG made the right call. Do not commit anything. When they use Meteor... Oh, they actually didn't even Meteor M. Excuse me. I thought I heard it in that moment, but I guess not. End Song was enough, so even better by Lunex to really not overcommit there, as Logan does have the dance floor. Iffy with the Meteor M, and it could be something we see here, but Month, Blur, Necrise, and Doomed all available for queues. It's all about value now. Who makes it happen? Tones with a huge dive, forcing out the dance floor early, getting to point. Strangling Prison goes out. Meteor M as well gets launched. And that is going to be massive here for SSG, and it's going to be very difficult for the retouch to come through. Tico switching immediately to the Strange, but OT ticks down. I'm not sure it can get here, folks. The touch needs to happen now, but it does not, and that is going to be a win from SSG that keep the series moving forward.
Yeah, keeps the series moving forward, keeps the reverse sweep hope alive as they win the map at the very least. And you know, they strung together a few fights for Lunex. They got counter-comped immediately as the Ultron stuff wasn't working second phase, and then got snowballed a little bit towards the end. They swapped off it during the pause. Maybe that gave him a breather to come back into it. And obviously, Nectar and MVP, yet again, the streak of these Elsa players just getting the character they want through has just been undeniable. It kind of... Dude. I mean, like, was the Gambit really worth playing if you're just going to get dominated by Nectar like that? 24 final hits?
I mean, that is just obscene. 24 finals, 44k damage. I'm not like, look at everybody across the board. Almost double the opposition, right? Like, that is insanity. That is domination. And I do not think we are going to see Elsa available ever again for SSG in this matchup.
No, I mean, they were doing it too. They were banning the Elsa first for Lunex. You know, maybe you assume on Convoy. No, but like it's good on Convoy and stuff. Maybe they're more scared of the Gambit on this map, and that's the tough part is you have so many decisions you have to make. Like we talked about decision fatigue, but what we're not fatigued of is this series, and SSG are not out of it yet. We'll see if they can come back or if Lunex can close out after this break.
back, relax, and enjoy the flight.
Just watch me now under the moonlight. 저 위로 날아올라. Light shine on my window frame. Audible to my flame. Blinding shining lights. Oh, oh, oh. I feel it skipping way out of control. Lock it, oh yeah. We won't stop it. Flying high is our destiny. Lighting up flaming stars. We're reaching out towards victory. 눈부신 꿈으로 차가운 심장을 쥐고 더 높게 날아가. They can't catch my vibe in my life. We're dancing under moonlight. 손을 꺼버려. Turning up the heat. Gonna get it, oh. We're switching up the lip gloss. Mixing up the crystals. All they want to know how we do it. Now it's time we switch to flight mode. Yeah, 차올라 내 눈빛 봐. 불부터 나 ready now. 떨림이 번져가 이 밤 위로 올라타. 거침없이 난다. 겁없이 뛰어가 flight mode. Be free, shining, flying higher. Feel the spark of flight mode. 우리 하늘 위로 더 rise up. 사라져 fade away moonlight. Gonna burn the night out. Every time my heart's flight we go higher. Eyes wide, right through the starlights. 차가운 공기선을 relax. 지금이야 take flight. We're dancing on the moonlight. 손을 꺼버려. Turning up the heat. Gonna get it, oh. We're switching up the lip gloss. Mixing up the crystals. All they want to know how we do it. Now it's time we switch to flight mode. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Feel it, feel it, feel it, feel it. This
And now we got a series on our hands. Welcome back, everyone. Zoe here, joined by Dogman and I Run Ship. And let's break down how SSG pulled this one back. We definitely saw some changes being made compositionally for them as well. And they came quick at the very end there as well. So I think the adaptations from SSG are really starting to come through. I like the game plan they had heading into this map.
I mean, they figured it out, right? I think towards the
Yeah.
third phase and every map they were making adjustments. That's what we want to see out of these top teams right now, right? Is not to be stagnant, correct?
Yeah, 100% agreed. I mean, honestly, right there, I think, you know, we saw a lot of clean play from Nectar. The whole team definitely locked in more so. Necrise looked great, even on the Magneto at the end there. Saw a little more traditional stuff, but we are going back to Dom, right? And I think Lunex looked really good on Dom. I think their versatility and composition maybe has been a little more versatile and more successful in that versatility. So I'm looking forward to seeing if the bounce back from SSG is enough.
Yeah, man. I mean, right, when something like this happens, like what we just witnessed from Nectar, it's very easy to just like immediately panic and go like, okay, Elsa needs to go. Like, we need to have you focus on that. Like, that can't get through. Is that, what do you think is happening in the Lunex camp right now?
Probably, yeah. I mean, the first maps, obviously, they did that. They strategized around it, and it panned out to ban it first. So, yeah, obviously, you want to kind of go back, especially on the next map, which will be Idrisil. So, this team, well, I mean, it's different, at least because of the fact that these maps are so long range. Also, the reset. So, that's actually a good time to bring it up, too, is because after the first 3 maps that happen, any map is pickable again. It resets back to anything that you've not played yet on top of any map type. So it's a little bit different because of the best of 5 that's changed in the playoffs. But it just saw another good map, I think, for this Elsa comp that, you know, hopefully, like you said, Zoe, is not going to be picked, not going to be not banned by both teams. The double negative doesn't really work, but yeah.
Like, it kind of lost me halfway there.
Yeah.
I do love seeing Lunex back on domination. I think they've just been looking really strong, and especially I feel like they match up so well against SSG in this particular map type where things can get a little chaotic, and I feel like Lunex is having an easier time in the chaos.
Yeah, honestly, I was wrong. Yeah, I guess it's going to Idrisil. So it is going to be another one of those convoy maps, which I am surprised about because I do think they look so good on Dom. Yeah, no, I was wrong. About my bad for leading you astray. But
just rubbing it in on it.
That's on me. Hey,
bury him in the ground. Get the shovels. Get the shovels.
Right with the car. Yeah.
God, Chip, why are you
I think we do
so
get a preview
wrong,
though, but it's so pixelated and I really can't read it. And my eyesight is I'm elderly, so like I can't read anything on my screen, to be honest.
Same.
Everything is a blur.
Exactly.
Yeah, I thought that was like the old map. That was the domination that left us like Shin Shibuya before, you know,
That
when we
left
had those
us.
maps.
Wait,
Yeah, I mean,
gone forever.
our band is not only old but and short. We're short and old, right? So we have the double whammy there, so
Short
we
and
couldn't
old.
read it. But
That's the
yeah, no, I saw something funny in the comments during the break there that cracked me up. Is the only thing that Nectar's bad at is missing shots, and I was like, you know what? I do want to see if that still comes true here on Yggdrasil, because I think that we saw a lot of success from Nectar on the Elsa, but we didn't really get to see a lot of success with the Psylocke. They did a great job marking Nectar in that moment, so maybe we see more Phoenix play, more hit scan play. I think Yggdrasil is a decent Wolverine map too. There's a lot of potential here, and I personally, my favorite map out of all of them, little OG callback there, because this map's been around forever, but I'm looking forward to seeing what they elect to run. This is also one of those maps you can run these weird triple hold comps on.
Ooh, what do you want to see, Dogman?
I mean, I just want to see like the adaptations like we saw before. Like that I want to see those movements, those changes. I think that ship's kind of right on the triple, but I don't know. Like the current patch and the current meta has been sort of changing like in a bunch of different ways, and it's allowing a lot more diversity this week. So I think we just need to see those adaptations. I think Lunex is a little bit quicker. That last map, obviously, SSG still won. But towards the end, it's just that goes back to the ban phase. Like, I feel like when we talked about Elsa being so dominant, that's the only character that I really would just like not want to play against. And I think it's totally fair, especially against the good Elsas. It just feels like the ban phase, you can't really make too many mistakes besides letting Elsa through. The Gambit, I can kind of live with a little bit, but not that character.
Well, we'll find out what the teams have in store for us on this next map very soon. I find it interesting that you said that the ban phase is like open and like there's a lot of different possibilities. When we talked yesterday to Liquid Citadel after their victory, and they kind of just answered with a, like everyone bans the same thing, and therefore we only need to play like a small handful of comps. And we don't really need to stretch ourselves. So, like, I guess it's different for each of those teams. Now, the bans are ready, and so are we. It is still match point for Lunex, which are playing on their map pick of Yggdrasil on Convoy. Guys, please take it away.
All right, the double Elsa off the rip, buddy. If I put money on it, I guarantee you I would have said that would be the case. As we see the lock-in of Invis, this is something that's been way more prevalent over just this ending here of the preseason. Just such a strong hero. It's had some success and it hasn't worked out a few times, so it's definitely still up for debate. But the lockout, goodbye to Gambit after that, and the lock-in of Gambit, I think is a smart play. But again, what do I know? It worked last time when the opposition didn't have it.
Yeah, that is interesting. I mean, we'll kind of figure out as the time goes on if the Gambit really is that good, because I know that there was a lot of heavy reactions after the 20% ult change nerf that happened. Characters like Loki and Invis were prioritized as well after that. We have the Wolverine ban because we want to play the Groot on the opposite of SSG. But yeah, I mean, I feel like the Gambit stuff, I mean, kind of maybe like going back to, remember WAV? Back in the day, obviously used to play for Reason Gaming. I think got kicked last second after the tournament started. But WAV, I think, was like, yeah, Gambit's like dead now. Like, Gambit's not as good anymore. But, teams obviously disagreed with that kind of overall. But it does seem like, at least for Elsa, it's been a perma pick. And for Gambit, maybe not as much, because we've seen teams also prioritize that Mantis Protect that comes out.
Yeah, I mean, Mantis just enables so many different compositions, and I think it's tough because it depends on what you're willing to run. I feel like we haven't seen nearly as much of that, more dive-focused stuff that plays well with the Mantis. While you have like a single duelist, triple backline, enabling something like an Ultron. Haven't seen as much success with that from SSG. They found more success when they switched off that comp at the end there. But that being said, I do think it's still very much a threat, and it is going to be locked in as well by Lunex.
All right, so some potential Mantis or not, but I mean, like for Lunex's side, obviously haven't had as much success off of it, had to swap over off of the Mantis into a 2-2-2 style. But now with this front to back angle, like maybe you have to think about that as well as the Ultron. But they're going to go for the Loki ban at the very end. And that leaves both the Ultron open, maybe some Adam Warlock shib. Like, obviously you still have the Gambit and stuff, but you still run triple on the opposite side for Lunex who get the Mantis in.
Yeah, we haven't seen as much success with Warlock, right? Like, especially in the Americas region. It's been run a few times. Teams have tried, but it's kind of gone to the wayside since it hasn't really worked. There's going to be a little bit of a buff coming in, obviously, with the new season, but that's not in play right now. Just a reiteration for those who maybe missed that. They are playing on the 7-hour patch right now. But here we go, folks, heading in. We're going to see if teams want to run something a little more of stall heavy, but it looks like on the defensive side, that will not be the case. And they're going to run that triple backline instead of the triple Vanguard frontline.
Yeah, I mean, dude, like, Ultron getting buffed is insane, man. Like, I feel like he's already been so meta.
Yeah,
Like, why the hell are they buffing him? I'm sorry. That's just crazy. Like, dude, I've seen like the Reddit page, like the Ultrons are like, oh my God, he's so bad. But it's like, yeah, he's bad with the, I think I've ranted about this before. I feel like I'm actually old man yelling at the clouds right now. So I should cut myself off early. But regardless, Ultron definitely good in triple strategist compositions.
Yeah, and it's also, right, you got to think like top-level play, right? I think Ultron really requires a team to understand natural cover well, understand the correct heroes to be using, and just competence in that triple backline. But Ultron with Mantis,
I'm going to use you as natural cover, coming for these Ultron mans coming after me after this.
Become a bullet sponge. Listen, I don't necessarily want to have that be the case. That is true. That is true, buddy. As we start off here, right now, off the rip, you see the high side positioning from Nectar. It's going to be on that Phoenix, actually, like we kind of discussed there in the downtime. I think that's a pretty good call because I knew there's no shot that Elsa would be back on the table after a performance like that. Nectar with some good natural. Notice the natural cover, like we're talking about right there, playing on that left wall.
I'm just surprised neither team decided to go for the Ultron ban because I feel like this was going to be an obvious outcome.
Yeah, and that's kind of the difference between maybe some of the teams at the very, very top and notice that is a problem, and then the teams that are working their way on the lower side of the bracket right now. It's also comfort, right? If you scrim against a team and they really haven't shown that they provide it well, like that's all just information that you can use to your advantage, but it's stuff that we really won't really know unless you are that statistician on the team. So there is the engagement. I'll say there's a lot of space being owned here already off the rip as no one's gone down. Really good attack by Lunex.
Yeah, we've seen on this map, okay, immediately Nectar finds the pick on the off angle. Dude, Nectar is one of the better players at, being gross, first of all, in terms of aim, but obviously controlling off angles. Like, it's just amazing. Maybe Nectar, Delena, these two players have a great understanding about controlling off angles. I think I was watching Light watch back some of the top players in this game. SSG were playing. Nectar was really controlling off angles on Psylocke. Phoenix, where he mentioned, I think, Sparker's gameplay, for example, who was a lot more front-to-back style. So you can see the difference in opinion in terms of play style, enabling Nectar in that first fight, who took the off angle and Regis didn't.
Yeah, look at ults here, though. Virtually everyone going to have ult available. Tones launched ult there. Did not seem to work out. I must have at this point because I already had 44%, unless the switch came through. I have to double check on that. But Silent Blaze not having ult yet. Out goes the boundary. Regis able to find one off the rip onto Fidel. Is going to put the offense in a good spot at the side of Lunex. Meteor M is up too. Does that one land? It does. Necrise out of the sky, I believe, onto Tico. That's dirty right there. Ensong Inferno lands, pulls a lot of those cooldowns and walls away, but doesn't get much else. And even being down early on, SSG retakes the space. Blur, though, finds one onto Iffy. Great drop back attack there. Blur on the defense, is able to collapse in and find the stagger. And that is kind of what they're looking for now. SSG will have Strangling Prison available, which can cut through Silent Blaze with that resurgence.
When you talked about him, Necrise so far, Magneto last map and this map has looked great. So enjoying this so far for SSG, and like you said, ult's available.
Yeah, I do think another very strong hero on the sticks is going to be Magneto. Play a little slower and just kind of plays into the advantage of having a controller in terms of movement. But here goes the next engagement. Out is everything. It's all a neutral fight here, folks. There is no more answers as the Strangling Prison and the Resurgence both get committed. Nectar, what do you know, in the neutral, able to find one. Keep the pressure on, make it two now. Nectar, come on. Still walking as all the cooldowns go down. Great wall there to buy even more time and space. Wow, there was a good stun option there, but an incredible Invisible Woman wall to push that away.
I don't know if Nectar just had lucky POV timings or what. Like, it's just crazy.
Shout out Observer.
Yeah, for sure. And Nectar, obviously, well known now by everybody watching for how gross they are in terms of aim. But Lunex switch it up. They now go Tones over to the Venom. Obviously, not enjoying just walking straight into the into the Phoenix shots. Wants to be a bit more proactive. But speaking of proactive, here comes Doomed with the Ultron's Rage, met by Invisible Boundary.
After going low, hitting the skies, going to come back with full HP. Just kind of provide a little bit of pressure. Spawn exactly where they initiated. You'll see a little Phoenix there for those who maybe don't understand that. That's exactly where the spawn's going to be. You can try to play around that in the future. Maybe nice tackle and nice play by Blur there onto Iffy, and they're walking again, dude. This defense from SSG, this whole team is locked back in.
Yeah, they look locked in, and then Lunex just look lost right now, man. Like, okay, 5 seconds, 4 seconds. By the way, they're about to lose. They need to touch. Somebody goes in. It's Tones. And he ultimates afterwards. I mean, they're going to have Ensong Inferno coming back from spawn. But you still have to delay for these straddles. Maybe Silent Blaze is now onto the Jeff, like we've seen earlier. Regis takes down Nectar, though. Okay, you find one. But here comes Blur. Win aggressive. Maybe too aggressive, but it's the Gambit ult. Everybody is still here. Phoenix Soul comes through, but the support is too strong on the defense. Strangling Prison holds everybody inside a tight angle together, and Regis falls.
Yeah, and you can actually use that Ensong Inferno from Phoenix to touch point to try to stall, but it's not going to matter. Wow. What a defensive hold from SSG, who woke up after these first 2 maps and do not want to go home just yet, folks. On the offense they go, and this is what we're looking for from game 1, buddy.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun match if it goes to yet another map. Also, wait, hold on. So Lunex picked this map, by the way.
Yeah.
Correct. So that is also kind of weird because Lunex also lost to YWL. Lost on this map before. I mean, I understand it's like they like this map. They've picked it before, but man, it's just not. They look lost. Like, they look straight up lost. Like, their tanks were walking in shit, like, and just dying. Like, they just, like, would walk straight into Nectar's crosshairs, AFK in the brainer almost. Like, it's a team effort, obviously, and you can see it, that the team doesn't know what they're doing.
Dude, I think a lot of it, and, you know, not to keep, because the entirety of SSG is looking strong. We mentioned Necrise, obviously, and Nectar, but I would say the positioning there from Nectar on that off angle, just constantly pressuring the right targets, right? Notice how rarely was Nectar shooting a Vanguard in the front. It was always a pick on a strategist or duelist early on. So really, really strong play there. It forced them to constantly be looking in an off angle, allowing the front line to move forward. The defensive side just looked practiced from SSG, and Lunex just wasn't expecting it, but they've got to do the same thing here on defense, and you can see the comp coming in, looking pretty traditional for the side of Lunex.
Well, you can see the swap was a bit slow. I mean, you can see, like, the Mantis comps, specifically, Lunex just haven't been so good at. Like, they're better at this style now that they're playing on defense, which is this Jeff alongside something else. It's just specifically with the Mantis, as we go into a pause, that they're not good at. Like, we saw in Domination, they had to switch off of it as well. They tried to play it on their tank with the Ultron stuff, but honestly, in terms of the Ultron mirror, Space Station Gaming look a lot better. So we'll have to see how Lunex adapt, because at the current moment, I mean, they just can't. They can't fight this Mantis mirror. It's just not going to work with the Ultron in the sky on SSG's side.
Yeah, it's tough because I do think that the entirety of Lunex plays well into these more divey, hyper speed comps that move in quickly. But I think the positioning and idea and the entire comp was countering that, and they didn't know what to do. Like you're saying, they kind of panicked. We saw heavy swaps at the end, and I think it was just too little too late. I like the cap idea to maybe mark Nectar. You wanted to get on that off angle and just pull some of the damage away from your backline. But it just came out just at the very last 30 seconds, and it forced ultimates out to touch point. It was a tough look, but yeah, SSG, dude, they woke up. They're looking incredibly strong right now, and I think they played that map to perfection, at least so far, but there is an attack to happen.
And I think as well, this kind of all goes back to Central Park, where you know, for SSG, I think they didn't adapt in the second phase, I believe, as well. And I think they had a similar comp available. I'm trying to remember if they had the Mantis ban or not. But, you know, regardless, Doom switched over to the Star-Lord and stuff, and they tried to play like a traditional 2-2-2 style. It just wasn't working for them, though. You know, kind of in a similar boat to, I think, like is it Na'Vi, I believe, that just play like nothing, or Heretics that play nothing but Mantis triple compositions. So right now for SSG, they look pretty good in these triple comps. And, you know, if they just switch Doom over off of the Star-Lord onto maybe another strategist off the Ultron, because he's looked good on that so far. So it's kind of the onus is on Lunex to make these adaptations to like the Jeff stuff sooner, because we could be going to a potential map number 5.
Yeah, and I just looked, the Mantis was not banned on the go-around of Midtown, so you're definitely right there. Yeah, man, I'm not sure what the answer is. I think it's also, you know, I brought it up, and, you know, I brought it up early on. I just think that when they have these in the bag, for some reason, Lunex just seems to let it slip through their fingers, and it's not over yet. They can absolutely win this series, and I know that they have the talent to do so, but they need to break that mold that they've been in of being up heavy, whether it's in a map or a series, and then just looking like a totally different team.
Oh yeah, absolutely, they do. And, you know, obviously, by the way, the pause just came out. I believe the pause was on Necrise's side, on SGC's side. You know, they're still taking their time, obviously, figuring it out, you know, but you would assume, I imagine the viewers are like, guys, you know, we only got 71 meters. And by the way, we're getting back into it. You know, it's like talking about somebody who's balding, you know, just like, let it go, bro. You know, shave it off. You're going to lose this map.
Yeah. Do something about it. You know what I mean? No, here we go. Off the rip on the attack. You can see no real change here for SSG. They don't need to. And then Lunex going back to a comp that they have found success with, like you're saying, with that Jeff. But the games begin as the point has already pushed to the first turn. This is typically where you'll see teams portal in on a full hold composition with the Vanguard front line. But just nowadays, these teams are getting around this first bend with no real issue. And there is a great position. And notice how Necra is playing off to the left here, forcing eyes in a different direction, using some of these cooldowns to get back to the team. That's the kind of stuff you want to see from a top-level Vanguard.
Absolutely. Minute off the clock, Ultimate's built month. Look how fast he built it. but they will be against Logan with the invisible boundary. Also, Groodle soon. Can they live long enough for the Groodle to come out?
Yeah, how goes that very quick boundary? Strangling Prison coming in, though. Will that work out? And no, and that is Silent Blaze, Tico, and Ritas finding a three-piece there. Still 3 minutes left, plenty of time. Commitment goes out from Lunex with Tones and Logan. Month, obviously, ulting in that fight. So that is, the idea is, that's a win because you don't have the Gambit, but either way, it's still a 2-for-1.
Well, they played slow. They got the Groodle fast from Tones. That was the big reason they won it. Otherwise, I think maybe SSG close out on them. Regardless, like you said, Shib, Ultimate's available for them. This time, it's Blur's time to shine.
Yeah, and there is a ton of Qs available. Silent Blaze, with that It's Jeff, is potentially the only answer to a lot of this stuff that's about to happen as Doom starts off right now. Great eat there from the Magneto of Iffy to find Nectar in the backline, and great transition, eating a lot of that damage and finding value. There is a Strangling Prison that goes out. Meteor M there, bang, Doom find one, Blur another, and that's two, and an Endsong Inferno forced out from Tico without much value. Up for the attacking side of SSG, Doomed with one more, and like you're saying, looking strong on that Ultron right now. Oh, that's huge.
But he has to stay cart, though. They have to stay cart because there's nobody else coming in. Oh, Endsong Inferno. Anybody else here to touch with the strength portal? No, it's done. Next map, SSG have won, tying it up. 2-2, Shib.
And folks, we have ourselves a game 5 here. The bounce back from SSG being massive once more massive than a low taper fade meme, folks, as we are going to see another full series here when their backs are against the wall. Losing team goes home. It's all about this next match.
Yeah, we'll see what the map is, right? That's kind of the big thing. There's so many decisions we have to make. Obviously, the last 5 maps played cannot be picked. We can't go into Convoy. We have to think about a Convergence or Domination. I believe it's kind of spoilers, so we won't talk about it. We'll see what it is later. But obviously, the Ultron stuff, maybe we want to get rid of it. Maybe we want to go to a map Ultron is not as good. We have to think about that later as the reverse sweep is on the line, and Lunex might be a little nervous. I'll see you after this short break.
Alright, apologies SSG, we're not familiar with your game. They locked back in, taking us the distance. They just refuse to lose. Especially a few certain individuals, which once again just popped off. Like, yeah, okay, Nectar, not gonna play the Elsa, no problem. Phoenix looking just as deadly and dangerous. Overall, I really like that triple strat in SSG's hands. I think they did a lot for them.
Absolutely. I mean, this is a comp that obviously they're very good at, and we'll see if it keeps moving. I think a lot of these teams identify it definitely as like being really good strat comp players. Like we've seen that in the EMEA as well, focusing on a lot of these Mantis comps. I want to see maybe Lunex ban one of these characters out early, and maybe don't even play the Gambit comp even, because like I like what Silent Blaze was doing on Jeff sometimes, and those sort of styles. Obviously going over to Domination, it flips a lot of things on its head.Maybe they'll be able to shut down the side of Space Station Gaming a little bit better, considering they did map number 1, but I still think everything's up in the air, like you said, Zoe. Everything is undecided on this next map.
Yeah, I think, like you're saying, the Jeff's super strong here. The Invis, they're very comfortable on that with Silent and Logan. There's a lot of off-map potential. You know, we even saw, you know, in the other side, when you're looking at Necrai's not afraid to pull out the Angela. I would argue that that's probably the map to pull out Angela. She still excels there, can bully frontline, force your frontline into running things that maybe aren't as advantageous for your composition. We've seen a lot of strange portal plays here. There is a lot of unique stuff that can come into play, and I think Lunex needs something like that right now to happen for them, because they are just on their heels. It's just that simple. They're a team that cannot seem to clutch these wins when they have them in their like grasps of victory. They're so close, they just crumble. So I need, you know, to see some change. Yeah.
It is so frustrating because they're this good, right? Like they're up in a series 2-0, and then it starts to crumble for them. Like, why can't they close it out? Be that in a map within a map, be that in an entire series, like they really have to lock in. That said though, as much as it may be them just kind of like falling apart, I do think SSG cleaned up their act. I think they were a lot more decisive, which they kind of lacked before, right? That goes back to like, is their target focus on point? Like, no, it wasn't, because they weren't on the same page. They weren't on the same page about going in aggressively. They looked like they got their act together here on that last map.
Absolutely, and it kind of goes down to that's what they play around best, like is the Nectar comps, and it makes it a little bit easier. The puzzles kind of fall into place. Like sometimes not even the players know why they get good out of nowhere. Like it just, you know, happens. It happens sometimes, right? Your team is better at certain styles. They synergize around it. Some players have better mentalities for certain comps. You can see they love to play around Nectar. That's the team's sort of identity. And when we have to put him onto like a Psylocke and he wants to go ham and aggressive, kind of like Tap, who is not on any of the teams so far in this tournament. But these are very hyper-aggressive players sometimes. You could see even in the KO feed how many times Nectar was going down. Now that they have that strategy, that support, now that they have the help, they're going to get a lot more done.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think, and I also think that as a whole, when you're looking at this team, I think that Space Station does a good job with more traditional comps, stuff that worked more in the last meta, at least for the Vanguard front. They're not really running these super aggressive front lines that are aggroing. They play better when they can sit back and, like you're saying, enable the duelists, enable Nectar to find value, and they're just playing off that.
Yeah, I want to see both teams going back into a flow state, not overthinking it, playing to their strength in order to close it out 2-2 the series. This is an elimination match, and only one team will continue their run in the lower bracket.
Last time, Bud, we went to map 3, 99% virtually on both sides, and every single go of it. It is going to be intense, and folks, losing team goes home out of the playoffs here for the preseason. Nobody wants that. It is intense, and I'm sure the nerves are high. You go from butterflies into bees in the stomach, and you can see the bands go, ooh, they are going to allow the one-sided Elsa matchup here.
Hey, maybe this is the time it works. I don't know. I mean, they're going to try to counter a lot of the heroes that can support it, maybe the Mantis and stuff. You know, in SSG, like, what do they want to go at first? Like, do you want to protect the Elsa? I mean, obviously you do, surely, right? So that's going to happen. Then Lunex obviously have the choices behind them. Like, do they want to go for those Loki bans? Do they want to go for the Mantis bans and stuff? Because, I mean, we've seen squads like SSG do well with those compositions. So, you know, with Lunex, they have decisions to make, obviously. I think the Mantis, that's a smart one. They've done well with the Mantis comp so far. At least you remove that. But it is still, like, yeah, you said, Nectar on the Elsa is always a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, but this is where things get tricky, right? And I said, I do think Lunex can run these more unique compositions that throw a team for a loop. Yesterday, you like to call it the cheese dog, and I do agree. I think cheese comps can absolutely work, especially in domination. They throw your team for a loop, you get the point early, you stall for as long as possible. It's a 99% situation. You lose one fight, you come back and you win the map. And that's the kind of stuff that can absolutely work. And I think Lunex does that well. But the question is, Can they do it well while Nectar is peppering them with the strongest, arguably the strongest hero in this meta?
Yeah, it's going to be a decision that Lunix have to make. And you can see, obviously, focusing more towards strategists, trying to get that one-sided invis. I don't know if I whoa. They didn't go for protect. They can go for anything they want now on Lunix's side.
And whoever is controlling the bands, Doomed, is fired. No, that's either an ego play, an accidental play, DC. Who knows what has happened? But goodbye to the DD there. And the lock-in of Strange is going to be the case in case they elect to remove Strange, so you don't have that portal back.
Yeah, and they get the invis team up. I mean, also, like, I guess maybe you're like, you can hide some stuff by not going for the protect there. You know, you don't make it obvious what you want to do, what your game plan is after the Elsa and who wants to protect you. It is interesting, though, because, like, I mean, the Jeff stuff is still available alongside Venom, so maybe I was thinking, like you said earlier, that last man Venom could have maybe been good for SSG. Wait, is Doomed AFK? Okay, no, he got Jeff at the very end. Okay, interesting. And that's actually a good switch up, though, because of what Silent has been doing.
Dude, I love that. I think that's a great play. I think Jeff gets a ton of value here. And Silent, although, early on map 1 on Dom, we said, struggled a little bit. That's just due to the comp that they were going against, right? But, it looked dominant. Looked really good towards the end, and especially on future maps. So great ban there, in my opinion, for your final ban. I think Strange is another one of those unique ones that could have worked. And you can see if he floating that Strange off rip, and Necry's doing the same. We might see either an early point position, the idea of a kidnap, but I do think it's just going to be all about getting to that point quick.
I'm a little nervous if I think if I'm a Lunix fan. We'll see moving forward because, obviously you get that Mantis ban on the opposite side, but we've seen so far the squad for Lunix just haven't been able to make Mantis work and made the Jeff and stuff work. So we'll see how this pans out for them. For Space Station Gaming, I kind of like the ban phase, except, obviously getting the one-sided. I mean, Elsa is like always going to be a huge benefit. So for Lunix, I think their backs are against the wall ship. It's as you and Zoe mentioned, they just always seem to just lose when they are this close to winning. We'll see if they can finally break that curse, but it's an uphill battle after letting the Elsa through.
Yeah, and we will begin here, folks. You can see Doomed on that Wolverine. It's another one of those maps that you can see a lot of off-map plays, especially right now. Necry's likely getting them to point quickly on the Strange. Another one of those heroes that plays well on controller, owning that height now. Everybody going to jump out, and again, it's just about getting here. The counter portal from Iffy is going to be behind, and that might be a funky little spot there because they can play around their own wall, or their own shield, teleport as a wall, and I think the portal play comes out on top for the side of SSG in that, but again, maybe didn't catch it in that moment.
Good re-release to start on the Wolverine as well for that Groot. A lot of cooldowns used early. By the way, damage coming through from Doomed, who has that snowflake on him. So he can just play as aggressive as you want. Look for those hooks. Look for those plays around the corner. If he falls so low, but does fall back. Ult's coming up soon now, I think, for Lunix. As at the moment, though, SSG trying to keep Doom alive. Oh, no, he goes down.
Logan, once again, with some strong damage and a great wall to isolate. And again, that isolation didn't allow the Stretch to look forward, and they find value off it as now Lunix are looking up in numbers, trying to get this point, and it will go their way, slowly but surely, as the drop-off goes now. Ooh, Gartrox gets committed, though, as Nectar falls. Rita's able to find one, and maybe this banning phase was the way they wanted. They anticipated Nectar on that pick, and it didn't matter, as they will get point, 10% and climbing for the side of Lunix.
Yeah, man, I like it so far because they have Ritas on that Phoenix compared to was it Tico on the Phoenix on the previous map, and then the Mantis, was it either Silence Blaze or something? But regardless, it's nice to see Ritas back on the Phoenix with the hard pocket at the very least. And for Doomed, a little bit too aggressive. Fidelno going to the Cloak and Dagger as they know they want to play this sort of front to back style. But early setup now from SSG on the top left. Early to go for Lunix.
And there is that boundary off rip, right? As you see, Silent Blaze, allowing them to just try to hold on for a moment. Commitment on point, about halfway there right now. Tico, great positioning here, owning the height, especially when you have something like Logan on this Loki. You can deal so much damage when you've 3 stacked up with clones, which apply so much healing and pressure at the same time. The commitment comes through. There is that end song, bang on a tight ceiling, but wow, that was a dirty fade there from Cloak to keep everyone healthy. Perfect timing.
Yeah, excellent timing for sure, and they want to now walk back in once they get cooldowns. Copy comes out on the attack. Month goes first, but afterwards, they're going to pull them after. Ayabagamoto comes through. Was anybody there even to follow up? So interesting eye as it doesn't catch Month.
Month trying to break walls behind. Notice that is always the priority. You don't want Groot to get too much value. Fidel going to copy up, get onto point, and SSG's just trying to stall now. 64% here for Lunix. Silent Blaze finds one, though.
Silent Blaze finds Doomed. He actually went in with the Wolf ult, too, so that's that ultimate gone. on top of going down, but at least Space Station Gaming are in control of the point. They forced them off for now. Regardless, still losing Blur. SSG are forced back once more. Shiv temporarily controlled the point, but it doesn't end up mattering. Large Truck's late again from Nectar. It's deleted yet again.
You can see here, teams are fighting, heading towards spawn as much as possible, but Lunex really has control over point at the moment, looking very strong, secure. They're just going to allow it to tick through while they own this space. Really good play right now on a composition I'd love to see. And you can see the force swap here from Space Station trying to match us a little more consistently, but the Mantis value, Mantis stonks are growing here as Redis with some good positioning deals a ton of damage. And once again, wants to head in there with the Ensong Inferno in a brief moment.
Here's the Ivok as well. He goes down. Doom falls again. That's the, was it third, fourth time in a row? Doom's been target focused before the fight even begins. Cloak too late now, Shib. And I mean, they're going to have to keep stalling, but how much longer can they stall out at this point without a member of their squad?
Tricky right now. Doom's going to get back quickly, but would have been a little faster was the Strange portal, but was very close to ult. Didn't want to commit that. Out goes the Resurgence. Wow, Tico able to find Blur. Lunex are stepping up right now, folks, as another pick comes in from Redis. A third now as a team, as Redis finds two. The stun does not seem to land, and this should be it. It is. Wow, Lunex are going to find that map decidedly, and they want to reverse this situation of them consistently losing these uphill battles.
I mean, good fights from Lunex there, too, and I think the Daredevil ban kind of coming into fruition, I think, for the side of Lunex at the very end, just through the fact that, I mean, that was supposed to be a good map, a good round for Doom on the Wolverine, but, like, he was so focused on Lunex's side. Excellent target focus from them, looking a lot better throughout that map, so for Space Station Gaming, I mean, like, we need to see it maybe slow it down a little bit. Maybe Fidel also gets that Cloak ult and go aggressive with it over Lunex, who have just that Mantis. But regardless as well, I mean, you have to deal with that team up with Doctor Strange that we always talked about at the tournament, Shib. Like, they have the full team up with the Mantis alongside it now.
Yeah, and if he's looking really clean, saw some big ultimates there too. But you know what, buddy? The question that is going to be in SSG's ears, if they do lose this, is were they going to save the Daredevil? You know, that's going to be ringing in their minds, I'm sure, overnight, because that lack of not having that lock that they just slept on, unfortunately, could be the deciding factor of them losing this and force Doomed onto things like now going to be playing the Moon Knight, which we really haven't seen as much success with in this meta at all. It seems a little bit scrambly to me.
Yeah, I mean, on top of that, like, I just can't believe they also let the Mantis, in hindsight now, the Mantis Invis in Doctor Strange, just because we saw that so good in the past, and also teams at least ban one part of it. But obviously with how Lunex looked on the Mantis earlier, it didn't end up mattering. Okay, Doomed, sure, just take out two on Moon Knight of all things.
Psych, I lied. It looks really good. What am I saying? Goodbye. Well done there, Doomed. Finding them in that corner and is finding a vengeance with a three-piece now as Fidel is able to find one pick there for the fourth. And they have pushed them now to their spawn with ult advantage and the combination of Blur Doomed. And the beauty of this is the idea is you want to counter that Mantis because Mantis using that Soul Resurgence is still very susceptible to the Groot Knight combination. Cannot escape the Strangling Prison, much like Luna or Cloak can.
They're walking up at the moment. You know, and they had a solid advantage, I think, in that fight. We'll see what Redis wants to do now, who is on that Wolverine. But Iffy again, I mean, sure, we're going to look for this Agamotto in the middle of the fight. Also block this Groot ult. Right now, he's had to deal with this Wolverine on the backside. Here comes that Mantis on the backside. Groot ult in the back. Here comes that Moon Knight combination that you talked about. Overhealth is there, but it's not enough to save Tico. Iffy also falls. Follow-up is there. Reset once more for Lunex.
This is exactly like we predicted, buddy. They went the Groot Knight as soon as they heard the Soul Resurgence. Pop that Strangling Prison, goodbye to everybody. You just can't do much about it. If it lands on that Mantis, she theoretically is gone unless you have like a Magneto bubble and a bunch of protection and a ton of focus by the backline, but really difficult to go through Moon Knight as well as just raw outputs of just damage from the auto attacks across the board. So great play there once again by SSG, who are not giving up yet, folks. There's the reverse Strangling Prison. That one's going to find Nectar, who does go down. Rita's going to clean that up quickly. Month copies up here. We'll have the stall potential as Rita finds a two-piece. And there is going to be that walk down with the Eternal Bond.
Yeah, are they going to wait it out, though? Because this allows Portal to come through. I would have figured Redis maybe tries to go aggressive for a play to pull him out of the Cloak ult, but he doesn't. Allows them time to come back. So the Moon Knight versus Moon Knight combination, not available, though, because Groots are down. But regardless, Strat ults are going to come out on both sides. Again, Redis gets the pull, so slow play ended up working for Lunex's Space Station Gaming. Their game plan the whole time was the reset.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good kite, right? But that's kind of the idea. The reason that ult was committed is to buy you 13 seconds on point. Now you're at 91%, and if you're looking for SSG to win this, you essentially just want to build a ton of ults and win one singular fight. But Lunex did a great job not overcommitting there either, as they're going to have almost 4 ults available. They will have 4 ults available, but they don't have the combination with Tones just yet. So it's all about if that is going to be the issue. Will Doom get more value, or will Tico? Tico starts it now. Does not seem to get a pick just yet. Drives a lot of cooldowns out of the, out of the wayward side there, but they start up now with the walk down. Sonic Seduction doesn't seem to get much value, and everybody's a little nervous right now. You can see it.
Yeah. I mean, they're not playing normally for sure. Like, both teams definitely feeling it. 40%. They go aggressive with Invisible Boundary. Doomed has the ult, obviously, but they full disengage again from SSG. Playing safe, but could it be too safe, Shib, as Lunex, if they get, to 90%, I'd be a little nervous, especially since they're already on round point.
They're going to walk in with Fidel here, I believe is going to be the case. They're going to try to get this Groot Knight combination, and that could be the game winner. That's the entirety of what they're thinking right now. Fidel does have ult, and they're going to have to walk forward. They will have an answer with Silent Blaze, but that doesn't matter much if that Moon Knight ults in. Invis also will struggle with that, and there's that combination I'm talking about. Match right back by the boundary. Will they get the Strangling Prison? It finds, no, it finds 2, but a huge eye comes through. Doomed, able to find 1, traded from Tico. Both sides evened out, playing safe again. Both teams nervous. Glortrox hits the wall. No, it was not able to work. Nectar tried, and an answer from Tico on a Necrise. Wow, this is just textbook from Lunex, who will come out of this on top.
Are you kidding me, Lunex? How are they coming back into this? They're also having Regis come back with the ult in the moment. Goes through the flank, could make the play of a lifetime to end it. To recap, or rather to keep control of the point after the portal potentially was used earlier. Here comes Necrise, who's on Angela's comfort pick at this rate. Gets grabbed out of the sky, but Nectar! Oh my god! They've woken up again, but Necrise trades back Tones, at the very least comes back through main to bring SSG onto the point. Regis not even setting up his ult. Gets 2 shish kebab on a spear. Allowed Lunex to get reset. SSG now have to rely on a portal play clutch.
Yeah, we talked about this is going to be the map you want to see that, Angela, if it's going to be run, and that is straight value right there. Nectar with a huge pick. This is up in numbers once again. Lunex had it in their grasp once more, but oh my. Oh, Doomed with a huge opportunity there. Doesn't matter. That's 2 goes down as Fidel finds 1, Doomed another. This is just a matter of time, I believe, unless something magical happens, and it is not going to be the case. That should do it for the tied up map. We're going to map 3, folks, as the rest will subtly, slowly fall. A quadra now for Doomed, and oh my, it's not over yet.
Holy crap, the Game of Thrones, baby. Game of Thrones? Move over, baby, because we have a tied series so far and a tied map differential. Eldritch Monument, the next map. And, I mean, Shiv, I feel like that's kind of on Regis a little bit. Like, obviously, it's more the whole team. But, like, I feel like we've seen the good Wolverine players make plays, right? Like, you grab somebody out of the Cloak and Dagger ult. Like, you can maybe pick somebody up and maybe get an aggressive ult. We see the leap into, shift combination into a grab with the ult or whatever in the mid-airs. We see a lot of the top Wolverine players do it. Regis never made the play, and I would have liked to see him do it.
Yeah, I mean, this is just insanity. You can look at alt charge. Advantage going to be slightly in the favor of SSG, who are going to be locked into the comp that they were running there. At the end, it's, in their favor right now. Nectar has Glortrox available, but I'm just surprised that Lunex did not win that. I mean, SSG had everything. They used everything and got nothing. Lunex had it in their grasp and just kind of panicked with it. Once again, it is going to be Regis with a huge last stand potential play here. Nectar does have another ult available, like we're saying. Doomed, Month, Fidel, Necrise, all going to be in tone right behind.
Whoa, Tico got sniped cross map. There's a yeet of a grenade from Blur. Insane shot. And, with that potentially slows down Lunex's fight, who doesn't have much to set up with. They still ult. They're going to invis boundary, but the portal point unlocks. No portal. Doom gets grabbed by Regis. So there we go. Nice play from him with the invisible boundary, as there was no shot ult. Also goes in with the ult. Finally, Regis comes through with the follow-up, and there we go. Nice opening moves, but they still have strat ults for Space Station Gaming. In fact, both of them, and Lunex are missing everything. So Regis, again, would have to go off and pull somebody out of this ult.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Wow, disgusting. You talked about Regis needing to stay. Oh my, that is a massive Glortrox. Oh, Nectar with a 2-piece, even to numbers by themselves, and another answer comes back in as Doom's gonna clean that up. More will fall now as Nectar is looking for a quadra, and they retake the point. Oh my goodness, are you not entertained?
Yeah, both Wolverine players a little nervous on the first 2 rounds. Doomed, obviously, in the first round, and then Ritas on the second. But now it's Ritas, on this offense that has to make a play. Doom now switches back over to the Moon Knight, of all things, to combine with Blur yet again. Let's see how they want to play around Tone's ultimate. Obviously, he has it with the Phoenix combination. Maybe they can go for the Meteor M as well. But Nectar, again, these off angles, we could talk about them all day. Controlled it yet again, at least forces pressure onto the back line.
The reset comes through. Alt advantage going to be slightly in the favor of SSG, but not for long. Silent able to find one off the tackle there once more. Huge tackle from Ritas, who's stepping up. Blur goes down. Iffy finds one onto Fidel. And that's going to be a good start here and a potential quick retake. It's all about the stall now. Can they stay there? Not for long. Logan with some good shots onto Necrise. And that is going to be the retake at 47%. And now alt advantage Loon X. Once again, folks, we have a trade here.
This has been really back and forth, and I think the Invisible Woman edge is making a big deal in this, obviously, with Silent Blaze being able to pull the other Wolverine if necessary. Doomed obviously switching to Moon Knight because of it, but maybe that's why you'd want Doomed on maybe the Elsa, Nectar onto the Psylocke, or vice versa, like we've seen before out of them, regardless of upcoming fight. So many ults, but it's that huge Groot ult from both sides that is totally available alongside the neutrals out of both duelist players.
Boundary gets committed. You can use Strangling Prison to try to pull out of Boundary. Not sure where that lands. Looks like Tone's able to find Fidel and Nectar through it, and he's up on the height there on the ramp. Well played, and that's going to force them to stagger here at 51%.
Yeah, excellent play. Nice read and shift of momentum. Necrise falls back. So does Doom. Stagger's maybe coming out. Doom getting hard staggered. Goodbye. They already know he has the Moon Knight ultimate. Let's see how they play it. I think neither team has actually made a full direct counter to any of these Groot ultimates. At least 1 or 2 people go down. It's hard just because of the amount of space Strangling Prism can get. But as long as you get somebody picked out here early, maybe you can go for a TP play if it's only 1.
I think it's difficult now for SSG because they really want to provide that combination that worked well in the last map, but it's tricky to land that here, and they're relying on it heavy, and I think that's putting them in a tough spot. Again, good close hold. He just goes down low. Logan copies up and does the exact same thing. Will it work out as Month trying to find an angle there? But no, Tico finds the first pick once again, and they're just getting caught waiting out this combination. It gets launched here as Tone starts up with one. Iffy on the Blur, and I think Lunex might be able to do this now. Doomed finding 2 Nectar with another. Clutch up on the duelists here, trying to get to point fast. Doomed is going to find another pick with a triple, and now look at Logan. But wow, this is insane. And you look down at Nectar, who's just trying to hold on against the Wolverine, still stalling and trying to get this point, and does just that. But 99% here for Lunex. Folks, this is the most insane matchup we could have had here for game 1. Can SSG push this to 99? Alt advantage going to be very slightly in favor of Lunex with Iffy, but will it convert?
Yeah, I mean, Fidel, Cloak and Dagger ult. Doesn't have bubble either because Necrise is on that. Doctor Strange has to block if he's ult, like you said, or Ritas could pull them out of it. I mean, Lunex, they could potentially shut it out if they grab people out of this ult, but also you have to account for Nectar, who has been disgusting, like you mentioned, on Elsa.
Trying to find an early play here. A pick could mean everything. It's all about this neutral now. This one pick could give you the win. Great wall position gets broke there. Incredible position here by Logan, who knows he has to play safe. Out goes the commitment. That Meteor M, if it does land on that, is huge. Ritas able to find one. That is a huge pick onto Necrise, who's going to need it. Oh, the pink portal was committed to. Ritas is looking now for a big ult onto Nectar. Tones tries to land it, and it does find one onto Nectar, and this could be it, folks. It is Lunex come out on top and move forward, knocking SSG out of the tournament.
Oh my God. Jesus, I would not like to be a Lunex fan right now, or SSG fan. Their hearts definitely pumping. And wow, what a series by both teams. Huge props to them, putting on probably the best tournament North American region, match in the North American region we've seen. Just a fun matchup across the board. Tone's MVP, well deserved for that capitalization of the Strangling Prison towards the end. And then Ritas too. I mean, Ritas made so many plays. We talked about it, Shiv. You have to be able to pull people out of Cloak and Dagger if you're a Wolverine player. And then towards the very end was doing it and doing it well. So huge shout out to Lunex. They finally overcome those demons that you and Zoe so beautifully pointed out.
I mean, this is nutty. I'm sure, so we're going to have you jump in here in a minute. I mean, I want to get your take on this. Tone's coming out with the MVP, 11 finals there for Ritas as well. What was your take on this matchup, bud?
I mean, this was about as close as it can get, right? Map 5, round 3, and then we're seeing those micro switches. Doomed, I think, was a huge standout from the side of SSG. Like, him coming out on that Moon Knight as well, getting that team up, it did so much. And then seeing Lunex, a less experienced team, not shying away from taking that mirror and also switching over. And then we get those mirror matchups in like some of the roles, like that was incredibly well played from both of them. And heck yeah, Lunix getting over that hump. They clutch when it matters the most in the elimination match in the lower bracket.
It's beautiful stuff. I mean, you can't write a better storybook ending for Lunix, but it's not even over. Who it is over for is SSG, right? I mean, they put up such a good fight. Almost got that reverse sweep. So you pointed out earlier, the potential fake reverse sweep, the potential fake comeback. This one was almost like a real comeback, right? Like it went the distance. But I think like straight up, like for the fact that Space Nation looked like they were improving this past week, like you said, Dune looked better. If he picks up a few different heroes, if he starts to play a little bit more Psylocke, I think, alongside Nectar, this team could definitely be in a good spot for Lunix. I mean, just a team to watch out for now moving forward.
What a show. I mean, what a show. It's such a crazy game one. So I'm just happy that we were able to do that together, all three of us. What an absolute battle. I truthfully never knew which way it was going to go in every single team fight.
Yeah, no, it was absolute cinema. I don't use that lightly, but this one was peak. I feel like these players are getting paid by the hour probably. That's why we had to go all the way. Like this was super, super exciting. I can't wait to hear from the winning team as well about, just what the comms are like in situations like that with them having struggled so much at like falling short at like the last like meter. So yeah, for them to finally get over that hump, just incredible stuff. And I was so worried, like even just after the ban phase, they're letting the Elsa go through, and I'm like, oh, this is gonna come back to haunt them, like this is gonna go awfully wrong. But it didn't. Very happy for them.
And I think the big thing as well is somehow actually I think the Jeff ban kind of helped them towards the end there, because they did well with this with the Mantis and stuff, but I think when they were on the Jeff before, it just wasn't working out right, like just based on what we saw Silent on the last map do. But the prioritization towards the Invis and then the focus, so again, like they did well in that first Mantis round. Obviously the second one when we switched to like Moon Knight compositions was crazy, but yeah, I mean, what an end by the whole squad. And I think that Silent Blaze as well, there's a lot of credit for an incredible performance on Invisible Woman and other heroes as well.
Yeah, I mean, and then also just additionally, we have to remember, right, that they did not protect. That is a crazy thing to do at the very last map, game 5, in a situation that maybe if you did have that DD, maybe if you had a strat or whatever you wanted to protect in that moment, it could have changed things.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, could have, should have, right? What is that on purpose? Is that something I'm new to Marvel Rivals? Is this something people do? Or is this like is that a faux pas? Like, was that an accident? Like, what was that?
Yeah, I think it might have been an accident. Just because, like, sometimes you think it's like ego, but also like it's map 5. I mean, you could maybe hide like a strategy or whatever, but also I think the Daredevil ban was smart. Like, maybe they were overthinking it, right? Like, I was thinking maybe we banned the Jet for the last ban, or rather maybe the Venom or something. So they thought it beautifully, just ban out the second best hero in terms of the duelist department, and that really enabled them.
Yeah, I don't feel like map 5 is the time to aura farm in the ban phase like that. I feel like that one's not it. So potentially a mishap from SSG's side, who really brought it back so nicely though. Like they really rallied, like they locked back in and they started to really like download their opponent's strat. So, there's a lot of great things to be said about SSG, their run through the group stage, and also here in the playoffs. This is just a preseason. Right, we still have stage 1 ahead of us, so I think a lot of SSG fans should still be very excited for what's to come for that squad.
And teams are still learning, and they're still figuring out metas and how their comps and their teams work. There's so much more coming to Ignite as we progress further, and this is the first thing we have to say goodbye to. SSG, they put on a show, they gained a lot of fans, and I think that's something that needs to be noted. But things are going to continuously change, rosters could change, there's so much that could happen, but I will say they definitely put on a show. I had a ton of fun watching that matchup, and I'm sure the audience did as well.
Absolutely. I love the versatility we see there and the variety in terms of compositions as well, because that will make all the other teams who've now going back to the Vault Dungeon, right, to prepare for their respective opponents, like Energy Shock and Sentinels, they now have to like look at that and go like, okay, now I need to like take something away from this. Now I'm aware that they can also play X, they can also play C. So like, it just makes it more complicated for the teams to come. Now, looking at their potential next opponents, who do you think they're going to match up better against? Is it Sentinels or Energy Shock? Who do you think they have the better chances going up against?
Ooh.
I would actually say, I mean, both teams, I think they match up well with, obviously. I mean, it's tough because Energy Shock, did lose to we lost, who are a kind of I would say, more gimmicky team, more cheesy squad, but are still playing, incredibly well.
Yeah.
And Lunex, obviously, we're the second seed coming out of MRC, are also a very top-tier team in that regard. Like, I don't know. Like, I kind of like their chances against all of those squads, especially in the... every round, just because we're now validated, right, Zoe? Like they lost a close series to Swamp Gaming. It was 3-0, but this is a good squad, and anybody should be kind of terrified of them because they're looking like at points a top 3 team in this whole tournament.
Yeah, nah, the doubters have to eat it. That's just how it is. Lunex have definitely proved themselves, and then some. They're staying alive in the lower bracket, starting that run, awaiting the next opponent, and we will be finding out who that is going to be in just a little bit. First, a quick break, and then we're back with our second elimination match of the day between Sentinels, almost forgot it, and Energy Shock. There we are. See you on the other side of this.
If there's anything we can do to make your flight more enjoyable, please don't hesitate to ask. Please sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight.
Just watch me now under the moonlight. 저 위로 날아올라. Flashing on my window frame, audible to my flame, blinding shining lights. Oh, oh, oh. I feel it skipping way out of control. Lock it, oh yeah. We won't stop it. Flying high is our destiny, lighting up flaming stars. We're reaching out towards victory. 눈부신 꿈으로 차가운 심장을 쉬고 더 높게 날아가. They can't catch my vibe in my life. We're dancing under moonlight. 손은 꺼버려. Turning up the heat. Get it, oh. We're switching up the lip gloss, mixing up the crystals. All they want to know how we do it. Now it's time to switch to flight mode. Yeah, 차올라 내 눈빛 봐. 불부터 나 ready now. 떨림이 번져가 입안 위로 올라타. 거침없이 난다. 겁없이 뛰어가 flight mode. Be breath free, shining, flying higher. Feel the spark of flight mode. 우리 하늘 위로 더 rise up. 사라져 fade away moonlight. Gonna burn the night out. Every time my heart's flight, we go higher. Eyes wide, right through the starlights. 차가운 공기속을 relax. 지금이야, take flight. We're dancing.
You crossed my path! Gotcha!
Talk when you hear a character who is a better solo duelist than Winter Soldier. Storm. Mr. Fantastic. Iron Man. Human Torch. Punisher. Hela. Duelist Deadpool. Psylocke. Jean Grey. Moon Knight.
That's my boy on my life. To this day, whoop anybody's cheeks all day.
As solo
to the moon,
duelist.
alright, to the moon. Yeah, he'd take 1v6 for all I care. He'd take 1v11. All he does is 1v3 in his mind. He can take 1v11 in reality. He's got this.
All right, Matsy's been stressing, but still holding out. Wolverine. Elsa Bloodstone.
Okay.
Oh, Wolverine. Why Wolverine?
I was thinking too hard, man. I just love the way that the feral leaps can really enable fights. In comparison to what you see out of Bucky right now. I don't know, but I mean, in that sense, it's the solo engagements, and I think one and the same. Wolverine with the what is it, Last Stand can just absolutely rip and tear anybody. I've seen many a Wolverine just a solo ult. Tons of strategists, or for anyone for that matter. So, yep, I'm locked in on Wolverine. The claws are out.
Talk when you hear a map that is harder to full push than Central Park. Manhattan. Spider Islands. Museum of Contemplation.
Yeah.
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 After today, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That hurt teams today. That was morally
Yeah.
crushing for some people.
Doctor Strange got the better of him.
Which
Yeah,
bit's the hardest to
C9s,
push?
Man, stay on the point. Stay on the point.
Which bit's the hardest to push?
The final area.
Yeah, I'd say in some ways the first and last part of the map, but more so the last part of the map.
I would say the last sixth specifically.
Yeah.
Because that first section of the third, it's kind of like, yeah, okay, around the corner. But when you're at the end, it's like there's spawns right there. There's no good line of sight to protect yourself. It's decimation.
Welcome back, everyone. This is Zoe, joined by Iron, Ship, and Dogman. We're about to set the stage for our second elimination match today. This is day 2 of the America's preseason playoffs. Yes, we are in the playoffs, and man, we were off to an electric start with that series. There's something about the two of you. I feel like you guys attract those kind of series.
Yeah, tell him, Doug, what you said to me. You're like, you might have jinxed us.
Yeah, you jinxed it again. Great. Now you brought it up again, Zoe. Now we're screwed.
Wait.
Now we're screwed. Now this next
No,
match.
no,
is
I'm the
real.
host. The host can't jinx it.
It doesn't. Okay. All right. Is that how that
Them's
works?
the
Do you
rules.
get like?
I make the
think it
rules.
is,
I'm the
yeah.
host.
You have the main character thing, like you can't get KO'd, you can't go down. You're just like you can't make wrong predictions.
No,
basically.
see, I'm not main character, but I'm like the reoccurring side character who I just exist
And you
in
get
this
like
space, but I
you get
don't.
like a
I don't
spin-off
get
story
involved.
afterwards.
Yeah, I'm Switzerland, just a little more
anti-curse.
excited.
See, that's why you would. It's you and Shiver Bowl Switzerland, man. That's a bad combination because this next series is cursed now. Like you said, it could be a 3-0.
But I am
right?
actually from Switzerland, so surely that counts.
Oh,
for
you're
some-
right.
For something, it's like
I'll
it is
never
my country.
metaphorically.
Well, let's talk about it. No curses here. No curses here. Don't be alarmed. This is a rematch. That's right, another rematch from week 2, day 3. Energy Shock going up against a formidable and very familiar opponent in the Sentinels. Last time it was Energy Shock coming out on top, right? And a lot of that was, of course, it was a bit of a surprise, I would say. They were not considered the favorite at the time. It was a banger series. It did go the distance. How did they get it done? Because when we talked to, I think, Velocity in the post-match interview, Velocity kind of just like said that this was all in the ban phase, right? It was Sentinels really wanting to play the Invisible Woman, and they downloaded that. They lost domination against them, and then they downloaded that, and then they just went for like really early Invisible bans and also locks for map 2 and 3. And he kind of just said like it was all in the ban phase. Would you guys agree with that?
I think so. I think that like we've seen Invisible Woman kind of pop off these days in how good it's been. Like you guys have mentioned. I mean, it's definitely something that a lot of these teams had to prioritize, and we saw that in the last series when Silent Blaze got to play it and stuff. And it's kind of the same thing with Sentinels, who have, since kind of perma-benching Karova, been a little all over the place in terms of win-loss. It was a close, series versus we lost in the last series. But like you said, two completely different teams, and in the fact that I guess versus Citadel in the upper bracket, rather, for Sentinels. It's been a little bit of a bumpy road. Obviously, Energy Shock beat them last time, but I mean, I imagine, Zoe, they have time to maybe counteract those bans phases that countered them earlier.
Yeah, they've been doing a good job running more unique stuff as well. But yeah, I think it just hasn't necessarily been working for them, because we kind of talk about how we love that Sentinels has versatility, but I just don't know that they have the right versatility for the current meta. It seems like they're not able to fully lock in on what is the very best in this current meta, and that is a tough thing to handle right now. So Sentinels, they've had time to review the tapes. They've had time to take a step back and watch and see if they can find a new way through it. And I'm looking forward to seeing if they can, because Energy has looked good, but they definitely struggled against how we lost.
Yeah, it's interesting because, the versatility from Sen was kind of what we were discussing at the end of week 2. They just seemed limited in the terms of the compositions they can run, especially in comparison to Energy Shock. It's difficult to really take much away from their loss against Liquid Citadel, because quite frankly, Liquid Citadel just kind of ran over them. So it's not like Sentinels really had an opportunity to show us what they've been working on the last 2 weeks.
Absolutely. This kind of comes back as well to the, I think Wolverine players are becoming a forefront of everything, just how the ban phases are going. A lot of these sort of hit scan specialists are having to transition over to Wolverine. And for Yusher, he's been having to do that as well. Like, he's kind of been playing the Wolverine instead of Ryze sometimes, and they have to switch it up. It gets a little messy. So, like you said, they've had time to at least figure it out, and also, like you said, it was just a crazy team right now. They're the only team that didn't look bad this weekend, right? Like, compared to every other team so far. So we'll see how they do today against maybe a closer opponent in terms of skill level at the current time.
Yeah, I think it's funny because they have the talent, and like you're saying, Yusher was running that Wolf, but when I remember Yusher's Wolf, I'm thinking back to Midtown, the dude was hitting multiple 3-pieces. It was looking disgusting. So I was like, you know what? Like, they just got to be more confident in running this composition off rip. They've got to be able to pull this out when they, when they not necessarily need it, but before they need it, right? They want to be ahead in the forefront of these matchups, which they just really haven't been. So I'm looking forward and hoping that this team comes out with something that looks a little more traditional.
Yeah, I'm just excited to see like the individual battles again, like a Chime versus Yusher Elsa battle. I'm so here for that. I can't even recall who had the upper hand last time around. I feel like they both had some moments in the sun, but I'm going to make the assumption that it was Chime coming out on top, given that they actually ended up winning the whole thing. And it's always Chime time in my book, because I'm just a day one Chime fan, if you will. But yeah, I'm very excited to see what both of these teams have in store for us. And we now see where we're going. Burning Chala is going to be our first map here on Domination. Is there a team you favor on Domination out of the two?
Dog, I'm curious if you have an opinion on this. I think for Domination, I go Shock, but I want to see what you're thinking.
Yeah, I'd probably say the same thing. I mean, like, across the board, I liked how, the Group B teams generally play Domination more so than the Group A. But yeah, I mean, it's got to be probably Shock in that department. And they beat 100 Thieves on it previously, and versus Sentinels as well. Versus Sentinels in day 3, they actually lost on Domination. So I don't know. I mean, like, I still think Shock is a better team overall, and can improve at that map type. They're a bit inconsistent right now, but as are Sentinels. So actually, in hindsight, maybe I go against you. Maybe I'm thinking Sentinels. Maybe map 1.
You're overthinking it. I'm
overthinking it again.
Good convince.
Not
convince yourself.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, he just influenced himself. That's actually quite impressive.
I love it. It's the power of being a caster, I guess. In that moment, even talked herself into it. See, my thought was just like, it seems like Energy Shock just has really good commitment to comms, whereas I think that's where Sentinels have struggled a little bit. It seems like sometimes they're kind of lost in their direction, but when they are united as a unit, they look good. And I think Domination is very much comm-based because there's so much chaos going through all the time.
Yeah, I am very, very impressed with Energy Shock as a whole. I think they're just like on an individual level, like extremely flexible. I think Window is really standing out there as a bit of a flex god. And then they also have those niche picks that your opponent has to think about banning them, like specifically, which makes it difficult, right? Because then you're again in the pick your poison kind of area where like, should I make a targeted ban, or do we have to do like the big meta bans? Like, what works best against these teams? I feel like this is one of those series where they will be downloading each other as we go along, and they have to dig really, really deep into their strat books. Once again, this is best of 5. The last time they played against each other was in the best of 3.
Yeah, you're right. That the small sample size again is kind of a big deal in terms of seeing other Domination maps, even because I mean that first map they played was still on a different map completely. Celestial Husk plays so differently than Burn the Chala, just in terms of the the openings, the sort of areas where you can play. Just very different map type. And I imagine for Energy Shock, I know Velocity's probably thinking, he's like, damn, we just lost to like kind of a cheesy team in the last round with the we lost. Like, that was the big thing that we assumed from the we lost squad, is that they could upset Energy Shock. That's the one match I think a lot of people were looking at to upset because of the fact that we lost, every other team in Group B played against them. They experienced it. Energy Shock haven't, maybe in scrims and stuff, but like we lost even said some teams weren't practicing against them. Kendrick mentioned it on an interview yesterday. So we lost obviously maybe caught Energy Shock off guard, and now that they're playing a more normal team, maybe they're more favored because of that.
Loved that interview, by the way. I thought that was awesome. Saying like, nobody wants to make us get better. They're afraid of us. And that, hey, that's aura. Absolutely loved it.
I also loved all the following tweets from that with the proof of like the cancel schedule. I'm like, man, yeah, but that feels good. You know, if you're edge out a victory after that happens, like that's gotta feel good. Same for Lunix, right? Everyone doubts you. You're the MRC team. You're the underdog. You play a lot more free if people don't have high expectations for you. Whereas Sentinels is a team that there's always high expectation. Okay. Send City Rocks up to support, but man, are they critical. They're a very critical kind of parent, which is very disappointed in you if you don't perform up to their standards. And the standards, the bar is high for a team like Sentinels, due to the history of not just this team and those individual players, but also just them as an organization as a whole, right? People see Sentinels on top in so many different games.
Yeah, Sentinels and Shock, like you mentioned, both storied franchises across the board. So, like, it is just a battle of, you know, who is, you know, more prepared and more of a rival specifically. Like, at the end of the day, when we talk about these teams and their legacies in this game, like you mentioned, Sentinels has that right now. Like you mentioned it, so I mean, they've been around since MRC Season 0, whereas Energy Shock kind of, you know, have been around, but are that sort of new team in this partner system that we have. So, you know, maybe if they win this series, they can finally get that staple victory over a partnered squad and push them moving forward. And especially with the grudge matches in 2 Zoe with former teammates in Velocity and Amazing in them is always a lot of fun.
It's gonna be a good one. I read it in the tea leaves this morning, so let's get this party started. Match number 2, elimination match once more. A rematch between Energy Shock and Sentinels.
In the tea leaves, she's a witch. Show her the water dodge. As we head in to our first match against Sentinels and NRG Shock. I am looking forward to this. As you said, storied organization. Sentinels are no stranger to comeback victories. They've done it in the MRI in the past. Let's see if they can bounce back from their 0-3 last matchup, or will Shock take that loss and bounce back and look stronger against, we lost.
Well, both teams focusing on that Gambit removal off the rip into the Mantis ban for Energy Shock. And this was kind of what we were thinking about Sentinels and what they were going to play. The Mantis stuff has been good. We actually saw this in EMEA today. Mantis banned into Protect instead of the Elsa. So that's a bit of a difference of opinion that is going to matter long term. Now, for Sentinels, I don't know, Shib, are they going to go for that Invisible Woman ban, probably the Doctor Strange ban, maybe leading up? Or do they just go for that one-sided Elsa? But that's going to leave, you know, either the Doctor Strange or that Invis open moving on.
That's a tough, well, it looks like it's going to be low-key for the current moment, just because they want to be able to not have to worry about greens if they are going to try to provide some sort of combination ultimate or anything. Oh, Psych, I lied. They floated it, but they went Vanpool, which I don't think is a bad ban, but I think Vanpool, we've seen some bans of that today, but I think it's very much a priority target in this current meta. Maybe it will shake up as things change, and there is that lock of Loki. So they were floating it, thinking about it, and that might have been the right call if it wasn't going to disrupt their plan.
Yeah, I mean, Velocity is a very good Loki player, and I think this team plays well around it, so that's definitely a focal point for them. And Sentinels, I know they want to play triple compositions generally, or at least they feel very good on them. Daredevil currently open, obviously Amazing hovered it, so that's currently an option. But maybe you force out another strat ban for this instead with the Ultron Protect. Maybe you weren't even wanting to play the Ultron stuff or have the option, so they go for that Jeff ban at the very end. So it's 4 strat bans on the Sentinels, whereas Energy Shock, they had a little bit more fluctuation with the Gambit, Elsa, and Vanpool. Like you mentioned, Chip, banning out a lot of the sort of top heroes, a lot of people would say, but maybe not taking into account synergy, you know, from the backline bans for Sentinels.
Yeah, and you can see Flame's thinking right now. Flame's saying, I'm not sure what I exactly want to run. I think the Loki's not bad. You're likely going to have to copy something like, you know, Chime over there on the Mantis. You want maybe some other solution. And yeah, I was going to say, you want some sort of strong ultimate if you're going to run a triple. Have 2 that are kind of playing their own game, and then 1 that you can rely on as an answer. So we'll see what they elect to run as they get out the door. But it looks like Ultron may not be the case, and they might run something more traditional, maybe with Rai on that DD, which I don't think is a bad idea. You mentioned Sentinels really like that triple backline, but it's not necessarily been a guaranteed win condition for them, and it is going to be something they do like to do.
I mean, the thing is, in the last series we saw some struggling map 1 with the triple comp, but that was with the Jeff, obviously. Whereas, I mean, you would think Jeff would do solid on this map, and Dive was kind of successful. But we'll have to see what both teams lock out on at the beginning of this one, because as you guys both mentioned and pointed out, as Mir does the 360s, by the way, this guy ruined the game for a lot of people. This guy just does 360s all the time, by the way. If you're going to see a Mir POV, this is the reason every player ever does it, is because Mir just started off the high sense guy that does that crap. So, yeah, both teams wanting to run that triple composition.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's so funny. It's just a testament to seeing how accurate you can be with your rotation and how comfortable you are with your sensitivity. It's almost like an aura check, a call out to make sure teams can do that if they have the sense locked in like that. But yeah, taking the high ground right now, this is where we see a lot of times this Ultron style. You want to play around this natural cover. Great idea for the comp they're trying to run. Window going to dive in heavy, but not quite make it there as it gets clipped by the ledge. Madara's going to be on that Groot as well, and this is going to try to, this is what we see when they are running those triples. It's a pretty decent answer.
I mean, they're playing it slow both sides. At the current moment, Ryder's getting pokes out. Green's already pushed for NRG's side, but it's Stinkers who actually strikes first blood. Flame goes down early, removing the Luna Snow on Sentinels. So much damage that you talked about is now removed.
Yeah, and we're going to see now Stinkers on the right side, long side, good positioning, 17, 18% in climbing energy, doing exactly what they wanted. I think they're running a composition that plays very strong into what Sentinels are trying to do. You're going to make sure Stinkers is consistently damage boosted. He's going to apply so much pressure onto Amazing on that Ultron, and then allow your Vanguards, like with Madara with that Groot, to just walk down their Vanguards, cut off the LOS with those walls, and just burn them down, not allowing this triple to get too much value. Yusher with good focus there on the walls, though, now looking over towards Window, trying to get this point back, but 40% in climbing.
I mean, they're playing in friggin' Narnia. Just bolt the Jeff and the Loki cross map, just pocketing. Here comes the Ultron out finally, but they can bunker up. Maybe Chime does go low, Stinkers rather goes low, pops the ultimate, and oh my goodness, Window with the
30.
damage boost, shuts down Flame again, but it's traded. Chime at least falls, who had the Mantis ultimate, but copy's still available. They can hold on to point a little bit longer if they want. However, he has to copy maybe somebody on the side of Sentinels, and it looks like it's the white box. Window again? Are you kidding me? Then the Groot ult comes down with the slam dunk energy. Hold on.
Yeah, that was clean. I mean, that was just textbook play right there from Window. Just everywhere with that Venom, and that's what Venom can do. You just apply pressure to every single zone. Using that natural cover to your advantage to take the height onto an Ultron was big brain. I'm not going to lie, and that worked out very well. It's already at 80% now against Sentinels, and even in ult charge. That is exactly what they were looking for, and I just think Sentinels, they really like this triple comp, and they're finally switching off it as Amazing is going over to that Phoenix.
Set up that dive. I mean, they need to get at least like one fight win here at the current moment. But again, velocity so far back. There's the Feast of the Abyss, the Mantis ultimate to give them the overhealth. Doesn't matter that they're anti if they get a little bit of health above that. Also the fact that they don't have that Phoenix ult. And it's, oh no, Flame ain't gone again. That's 3 fights in a row. He's been the focus. It's very hard to play Strat, I guess, on this map, considering we saw the Silent Blaze earlier. And Renko gets 3 in the mouth. NRG. I mean, what a sweep if they take him off the map. Goodbye. Chances of winning this round. We're going next. 100-0 for NRG.
Yeah, that is, there's really not much to say there, right? Like, NRG, it's like they knew exactly what Sentinels was going to roll out on, and they did just that. They built a composition that was going to play totally fine into it, and it was the expected outcome. There's really not much else to address. Sentinels made the change, but it was just a little bit too late.
Yeah, I mean, like we saw the triple comp not really working on the map against 2-2-2, but also maybe it was the team as well. I think the Loki was banned last time in that series. That definitely mattered because, I mean, Renko and Velocities, they just you saw them, dude. They were like Ascension turret back of the map, and they couldn't dislodge them, man.
Yeah, I'm with you. They just couldn't do anything. I mean, it's, and the pressure, I want to shout out the entirety of Stinkers and Chime, who with that damage boost, Stinkers just making sure that backline couldn't peek really, look at the front line, and then when you can't peek at your front line and then they have a giant wall behind them, you just lose. And that is the advantage of the side of NRG Shock. And I'm loving what I'm seeing from Sentinels here. Do you see the change as Crimzo is going over to that Groot, trying to find a different solution? Dongman now on the Vanpool, but the downside is I'm not sure that Vanpool has any levels right now.
The do matter is, classic TP plays, but now they have the Penny Parker for Dongman. Is he aware? Is the rest of the... Okay, goodbye. See ya. That's the rest of your back line goes. What a play.
Come on, man. Madara just does not miss those.
I mean, it's just the setups as well by Madara. He's done this every single map so far, and you would think Sentinels would read that ship, considering, former teammates on Team Sentinels, not aware of the cheese, immediately point already going NRG's favor.
Yeah, once again, right off the rip here on 0.3% in climbing. Holding the space now. Alt still, and they have Stinkers, but 2 answers here for Sentinels. They need to change the tone here. I want to see a close matchup, so this team needs to step up. I'm sure the audience does as well. Sentinels fans want to see something. Not a lot from the end song. Glartrox goes out. Does that find value? Not quite yet, as I do believe they land in the crystals. Traded once more.
A nice trade from Ryan on the opposite side. Dongman able to get as much value on the tank pool that you've seen before, and how good tank pool can be with the anti on the front line. Actually doesn't get the KO. even with the vulnerability, rather. Sneakers every shot into his face from Ryan. Nice aim onto him in the back angle. Also, Grudel comes out. He's able to follow up, so nice work by the group player alongside Ryan. Eventually, Usher comes back, able to take down Madara too. So one after another, Sentinels finally work themselves back in, and that solution you talked about before, Shib, seems to be working, even though right now they're kind of still stuck on this point in terms of energy.
See, I love this. They're going back to their tried and true, more traditional what they've run in the past. We've seen some success with that as of late. With some of these teams, especially the teams that are on the lower side of the bracket, this is working for them. They have more poke. They have more line of sight cutoff. They are ensuring that when Window dives, they try to separate them from the team, focus them down, and use things like Amazing Stun to help pressure that Venom and keep them off the backline, allowing them to stay healthy. Dongmin, also on that Vanpool, I think is just a must pick when available right now.
And I wonder what's going to happen with the other characters as they go in with the Cloak and Dagger. First, mirrors it on the opposite side. Funnily enough, Sneakers try to push actually Flame out of the ult, and they do so, but it's straight on the opposite angle. So, unfortunately for Flame to go down doesn't end up mattering because Dongmin's there with the follow-up too. And Ryan Amazing on the Phoenix has just been unstoppable with Dongmin on these dives. Excellent last shot on Dorenko.
Yeah, we wanted to see a closer matchup, and this is starting to look like Old Sen. They just got to get their confidence back here. Rye with some really good shots. Usher on an off-angle. Notice just totally different position as Rye Amazing, forcing everyone to look in two different spots. Glartrox available here too, off-map potential, but also huge team potential as they run in with Chime, but Stinkers able to find Rye Amazing. Glartrox goes out with one in. Well, that net value, it does. Crimzo able to clean up Chime in the chaos now, but the team almost loses points, still able to hold on for now. And they do retake. Well done by Sentinels here. But now more commitment comes out. Flame with a copy up. Ooh, eats the Meteor Ram right to the mouth. Goodbye. What an answer there from Madara.
Yeah, sadly no bubble because they don't have that Magneto to bubble it off. And Window follows up on Namir. So one after another. Eventually Energy walk it back in. It's like you said, Madara with a nice shot cross into that Cloak and Dagger. Found the timing very smoothly. Now, in this upcoming fight, though, Shib, they do have the Feast of the Abyss ready to go for Sentinels engage. It's close fight regardless, as well as having to deal with the damage boost out of Energy Shock. They've ran the Mantis comp, I think the best we've seen today in North America. We'll see if they can do it again, although Snickers takes a little bit of early shots downrange.
Yeah, ult advantage here for Shock. Holding them in this tight corridor with Feast is a big problem, especially if they hit the low side here. You won't be able to escape as much with Venom. Likely using Easy Swing. I would highly suggest binding Easy Swing as well as the regular swing, folks. If you're playing Venom, gives you some accessibility. Okay, this could be... Oh, what a wall. That is disgusting. What a wall. Stopping it in its track right there to ensure it can't land on for the extra damage. Driving backwards now is the entirety of Sentinels who hold on through the chaos. Mirror answers back now with the Bond driving them into point. Dongmin able to find one. Can they retake point? 90% here for Shock as 3 go down with Rye Amazing and Usher walking them back to the spawn door and trying to even this percentage.
Oh my god, that was so much peel, and that was also kind of odd. Like, this is maybe why we would see teams maybe so, okay, Rye goes
Nice
down
shot,
early.
dude.
That's a huge pick, okay. Does that change things up? Because they're going for the portal here, Shave. This is going to be a quick fight to point, and they don't have portal either because Rye Amazing used it earlier.
Yeah, those are really good shots there, even on the clone. It just reacted right there as we see immediately. Eternal Bond goes out, going to keep them on point. They're okay with giving them a few minutes on until they answer it right back with Flame A, who is going to drive them onto the point once more. Huge Glartrox off map. Madara able to get back Renko as well, only able to find one, but it doesn't matter. Sentinels with a huge sweep here. Looks like they will push this to map 3. Incredible retake here by the Sentinels.
Wow. Usher Glartrox of the Sentinels' lifetime. We're going to Warrior Falls now. Next map, I wonder if Energy want to switch off of the Mantis stuff, potentially just because their dives were not as, potentially rewarding as they wanted, right? That they would go for aggressive. They would try to, like you said, those group walls messed up a lot of the dives earlier. But then also, they still had the Feast of the Abyss there. They should have maybe gotten a KO or two, but it was disengaged well by Sentinels. For Energy Shock, I'm sure they have some decisions to make, but it looks like they're not going to change anything. They're going to stick with the Mantis stuff that they did well with on the first map, even though I would say, Shib, the first round, like, the reason why they won was because they had so much distance between themselves and the Sentinels, right? Now they don't.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think, like I said, I think Sentinels needed to just go back to tried and true, especially against the comp that was essentially running the comp they'd want to run, right? It was stuff that would make triple struggle, and the Sentinels just haven't, although they love running the triple, and I'm sure they've had a lot of success maybe in scrims, because it's clearly something they like to keep pulling out, here during this tournament. It seems like it just doesn't work for them in the moment. So going back to tried and true like this looks like old Sentinels again, and they're finding a ton of value. What a retake. Well done. Ult advantage in their favor here. Grimzo could find something huge. We'll find out in a moment.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if this is a tough fight for Energy, if they swap Chime to maybe like Wolverine or something like that, considering it's still available. But for Sentinels, They're on the height, waiting for point to open up, maybe going for a 3-2-1 engage with this Groot ultimate, like you said. Velocity's there with the copy, obviously, but you can still get KOs through it if your target focus is good on Sentinel's side.
Yeah, I think this switch here for Dongmin was incredibly impactful as well, providing a bunch of damage, a huge strangling prison, but it won't matter. Answered right back with crystals there, and that's why Loki is so incredibly strong. Stinker's Velocity able to find 2 now, putting them up in numbers, and they will have ult advantage on the rest of this. This should give them point here. It will, as Stinkers finds Yusher and Energy Shock with ult advantage and point advantage early on map 3.
Slow play, Energy seems to be, that's like their forte, you know, just constantly play it slow, having the strat ult advantage. A bit of a difference from the last map, I think, when Window was trying to go aggressive with the Venom, so the switch up to Groot working out well for them. Yusher now switches over to the Wolverine, and Rymazing's going to Elsa. This is what we're talking about. This sort of interesting kind of changes they do is they don't put Rymazing on Wolverine, they put Yusher, so it forces them to swap 2 completely different roles. And still having no ultimates. We'll see how they play it as Renko trying to build up towards that Cloak and Dagger ult. They still have that own Cloak and Dagger on Mir's side. But last time, Matter has read it. We'll see if Mir can disengage it because there's nothing to save him.
Yeah, I don't love the double swap. Immediately ult charge is going to be a problem. Oh, the hold there from... Oh, that's going to be big bang.
Wait,
yep, I knew that. I saw that coming from a mile away. No way to stop that right now is Window with a huge strangling prison chime. Going to clean that up as Rymazing finds 1, but that will not be enough. NRG Shock in their bag right now, looking clean. Sentinels will have ult advantage in the next fight, though they need to win this next fight.
I think they try to green it or something from Flame, but regardless, it's tough. I mean, they don't have the Magneto to counter it. Mir obviously is not playing for that. He's trying to go to the point. Just a tough look for Sentinels, and now they're 60% across the board. Energy Shock, at least they used a lot of ults, but last time they actually fought with this Cloak and Dagger ult, it was huge. Yusher obviously got a big off map. They can pull people out of the ults with Yusher or Rymazing. We'll see if they do.
Yeah, and gonna set up nice and slow here. Sentinels do have ult available, like we're discussing. Sleep onto Yusher there on point, and that is gonna be a tough look. His Stinkers able to find that pick onto Crimzo right now, who made that switch over to Thing. It's very difficult to run Thing into a comp like this, especially when Groot is on the table. Just making sure you cannot escape. There's going to be Crystal's burn. Window finds 1, though, to trade again once more for NRG. Ults are still up here for Sentinels. The commitment comes through with the Fate. Window once more onto Dongmin. And everybody is falling 1 by 1, but Sentinels will have pressure on point. Answered right back by Renko. And there will just be a lot of purple on the floor as Rymazing finds 1 on a Window. Stinkers trades that back on a Rymazing now. And NRG Shock might take another map, 100-0. It looks like they will. Portal play needs to be committed. Can they get here in time, and can they find some value? The Stinkers is looking for this cloak, and that might be the swan song here for C&D. It is. Stinkers, nice shots. Gonna find 1 through the portal. Does have Endsong Inferno available, 2. And it is a tough look here for Sentinels at this moment. Clobbering time comes out. Is that valuable? Not sure it was. We see another fall, and that's going to be another as we see Flame go down. Bang, here comes the bird, and the bird is not the word as no one falls from that as well. But Velocity with 1 more pick, slowly but surely here, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, it's just one after another. Rye at least gets another, but I mean, you have just 2 duelists on the point. They fall 1 after another, and it's done. Energy Shock rather, win the first map. Burn T'Challa going to go their way. And man, Sentinels, just tough look, I think, to switch off all those, just everything. Like, it was such a really good round 2. But then once we head to Warrior Falls, they just lost tempo. You said they went to the Thing. That makes sense why it didn't work. You want to go for the fastball special and stuff, but I just don't think Sentinels have a very good Wolverine player compared to other squads, and I think that's kind of holding them back. MVP going to go for Velocity, but a huge map win for Energy Shock considering how the second round looked.
Yeah, I mean, we saw there on X2 Velocity said has, one of the worst flus he's had. So speaking of a flu game here, coming out with the MVP, looking strong across the board, 29K healing up there, as well as 4 finals. But you got to really look over at the 12 finals from Stinkers, 12 on Window. Amazing with 13, looked really good once the swap to Duelist came in. I think that's got to be a sign as a team that you need to try to play into that. Rye on a Duelist has been playing lights out, and I think you need to try to enable it.
Well, I don't know. I'm just surprised why Rye doesn't pick up the Wolverine. Like, it's always been in his hero pool potential. Like, he could play the Daredevil too. That made it through, but we'll talk about that stuff later, obviously. Energy Shock now up a map. We'll see what Sentinels want to do. It looks like you're right, Shib. They look really good on domination, and we'll try to continue that on moving forward after this break.
flame, blinding, shining lights. Oh, yeah, oh, yeah. I feel it's skipping way out of control. Lock it, oh yeah. We won't stop it. Flying high, it's our destiny. Lighting up flaming stars. We're reaching out towards victory. 눈부신 꿈으로 차가운 심장을 쥐고 더 높게 날아가. They can't catch my vibe and my life. We're dancing under moonlight. 손을 꺼버려. Turning up the heat. Gonna get it, oh. We're switching up the lip gloss. Mixing up the crystals. All they want to know how we do it. Now it's time to switch to flight mode. Yeah, 차올라 내 눈빛 봐. 불부터 나 ready now. 떨림이 번져가 입안 위로 올라타. 거침없이 난 dive. 겁없이 뛰어가 flight mode. Be breath free, shining, flying high. Feel the spark of flight mode. 우리 하늘 위로 더 rise up. 사라져 fade away moonlight. Gonna burn the night out. Every time my heart's flight, we go higher, eyes wide. Right through the starlights. 차가운 공기선을 relax. 지금이야 take flight. We're dancing on the moonlight. 손을 꺼버려. Turning up the heat. Gonna get it, oh. We're switching up the lip gloss. Mixing up the crystals. All they want to know how we do it. Now it's time to switch to flight mode. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Feel it, feel it, feel it, feel it. This
Welcome back, one and all. We're about to head into map 2, but first, let's dissect the first one. Playing on domination, not gonna lie, round 1 and 3 looked a little rough for the Sentinels camp. They did the same thing. I mean, we know that both of these teams actually do kind of gravitate towards that triple strat line. Like, they do like playing that, but I feel like for Sentinels, it's not worked quite as much as it has for Energy Shock.
Yeah, I think that for the side of Sentinels, you know, it's tough because I think like they did well on domination before. Like we said, NRG, they came back, new and improved. We thought the same thing out of Sentinels, right? Like you'd assume after the Liquid Citadel match that you brought up earlier, Zoe, like that. Okay, maybe you could brush that off, but I don't know, man.
You
Sentinels
have
at
to.
the current moment, you have to, yeah. But it looks like they haven't. That's the thing. Like maybe upcoming map it'll change, but Energy Shock look like a better team right now.
Yeah, they really do. But like, what should Sentinels do? I mean, clearly, like in round 2, it looked better for them. Like they got to play something more to their comfort. Is that just the key here, Shib? Like, do they just have to go back to like what feels right for them rather than playing the perceived meta?
Yeah, I think they looked a lot better when they went back to just like a 2-2-2 comp and something more traditional. You know, they did get strat banned heavy there. I think that kind of threw them for a loop, and that's definitely a huge shout out to NRG being smart. I think that's a cerebral play, forcing them onto Cloak, going that Magneto, and honestly, Madara landed like multiple Magneto ults onto Cloak, and that is so much value. So big brain idea there, but you got to take that into account in your next ban phase. You got to be aware that that's what they're looking for. How do you shut that down?
Friends, I'm seeing something when I'm staring at the other screen. Do you see it too?
I have not yet.
Okay, no,
Oh,
not yet.
I do see it.
Well, okay. Should we spoil it for the fine people out there? Should we do it? Well, we talked about it actually setting up this match, right? We talked about Mirror being in the mix and Karova kind of riding the bench right now due to the meta.
Oh.
Well, we do now get to see Karova in action. So what do we expect to see, as it surely won't be an Adam Warlock?
Probably the traditional stuff. I mean, this they always do this, dude. Like this is like Kurova's probably like put me in, coach, or something. Like I feel like that's actually what's happening.
Is he the kitchen sink? Is that what's happening?
Yeah, yes. He's the entire kitchen sink, washing machine. He's everything. All water tools involved. He's just gonna have
He's
to.
a utility piece, is what I'm hearing. That should bode well for them.
Yes, I think so. But also, like this team has always been so, I don't know, stereotypical. It's kind of weird. Like it's kind of an odd way to describe them. But like throughout the history of Sentinels specifically, they've always been like the team that watches Marvel movies together as a cohesive unit in previous lineups. And then now, even with Kurova with the put me in, coach mentality, it's just hilarious. It's just such a obvious move out of Sentinels.
Hilarious.
Hey, if they want the ball, give them the ball. You know, that's the way I see it.
Yeah, they feel ready. They feel up for the challenge. It's an elimination match, so why not? You got to try something. Let's see if this is going to work for them in our map number 2.
All right, we go into Symbiotic Surface here for Convergence. It's been a while since we've seen this map, honestly, in the playoffs. So this is going to be the selection from Sentinels. And again, they did make that switch. They do have Korova in. I wouldn't be surprised if Adam was on the table, but I do think Adam has definitely taken a heavy seat back in the meta. But if they want to run a triple comp, that is still viable for sure. And you can do some great alt trades with that Born Again.
Well, both teams as well kind of go for that Elsa Protect off the rip this time. Sentinels, went for it for last time. Energy didn't and still won the last map. Kind of makes sense, I think, once we go to these longer range maps like we saw in Midtown. But for the Mantis bans afterwards also kind of makes sense. I mean, the teams earlier, we kind of seen avoid the Gambit ban sometimes, which can work out. But, obviously both teams don't want to deal with that at the current moment. We'll see what happens in the other bans. Sentinels again going for that Vanguard Deadpool, which you said, Shib, like it does bring a lot of value, but the one-sided Invis ban and protect comes out now.
Yeah, it's another kind of strat line attack here. Obviously, locking in a very strong Elsa lock that is no doubt to be matched on both sides. You can see the Loki ban coming from this side. That's going to be, they're going to try to, send them a little piece of what they've been receiving with all these strat lines with the Mantis, Gambit, and Loki being removed. And I think that's not a bad idea. Try to even the playing field a little bit. Give yourself a similar solution if they're forced onto the cloak, which is a little more readable. But again, it is an ultimate that is tough to go against because you farm it so quick and you can definitely initiate forcing teams to respond with other strat alts that ultimately end at the same time.
And Cloak Protect coming out, it looks like, for the second one, but that Loki ban as well, I think is something Zoe pointed out in the green room, actually, funnily enough, said, I wouldn't give Velocities the Loki, and kind of agree with her in this point. Velocity's been nasty with it, and they go for the counter Loki ban on their side. So it's going to be fun. I mean, this is the first time in, a couple weeks we've seen Korova play the game, right? It's been like nonstop mirror, so finally get to see the OG back on it.
Yeah, and we talk about how team synergy over time is huge. These guys have played together forever. Korova obviously making a little switch there to DZ over the last end of Ignite Stage 1, but now going to be back with the team. And that, if once you play together for a super long time, you kind of get this confidence, this understanding of what the team's going to do, and you don't necessarily need to calm everything because you just instinctually know what the plan is, and that can help you in a pinch. But we'll see if it converts right now. NRG Shock on the defense first. Sentinels running something more traditional, and that is what we needed to see out of them. Shock just need to honestly rinse and repeat.
From the Sentinels lineup, and I think from a lot of these squads in the last week, I mean, we're hearing like rumbles of triple Vanguard being very good, obviously with the Gambit stuff and the Rogue, but what if Sentinels also were in that boat? Maybe they really love to play the Gambit alongside Rogue, and now that they can't, a lot of the times these matches are a bit of a pickle. For Energy Shock, though, on their side, already up the first map ship. And I mean, honestly, house money at that point, considering how it went last time, and also on the Convoy Convergence maps afterwards. So we'll see how Energy Shock play. Can they close out on the second map to put themselves on map point in our second best of 5 of the day?
Portal off the rip, and NRG's reading it. They could see it coming. You can see them heading backwards, but a good idea. Change things up here and try to retake their height. It's going to be essentially a spawn switch. You're going to see both teams playing like they're on the inverse of roles, right? So now, they will have the guaranteed access to height should they elect to choose to use it behind them, but they're just going to walk them right down here, try to get as much percentage on point as they can. And that's a huge tackle, though. This time onto the back line. Crimzo in a dangerous spot, able to escape for the moment. Stinkers finds one, loses the passive instantly. And Dogman finding Madara off rip is huge for the side of Sentinels, who are halfway to point and climbing. Window falls too. Sentinels are showing up at this moment, looking like their old selves.
Yeah, walked at them. They played the, by the way, capping point first, looking like themselves. But they played the strat pool style, right? They obviously have Vanguard pool available, but you build up ult so fast, jumping on your teammates' heads to just go in with the cheese ult fast on the TP play. It worked out phenomenally after Flame hit a frontline player of NRG. Now, we go to second phase. You're done with that play now. We're going Flame back over to the Jeff, and you have Dongmin back over to Vanguard tank pool. So we'll see if this sort of changes their playstyle a little bit. Flame obviously sitting on the flank, plays it slow, but Energy Shock doesn't have ults yet, but we've seen Window pop off before with Gruel.
Folks, that's incredibly smart, just piggybacking on what you're saying, to use the strat Deadpool off rip to get that percentage. So when you do switch, the walls there just stuff the Glartrox, and that was counterintuitive. Unlucky communication there from the side of Yusher and Crimzo, I believe. But it doesn't matter, because Flame, on the Stinkers finds one, another pick comes through, and Sentinel's momentum is looking lights out right now as Yusher is showing up here on this Elsa.
Yeah, unfortunately, like you said, it hit the wall, but at least they got the KO. Then another one from Kurova, who came in and just fragged out, got Chime cross map on the Luna Snow, and then we saw the Jeff POV see his teammates ragdoll fly through his face, so that was a little goofy. But now, for Sentinel side, they have, like you said, Chip, so much time at the bank, and Kurova, again, has ultimate available. Energy Shock are having to react to a very difficult situation.
And Dongmin now, huge strangling prison, answered immediately by the Bond. Eternal Bond walking them forward, but a great idea forcing out that cooldown. Velocity does have to force that out. Glartrox goes out, Kurova and Rymazing combo up now. On that triple line, they love to run so much. It seems to be working for them now. Damage boost out for Kurova, now trying to find window with a huge freeze. Out goes that E, though, forcing that cooldown. That calm will be known across the team. Great walls there by Crimzo. As they back up, they're forced to just constantly take damage and farm that ultimate. Crimzo back at 42%. Moderate in the sky. Combination. Oh, it hits the shield. And the eat comes through here from Flame A, I believe, who's trying to find some. Walking backwards now. Is going to just target whoever was eaten, and it's a three-piece, I believe, maybe two. We'll see in a moment as Yusher cleans up Madara. Is there more follow-up? Out again. Wow, good escape there from Window.
Yeah, absolutely, and let's see if they can keep it up, though. They have Invisible Boundary, but again, the Glartrox, you've seen counter this many times. He throws it out, just Window, or rather, does his group block it? This time, no, removes them out of the Invisible. It's, in fact, Renko who got caught in it, and we're getting this map pushed through. Madara's going to switch over to the Doctor Strange to help portal through. Maybe they come back in fast, but it's going to be body blocked on both sides from the teams. We'll see how much damage can come through on Madara, though. He just kind of plays his shields perfectly. 0.81 meters. They're going to have everybody here at the very least. Glartrox coming up too, but they lose velocity in the middle of the fight.
Oh, that is huge once more by Crimzo. Can they clean it up? They can. That's going to be a three-piece here, as it should be this point, and it is. Wow, Sentinels are looking refreshed now. 4 minutes and 15 seconds on point 3 is absurd.
You know, last time, I think Energy Shock, they banned out the Jeff. This time, it was the Loki at the very end, and you can see that's not panning out. Flame's looked so much better, I think, as well, playing these off healers instead of the Loki, in fact. Like, I feel like the Loki was solid before, but his Jeff definitely feels like a comfort pick for him. Now we move to the third phase of the map. Rymazing has the Ultron ready to go, at least Chime. Maybe he can connect with another Glartrox, but the pressure has been brutal from Dongmin and crew.
You know what? I hope the communication was, Coach, I want the ball, put me in, because if so, Kurova is really showcasing now why it's working out. Rymazing diving in with the Rage of Ultron, making a two-piece now as Rymazing's walking the backline. Stinkers should pay for it here. Yes, he does. Good shots by Ry, and Sentinels are not letting off the gas. Velocity has the Invisible Boundary available. Stinkers and Windows soon to have ultimate as well for Shock, but there's 3 to match from Kurova, Flame A, and Yusher here, and we will see which one's more valuable in just a moment. This is down to the wire with 3 minutes on right here at the end. Sentinels.
Look at Kurova, he's just chilling. Like, he just gets to relax at the back of the map. Nothing wrong. Just totally fine in the lane that they're currently in. You pop the ultimate against it. Here comes Windows ultimate, but again, negated by that bubble that Dongman. You called it out earlier. I mean, both the Vanguards and Kurova get hit, but it's 2 strat ult, or 2 ults for only, well, 2 on Sentinel's side as well, but still nobody going down on Sentinel's side, and Yusher has, again, Glartrox. He was big with it last time.
We're going to look now again. It's all about who presses Q-Just a little bit better. There is going to be the combo with Flame and Crimzo. We'll see if that elects to be run. A lot of times you don't even need a wall up there in those situations, but there is going to be an answer from Madara. If they do go down with it's Jeff, it's going to be, in vain. There could be some struggle there, at least, is what the intended language is as they're walking in now. Madara holding on, and we might see it. Electing not yet. There it is. And just pulling out that cooldown. Good idea there, dropping back as a team. No one's gone down just yet. And I do think that's a decent trade, as there's a lot more answers there with the Meteor M than there is with the It's Jeff in this current meta. Huge Strangling Prison finds one with Yusher with some insane aim, trying to find a second. And I don't even know how, but is able to find Velocity there, or isn't able to find Velocity, who makes that escape happen with a great jump there. I don't know how that reaction time came through, but shout out Velocity dodging that ultimate. I think even honestly, Yusher thought he'd landed that there as Crimzo and Dongman clean up, and I think this could do it here as Sentinels are trying to push this all the way with almost 2 minutes on still. But we'll see in a moment as another answer comes through. It's Jeff lands. Wow, Yusher with some clean movement. Does not get that. Oh, Psyche Light does get that KO onto Renko. It's just a matter of time now if they can keep this composure. A huge feast once more, but can they clean up anything? No, they cannot. How are they still holding on? Incredible communication by Energy Shock.
Yeah, they're funneling HP back and forth. Window does go low, but the healing is there. And again, just stalling out the point. This team is always very good at that specifically. And Chime goes down again. I mean, this has been a really rough map, I think, from Chime as well. Not able to get a single Glartrox due to the fact that Ultron's Rage has been baiting it out every time. And now Flame gets another one on the window, and they don't even touch. Sentinels fully cap out with a minute and 8.
Yeah, I mean, we wanted to see something more traditional. Sentinels came out the door traditionally. It worked great on point one. Switched to their comp that they were tried and true on when it comes to that triple backline, and it looked a lot better there. I'm not going to lie. Looked like a refreshed team. I just think they needed the mental. You know what? Do I got to say, is Korova the answer here? Because they played a lot better as a unit right there than we have seen yet today.
Yeah, maybe a little bit morale boost for sure. Korova, that guy. I think the squad, I mean, the tough part is NRG now have kind of just been trying to mirror, but just can't really do it. Like, every time Chime has thrown out a Glartrox, it's been destroyed. Like, I don't think he had a single good Glartrox the entire time. And he's just really unfortunate timing. It's read by Rymazing. Every single ultimate just gets countered by Ultron's Rage. Also, they don't have Madara's Meteor M, for example, for it sometimes. So, it's tough. Like, he hasn't had a single ult, and it's been impossible to get it off. And NRG, I think this is a good mix-up for them. They're going to put the Wolverine maybe out here, and this is kind of what they should have been doing earlier. I think they were thinking too much about trying to go for the mirror, but just don't have those, like, individual matchups or either practice that enables them. And now, again, we talked about Wolverine players being a focal point. Maybe they're just doing it one fight for the TP play, but Dongman's ready to go with a counter TP off map.
Yeah, thinking about it right now, setting it up and just kind of using it as vision, which isn't a bad idea. Think of it like an eagle, right? Set it up, just trying to relay to the team what they're thinking, what they're running. And there is going to be Madara trying to make something happen. Oh, didn't get that to select. It might be a little too late. Waiting now for the portal. Gonna throw it right in front. Bang, trying to get a few of them through, but it's just not going to work. He's able to find one.
But Dongman still went through, even though he had his shift up, right? Or, yeah, what the hell is that? Regardless. Oh, my God. NRG flip map. Now we have a 3 on point right now. They're trying to pressure out Sentinel's side. The close response for the offense, obviously. So NRG shock. She'll have Madara back a little faster.
Yeah, I mean, Madara, it was funny because I actually jumped through that thinking it was his own after the fact because the rest of the team went through it. Korova, it goes down as Chime gets 2. Dongman finds Renko, but Madara on the return, able to find one more. And now immediately, NRG shock are looking good, and they take this thing instantaneously, just like Sentinels do. Again, we talk about Midtown. Sometimes you push it the whole way, and then you kind of get on your heels. You're like, all right, now we just got to stop them before point 3. You can't think like that. It's got to be a point 1 hold mentality, but they can't make it happen.
Well, let's see what happens with Crimzo going over to the thing. I mean, they're going to still play that triple comp, and Flame just, by the way, didn't go down after first fight, has been living into their back line, kind of a thorn at the moment. But still, NRG Shock's offense looking just about as good as Sentinels right now. Hitting a big blind on that front line maybe allows them to find Crimzo. Does Crimzo escape? Does he evade all that damage? The answer is no. Korova actually goes down to the middle of the fight, unfortunately for him. And now you're down one member of your team. You have to try to clutch up. Ultron's Rage a little bit too late, sadly, for the side of Rymazing. Can't save anybody. And at this rate, Sentinel's slowly trying to funnel towards this cart without 2 members of their team. Able to find Madara at least, but the Glartrox comes out. Maybe any KO's found. It's back and forth. It's like a train just flying back and forth across the map. As eventually Flame comes through with a big eat, and Sentinels somehow were still in that fight and end up winning.
Yeah, I mean, that was back and forth. Huge Glartrox after huge Glartrox. I like the idea there with that strangling prison to make sure Glartrox couldn't get so much value, but somehow able to escape it in that moment. Rymazing with a nice shot there on window. That is a massive stagger, and that'll force NRG to play a little bit slower here, and now Sentinels retake this space, and that's why neutral is so valuable right now. Ult advantage on the side of Shock. Can they use it to their advantage? Crimzo back on that thing here now, though.
And I'm liking these like hard off angles. It's a shame the Sentinels don't have another one in this upcoming fight, because we saw like in that last fight, by the way, Dongman pops ult off, but they're just like a thorn in the side of NRG Shock as they move on and attack. Cloak and Dagger ult out first. Here's the he gets shut down by Korova!
Yeah, that is a huge freeze right there. Window finding Crimzo, and that's just, it's tough to play thing into a group like this. Velocity onto Korova, another pick here from Window onto Dongman, and NRG Shock are walking. Almost 4 minutes on the clock here for Sentinels. The portal play coming out for Crimzo, who's immediately off that thing. Again, it's so difficult to run thing into a comp like this. I would expect maybe the cap coming in to apply some pressure if you think your front line can hold, but it's all about, what they're comfortable on and what they think is the right solution. Madara finds one off rip.
That was pretty sad. Open up portal to see your Deadpool get kidnapped and murdered. Feels bad. But at the very end of the point, Still having 6 people here, Shib. Advantage for the side of Energy Shock based on the previous fights.
Stinkers with ultimate is a huge problem too, and it's just very advantageous to have portal up like that. You know where they're coming from. I think they might just get 0.90. Okay, 0.95. The retake comes through. Sentinels with some good timing. Heavy engage. Good shield there, by the way, to keep the team healthy in the moment. Glartrox goes out. It's a good value. It does. It's answered right back. Which one eats more? Looks like neither of them are feasting right now. Both going hungry as window goes down to Amazing. Flame able to find Madara, and the retake is clean here from Sentinels, even being down early on. Well played once more from Sentinels.
It seems like the fundamentals almost get better the more they're down in that fight, right? Just secured around the objective, played well around Yusher again, and then Dongman just on the Vanpool has been beautiful. So with that one-sided matchup, it's been pretty strong in Sentinel's favor. Upcoming fight, though, Crimzo does have that Agamotto Flaming with an ult. They go for a TP fast play onto the height, but Yusher's here to build up some ult charge at the very least. Energy Shock need to set up Stinkers with an ult, but Agamotto early gets 3.
It's huge. Oh, the shield might have just saved velocity there as Crimzo goes down off the back of a big last stand there. And the Wolverine hits Chef under. Everyone going to be panicking a little bit, waiting for it. And you can notice just ready to use that Terror Cape to hold the team. They use it there, and it's not going to like to hit anything. Window onto Yusher now. Out goes the Banhammer. Matched right back this time by Shock and Velocity. And that could be this point once more. Advantage in their favor. A meter left on point. Numbers heavily up. Sentinels dwindling. They did buy a lot of time. Can they keep this going for now?
I mean, he's still alive in the height, too, in terms of the side of Flame. But no, we're going to third point. I almost wonder if Flame could have hit like a big It's Jeff in the middle of the fight there. He opted for going away from it. Obviously,
he couldn't,
fights,
though. The cloak was ready with the Terror Cape. Yeah, Terror Cape was held right there in cloak form. Just waiting was Velocity.
Makes sense then. So, Sentinel's side on defense, tough fight now for third point. But for Energy Shock, excellent decision-making, like you said, to avoid that ultimate. Ultron's Rage now available to maybe delete Chime in his ultimate, but Bernard is the one that sets up his ult first, maybe buy some space for Chime.
Here we go again. Ottawa dropping backwards. And that is not going to be a trade yet. Glartrox goes out as Dongman finds window. Match there by Chime, and it is big. 2-piece. Make it a 3-piece. Chime going to clean everything up and now want to find more. Will that happen? Yes, it does. And Sentinels are going to be down numbers heavy. And there's Crimzo on that cap, like he's reading my mind, trying to apply more pressure, install the point.
Oh my God, and he gets traded out. But I like what you're saying. Like, Crimzo so far on Captain America has been incredibly good, regardless for the side of Energy Shock. Huge Glartrox by Chime, not forcing it, a little bit easier on defense. Of course, a pause happens as soon as Energy Shock is getting a little bit of momentum. And in a moment, we'll probably come back, but I imagine there's more technical difficulties. You know what? This game could go 3-3, Shib. We could potentially see us all the way back at the beginning after a reset if Energy Shock can string together good fights.
Yeah, this is going to be one of those, I don't know. It's any given situation right now, buddy. I'm not sure what you're thinking the solution is, but I don't know. Sentinels are starting to get walked back. I like the changes that they're making, but when you change point 3, it starts getting dicey. It's a question of, is it for the right reasons, or are you doing it because you're panicking? I do think the idea of cap, which reason I wanted to see maybe a little bit earlier, is because they're playing very hyper aggro. They're pushing you in. You go cap and you just stall point. You play point 24/7. Draw eyes away. You don't have as much KO potential on their team when they are running those cloaks, and it forces people away from your team. But again, if you're running the triple comp, it's dicey with cap. But I do think he plays well with Ultron drone. So it's up in the air. It's whatever they're comfortable with, and they weren't comfortable with it until point 3, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, Sentinels just seem to love the triple composition, and that's kind of their vibe. This is what I was kind of talking about. Like, if Sentinels can't, especially on defense and with these maps where I think Wolverine can be strong, I just wish they would play more Wolverine. That's all it is, man. Like, there's a Groot on the enemy team. I know we want to maybe go for the counters to Wolverine, and that's kind of the play in general for most of these squads. But that character is just so strong right now, man. Like, even if you do resist the CC immunity, or if you do have the CC immunity for the Wolverine, he still shreds you, dude. Like, he still does percent damage. Yeah, it's absurd how much damage that character could do. I just wish Sentinels would play that more. I could be wrong about that, but yeah.
Yeah, it's tricky, right? I mean, they don't have the invis locked right now, and to be able to keep the Wolverine away, which I think is at least on the field right now. So I think that's, again, another reason to maybe want to run it. I do think, like you're saying, it does make Groot kind of a scratching post. He's sharpen the claws a little bit on top of Groot and just charge up fast. You can even charge up on walls before your initiation, which is, a big strength for enabling Wolverine. But yeah, I'm with you. I think there's one or two ways you can play this. You kind of play to break walls and burn the Groot, or you play like Groot's not even there and you rush their backline and try to trade, or you play on point consistently with a ton of movement and play your life comp. And triple strat lines can enable that. But I'm not sure what the right solution is. I'll tell you what, I didn't love the Thing play. I'm happy that switch came in quickly. It looked better on the Strange, but it looks like we're heading back into the game here in a moment.
All right, let's get back into it, Chib, and off the rip. Madara does have the ult. They'll go for a Groot ult after the unpause immediately, but it doesn't work on their favor. Window goes down. Yeeted that out, was focused. The Luna Snow Dance Floor came out and they countered it off the rip. Huge plays out of the pause from Team Sentinels. The send Energy Shock back to spawn. And momentum shifting, maybe. Windows now going over to the Magneto, and then Stinker's off onto the Phoenix to maybe go for these more longer range engages, as maybe the Ultron has less cover in third phase.
Yeah, the point pushed pretty far, but there is only 1:27, and this is where the time they bought there on point 2 on that retake with the portal is huge, because Sentinels pushed through with 1:08 still remaining, and we're about to be there before they even end this point 3 if they can get there. Sentinels committing heavy now as we see Crimzo with the Freedom Charge walking that back line in. That could be a big Eye of Agamotto from Madara. Does it land? We don't have eyes on just yet. Doesn't look like it converted. Yusher putting a ton of damage out. Crimzo finds one onto Renko, and that's going to keep the pressure up. Crimzo does fall there with a nice trade as Dongmin also finds velocity. Dongmin again and Yusher, and now Sentinels are in control 1 minute on. And it is going to be an absolute battle here. Invisible Boundary from Renko. Triple ults available here from Sentinels. We will see which converts. Sentinels definitely have the advantage right now.
Ooh. Fleming gets staggered to the right side, but yeah, it's as you said, Crimzo popped off on that flank. Also, Madara went a little bit too deep and too far. It's tough with the Mantis damage boost to really get maximum value out of that Visible Woman Doctor Strange team up with the pull-in. Caught out of position in that fight. Now, upcoming fight, Ultron's Rage. Disengaged again, slow play by Energy Shock, but they do pop out with the Invisible Boundary. Can they get a trade at the very least? That's fine if you're Sentinels to get that 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, and here it is. Oh, that's a huge Clark. Oh, but it hits the wall. Likely a CC to stop the pullback there, which makes it so you honestly kind of just lose value out of the ult. So great focus in that moment. Energy Shock looking clean as Window goes down. Korova finds the first pick in the chaos from downtown. Yusher onto Stinkers. Can Sentinels do this off the change? That's another 3-piece sweep as the It's Jeff lands. Can they keep this momentum now? Crimzo onto Renko. The numbers are dwindling and Sentinels will tie this up 1-1.
Oh my God, we might have ourselves another close series on our hands on the day. Maybe you guys didn't curse us. In fact, it's been blessed. We've been blessed by the games today so far and in the North American region, as a phenomenal ending by Team Sentinels towards that third point. Obviously, even I guess the Wolverine player just not feeling too confident playing it on an open sort of map, and like Yusher just hitting Glartrox after Glartrox in comparison. I mean, just look at the stats, Shib. What stands out to you right away?
A lot stands out. I mean, obviously the 22 finals from Yusher, 46-5. Yusher has been definitely making a name for himself since joining this roster. I think it's funny because we mentioned that they don't really like the Wolf much, but I think it's because Yusher's just so good on this hero. They'd rather allow him to run this hero, which does do percent-based damage, very similar to Wolverine, on every time you use that ranged rifle. So you get kind of the same avenue of damage, but you know what I think is super important, dude, is as soon as Crimson made that switch to Cap, we saw more value. We saw more stall. Point just was not moving nearly as much. Dongmin looked great with the 12 finals. We talked about Vanpool being strong. The entirety of this roster locked in, but you got to look at the back line there for Energy Shock. Look at those numbers.
Yeah, I mean, there was a ton of healing output from them, obviously, and, you know, sometimes it's a good thing, sometimes it's a bad thing. I think that this squad, though, definitely has the chance to come back against Sentinels now, as they're all tied up 1-1. Next map will be a convoy, so we'll have to see what's picked for the side of Energy. We're going to go to a short break. We'll come back for that map number 3.
flame, blinding, shining lights. Oh, yeah. I feel it's keeping me out of control. Lock it, oh yeah. We won't stop it. Flying high is our destiny. Lighting up flaming stars. We're reaching out towards victory. 눈부신 꿈으로 차가운 심장을 쉬고 더 높이 날아가. They can't catch my vibe and my life. We're dancing on the moonlight. 손을 꺼버려. Turning up the heat. Get it, oh. We're switching up the lip gloss. Mixing up the crystals. All they want to know how we do it. Now it's time we switch to flight mode. Yeah, 차올라 내 눈빛 봐. 불부터 나 ready now. 떨림이 번져가 이 밤 위로 올라타. 거침없이 난다. 겁없이 뛰어가 flight mode. Be free, shining, flying higher. Feel the spark of flight mode. 우리 하늘 위로 더 rise up. 사라져 fade away moonlight. Gonna burn the night out. Every time my heart's flight we go higher. Eyes wide, right through the starlights. 차가운 공기선을 realize. 지금이야 take flight. We're dancing on the moonlight. 손을 꺼버려. Turning up the heat. Get it, oh. We're switching up the lip gloss. Mixing up the crystals. All they want to know how we do it. Now it's time we switch to flight mode. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Feel it, feel it, feel it, feel it.
Welcome back, everyone. And with that victory, Sentinels are tying up the series, and it was a good look for them. They went back to the comfort. You know, we see Crimson Cap is infamous for that. Amazing obviously gets to play a flyer, and Korova came back in, and they win. So is Korova the solution? Sample size 1 says yes.
You know, it
Running
might
the
be the
numbers,
case.
so,
Yeah.
you know.
It might be the case, right? Statistically, 100% win rate today. So you gotta love that, right? But again, I think it's just they started finding comps they're comfortable on. I mean, they're running the triple stuff, which I think they haven't found as much success with, obviously, last match. But this match, they stepped up. I think Korova on that Luna with a lot of, there's damage potential there alongside Rising and Flamme. Every single one of those duelists has potential to deal a lot of burst damage. And we're going to see what they're running here. It's going to Yggdrasil. Big fan of this map. Looking forward to seeing what these teams run out the door, dog. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a good map to watch, I think, just for the classic sake of Ignite, obviously. But for both these teams, for Sentinel specifically, I think this is going to kind of be a test to see if they can play other stuff besides Ultron, because I think this is not a notoriously super good Ultron map. I know that Groot we've seen a lot today on this map, but it's been a lot more Phoenix, a lot more, Hard Pocket, that character into that department. But obviously both teams don't want either to play Mantis, so I don't know. There's going to be a lot of sort of mental gymnastics both teams are going to have to do in the ban phase.
We love to see it. The ban phase is about to be ready, so let's dive straight into map number 3 between Energy Shock and Sentinels.
All right, my friend, goodbye to Gambito. Off the rip here again. That is something that's been very consistent, but it allows both teams to get on this Elsa. And I mean, you sure, last map, 22 finals. I don't know if you want that to happen again.
Yeah, probably not, but I guess they do. You know what? I guess they do, because they're just going to, or I guess for Energy Shock, they're going to get him downrange for a Chime. But like you mentioned, they're avoiding it for Sentinel's side in terms of that ban, in terms of letting them get the Mantis to help support it. So we're going to see Usher yet again keep on to that Elsa. So we've seen teams even win with it, but it definitely feels like it's a niche situation. Maybe it depends on the team or something along those lines. But for Team Sentinels and Energy Shock, probably going to stick to a similar ban phase, understanding that the Ultron is favored probably by more Sentinels side. For Energy Shock, they're willing to experiment a little bit with Wolverines and stuff like that. So we'll see if the Invisible Woman is focused on again, and it is by Energy Shock, getting rid of it, and then Sentinels not wanting to play against Velocity on the Loki once more.
Yeah, I'm, it's tricky because this ban phase worked out from a very similar ban phase on Dom. This is Yggdrasil now. I do think that, we talk about how Wolf's not bad here. A lot of the more traditional compositions, poke heavy stuff, works well here too. The triple works well here. So it's really kind of playing into both teams' strengths. So I'm not sure who I favor at this moment. I think Energy Shock has more of a storied past and look good, but Sentinels woke up in that last map, and I think they might continue it. We'll see.
Kind of with you there, Shib, for sure. I mean, Cloak and Dagger ban comes out at the very end for Energy Shock. And on a map like this, when you're playing kind of front to back style as well, I think that Sentinels, they did want to play a little bit more of the the Luna Snow kind of with this composition, but at least with the Loki, you know, they probably want to play Cloak and Dagger copy. We saw, you know, like I said, teams banning that at the very end in the last series of, or second to last series in EMEA. Kind of makes sense, right, Shib? Like in this specific matchup, if you're going to be against that Loki, do you think that the Cloak ban is valuable there?
Yeah, I don't think it's a bad idea. I think it's because when you do have the double, it's different when you can walk at them twice, and it's the longest straddle, right? Like, you know what I mean? It gives your team the ability to press forward, because the goal when you're running a straddle, if you're going to press it first, if you're going to press Q first, you better make the enemy team press Q. You do not want to just allow them to kite it. And the advantage to Cloak is that you walk them forward so heavily. It's forcing the back line to be on top of some damage, and then the pressure comes out while they stay in Cloak form, right? And just constantly deal damage to you while their whole team is pressing forward. So it is an advantage, but it can be answered with Magneto, but two of them cannot be answered necessarily with Magneto, and we've seen teams find success with Cloak when it's matched like that. So I agree, it is a good ban out here. The defense side of Sentinels, though, typically they have run triple. We'll see if they do it again.
Yeah, absolutely is an option in our third match of the day, or sorry, third map of the day, second match of the day, as we will, after this series, move into that upper bracket and finish off the day. But in this series, you know, it's winner go home ship. They still have at least a cushion to work with, but they do at the very end ban out that Deadpool Vanguard to get that one-sided matchup that we've seen Dongman get throughout the series. And for the opposite side ship, is that ban worth it to keep doing, considering you do get that Vanpool kind of still available for your squad and how good he's played it?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know what, you and I have both said, like, why has Vanpool kind of fallen to the wayside? You know, the patch doesn't change. It's almost like they're prepping for the next patch, right? Like, still use it while you can. And Sentinels are doing just that. Energy Shock not feeling as comfortable. You know what, they don't typically run it as frequently now that I think about it across the board. So maybe they just don't feel as confident on it. They like something more, you know, traditional, as they are running that Groot and Strange. And they do have that Invis team up. You and I both think that team up is very strong right now, enabling you to cancel some of those movement cooldowns from things like Venom, like Cap, and just pulling, you know, enemies back close. And Strange plays really good in that melee range.
Yeah, Flame setting up the dive on the flank, backside, kind of pressuring out with this hard flank off angle. Nobody's really doing anything about it until now. Crimzo winning for the hard dive. But as long as you're getting eyes on Chime and Flame doesn't go down, this is not bad. And there we go. Immediate Deadpool comes out from Dongman. They built up enough time. Strat's trying to patty cake, but everybody's here to collapse. Excellent work from the side of Sentinels. This is kind of what they've been doing in terms of getting success earlier, is having Flame on these hard flank angles. At least Crimzo's there to follow up on that cap they talked about before.
Yeah, this is back on something that I think they can run well. And this is the comp that we just saw them play successfully across our last map. So why not run it once more? Holding totally fine right now. Yes, they don't have a main shield Vanguard on the front line, but you can play. Oh my goodness, Chimes. Sit down, right? Amazing. From downtown, finding one there and walking. It's a good start for the side of NRG Shock. They want to keep this moving. But there's that stall I'm talking about. You don't need to get a billion final hits as Cap. Just play on the point. Don't allow it to move. Force eyes in different directions. Make them constantly panic. But it's all about testing comms out. I'll tell you what, a team that does comms well is NRG Shock.
And they've moved up. They're working on the front line again. At least forcing out that taunt out, but there's that extermination. Glartrox also comes out too, but it's all healed up by the Luna Snow. Excellent ultimate placement by Velocities, and they get the KOs afterwards. So just with those overlaying of ults, I mean, Sentinels, they're just going to fall back and go away in the Ultron. This was the worry for them, I think, is just kind of fell off after first point.
Yeah, it's tough. It's like it works sometimes and it doesn't. You know, it's really difficult. I think this map has some angles where Ultron can play well, but there's a lot of free space for you to look up after you break a lot of the breakable structures, and it kind of puts Ultron in a tough spot, especially when you're going against some really strong hit scan.
Well, they kind of figured it out. There's like freaking walk at them because they're too worried about the flanks. Everybody played back. I guess once they got the card on the corner, but yeah, they're just kind of negating. Okay, now Flame goes down, so they're getting staggered brutally, Shiv. I mean, this could be the downfall of Sentinels if they don't get a single fight win together. I mean, the only fight they've won so far was with the Deadpool ultimate that they don't have just yet.
Yeah, and there is going to be the commitment. Crimzo going to walk them forward with the Freedom Charge. Madara dropping backwards. Out goes a nice answer this time right now from Renko. Madara potentially using this boundary to find a cheeky Eye of Agamotto. Exactly, that's the plan on the back line. Can they clean this up? They do. It's Chef comes through. This might be big from Flame. Can Flame get out? And it looks like he might just be able to. Not sure how many were caught inside that. It's Chef. Renko dropping back, doing a nice patty cake as Crimzo tries to find another. And it looks like Window goes off map there. Well done, Flame.
Yeah, for sure. Getting one. You have immediate ult committed by the side of Stinkers. Able to find 1-2. Deadpool ultimate at least forcing out the passive. but it's 1-for-1 trades, which is, I think, fine for Shock at the current moment, unless they can maybe stagger this forward, get a big Ultra, or get a big Glartrox off from Yusher. Meanwhile, from Energy Shock, they negated that last time. Window now going over to the Hulk.
And there is going to be a big fastball special opportunity in a moment, just trying to find something. A little bit of a boomerang strat. Look for that cap. Well done by Crimzo to stay away from some of that chaos. You can actually use the dash on D to avoid the kidnap if you're insane on reading that commitment. But we can see some movement here by Chime, who is locked in. Chime time once more. Tries to find 2 instead, just looks for 1. In the off angle, Flame trying to stay away right now, looking for a re-engage. You see a lot of the top strats not afraid to just drop back and retake with the team if the moment's right, especially when you're on that Jeff or something that's more self-survivable. And there's a lot of space being taken here, though.
Yeah, that's the problem when teams talk about like why you can't really run dive every single map sometimes. Large rocks. Oh my goodness! Chime removes both Yusher and Kurova. That's, yeah, disgusting. And also another on to Rye Amazing. But they're not really having anybody anchor on these points at this current moment. Sentinels, their whole game plan is to bubble somebody off with that Dongman bubble on the Deadpool. But if they don't get the KO, they just get walked back on. And again, just rocket speed through this second phase of the map. We'll see if they can maybe do something, but it doesn't look like it, and they're probably gonna have to switch off this Ultron stuff soon.
And you can notice like the little things, folks. Take this into ladder. Moderate there, using walls to not necessarily cut off LOS in front, but breaking the line of sight for Jeff on the flank. You know, you also you see Window switch over to the Hulk, using that bubble to keep the team healthy should an ultimate be committed. There's a lot of shutdown in the composition here, and I think it's clearly working right now for Energy Shock with 3 minutes on. A team that is very cerebral. I love to see what they come up with when their back's against the wall. This is one of those moments. Sentinels sticking to a composition that may be struggling right now. Can they hold here on point 3 and make this a winnable map? We'll find out in this next fight. Crimzo almost available for ultimate again.
He is. I mean, it's been a long time, I think, since we've seen a Captain America reflect a Groot ultimate, but it is always a possibility since the Groot on their team in Madara will be looking for it, but it's gonna be a slow find at the current moment. Sentinel's kind of playing it deep around the corner with Flame also far back, and like you mentioned earlier about this Captain America player staggering it out. Renko gets hit by the Deadpool, but Yusher on the front line will go down. So you take that in the meanwhile as everybody fell back into this invisible boundary, and Stinkers again just able to get so much value just after being 100 rage the whole time. Kart's still pushing Shib during this entire third point of the map.
Velocity with a huge pick there on a Dongman. I mean, that's just lights out play. Great freeze in the moment, finding those headshots. Imagine the boost coming with the next patch on this hero. I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot more of her. Fastball special again. Another advantage to having that Hulk on the roster or on the play. Right now, Crimzo trying to hold on. Another wall just to isolate. Again, folks, there's so much value in that. It doesn't always need to be a KO. Stats don't always tell the tale. As we see Renko finding Rye Amazing. And I don't know, Sentinels, you got to figure something out here now because Shock had downloaded you on this composition. You sure, though, trying to find a few. Not going to work. Instead, just a return to sender there, being delivered right into the KO. And Madara with an insane wall. Wouldn't have mattered, though, as the hook bubble was there as well.
Yeah, excellent reads by the side of Energy Shock as a whole. Everybody reacting. And now no more ults for Sentinels, right? That was the one situation that they could win it in. And Energy Shock have done it with 1 minute and 25 seconds. Beautiful work out of the squad. The orange and white looking good today.
Yeah, and folks, you can use those Groot walls right in the center of the It's Jeff there. If you place it right in the center to keep your team up, and so that's why you saw that really fast reaction was smart. But you can also just use Hulk's bubble, which would have also landed in that moment. Both of them ready to react. Not a lot of value out of those It's Jeffs right now. So we are going to see likely a switch up, or maybe not, as Flame is going back at the moment. But I think I like what I'm seeing. I think Rye Amazing, we put back on the duelist here because that composition wasn't working. In Energy Shock, you don't need to change much. Whatever you're comfortable on right now, because they are looking confident once again. And that's what you like to see as an Energy Shock fan.
Yeah, I'm with you in that situation. Like, I think for Sentinel's side, they're obviously going to think about it a little bit, but I mean, the Ultron really wasn't working. The full dives, the setups, I mean, we sometimes get one, but Energy Shock just started to read those super well and also just focus around that payload. You know, we'll see what they kind of do on defense as well, but this map in particular, I think, just with the Ultron, without the Mantis comps, hasn't really shown a ton of promise to me specifically at the current moment. But, you know, it looks like Energy Shock might be thinking about doing that on their first hold. Maybe going to swap it up later. At the moment, Sentinels, I mean, they have a lot to think about. They could potentially still snowball, but it's going to be, you know, pretty tough. We did see Rye, you talked about earlier, doing well on that Phoenix. Definitely has the time to shine again on this first attack.
Yeah, I think Ultron's incredibly strong in the meta, but it's not always the answer for your team. Whether it's, you know, you maybe don't play it as well as a unit or whatever the case may be. You know, it works on certain maps. That's also a story. It doesn't always need to be forced. If you're struggling, I think the switch needs to come in. I love Rye's switch here. And I like, again, what I'm seeing out of the composition from Shock. Window making that switch over to Cap to try to do exactly what Crimzo was doing. And that's get on that point, stall it for as much as possible, and just force out some cooldowns from these backlines.
They back it up in the meanwhile. Both Elsa players playing slow, but this time Madara's the one to go down. Excellent pick from the attack, just to walk forward. Space kind of given. Portal going to come through, and this is actually a tough portal play in time in the windows, just due to the fact that, I mean, they are pushing so fast right now, Shib. It's just excellent pace of play. Portal going to come in a moment.
Yeah, I mean, Sentinel's now stepping up, much like Shock did on point one. Portal gets committed. Notice how it's backwards, folks. Use it as a wall. Do not put it in the sky, folks. If you'll notice, the best players on Strange never put the portal in the sky. It just does not work out. You want to use it as a structure to play around. Please, you take anything as a Strange player, do that. But you can see the walls on height there. Great positioning once more from the side of Crimzo. Shaka like the movement, but it's going to end here with an End Song Inferno. Bang, does land. And Rymazing finds Madara now. And they are keeping this momentum. A huge ultimate here from Crimzo. Try to clean that up. And oh my goodness, that Gartrox is absolutely massive off the back of that strangling prison. And NRG Shock might take that personally here. Have ults available in the next fight, but Sentinels look really good.
Yeah, that's a strike. That's absolutely a strike. I mean, this game could be seen as a hero shooting bowling game if Yusher is just going to be able to hit easy Gartroxes like that. Now Energy Shock on their second phase. Like you mentioned, not a lot of time back in the bank. Kind of made the same mistakes as this Ultron comp on first point. But Sentinels, I mean, off of that, they can snowball this. If they get a few picks here on second phase, neither team is able to hold in this second phase of the map. But it all depends on these Groot walls now, because on the opposite side, Window is now going to be matching on Groot.
Yeah, ult advantage going to be the side of Energy Shock here. You're going to see Chime with that Gartrox be threatening. Kurova has an answer with the dance floor, and you might see Kurova chase. Watch, yes. You see the Gartrox try to chase with that dance floor. You know what? You can't be hurt by a monster as long as you're dancing, I'll tell you that much. But good play there. Great focus onto Crimzo to burn that down from Energy Shock. And that's just on the back off some good comms, looking upwards, waiting for that. You know, it's a little bit of a game you have to play when you are in Phoenix, in the sky, like that in Phoenix 4. Bang, it comes down, but it gets burned out of the sky. Again, Energy Shock's comms are lights out. Window finds Yusher, Madara onto Flamme, and that is even more there now. Dongmin going to be staggered here.
All right, nice stagger on the Dongman. And I think Madara and his swap over to the Magneto has been super good. And I guess this is the problem, maybe the one sort of asterisk for tank pool, in that, like, when we see a lot of these tank pool players, sometimes you pop the ultimate and just the follow-up can't be there because, well, in that last fight, Madara has some super good team utility, keeps the team healthy with their push, obviously blocks off the healing for those supports and those strategists. But Crimson trying to set up on his flank. Stinker's trying to match him, at least, like, you know, honor that flank, maybe come back for the 1v1, and he does, but he's got Snowflake the whole time. Stinker's at least trying to remove him out of the fight.
Yeah, the positioning here from Shock shows just like how they want to take this defense. This is a great spot to be holding. You want to try to find cover naturally. This first bend right there you can play around allows you to not only drop back to a corner that'll keep you safe, an unbreakable corner, but you can play aggro and shove them back to their spawn door, which you virtually have vision on from back here. This is a really defensible position by Energy Shock. And this is why they wanted it to be playing at this map. Out goes Ironwood Wall. You can see the play there, the pressure coming in from Dongman, but pays for it in blood as Chime finds one. And now Shocker up a number again. Flame going under. There's the Itch Jeff. Does that one land this time? There's more chase. It does not land. Goodbye to the Flame. Ooh, good movement. Good movement to escape after the chase comes through from Stinkers, playing a good job essentially peeling as the Wolverine.
Yeah, at least he lives in that previous fight. And now he's set up on that flank with Crimzo, which I think Crimzo kind of wanted. So for Energy Shock, we'll see what they opt to do. I mean, they could just walk forward. Already bubbles used. And oh no, Kurova's ult's too late. Here comes the Phoenix, at least the combo.
Wow.
So they do get two with the damage boost from that ultimate. But will they be able to find more? I mean, Stinker still has ult later. Or they want to retouch. It looks like the answer is retouch.
Really clean play there from Sentinels on that take, but did have to commit a ton. But the Gartrox available in the kind of windows you want Gartrox on is these tight locations, these tight entry points. But Chime has the exact same answer. Stinkers with the ultimate in window as well. There is a ton of combination potential here. Yusher and Crimzo are going to be the hope of Sentinels on the attack. And then on the backs of Window, Stinkers, and Chime for the defense. Who comes out on top in this next fight? We'll find out in a moment, as it will be intense here. A minute 40 on the attack. Is still a lot of time, though.
It still is. Groot gets yeeted out, but Capult here to kind of keep everybody healthy into the Wolverine ult right after, but it's not enough damage. Glartrox also gets hit by the wall, so every ult on this defense pretty much goes to waste. But the invisible boundary here from Renko. Rye does fall, so the damage output was a little bit too much. Regardless, Crimson just waits out the invisible boundary. In the meanwhile, Dongmin tossed in the ban hammer, but he's the one getting banned back to spawn, and everybody has to fall back now due to the fact that they're losing a lot of that frontline support. Ryan Mason's gonna have to switch back to Daredevil now to walk back, but they've lost Flame on the flank again, and once more, just dive not looking too clean for Sentinels now.
Yeah, I mean, Yusha and Kurova in a very difficult spot, but they might be able to, I was going to say, they might be able to escape, and if they don't, they are in big trouble, and that is an insanely long stagger onto Kurova there. Great focus by the side of Shock once again. No ults available at Psych. I lied. Moderate and Velocity going to be there in this next fight. Flame going to be close, but that's not a big answer here. Not a big, attack either for the side of Sentinels with 40 seconds on. A portal will be the only other answer besides this final attack. Will it work out for him as Stinkers is looking for this chase out of Crimson? Insane movement, but it won't last long. Wow, the downtown way back there in the spawn.
Freaking cat and mouse, but in this case, it's dog and a man. Oh, wait, hold on. That's weird. Don't like that one, but...
Dog man. Wait a minute.
No.
Hold on.
Anyway,
You might be onto something.
That's a different brand. I forgot. The different brand, actually. That's Dave Pilkington.
Good sell promo. Get him banned by the mods in the chat. Can we get him banned, please?
Okay, that's going to happen. Sentinels, though, ban hammer available. Good reference now that you're bringing up that, because Dongmin has walked in with this every fight, but it's disengaged by Shock again. Now they walk in with the dance floor once more. And again, I mean, they were here with the invisible boundary. Can you sure maybe connect? It seems like this angle is so tough to get a good ult off. Window tossed out the Groot ultimate. Follow-up, not really there, but at least they're forced out a straddle. Still, Lartrox is here, but it's such a tight angle shift. It doesn't go anywhere. Counter Lartrox, other side, pull back in the hallway of doom. Wow. And nobody touches. He didn't even get overtime. They got pulled off. That's such a sick Lartrox. No way they get it done.
Chime time, without a doubt. That was absolutely disgusting, like you said, buddy. What a call out there. I mean, are you not entertained? How much back and forth can we have today? Dude, how are we seeing all this? It's crazy as Velocity goes back-to-back on the W's with the MVP, even through the flu game, as we like to say. And again, up one is NRG Shock, but now at game, set, match point.
Yeah, this has been such a roll from Energy Shock after the last two maps. I'm curious how Sentinels adjust going to the next one. You know, obviously they look a lot more comfortable playing the Ultron stuff. We'll see if they want to keep that up or even protect the Mantis early. You know, the Gambit ban gets out early. If we're going to just hard play triple, maybe even do what European teams would do and just protect that Mantis. But we will see what Sentinels do. Their backs are against the wall. Energy Shock trying to close out. We'll find out what happens after this break.
go feel it, feel it, feel it, feel it. This
Welcome back, friends. Energy Shock taking that third map, and now they're finding themselves on map point. So it's on Sentinels to figure out where to take them next, as they have, of course, the map pick. I'm interested and I want to dive into the potential upcoming map, but first let's talk about how Energy got this one done, okay? Like, looking at Sentinels' defense here first, I was kind of baffled that they just ran their heads into the wall with their composition. Like, I felt like maybe they could have made something work, shaved more time off of Energy's clock if they would have just switched a little earlier. Was that just, like, what would you attribute that to? Like, why was there so much unwillingness to, like, switch something up?
You know, Doug, I'm curious if we have a different take. It's dicey for a multitude of reasons. One, sometimes the conversation is, we'll switch, let me just ult first. And then it's like, oh, we lost another fight. I didn't ult. Should we go again? Do I lose this ult charge? And then it's, you know what, this should work on paper. This has worked for us in the past. Something's off. I made a mistake. That's the reason the comp isn't working. And then once those comps start coming into play, next thing you know, you're caught in the same loop and just constantly trying to run the same comp that maybe isn't working. And like you said, running your head into a wall. And yeah, I just don't think they made the switch fast enough clearly on the defense and on the opposition. When you're looking at the way Energy Shock's been playing, they're not afraid to switch whenever they need to.
Yeah, I'm kind of just, you put it perfectly. It's tough. Like, I think maybe there's just a map diff. You know, maybe we have to go to the next one for the side of Sentinels and figure out a better map to play on, because yeah, just the dive stuff not really working there, especially. It looks like Flame A wasn't getting as much done as we saw on Celestial Husk. So I'm assuming it's going to be map diff. Maybe we go to one that Sentinels is more comfortable on.
In terms of the ban and lock phase here, do you feel like any switches are necessary? Because they both kind of stuck to what they're comfortable with there thus far.
Oh yeah, I feel like we could maybe take a page out of the EMEA, maybe go for that Mantis Protect. I feel like it wouldn't be bad if we're just going to play non-stop triple, especially now that we're going over to Krakoa. I don't know, like if you just want to play triple with Ultron, you need the Mantis to help support that.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think that it's kind of pivotal to the. It's not pivotal to the Ultron comp, but it makes Ultron significantly more threatening. And I think that is kind of what we see a lot of the top teams try to run. And granted, they're still running the Ultron, but they're using it more as an answer to a lot of heavy dive. And I don't think Energy Shock are doing that. They are running traditional comps. It's not like you're constantly being threatened, so you need to rotate those drones to the back line so you can look forward and apply pressure. It's just like, all right, we just feel comfortable on this comp. You need to be retroactive. You need to be responsive, right? You need to be trying to find a solution to the comp that you're facing and not something that you're always just comfortable on.
Absolutely. I mean, this is do or die for Sentinel, so they definitely have to come up with something. It was great for them to switch things up here. Obviously, like even bringing in a sub, Karova, back in the mix. How are we feeling about Karova's performance? Because I would assume that he's coming off quite cold off of that bench. I don't know how much scrim time he actually had with the team heading into the playoffs.
I mean, I assume that, like, yeah, I like it. I've liked what he's done so far. He's had a Karova play at least once or twice where, like, he had a big freeze and then, you know, goes down with the ultimate or something like that at the same time. I mean, I like it. He's very aggressive. You know, maybe that's, like, the counter why they like Mir in the game. But I don't know if it's impacted too much for me on this team. Like, I really don't think that it's changing the fundamental problem, which that, you know, a lot of teams are kind of shading away from these dive comps and these Ultron comps without Mantis, and that's kind of the main problem. I think Karova's played well. I think Mir hasn't played particularly bad. So for me, I'm not blaming any strategist in this game necessarily. It might just be an overall team sort of mentality and sort of cohesion with the kind of off-meta heroes.
Yeah, I mean, that's a tough point to bring up because it's so tricky, and just piggybacking on what you're saying. So it's like, I don't know, who do they scrim with? Who do they practice with? A lot of these teams that have rotations and rosters, it's got to mess with the flow of communication too and understanding. And yeah, they're all sitting there in the comms. They're hearing everybody talk, but in practice, it just feels very different. And I think it can affect the way you play, without a doubt.
Absolutely. We talk about subbing strats, right, and how it's a double-edged sword. If you're looking at, like, the Energy Shocks, well, I mean, that's a really big roster too, but so far we've not really seen them people being subbed in and out. They kind of just stick into what's working for them. I mean, obviously, if it's working, why would you switch? So there is that. Now, of course, Energy Shock, another thing that really stands out for me for this team is that they're extremely momentum-based. I feel like once they get something rolling, they can ride that momentum. Whereas Sen, I feel like they're one of those teams that kind of start to overthink. They're like overdraft, overstrat. They might get into their heads.
Yeah, I think they will. Like, you're right, Zoe. I think that's a great point to bring up, just because of the fact that, you know, this team in the past also have kind of been in that situation where they're definitely riding on momentum, kind of overthink themselves sometime. But in terms of this matchup particularly, it just does feel like I need to see a little bit more out of the squad, because with subbing and strat players too, to kind of go back to that point, I'm not sure how much that's actually changing. Like, we need to see some fundamental differences out of Rymazing as well. Like, I loved what he was doing on Phoenix in the first map. If they could ride the high of that, if Riot could maybe level up to where he was on map number 1, then this team's chances definitely skyrocket against NRG. But this is map point now, Zoe, so it's a little bit late to have to make adjustments like that.
Yeah, perhaps this is really just like, you gotta play deep into your comfort zone. You obviously picked the map, so you should have that one going for you. What would be the craziest thing we could see here, Ship? Like, it's just gonna
What
be
I
like
would
a Rymazing Iron Man, like, just like unleash them all.
That would be crazy, for sure. Listen, I would love it. I also just think of something that maybe is realistic that I think maybe they could, you know, they should start working on is they've got a really good cap player. They've got a really good, I mean, honestly, Rymazing's been great on DD, and they constantly have Flame in the back line flanking. Well, why don't we try to synergize with that a little bit? They're just not doing it. So, I don't know, but it looks like we're heading into our next match here, Zoe.
We are indeed. Match point for Energy Shock, and Sentinels have 1 foot out the door. Can they hold on? Let's find out.
All right, my friend, we're going to see if there's any change in the ban phase, and it looks like no. We are going to see that Elsa on both sides yet again. You sure looking great, but so is the opposition on the side of Chime Time with that huge Glarchox to win them last map.
All right, protected the Elsa into the Mantis ban. But do they try to get that one-sided Mantis then, right? They go to Krakoa. This was the map, I believe, as well, that when, you know, Energy and Sentinels did play. Wait, no, that was Celestial Husk that they won on Nevermind versus Energy, so it is a bit of a difference in that regard. But I kind of just want to see them make that crazy play. You sure has been really good, like you said. That was a turnaround map from Chime, right? Like, that was a nice play from him on the previous map.
Yeah, I mean, both ults were actually kind of big. It's just Chimes was just a little bit larger, and that's all you can ask for, as we see, like expected, the double lock there. We knew that was coming from a mile away. I do think, you know, I'm not sure, but I do think Sentinels, if they get in, you know, they can run that triple comp if they want to, but if they run into the, you know, the issue they've been running into where it's struggling, they need to just try to switch up completely. They can't keep running it. You know, it just doesn't work on certain maps for them. I think that's what I'm seeing.
Yeah. I mean, like, I think we're both not necessarily worried for Sentinels on domination, necessarily, considering the fact that, like you mentioned, like, it's just a better map for Dive, right? To surround and do crazy stuff, especially with how good Dongman's been playing. But it is like long term, what happens if we do go to map 5? Where do we go after that with NRG? They go for the Ultron ban off the rip just to counter what Sentinels were going to do in that regard. So already trying to focus on comfort pick for Sentinels. Yeah,
there is some decent height that you can cover around, you know, on these maps here on Krakoa for Ultron. So, you know, definitely a better map there. So likely had that scrim practice in the past, saw a little bit of a struggle there. Obviously, Rymazing is really strong on the hero. It's not always the case that, you know, it's the player's fault. It's also, there's so much going on behind the scenes, and that's why you rarely can you look at stats and judge a team. But the lock-in here of the you see Jeff as well and DD like this map. Honestly, both sides are drafting pretty well here.
Why did they ban Luna, though? Because, like, I get that a little bit, but also, doesn't this team like to play... Well, so the Invis is still through. And then also, they like to play the Loki stuff on the side of Energy Shock, so they could do Loki, like, Cloak and Dagger. I mean, I know Luna's good, don't get me wrong, but it's just interesting.
Well, I think, you know, the conversation might just be Velocity was a big problem for them. I mean, Velocity went down twice last match, 53k healing. Next closest on the opposition being 32, right? You know what I mean? So I think Velocity's just discussing the backline on that hero. And maybe that's not the case, but that would be my best guess as to why.
Fair enough. Well, they're getting through in terms of, you know, certain strategists. It's also still the same priority for Energy Shock, going through with that full strategist ban phase, whereas Energy Shock, mostly strategist except for that Van Pool on the Energy Shock side to make sure that they keep giving Dongmin that one-sided Vanguard Deadpool. But if you're a Sentinels fan, you gotta get at least a little bit of energy towards this team, because they have to start here if they want to have a chance in the playoffs of our preseason. Otherwise, Energy Shock could send them packing.
Yep, it is game point. And remember, folks, losing team goes home. They don't move to a lower side of the bracket. This is the lower side of the bracket. You can see now a little bit of that jumping, using that bunny hop to get the point quicker. A lot of that movement tech used across the board on heroes that do allow it. Venom being one of them in the front line here. Renko on that Jeff. This is one of those maps you can find success with Jeff. It's all about stalling now. And look at these comps, just stall comps for days on both sides here, which is something Sentinels hasn't been doing as much. Crimzo on the Venom instead of on the Cap. And you can see Window going to be on the Cap as Madara now is also on the Venom. So much stall on the side of NRG. If they can get this point early, it's going to be dicey. But Flame able to find one early on a Velocity is a massive start for the side of Sentinels. And they will get this point.
And it's kind of a different look, too. I mean, they're going to get that Venom team up with Flame as well and Amazing on the Star-Lord. So this is very weird out of them off the rip, but it's nice, right? There's no mag on the other side to counter Amazing necessarily. You know, you don't have the Daredevil, of course, which maybe you would assume Rai would be good on. But at least in this sort of neutral, he can go in with Crimzo, go in with the Blaster Barrage, set up that. But it's Renko on the Jeff that we kind of haven't seen play Jeff throughout the series just due to how things have happened in the ban phase. But Dongmin already sits with the ban hammer ready to go.
Yes, a big cooldown. Gonna look towards backline, immediately uses it, forces them backwards, keeping and owning that space. Now you can look forward, and that's the idea right there. Notice the separation, then you turn on the Vanguards, and ooh, goodbye, Stinkers. Great play there again by Sentinels off some really strong communication there from Dongmin, who we've seen a lot of success on Strange over the history of Marvel Rivals, but it's looked really good on this Vanpool too.
Well, Stinkers is just like, okay, we're not going to set up for my dives. I'm going to go in and go down. I'll switch to Ultron. So they go for that one-sided Ultron matchup. We'll see if it works out. On this map, they have to claim a lot of space against Team Sentinels who sit with ultimates. And Yusher again, okay, just takes Madara out of the sky. Goodbye, Venom.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Sentinels are playing flawlessly. They have ults up. Chime trying right now with something. Not able to get a huge E, but it's matched right back by Yusher. Same story. Nothing.
Everybody dodged it.
Yeah, nothing right there. Just reading the situation. Whoa, I didn't even hear the It's Jeff. As that comes through heavy. Does not seem to land either. Might have found one. Be a teammate as Flame in the backside does have that alt answer as well. The dive comes through now. Switch up from the side of Crimzo, diving that back. Kurova brings out the dance floor. Amazing and Flame have ult available. Crimzo as well. It might be combined here with Kurova. If there's enough time, there's not. And here goes Amazing up in the sky. I haven't seen a lot of this pick here from Rai. And I do think Star-Lord's great right now in the current meta.
Yeah, he's trying to find something in the backline. They did fully disengage it. The clap down Madara again desynced his energy, just like going for this sort of pseudo dive. Nice freeze from Kurova again to slow down Window. Ultron's Rage is here from Stinkers to at least remove Flame, who, you know, went a bit aggressive. And actually, the shoe, everything's flipped for the side of NRG. They take control now as Dongmin goes down. And the rest of the squad for Team Sentinels is Flame, just a weird situation to happen as they went down in the middle of the fight.
Yeah, Madara with ult available still for initiation, but 99% there for Sentinels. Their goal now is to group up as a unit, fight one more time with ults committed, likely looking for Dongmin, Yusher, and Flame to ult together in one fight to win this map. And that's all they need. If they're tracking properly, they can make that happen soon. Chime and Madara are going to be the heroes of this fight if they can make it happen. Obviously have the talent to do so, but it's all about clutch moments. Who gets the ball? The last few seconds, we'll see here in a moment. Yusher with a huge ult once more on a Velocity and Chime as Dongmin takes out Stinkers. And a portal play is going to need to be committed if a stall can happen. It cannot. And this is looking like Sentinels on the retake. Portal is coming now from Velocity, forcing a compositional switch here from NRG.
Yeah, stalling it out right now is the side of Madara, but it gets frozen, deleted again. Kind of a tough map from him so far, but Chime comes back with this Lartrox. I mean, he would have to be huge with it. It's going to be a very hard situation to win. Window gets deleted, and yep, going next round. Sentinels claim the first one.
This is exactly the way Sentinels wanted to start this. I mean, it was flawless for the first three fights. We talk about in domination, if you can get point early, it puts you in a good spot. And that's because you kind of can drive the pressure. And when you want to engage, similar to how you saw Dongmin use that ban hammer on the back line after they've already pressed through the choke, forcing the strats to escape and run together far away from the front line. They lost a few off the back of that. And immediately, once again, it was a W for the side of Sentinels in that fight. And that is why it's so strong early on. Energy Shock are going to have ult advantage in this next fight. Can they do the exact same thing that was done to them?
That's a good question, Shib. Is, you know, Energy Shock, you know, kind of also in a similar situation in that regard. For Sentinels, those surrounds working. I mean, Crimzo on the Venoms look clean so far at the moment. Dongmin as well, obviously. He's just gotten value out of tank pool throughout the series. With Energy Shock side, it's just interesting to see them have to play this Ultron composition, but they go for a super hard sustained composition around Chime. Just going for that. Oh, never mind. They had the Loki first originally from Velocities, but goes back for the speed then to it. So Cloak and Dagger Loki, we've seen that on other maps. Maybe not as much on Domination, I suppose. But they're going to have to really out-sustain, especially Sentinels force them to go for those combos, because Crimzo does have that combo with Karova, but again, they haven't really set up for it in the previous fights.
Agreed. It's just been a little bit of a mismatch in timing, just by like milliseconds too, is the brutal part. But sometimes it's just the way the cookie crumbles, and you're forcing out a strat line out. They don't always have, the option to be as patient as possible. Try to be reactive to when that happens, to then using the Venom after the fact. But it can be tough when Crystals is on the table as well, which is a great answer to that combo. Window able to find Flamme early on. Out goes Eternal Bond and the dance floor now. So I do think we're going to see a stall here. But look at these walls, just providing so much value right now.
And they're stalling it out. I mean, Window's close to that Renko as well, so they did use the copy early on. Still had that Ultron Rage as well, and no more combo because Crimzo used his ult afterwards, so unfortunately they can't get a KO through that feast. It's all on Yusha right now. Could he even connect at the current moment? Nope, just going to back up, save his instinct. And Energy Shock control the point with this ultra-sustained composition.
Dude, this is just insanity. And just like we assumed, Energy Shock comes in with advantage, even through the chaos, managed to take this point first. And now they're going to put Sen in a tough spot, who had committed ultimates in that fight. And, sometimes you either want to hold on and retake as a unit in a fight that you can win, or you don't commit. And when you do both, it's tough. And that's a huge ult here. Oh my goodness. Now, are you joking me? Window going to sweep everyone with no overcommitment and are going to force a slow stagger here. Wow, great movement there by Rai. Able to escape with just a couple HP.
Yeah, again, they're just like all together in the middle. They're bunkering well against velocities, and we saw this on map number 1. We saw it, velocities and the rest of Energy Shock just hard played around them, and they just win. Sentinels just haven't been able to figure out something around it. Usually that's these combinations between the Venom and stuff, and now Crimson's going over to Angela of all things to try to push them towards the open and try to grab them. But as well, I mean, maybe you could grab them out of this Cloak and Dagger ult. It's going to be dicey. It's definitely last resort for them, as Energy Shock still has some ults to work with. Maybe you can get a big Jeff ult from Flame.
Yeah, Dongmin has ult available too here. Switch there from Crimzo. Discussed here is going to see some change in potential value, but I will say it's going to definitely change the pace of what Energy Shock needs to do, because you can find pulls on that Cloak and Dagger combination, and when there's two of them, you're looking for any sort of way to just find a pick through a strat ult in the neutral without using an ultimate yourself. Amazing on height now, forcing out immediately Galactic Legend. Will this work out? There goes Crimzo with the first pick onto Window. Huge play there, but now it is going to pull out an Eternal Bond. Going to use it. I love it, using the waterfall there. Good escape. Crimzo playing the low side, trying to get back to point in a moment. Wow, it's a massive pin. Shish kebab, if you will. Some steak and peppers, and is going to find that pick with Yusha.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you don't run the Wolverine, you might as well go Angela and try to pull everybody out of it. Eventually, we're going to get this point. They just need a playmaker. That's the big thing, right? Like, when you have Crimzo on the Angela, he's able to kind of come through in these cloak ults and kind of eventually push in, right? Like, it just seems like every time there's not been anybody to counteract this. Renko now going over to the Invisible Woman to counter the the Angela on the opposite side. But still, 99% of the board. Energy set themselves up for a good position. Now, the problem is they love to disengage. They want to play together as a cohesive unit. And for Sentinels, they got to keep surrounding around the entire map, basically, as Windows switched over to the Hulk to maybe counter some of the Crimzo Angela plays.
From downtown here, Flame. Obviously, this spray is going to take a little bit of a damage reduction nerf coming up here. Chime onto Karova early on Energy Shock now. That's a huge start there for them on the back of a Rage of Ultron. Still have ultimates available. Crimzo commits here. Heaven's Descent. Can they find any value off the back of that? Putting pressure onto the back line, but some great patty caking and just keeping calm in those moments. Chime finding Amazing. That's 2 numbers down. Flame looking for a big ult. Will it work out? Everybody's separating. Window holding onto that bubble. There's the off-angle play. It looks like the It's Jeff was just more of a repositioning tool to head towards the backline and help out as Crimzo drops velocity. And they are doing a great job in maintaining pressure, even being down numbers. Shout out Sentinels right now as Karova starts up with the dance floor. Chime once more, finding a pick onto Dongmin though. And now again, NRG are up numbers. Good exile there, and OT is happening, but Energy Shock with the point switch.
Yeah, I mean, the exile that you mentioned, Shib, flipped the point because he couldn't contest. And now we go in with the Invisible Boundary on Renko's side to help sustain. And this kind of all goes down to, again, like you mentioned, Chime finding these pickoffs mid-fight, and Sentinels, struggling a little bit. Yusha just having a bit of a hard time to find anything, really, and not really his fault. Goes in with an aggressive large rocks, does get at least one, but pulled in by the Hulk, into the ground. Slam dunk into Chime's gunshot. Amazing work from him. Nobody else touches, and Energy Shock tie it up.
Why not extend it all the way now? This is just absolute insanity. Both teams playing lights out. Both teams, you know, I can see a little bit of them on these first fights playing a bit on their heels. It's all about the aggression here. Sentinels played aggro very much so on point 1 on map 1. Same story there for Shock, but they did have ult advantage on map 2. The question is, who's going to come out on top early on? Because both teams so far, whoever's got point first, it's worked out for them in the end. Ult advantage on the side of Velocity and Energy Shock.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's like Rust as well coming through in that last map, like eventually Kurova, because Kurova went down with ult while Energy Shock kind of just walked at him. And Sentinels, they were just trying to set up one of their dive plays and just like let everybody fall back. You kind of saw where they all were, but Energy Shock still found that pick. Excellent play by them, obviously, but that really negated any sort of comeback potential for Sentinels. And now, Shib, I mean, for Energy Shock, obviously they have at least a copy. They can play around the point. For Sentinels, maybe they try to grab everybody out of it, but again, they don't have any person to do that, right? They're now switching off the Angela Crimson back on the Captain America, and they don't have the Wolverine to potentially bring somebody out of the upcoming Velocities Cloak and Dagger ultimate.
You know what? I don't hate Flame's choice here of Rocket either. I really don't. I think the BRB is very valuable, especially in a comp where they're, you know, Energy's finding a lot of early picks on you, and then you come back heavy with the BRB. I think we've seen Rocket take a little bit of a step back, but definitely still viable. You know, and you have Kurova on the main line, a little more, you know, season 0 style stuff here. What a freeze. Are you joking? That was massive. Still going to be committed after the fact, though, is Velocity now, as they're not able to find a pick through the freeze. Crimzo dropping backwards, 100 HP in a dream. Good movement there. Back on point goes Dominant. Doesn't want to give them point that early, but pays for it as Madara now finds that pick.
But you still have Shadow. It's like we can't fight into this.
But they're the BRB.
Oh, you're right. The BRB, yeah, true. Good point, but they at least give it the point for now. Long term, though, let's see what happens with Chime on this off angle. Can they find the pick? Amazing still in the sky. Hasn't really had a big ultimate just yet with the Star-Lord. No, but maybe get full set the Ultron's Rage. Maybe get somebody in the sky, but regardless, Greens, Bubbles used to disengage. Now they come back in with Ultron's Rage.
Window looking to try to find something there out of the sky. Not able to find that value just yet. Point being captured and owned here by NRG. And here comes the retake. The Sia gets committed. It's in front there. You're going to see this Meteor M likely land on top of that Sia. Yes, and it gets removed. Not a bad idea in those moments where it is available to you like that and they don't have much protection. Here goes the heavy commitment now as Crimzo dives in with the Freedom Charge. A Glartrox off map. Dongmin is able to get back on with some clean movement. It's matched right back with another Glartrox, neither of which is going to get any KO. Chime under Amazing, and now numbers up again for NRG Shock that are looking dominant on this map so far.
The BRB brings him back again, so Flame getting max value out of it regardless. Energy Shock anchoring on that point. Again, problem with the Loki on this map and on the previous one. I mean, Velocity just anchoring it down with this backline. Everybody bunkering on the inside. Finally, they find that pick, but the Cloak and Dagger ult is out. Same with the Hulk. They can push him away out of this Luna dance floor. But at least as long as you can stall out this Hulk, maybe wait out the ultimate, a nice freeze as well, you can cut back into it.
Yeah, nice exile there again. I mean, Energy Shock are playing lights out. It's that simple right now. They've stepped up on this domination since losing to Sen in the past, and they just look so committed. I mean, Sentinels winning map 1, and it's been like Bruce Banner into Hulk here for Energy Shock. Owning this space, 81% and climbing now. Can they clinch this W with ult advantage from Stinkers?
Yeah, and something crazy is going to happen because, I mean, last time it was disengaged by Window. Window gets forced out of Hulk form. That's huge. Rai actually has a free ult now because of it. Last time they peeled off the Ultron. He goes in the sky. Dongman finds one. Window trades back in Bruce Banner form. But regardless, brought back by the BRB. Finally, Sentinels have the edge because of that first Hulk pick to send Window into Bruce Banner form. Rai Amazing, whole map had a tough time on Star-Lord, but now is getting things going, dude. So Sentinels, we'll see what happens as they continue on. First time they've controlled this since the first round. For Energy Shock, I mean, Chime has done it time and time again. Could he close it out against Sentinels?
And back on again they go. What do you know? The Glartroxes are available. It's been a story as old as time here. Madara back on that Groot. I think this is another one of those maps where you can isolate heavy with Groot on those tight chokes. Amazing trying to spin to win with the Blaster Barrage. Pays for it a little bit. Good escape there. Has the team up with Rocket. Another one of those slept-on team-ups that works pretty well.
Yeah, it's a brutal pick on the Chime. Excellent work from Yusher and Sentinel's side. We'll see if they can continue it up. I mean, 40% of the board right now. Energy Shock still play it slow. We've seen teams kind of go into this lurch sort of mode, like you said earlier, Shib, where they kind of, you know, slowly work in, maybe try to build ults, go for that one-shot combo. But, you know, sometimes you can choke that potentially as Rai. Oh, no! He goes down! But the BRB brings it back at least.
Yeah, and that's the value. Again, you might play like you're up a hero here, but you're not. And ooh, that's going to be, oh, wow, that was dirty. And still pays for it, though. Yusher almost escaping that in the moment. There's a Glartrox. Where does it land, Chime? Does it find value? Sia gets committed. Renko doing the same, pulling out the bind, and the team takes point. Sentinels need to drop back and recommit here, but Dongmin, if he goes down, will be tough. But no, you can see Crimzo stalling, not even committing that ultimate, waiting, biding more time, trying to hold on to the point, and instead they're going to use the dance floor. This is smart, because then, oh my gosh, this is massive. Are you kidding, Yusher? Oh my! Yusher with the Quadra is going to push them off map and potentially take this home, forcing a portal.
And of course you'd stagger Bruce Banner. Why not? 90%. 91. Portal has to come in from Velocities now, sending over to Stratus to do so. Against so many ults, Madara waited maybe a little bit too long with that Groot ult because it has to come out clutch. Everybody surrounds. Everybody knows it's coming. They all play on the outside, though. They'll get everybody back in this fight. You just have that Cloak and Ultron healing, though. As both Vanguards have their ults, they could go absolutely huge, but Sentinels can stall on. Groot ult from Madara, Cap ult to follow it up. You also isolated Karova, who gets sent around and takes the portal, though. And oh no, juggled by Window. That could end them, potentially, as Sentinels had the edge. Rai goes down. Both of the OG Sentinel players have been removed by Window, who can close out for NRG as they could potentially reclaim the point.
Rai is going to commit with that BRB, though. Back in the fight they go, and now numbers are going to be up for Sentinels. And that's the issue with the BRB. You get a false sense of hope as Yusher drops Madara, and the numbers are falling again here for Shock. Sentinels are stepping up. Are you joking me, Chime? It doesn't matter. Oh my goodness. Sentinels push this to game 5, folks.
A very incredible end for the side of Sentinels to capture that last round. Tie it up, Shib. So we go to that map 5, 2 map 5s on the day, and I lied, you guys were right. Blessed is today's matches. You sure going to be the MVP of that map and kind of the series so far. He's had a phenomenal tournament for this squad. And now we'll see what energy you want to go to next, because we take a look at that fan face. That was a big deal, but obviously, like you mentioned, it was Yusher's Glartrox that sent NRG to that map 5, and now we all get to see, what that map energy wants to go to and take Sentinels to potentially send them home, because Sentinels at the moment on that map with Yusher just look great.
Dude, this has just been one of those are you not entertained moments. Can you ask for more here? Yusher, though, 16 finals, an absolute star on this team, has been showing up time and time again for them, but yeah, apparently can't give this opportunity for those Glartrox. A 4-piece right there in the fight was absolutely why they won that map.
Absolutely. And, I also wonder, maybe there was even more edge to the side of Energy Shock. Maybe they could have thought about going over to the Phoenix or something, but we'll have to find out what the next map is after this short break.
Okay, I'm convinced we counter curse this. I'm convinced we just spoke another banger into existence. I mean, wow. I don't even know where to begin. This was just like such an incredible back and forth between those two teams. Again, we're seeing different kind of takes with their compositions, and it's the same individuals that also just once again absolutely pop off. Usher was at 41k damage at the end there with 16 finals. I mean, excuse me? Like, no. That's not okay.
It's like they've got Kevin Feige on the script here. I don't know what to tell you. These games have just been lights out. So fun. And Christopher Nolan for this sake. I mean, these games are so fun to be a part of and to watch. I hope in the audience you're feeling the same way. I don't know who's got it at this point, but these have been bangers.
Yep.
Yep, they have. I mean, that's the thing right now is that these two teams, like for Sentinel's squad, you know, you talk about them being a historic franchise, now NRG trying to come in and kind of take that throne. But I mean, last map, it was just like both teams trying to play two different types of sustain. And it just felt like eventually, you know, one of those teams is going to fall, and that was NRG.
It's just so crazy, like, right? When one team goes up like 99-0, and then somehow, some way, another team like grinds their way back into it. Like the way Sentinels did that was just really, really impressive. And also in the end there, right, they held on to those ults, and then you had Amazing like literally at the last second using the ult, and the BRB comes in as well. They get those picks, enough time for the rest of the squad to rejoin on point. Like, those are nail biters, barn burners, like absolute incredible series we're seeing from both of these teams, both so worthy, so deserving of moving on in that lower bracket.
And they might. I mean, like honestly, between both these teams, at least between NRG and Sentinels, it's tough to see like kind of who the better team is. Like for the side of Sentinels, they love to play these Ultron comps, and same thing for NRG. It's like two teams that have the same kind of style and have had weird matchups. Obviously, Sentinels, when they were in the upper bracket, they had to play against Team Liquid, so we had to take that with a grain of salt. And then, you know, we go down the lower bracket where NRG looked very good map number one, but kind of turned it around slowly but surely. And for NRG, they had a really, again, another game 5 in the upper bracket versus YWL lost. Now to come down versus Sentinels in another map 5 has gotta, you know, kind of take a toll on your sort of mental and the endurance of a lot of these players, right?
I can't even fathom being in this position. I can't imagine what the teams are feeling now as we will be heading to Central Park. This is another one of those maps that we like to talk about. A lot of map point one hold potential, and a lot of unique comps can be played here.
Yeah, and Sentinels, obviously, they're the team who likes to play those unique comps, whereas Energy Shock, they're the more traditional of the two, but we've definitely seen them, you know, flexing over when needed, and also making very interesting adaptations to kind of try to counter what Sentinel has been throwing at them.
I think they've been doing the right plays mostly. You talked about it before, Zoe. I mean, whenever they can play the Loki, they will. So for Sentinels, it looks like trying to figure out what the counter to that is and trying to figure out what to do, because every time Sentinels try to make an adjustment, NRG seems to be doubling down on theirs, which is just bunker up, everybody play together, we're going to play Hulk, we're going to play on the inside angle. I mean, hell, we might even see like a freaking Adam Warlock get thrown out there just because of the fact that at least you'd have that soul bond to share that HP. But sometimes, honestly, NRG are like overlaying cooldowns, which can kind of hold them back. It's, again, kind of a stamina issue maybe for the side of NRG as they come back and take them to maybe a map that Sentinels aren't as comfortable on in Central Park.
Yeah, I'm interested to see. You go ahead.
I was gonna say this could be that Ultron ban map too. Like, I mean, Ultron's definitely more of a threat here. So the potential to have the ban come through is definitely, a problem. And also the threat of the comp is also a problem, right, Zoe?
Yeah, I actually expected to see more focus on Ultron, just given their first time when they met in week 2, because both teams actually played quite a bit of Ultron there. So I kind of expected it to come out more from Energy as well, not just from Sentinels. Alas, we just don't know. We don't know what's going on in their head, and that's why we have a lock and ban phase where we get a little bit of an insight on what they might be planning for this upcoming match. So let's see it. This is the 5th and final match, elimination on the line for Energy Shock and Sentinels.
And the final match guaranteed here, both of which going to Game 5. Buddy, you know, you said we might have cursed ourselves with how good these matches have been, but I'll tell you what, we absolutely did not, because going the distance both times, seeing 100% to 100% on domination across the board, it has been insane today.
Yeah, it really has. It's a good point. I mean, like, across the board, too, the tough part is for Sentinels is we both have Elsa's locked in, Mantis removed for the side of NRG. And, you know, I imagine it's going to be the same thing for Sentinels. They've been doing the same ban phases throughout. But, I mean, yesterday, when we saw the Team Liquid versus Sentinels match, Team Liquid said it all, just like, we're making Sentinels laugh. Literally, we're spawn camped, or sorry, first point held. And then, like, I think there was, like, images of Amazing laughing as his team just got dominated on the side of the map just because it was so hilarious and just crazy the situation they're in. But now they're on that map 5, and Energy took them to that map they just got first point held on. And we've seen a lot of crazy first point holds on first point Central Park regardless, Shib. It just feels like a map where that's just destined to happen sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, it does enable those weird compositions like Groot, you know, shutting down front line, and then you have height. You know, this is one of those maps also I don't care. I don't hate the Angela because you can contest the top right and left, which is great for flank angles, and it enables the team to essentially swoop you on defense when you're attacking. So that's on the table. I'm not saying it should come out the door, but it depends on what they're running. You said you could see Kurova on the Atom. I don't know that he's going to be played in this meta, but this is one of those maps that does find success because there's just easy res locations behind the point. But yeah, look at that. They're going to ban potentially the Groot from the side of NRG Shock. It might be the Jeff. They're debating between the two.
It wouldn't be a bad pick. I mean, it's been their last ban sometimes, but the Deadpool, Vanguard Deadpool gets through for the side of Energy Shock for the first time. And also, dude, it's kind of interesting how Kurova just got subbed in map 2 and just hasn't looked back. Like, what? Poor Mir, dude. Mir loses one map and then Kurova gets subbed in. They're like, okay, goodbye, Mir. I'm done with you. You know, the Toy Story meme where he tosses away the toy. poor Mir, man. But, you know, they're close to winning this series if they could potentially win on one of their, you know, honestly worst maps that they've had so far in the tournament.
Yeah, folks, but strap in. Final match, no matter what here. Attack and defense will be on the side first. You're going to see NRG Shock on the defense early on. Sentinels on the attack. And this is going to be an absolute heater. And we are going to see White Fox off rip here from Renko. One of those heroes that I think does a great job in just self-peel, can duel with DD if it's on the table, as well as things like Cap and even Venom, just staying healthy through the chaos of dive.
And looking back at the ban phase, like, we banned out the Wolverine to set up Crimzo, you know, potentially to play, you know, one of his classic characters once we get through all of these spectacles that the map of Central Park has to offer. But for Sentinels, you know, obviously, as you guys mentioned, you have to wipe away what happened yesterday versus Team Liquid Citadel. It's a brand new day, and you also don't have to play against Wolverine. That's the big thing. No Wolverine pressure for the side of Crimzo because of the Invisible Woman ban. At least you remove that. But we'll see, Shib. Like you mentioned, this is it. It's now level for Sentinels and Energy Shock as Sentinels takes the main stage on attack.
Yeah, I think it's a great ban. I think this is one of those Wolverine maps that is also really incredible. You can take the height and fly down and pull into the back line, and there's just no real angles for you to save the Wolverine, or whoever's being tackled by Wolverine, excuse me. Dongman holding the space now, pulling some cooldowns, already 30% climbing. But look at Renko's alt charge and Flame's 80%. It's been seconds into this fight. Some really good consistent healing there. Everybody playing a little bit on their heels right now. You can tell there's nerves as the dive comes in from window onto the back line. Considering that, using that ban hammer, I'm not sure if it was already upgraded. Does significantly less damage and less threatening. Kurova finds Madara though early, and that's a good start there for Sentinels on the attack.
Window just pops the "what are you aiming at" and just sees the rest of his team eviscerate the back line. Though Portal's going to come in. However, he's got a touch, I think, because this portal is going to show up a little bit late. Invisible Boundary's there. You have Renko touch on the backside, disengaged by Sentinels, but they need not go down. Oh no, Window. He took that spot on the top right of the side of the map and found the KO even through the crystals of Flame. So Flame too late. Kurova though trades back Window at the very least, who committed into that fight. But we'll see if that portal's up long enough for him to come back. They push up now, regardless, on the side of Sentinels. Meteor M close by Dong, but has to build it up. Is not up at it yet. Nusher also sitting back with the ultimate. Everybody peels off a ton of that damage as eventually Flame comes back as well. So disengaging it once more is the side of Sentinels.
You can see they're trying to free Ratatasker, the squirrel god. A little lore for you. Up there in the chains, being held by Dracula. And here goes the commitment once more. Immediately off the back of that Eternal Bond, walking in heavy. Crimzo with the Strangling Prison. It's massive in the back line. Out goes the dance floor. This could be massive. Here it is from Dongman. Goodbye, Stinkers and Renko. What a combination in that moment. The dance floor still holding on for velocity, but I'm not sure it'll be enough. Oh, the Glartrox falls. That's an off-map potential play right there. Does it land? We'll see in a moment. After potentially...
somebody broke it, maybe.
Yeah,
I think it was,
I guess you're right.
I think it was Crimzo. He must have just had the damage up. I mean, Groot's damage is crazy. But now we walk up. Get the KOs afterwards. Huge plays. Aya Wakamoto just useless on the side of Energy Shock. And we're heading to second phase. Sentinels finally break through the first point curse as we enter second part of the map with no ultimates for Energy Shock too.
Yeah, this is clean here from Sentinels. A lot of commitment in those fights from NRG, and then you saw Sentinels drop back and not commit too much in the fight. That NRG can, fully press Q, right? So that's the idea. You know when you can lose a fight and still have time. They had plenty of time on the clock. They dropped back. They lost one, regrouped, committed ults, and won immediately. It's just that simple. It's textbook clean play in a situation where nerves can definitely bring out mistakes. So well played there. NRG's got to lock back in here. No ults available. See what they're able to do. Down one, though, as they lose a few. Dongmin onto Velocity and Madara now, and a third falls from Yusher.
Hey, beautiful stuff from Dongmin. I mean, this is kind of what we've seen at a Dongmin in the group stages. Also earlier today with Necrorize. I think that these Magneto players have really stepped it up today. And finally, I think this is the first time we've seen Madara actually. Well, he played it once before earlier on in the series, but finally getting that head-to-head between these two squads. Sentinels still kind of steamrolling on through. It looks like that Wolverine ban has really helped them just feel confident in this front-to-back style of the group.
Yeah, Crimson's playing great. A huge ult, and it has a lot of neutral picks, too. We saw a three-piece there after, a ton of damage, and ults were committed. So cleaning up everybody is what you're looking for. That's why finals are so important. But here's going to be the retake. They drop back and commit again. They know they just need to have one big fight here before these ults are committed. Unfortunately, not able to catch it. It looks like Renko has an answer. Kurova commits, right? Amazing. Crimso. Yes, and the combo is huge as everyone falls once more. And Sentinels should be able to get this point here unless a portal comes in time.
It is having to deal with Window, and unfortunately the tank pool has just not gotten the value that it did on the other maps. I mean, Window just kind of, again, watching the team go down. Window. Now we had 4 minutes on the third point, though. Regardless, Sentinels able to get a big root ult, like you mentioned. The invisible boundary was there from Renko, a little bit too far forward, but regardless, they probably still would have gone down to Yusher, who was just capitalized off of every ult from Crimso. Now, upcoming fight, they could follow up on this Glartrox, maybe use the Meteor M to help peel for it. Meanwhile, for Energy Shock, they have the Cloak and Dagger at the very least to go aggressive. Sentinels, same thing. We'll see in this upcoming fight, though, if they try to save the ultimate for the Cloak and Dagger, because again, this time they don't have the Magneto for velocities.
Yeah, and that is another combination. Dongman's not missing right now on these Meteor M's. They are massive as velocity falls after committing that ultimate. Stinkers has ult available with Chime. The off-map potential is very much here. Yusher playing on the off angle. And that is a disgusting pick onto Window at the right time now. The Sentinels are still getting this point moving. And honestly, you want to defend this staircase for long, but they were not able to defend it in the slightest. Sentinels, even in ultimates, as Flame copies up.
The velocity's pissed. I mean, Madara's back over to the Magneto off of the Groot. Lartrox is out. But is it too late? He is hit by the vulnerability, and Stinkers is there to help, though. Okay, found two, but Yusher, again, trades back a few. Also, the Cloak and Dagger ult is still here to give him so much sustain. Eventually, he goes down, and there's nobody else here now.
Wow.
To the side of Energy Shock. You just have Window bouncing around trying to do something, but what a snowball. What a steamroll for Sentinels.
I mean, dude. The Sentinels are awake. What is going on? They're playing so clean right now. I'm sure the Sentinel fans in the chat are stoked to see it. Energy Shock. They've been awake before. They've been in positions where they've struggled and they've clutched up. Can they make that happen now? I'll tell you, though, that point 3 was brutal to watch. You got to find more time there on the clock, and not being able to do so is going to put them in a tough spot.
I mean, everybody popped off on Sentinels, but yeah, 100%, man. Like, Dongman, just point A to point C to the end of the map, just got everything done by himself, basically, or rather, just was always doing something. Even that yeet of a meteor at the very end. That's what I was talking about. I think, like, Velocity's kind of pissed because he's like, dude, we need to run Mag to block the Meteor M, to save my Cloak and Dagger ult or whatever, and they just don't match in that department. Like, I understand Mag is maybe not as strong as, like, Vanpool, for example, in terms of raw output, but the utility provided that Dongman had for every single one of these low-key copies into the Cloak and Dagger was just huge. On top of Energy Shock trying to, like, mix it up and play something similar to that, but just can't because they don't have the right pieces. Specifically, having that Loki ban has really bit them in the butt, and Sentinel seem to have adapted to that Jeff ban that happened on their side. And shit, that was just such a snowball, like you said. 2 minutes 32 in the bank is an incredible time to work with.
I think you called it out best early on, bud. Them removing that Wolverine has enabled Crimso's Groot to be such a threat. They just are unable to find a way to break through the pressure of these walls right now. There's been combos on ultimates nearly every single time, and they always get value. It's how they won point 1 and point 2. And point 3, honestly, I think was just a struggle from NRG. They just never found their footing. But I don't know how you stop it. You need damage, and you need to break these walls.
Yeah, man, I probably have emphasized the Wolverine too much, but specifically, I think you're right with Sentinels because of the fact that, I mean, this team has never done well versus Wolverine on Central Park. Like, no matter what iteration of Sentinels it was, this team just struggled. Like, with some way or whatever, whether it be how Crimzo plays, maybe the playstyle just doesn't match well with that sort of Wolverine stuff. But, I mean, the days of Terra just grabbing Human Torch out of the sky, right? Like, so many, like, Rymazing just laughing about how crazy it is. And then, obviously, yesterday, when Team Liquid did the same thing, Team Liquid Citadel obviously doing their Wolverine stuff as well. So, I don't know, maybe Sentinels just doesn't do good versus Wolverine on specific maps like Central Park.
And I think it's worth reiterating something we called out a while back. We said, you know, Sen really loves this Ultron comp, and this is a great map for Ultron, and it's available, and they're not running it, and they're finding success, right? So, and even as we head into defense here, or back in, as we're starting up again here in a moment, I mean, they are looking so much better. They don't need that comp to find success, that's for sure.
Yeah, hey, let's get back into it, baby. Heading into this map again. As Sentinels on defense sitting pretty, but Energy Shock, you know, they can make it work slowly but surely. And they've switched it up a little bit. They got Renko back, or sorry, Velocity back on that Cloak and Dagger. Again, running Mag. This time it's Window on the Groot. Is their change up. With the Loki, Cloak and Dagger, I wonder if that's going to be the difference maker. No, okay, Dogman's dead already. Never mind.
Yeah, and this is a very similar story to what we saw. Great wall there, playing off and immediately finding one. Rymazing going to be stuck back in that moment. Everybody else taking the height. That's an interesting flank position. I wonder if it's going to work out, buy them enough time. It looks like they're not attacking it hard enough. I guess it's too threatening. Chime. Oh, this is massive. Wow, Chime. Disgusting play there. Clean movement on Elsa. You know what? Shout out to the fact that that's going to get a little bit of a nerf because that was just impossible to handle. Well played there by Chime, breaking these walls quickly. Notice the focus there on walls again. This is something they needed to change up, and they're doing just that. Crimso taking a ton of damage, but the point's already almost taken. They got to get on this point quickly. They're there now. Strangling Prison gets committed. It looks like Stinkers finds one onto Flame in the back line. Chime taking height, and the boundary is out now. Match right back.
Here comes the dinner time from Chime into the group, but actually nobody goes down just yet. Yusha still has his. Stinker's able to find Dongman, though, after the Glartrox, and okay, nice follow-up, too, after the Cloak and Dagger all keeps them all healthy. So Sentinels get wiped off right into the second point, and that was almost as quick as Sentinel's attack was. You noticed that, like, very interesting angle shib, but it just didn't pan out for him on that hold.
Yeah, now NRG's angry, right? They're looking like a team that's similar position. A ton of time on here, but I would say that this phase right here in 3 are really where you can tell what the momentum of the game looks like. I think pushing point 2 quickly is a testament to giving you enough to push through 3, because point 2, we just see a lot of spawn favor for the defensive side. There's a lot of height advantage. We'll see if they can use it properly. Commitment comes through. No answer just yet. Walling off to try to find a pick, but down goes Window. Rymazing with some good damage.
Finds two, and now going over to that Phoenix to sort of mirror on the opposite side. I kind of like it as well, considering they haven't really shown a want to go over to that Wolverine. At least you play something that can deal with the Groot a little bit, deal with the back line. But now Energy Shock on their offense. What do they want to do? What do they want to set up here? I mean, they've got Meteor M combination with the Phoenix Ultimate. How do Sentinels react to it? Lartrox, okay, you sure just, with a sneaky play. What a nice shot.
Wow.
What a nice little angle, unexpected out of really everybody here. I mean, that was nice from Sentinels.
And Dogman's really showing the power of a strong main Vanguard here, playing great when it comes to this Magneto and just shutting down this Cloak and Dagger that's being, forced to play just due to the nature of all the strategists being banned out on these sides. Or, we're going to see if that, pans out in their favor as a whole, and force Moderate on the switch as well to the Mag. A little more, bringing us back a few seasons back to this composition we're seeing besides the Elsa.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, yeah, back to the good old days. 2 patches ago. Now here comes that Groot ult on the backside. Greens to keep him healthy for a bit longer, but again, no shot ults after. Meteor M now comes out after, though, to peel.
Bang.
Boom, into Window. See you later. Also, Phoenix comes out to help focus everybody back towards that spawn door. Excellent peel job from Dongman, like you called out earlier, Shib, and we're, again, another fight lost for Energy as they hold on to ults at least.
Yeah, I mean, the forced retake here, they do have ult advantage, but they should, if they're tracking properly. No, Kurova and Crimzo are at that position right now. I know Aramori did a lot of the tracking for them in the past. Curious now for Sentinels who's on that duty. As we see ults just fly out for both sides. Commitment comes through. Meteor M. This could be a huge land from downtown, not able to make it work. Great point of entry there with Cloak. As we can see Chime get that pick on a Crimzo.
Yeah, vulnerable on the inside. Crimson going down is huge, though, because that removes the ult. And oh gosh, they used another ult from Flame here just to stall on a little bit longer. Also, looks like nobody's going to the Doctor Strange to help kind of stall it out, but Energy Shock already had the edge. It was an excellent dodge, like you said, out of Bakarova. But regardless, losing Crimzo kind of set them back, and, you know, now they get another fight lost for the side of Sentinels. Regardless, Energy Shock at least used both Stratus ultimates. Here we go, Window again with that Groot ult. It's going to be Groot on Groot action. Yusher has had some really big large Troxes so far throughout the series. I think Chime's been a little bit more quiet on that department. But we'll see if Sentinels can actually pop off with that. I mean, they'll even commit 2 ultimates in the upcoming fight if Energy Shock don't have a good spot.
Oh my, that was disgusting on the combo. Can they make anything happen? Great wall there to buy time, and it's answered back. Can they find value? They do. Dongmin able to make that work. What an ult there from Window, but what an even better answer from Crimson holding that Ironwood wall. Sometimes that's the only answer you need. A lot of damage coming through here. Kurova with a ton of healing, using that wall to buy more time. Sometimes that's worth it, so you don't always want to hide the wall. Gartrox goes out onto Yusher, gets a pull and gets a pick on a Velocity from the moon. Lands down on him, and Sentinels are again taking priority and finding Window and this point pressure.
There you go. That's beautiful. I mean, kind of like you would see with those plays. You would just go aggressive with Yusher, bubble him off. Madara now stuck on the left side. Energy Shock playing a little scared like we talked about earlier. They can still make this work. They can sort of, you know, claw themselves back into the series if they just get one fight win, but Sentinels have ults. They have double Stratus ultimates. I mean, Madara would have to go big, shut them down. Same thing for Dongmin on the side with the Cloak and Dagger coming up, or Renko in this fight.
We see Crimzo finding Window there. It's going to be the first pick now for the side of Sentinels. Energy Shock forced out a lot of ultimates there with no avail. They are crumbling right now. Yusher with another pick onto Stinkers. Renko with a nice trade there onto Kurova. And there is just a ton of damage being pumped out in that back right corridor. But the pressure on point is in Sentinels' favor. This is their match to lose right now with ult advantage.
It's been tough map for Madara so far. I mean, he's had really hard angles to hit this Cloak and Dagger. Excellent movement from Kurova and crew. 16 seconds left to go. Energy Shocks. Tournament life on the line. Can they get it done? Walking forward with only Velocity's ultimate. But oh gosh, it's too late. Window goes down. Meteor M from Dongmin. That could hit into Velocities after the meteor, or after the bubble runs out, but no, it's not. Regardless, everybody's still low on that payload. Nobody else to sustain for Energy Shock as Velocity's ult eventually runs dry. Groot ultimate out at the very end. Velocity's in it, and as is Madara. And revenge is here for Team Sentinels after the group stages. They look like they're going to get it done, although overtime slowly tweaks down. Window comes back with the portal, but one after another. Does the staggers work out for them? No. Glartrox could end it, and it doesn't even need to come. Sentinels win 3-2 over Energy Shock.
The underdogs do it once again. Sentinels, for some reason in these clutch moments in Ignite, always seem to step up. Congratulations to Sentinels. What an absolute banger of a series, and way to lock in on the attack there to buy you plenty of time on that defense. This has been insane to witness.
It's such a different way, I think, to go about it too for both of these squads. But I mean, the Loki and Cloak and Dagger stuff has been so good. We've seen some bans even come through the Cloak and Dagger later on. But again, once they went for that Loki ban, like Zoe brought up earlier, I just feel like it's been tough for, I think, for Velocities to get anything done for this Energy Shock side. They just weren't as clean without the Loki crystals to keep everybody healthy, right?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, yeah, I think there were so many different things that worked well for their comp there. Also, like, just as a whole, looking at the stat line, everyone performed. Everybody did their job and found a ton of value. Yusher, obviously, once again, so much value. But then you can say, shout out Flame, who goes out with 53k healing. And we, like you're saying, you know how clutch those crystals are in times like this. And Dongmin on that Magneto for the entirety of the game was super valuable. A lot of huge Meteor M's, multiple in both attack and defense, and shutting down ultimates. Crimzo with huge ultimates, Rai dealing some strong damage. Everybody got a piece of the pie. This team just looked like a totally different team today.
Yeah. I just love it when they don't have to play the Wolverine, but I mean, Zoe, phenomenal series there, right? Another 5-mapper. You were right. Not cursed, just blessed on today's matches for sure.
Just blessings across the board. Yeah, what a phenomenal performance. It's great to see Sentinels getting their revenge. This was the rematch from week 2 of groups. Energy took that one, which is funny because in that initial matchup, it was Sentinels considered the favorite, so it was considered an upset that Energy Shock took it. Now heading into today's match, we all kind of had Energy picked as the favorite just based on the recent performance. Even just here in the playoffs, right? Because Sentinels are coming off of quite a beatdown in their quarterfinal match. So for them to like rally again, short turnaround, like literally from yesterday to today, and then like put up such a show, absolutely incredible. I loved what we've seen from them. A lot more versatility in their composition, which is what we kind of criticized them for, right? We wanted to see like different looks. They heavily focused on like the trip strat, but we got to see a lot more 2-2-2. That seemed much more comfortable for them, and they got a lot more done with it. And also, we had Karova back in the mix. 100% playoff win rate in 2026 for Karova. Loved to see that.
Yeah, just biased stat line. Small sample size, of course, just like we talked about before, right? So
yeah, but that's like the fine print. Like, I don't need to read that.
Have it on the bottom. Have it in the TOS
Exactly.
for sure. But I think like this Sentinel squad, like, imagine for everybody else as well. Like, I feel like the group stage of Zoe was like the overall group stage was chaotic, right? Like, that was insane. So everybody after that's like, okay, in the predictions for the playoffs, let's try to make it simple for us. You know, let's go back, play it safe. And then that's just not the case. Like, Energy loses to, yeah, we lost. And then obviously Sentinels win today. So everybody tried to play it safe. And, you know, again, predictions in shambles, like you said at the very top of the show, Zoe.
We absolutely love that though. But it is like interesting that from yesterday and today as a whole, if we're looking at the meta, I do see some shifts. I do see teams using things that we haven't really seen at all during the groups, like Cloak and Dagger. You guys talked about it at the very end there, right? Having a massive impact here. And they would have had that impact during the group stage as well. Where is this suddenly coming from? Like, why is Cloak and Dagger back in the mix?
Sure. Yeah, we saw a lot more of it in the last patch, just due to the fact that Cloak, you know, she's really good, but things have changed a little bit on the strategist front. But outside of that, it's more so the strategists were getting hard targeted in terms of bans. And when you have Loki available, Cloak and Dagger is ever more present because you can farm ult incredibly quickly. The idea of having an answer all the time and being able to use Cloak more offensively to move forward and push forward, which we saw a lot of the initiation of fights come from, it is a big advantage. But outside of that, I mean, the downside is having a really solid Magneto player, and both teams had some very solid Magneto play, but I think Dongmin came out on top and just was crushing Cloak and Dagger.
And to add on to that too, I mean, Shib made some excellent points. I think that's the majority of the reason why Cloak's been good. And then also in North America, Shib, like, and so we don't have that many good like Wolf players or like players that can pull people out of the Cloak hole. It's tough. I mean, it's a huge like radius for sure, but like, it's all of these things, the Mag players, the really, you know, not as prevalent Wolverine players, that's enabling her for sure.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, I'm not, at this point, this is America's region is the bracket busters. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what 14 people got over above 80% in the early group stages. And we're heading into playoffs. I can't wait to hear the numbers again because things have just been crazy.
Yeah, the number will be low. So there is that. I don't think anyone's bracket is still alive, actually. I think that statistic would be a lie. I just don't believe it. I just simply don't believe it. And if they are, then I don't know what those people have been on when they made that prediction, because it wasn't based on statistics or anything. Now, my favorite statistic today was definitely that Karova is here with 100% win rate, and that's why we get Karova in for this post-match interview. Hello, congratulations, welcome to the show. First of all, how do you feel? You're being back in the mix, back in action. The chat was hype, we were hype. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. Oh, it feels good to finally play some games. I took a little bit of a break, but now we're back in full force.
Let's talk about that then. What was the decision, or how was the decision being made to sub you back in here today for that second map?
Well, okay, so the decision was, according to my team, it was like, if things don't go too well, because we were kind of hitting like a little bit of like a slump moment, and we just needed something like refreshing. But if map 1 didn't go well, they were just gonna sub me in and just see how it felt, right? And then the other point as well was that we needed someone that could actually play Cloak, and Mir doesn't have like as much time on Cloak as I do, so I kind of had a little bit of like the advantage there, since we kind of expected to play a little bit more Cloak into Energy.
Yeah, I think compared to like every other team we've seen, you guys are like in both teams. You and NRG feel like you have played similar styles. Is that like kind of going back to when you guys were, Velocities? You guys kind of are in the same sort of train of thought almost. Like I feel like he wants to play a lot of Loki. You obviously, you started banning it towards the end. Do you feel like you have a similar sort of train of thought as Energy Shock as that went, the distance to 5 maps?
Honestly, I think no. I think we unironically don't really want to play the brawl stuff like they do, but for whatever reason, every single time we play that team, we end up in a brawl v brawl here. And it's just like, all right, well, if we
dude.
Yeah.
You guys were like outdoing each other. Like you would like go Hulk to like help, like, or they went Hulk to help Peel in the bunker more. Like that just got who could one up each other a little bit more, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's
but
awesome.
you can see that we were definitely leaning a little bit more into the dive and the actual game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have so many questions I want to ask you. First off, you've got to be stoked. Coming in with an awesome win rate, looking like a hero, dude. That's just that hype. It's good to see you again, buddy, but you got to be hyped. I can't imagine what that feels like. The mentality shift from your team. The first question I want to ask is, what did it look like going into these maps? You guys going down early, bouncing back, and the domination coming back and looking clean. What shifted in terms of communication that allowed you guys to take this home?
I think we kind of just like needed to calm down a little bit more like on our feet, just like stand on business. Like if we're gonna commit for a play, we're gonna commit to it as a team. We're not gonna dilly-dally around and just like wait for things to happen. Like we're gonna force things to happen. We're just gonna play the game.
Beautiful. I think that's how you have to play. Beautiful.
How do you feel in the current form of Sentinel? They stack up against the rest of the competition here in the playoffs.
I think it could be anyone's game. I feel like it's whatever team shows up, because I've seen like the craziest upsets, especially the past few days, where it's just like whoever shows up on match day is the team that wins, and that's what it all comes down to, right? Like you can be as good, like really good at practice, but like if you just have like 1 or 2 bad days leading before a tournament, like it can really like mess up your rhythm and your tempo.
Yeah, no, couldn't agree more. And I mean, certainly the last 2 days have showed that every team came to play. That's why the matches have been so close. It's been an absolute blast to watch you and the team in action today, Karova. I hope we get you on the show again very soon for another chat. For now, rest up and best of luck in your upcoming match.
Thank you. Take care.
GG's, buddy.
Thank you. And with that, Sentinels are moving on in the lower brackets. A heroic performance from the entire team. Adjustments were made across the board. We do have to say goodbye to Energy Shock, which is also sad, right? We will see them, of course, again in stage 1. They put up a show in the playoffs, though. Yeah. They went the distance in their quarterfinal match. They went the distance again here in the lower bracket. Like, they really wanted this. They played so hard.
They did, man. Like people. Sorry to cut you off, shit, but like, yeah, people don't understand how much time these guys put into the game and in preparation. Even the guys not in the tournament and stuff. And I'm proud of every player today, and for sure, I think everybody is, considering how they really matched up well against Sentinels at the very end, even though they are out of the preseason.
Yeah, I mean, I want to use the same sentiment. I had them moving on heavy in this tournament. I think they're a team that is incredibly talented. They're young in terms of together, though. They are a new team together. They have the talent. I think they just struggled over the last 2 days. They were a team that really showed up early on in this preseason, but struggled in the playoffs. And I'm sure it's not the last we're going to be seeing of that squad, for sure.
Couldn't agree more. Those are great takeaways. I think my main takeaway from this last series was, what did you say? I need to put it back together. You can't be hurt by a monster if you're dancing? Was that what you said, Shim? I don't even know what it was about, but I feel like that should go on a t-shirt or like in a bio or something. Like that was just poetry. Now there is more poetry on the way. If you're interested in good Marvel Rivals Ignite matches, we have the upper bracket heading your way. For us, however, it's time to say goodbye. So Dogmanship, thank you so much for calling the action. It's been an absolute blast to be on this virtual desk with all of you, but we're not done. As I said, tagging in is the infamous triple team up of Cozy, Vicky and Gaskin to bring you the upper bracket matches after a quick break, so don't go anywhere.
Rivals Ignite preseason playoffs time, and of course we had to change the faces you're going to have on your screen for a little bit more energy. Wait, is that bad timing? Might be bad timing. Probably shouldn't have said that one.
Too soon.
It's Gaskin alongside Cozy and Vicky. Guys, we have already seen some insane matches so far today. Cozy, thoughts? I mean, it's been a bit of a mess, but also very entertaining.
Very much the American scene right now. Like, holy shin shabuya. It's crazy. I mean, it's just wild. 32-32. NRG did that yesterday as well. I mean, those players got to be gassed, and just to go that far and then kind of come up empty is just such a tough thing to take. But man, it's been entertaining, that's for sure. But I hope everybody's ready to go late into the night, because I can just feel that tonight is also going to be just as chaotic.
Vicky, I mean, you're on the East Coast, so it's a little bit later for you, but I'm sure you're primed and ready with these matches that we have coming up.
Listen, I wouldn't have this any other way, because let's be real, if it wasn't us going through these insane matches, it'd be me playing ranked. So you know what? We are here on DGen Hours. We've literally have had the best Marvel Rivals Ignite series play out across multiple regions going into today, and I'm expecting it to go home here for our last two series.
Well, looking ahead at our last two series of the day, it's going to be two of the best, because we're into the winners bracket now. We've got our semi-finals that are going to be going on right in front of our very eyes. Two incredible teams to kick us off first. We've got Swamp Gaming versus 100 Thieves. Now, Cozy, we've been talking about Swamp Gaming all preseason, how impressive they've been, how they are kind of gone toe-to-toe with Team Liquid in terms of our predictions. Do we think they're going to slow down anytime soon? What are your thoughts on this team?
You know, no, I don't. I think what's so unique about them is with all the ways that they can kind of beat you in a lot of ways, but all their players are worth a spot in other rosters, right? Like, they're so good across the board, and I think it's very interesting. And the only time we've seen them struggle is when sometimes that composition of 6 isn't exactly the one that matches up well against the team they're going up against. But yeah, I mean, across the board, insanely well, and just a lot of fun to watch. I mean, Kraz has just been the Captain America of the tournament. I say that because Paulie obviously has not been able to play the hero all that much. But, you know, I think this team is a very tough beat and shaping out to be one of the biggest formidable foes. We've already seen what they've done against 100 Thieves, right? I think they're ready to take care of business in their eyes.
Yeah, of course, Swamp Gaming have beaten 100 Thieves already. In the group stages, it was a pretty convincing 2-0. Vicky, on the other side for 100 Thieves. I mean, this team surprised us yesterday quite a bit, I would say. There was a lot of people who didn't really know if they would be able to find their form, but it seems like they've woken up at just the right time.
Yeah, and they need to, right? Because this is a team where we had very high expectations, and despite them winning in a 3-0, guys, I want everyone to know that we did have our first draw in that series. So sure, it was a 3-0. They're able to take it over right after that draw, but maybe not as cleanly as they would have liked. They still look a lot better than what we saw in the group stages, but this is going to be difficult, right? Because then you talk about Swamp Gaming and what we've seen, what we've heard through the grapevine when it comes to the Scrim Bucks, and now this is where all the money is worth here. This is where we're going to see our players play everything out.
Yeah, we need to see players step up now, because we're getting to crunch time. It's the business end of the tournament. You want to be able to move through to that winners final so that you can have that kind of assertion of dominance. But as we look at the maps, of course, it is going to be best of 5 as it has been throughout today. Will we get more 5th maps here, Cozy? And we're going to start on Krakoa. Any initial thoughts just looking at that one? Do you think it favors either side, or do you think this is going to be a toss-up between the two?
Well, last time they went against one another, it was Celestial Husk and Midtown, as you said. So looking at it, I think, Krakoa, 100 Thieves has played okay on it. I would feel like we really get to see every time who 100 Thieves is in domination. They kind of, the way they play there is how they're going to continue on. So I think, obviously, keep a lookout there. And for Swamp Gaming, not the case, right? We've seen them kind of come out a little slow and then really fix things up, going back to whenever we were looking at week 1, week 2. But yeah, Krakoa, I'm always happy to go to Krakoa. It's nice, bright, sunny. It's nighttime here, but it's going to match my personality right now, because I'm full of excitement and hype just to cast and get into this thing.
How could we not be after the matches that we've had so far? I didn't know if it was ever going to end. I was worried that maybe it would be another draw into another draw, and maybe we'd just throw it into a best of 7. Why not? But of course, we have to kick off our semi-finals here in the winners bracket. We've got Cozy, we've got Vicky. I can't wait for this one, guys. Take it away.
Alrighty, Vicky. Well, we've got the pick the ban phase, and this is going to kick off our third match of today. And obviously, right off the rip, we've got the Gambit and the Elsa being banned. So the Gambit, obviously, tip of the cap over there to the way Valentina and Forky play. Elsa not going to be available on the opposition side for Delina. Kind of expected this, Vic, so far.
Yeah, and I think we have to note here too, Cozy, Melophobia is back in rotation for Swamp Gaming. We saw a mating yesterday, and it highlights the flexibility of how Swamp Gaming like to roll out of their gates, mixing things up, and it really starts here in the pick and ban phase. No Vamp pool to protect onto the Gambit for 100 Thieves, so they're already kind of showcasing what they want to prioritize, which forces out the Loki ban from Swamp Gaming side, but then you're going to be 100 Thieves and ban out the Mantis more than likely when you see that they were able to protect the Elsa.
Yeah, for sure. That's a great point with the Elsa save. We'll see how they continue to roll. The Daredevil going to be banned on the other side, so a lot of respect to Self, and on both sides for that matter. Self, Day, some of the most deadly Daredevils, deadly lawyers out there. Be perfect to hire if you needed one, but not in Krakoa. On the save here, going to go to Mantis for themselves on the 100 Thieves side. So now that changes things a bit. Are you thinking, where do you think they go with this ban, Vic?
What the? Okay, wait. This is interesting here too because it's not like I mean, you could run out with the Phoenix, right? Like that's kind of been like the other iteration that we've seen aside from the Elsa. When the team has Elsa banned, the Vamp pool is going to be the next ban, and I'm expecting this last save to possibly be the Mantis here because then you're going to be able to get that damage boost onto the Elsa. We're gonna have to wait and see, Cozy, and there we go. That's what's gonna be highlighted here for Swamp Gaming. And then you're 100 Thieves wondering, okay, well, if they're gonna have that damage output, what is gonna be this final ban?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, looking at it too, having the Elsa for Melos, I mean, we didn't get to see too much Melo yesterday. Fun to see him come back into the limelight. I think Self is gonna take the role of that Mantis in the last ban on the other side there. Gonna make things a bit sticky having Loki out. Can't give Loki into this comp, right, with that Mantis as well. They took care of it on the other side. They're going to match the favor. Delina showing an Ultron, Winnie on the Mantis, so they're switching some things up from what we've seen in their previous couple of games.
Okay, all right, Cozy. We got to keep the party going here in the Americas region. You already know we got the pick and bans already locked and loaded, Krakoa, and I also feel like, Cozy, it's not really a Cozy Vicky cast if we don't get a little bit of Clintar, Krakoa into the mix. That's what I like to see. Swamp Gaming, Kraz, Days going onto the Ultron. We're seeing that happen a lot more often too. Forky Dog will have that BRB, but probably going to swap off. Once they come out of the gates, it's all about getting that extra shield, or even if he does want to opt to stake onto it, we're going to have to see how they're going to be able to rotate this together with Swamp Gaming and Scatter, maybe opening things up with a portal play.
Yeah, what I'm going to be keeping my eyes on is that Self and Melo kind of roll to have all that duelist and DPS their side. Now, last time these teams faced off in domination, it was 1-1. 100 Thieves showed some life on the second bit, and then after that third zone, it was kind of all Swamp Gaming. Vicky, like I said, this team really shows how they're going to play for the day. Maybe they're all, out of adrenaline after what we saw the first couple of maps, trying to re-energize themselves for a long matchup, potentially. Scatter going to open up the portal and get this thing started, y'all. We've got a great one. Here we go. Point opening up in 15. Vicky, and we'll see how they choose to defend. I like the aggressiveness already from Swamp.
I'm so happy that we get to watch this again, too, because this is basically like my birthday series to watch, and I was sitting in the back watching you guys pop off. We're going at it again. Scatter taking a good amount of that damage here. As you can already see, Melo getting a good amount of pressure, being on the Elsa, needs some help with the pocket heals too. As Kraz finds the opportunity to dive onto the backline, they immediately go in to help heal for them, but it splits a good amount of attention, allowing Swamp Gaming to get at least some progress. They finally flip the point back in their favor, and it's about this harassment, the damage impact, as Forky Dog and Melo get the follow-up, get these 2 picks, and 100 Thieves are going to reset.
Yo, the value there from the man who could do it all, Kraz, was insane. He got the space and the pressure, and most importantly, the attention, right? Pushed them back, was able to kind of get a back cap, if you will. And then they were able to then turn the tide and push in, get the wipe and the win. 21% in climbing. Man could do it all day. Kraz is one to watch, especially if you are a Cat fan. This guy has been absolutely lethal. Days up in the air. We'll see how Delina matches. We kind of saw this with Rai Mazing. Like, I'm not crazy when we've got the DPS that can do some crazy things, right, on the Ultron. But this is a thing they like to flex into. Self has also taken that roll up. The team's showing their flexibility, Vic.
Right, because I'm always like, okay, we already know the Glartar's coming out, but it's going to be immediately deleted. Delina will have the extermination ahead of Days. Scatter make a big play with the Eye of Agamotto. Millennia does have the Rage and Royal Flush. They're going to open things up with this first. Swamp Gaming are just trying to navigate around the invisible boundary up to Valentina. tries to get the sleep originally, but the
Wow.
iframe's coming out. Mello, this is what happens when you let Mello have Elsa, and on top of it too, the potential to have the damage boosted Ultron and the Elsa. Sure, you could ban
There's a
out
lot of-
Haynes' Daredevil, but imagine this, Cozy.
There's a lot of great ults when they get interrupted mid-ult, and Ultron might be one of my favorite. I mean, just the sigh yell from the sky. I mean, that is got to be reflecting what 100 Thieves is feeling right now, because starting off slow, right? They typically do this often, 79% and up, and not a lot to the name. Self here with the legendary. We'll see how they choose to use it. Gonna go ahead and open up with that aggression. TTK most likely going to take the defensive with this. Soul Resurgent going up will winning match. We'll see if the pressure comes with it. Mello hunting once again. Delena getting kicked like a clay pigeon. Mello finds another, and Forky Dog to follow. This is an absolutely tough look for 100 Thieves. Winnie gonna pop the Soul Resurgence late, with Vinny finally getting something rolling for the team, but it is just too late. These Thieves are getting locked up, Vic.
You're talking about like a clay pigeon. I mean, I was going to see that they're playing Duck Hunt maybe out here, but the Portal players are going to come in to contest on the point. Meteor goes up, overtime activated. Unfortunately, missing out on the big meatball, though. Just helping out and peeling for this backline that we kept highlighting between Forky Dog and Valentina. And then you add Daze to the mix. Forky Dog finds TTK, a great punish. And 100 Thieves, they got to give up this round because Swamp Gaming have something else to say to start up our series.
Holy locked in is Swamp Gaming. Did not stutter, Vic. And not only that, I mean, 100 Thieves threw everything but the kitchen sink at the end, and nothing came out of it. I mean, could not get anything rolling. Felt just discombobulated, a little staggered in there as well, straight from the first fight. But if we know anything, domination is not really the best indicator of how these matchups are going to go. But if it was, 100 Thieves need to get things rolling. Again, this team really kind of started coming into form here in the playoffs, and they often do, Vic, as we saw last year.
I like how you bring that up too, because we've always mentioned like Dom is very volatile, but it's like these two teams scrim a lot. Like we've heard it from the coaches themselves. And when it comes down to a tournament day, as you heard Kurova in the interview, it's about the team who shows up. You can't really cash in on those scrim bucks, but at the moment, Swamp Gaming are taking it home with that first round, literally 0 to 100. And you look at what's coming up for Swamp Gaming, they'll have the Invisible Boundary, Eye of Agamotto, Valentina making the swap up over the Jeff just so that way you could get those speed boost bubbles. And then they're going to try to go in for a portal play before Valentina swaps off.
Yeah, and again, you know, I think they thought that Gambit was going to be the best band there, given how great this backline is. But you just, given that Elsa is a scary thing, as we've seen time and time again with Mello. Obviously, they didn't get a good homework look at this team, because Mello not playing as much last time. But we know what they did in week 1, week 2. Outside of being the man for the interviews, he's the man behind the scenes that does so much for this team. Kraz looking up top. Again, that distraction. They did this to get point. If they can get point early, this is such a tough comp to get it right back. Daze trying to find something here. Vic now as Forky Dog Scatter online, looking for the option.
This is what we're talking about when it comes to the old economy. Extermination is going to be activated from Daze. You look onto the other side and there's really no sustain. Millennia is very close to that Raging Royal Flush, but they're forced to back away, and they're allowing Swamp Gaming now to take control over the point after finding that pick onto Vinny. Now Swamp Gaming have the advantage first, and with Mello finding Winnie, we keep seeing more and more of these teams, Cozy, take full utilizations over their extra players that they have to sub in.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. I mean, just getting pure pressure and making that space as one unit. And who needs ultimates when Mello can just farm him up with the old neutral classic? Forky Dog and Scatter have their opening still, and they have a defensive measure, an opening, and an offensive ult as well. So they're fully loaded with the point, with a zone to their name. This is going to be a tough one here, as Mellophobe are going to throw out the Apex Predator. Does it find a bite? No, it comes up empty, so at least they get a break there. 100 Thieves trying to find an opening and break their way out of this jail.
At least they're able to play right around these walls, though, and it's splitting up a lot of the attention from 100 Thieves. With the Raging Royal Flush, though, they have the win button. Letta does get stunned temporarily before going in for the reset on the end song Inferno, but with Forky Dog having the Invisible Boundary, gathering everyone together, is then going to be Valentina cycling through with that other strategist ultimate. You're going to be able to have the Sun Seduction, Scattered Genji just trying to navigate away, but nobody is looking at Daze up into the sky. It's going to be the Ultron v Ultron battle, and with Scatter now diving in, it's going to find both of the strats. Everybody's feasting. If you are Scatter Genji and then you have Daze to follow up with another 2K.
Yeah,
make it
down. The Dr. Strange came from Marvel Rivals too. I mean, just came, got the 2-piece in both the strats with it. That was a fat Augo. Now with 78%. I mean, my goodness, what do you even do here at this point? Got to try to reset. We're seeing the changes on the heroes, trying to find a new opening, new plan. But sometimes when the pick ban phase goes the favor of Swamp, like this, there's not a lot you can do in terms of in-game adjustments. Go through the portal and hope for the best. Cerebro, will it be theirs for the taking? Daze has the ult ready. Age of Ultron on. Age of Swamp Gaming looking apparent. Gonna find one in Vinny. Vinny has fallen early in all these fights. Gonna be a tough look here as they're chasing down Delina. Delina finally finds some solace, but time is ticking. Time is out. Vicky, we're speedrunning.
Oh, no way. They just destroyed 100 Thieves. 100 Thieves had 0% on any of those rounds. I mean, Cozy, if we take a look at 100 Thieves specifically, I think a big issue too is when you're forcing triple support, which of course we see a lot of teams do it, but you're also splitting that ult economy with the Gambit, Rage, and Royal Flush if that's going to be the win condition that you lean into. Meanwhile, Mello comes in after we saw Madian pop off yesterday. You get the damage boosted Elsa to start off our best of 5 series.
Yeah, I don't know if they just wanted to, play with like a handicap or whatever, where they're like, you know what, like let's give them one by allowing the Elsa. Like that will not happen again, in my opinion. Backline, as good as it is, as much as they don't want to play against, Gambit, you've got to get that Elsa out of here. Melophobia, welcome back, by the way, and what they can do in the playoffs, 6 finals, but absolutely flawless. No one falling except Valentina one time, Vic.
Oh my, the survivability. Again, this backline is so crazy. And sure, you ban out the Daredevil, but Daze being on the Ultron, popping off, also having a damage boost of their own. This is a really flexible team. We've seen 100 Thieves pull out some other tricks up their sleeve, but the fact that 100 Thieves have literally only 3 KOs in a speed run of a first map, Cozy.
Yes, and of course, if anything by today's standard can show us, or even yesterday, this is just getting started. It's a battle of adjustment. It's a game of inches at times, and you just got to figure out how to move your chess pieces in between these breaks a bit better. They could not do so when trying to capitalize on that point, but maybe in between these matches, they can reset and reload, because Vic, they've got to find another way. Y'all, we've got match number 2 between these 2 great teams and orgs coming at you after this quick break.
And just like that, we are back, and I am back. I didn't expect to be back this quickly, but alas, it's Swamp Gaming involved, so I'm not entirely surprised. They are speedrunning through the first map. Cozy, it kind of all went wrong for 100 Thieves, but before we start to look at that, what went right for Swamp Gaming? Like, what really stood out to you for them as a squad?
I mean, I can answer that with both, right? What went wrong and right is if you allow the Elsa, they got the Elsa, you got to ban the Mantis, right? Like, I think that's like the first step, because when you allow that, it just opens the floodgates. For me, it was just, man, the team just played together perfectly. And it was the stagger, as, Vicky and I like to say, the cloak and stagger on the other side. I mean, it was just constant stagger, which was tough then, because then they were able to dive in. And as Vicky pointed out in the cast, just put all that pressure towards Thieves.
And it did become a very one-sided affair. We have seen this happen already in preseason in the group stages, Vicky. Does this kill momentum for 100 Thieves? Off the back of yesterday, they were probably feeling pretty good. Vibes were high. You get slapped around like that. How do they bounce back?
I mean, I saw Delena in the chat earlier saying, oh, Remix is in McDonald's right now, maybe getting the team like a Happy Meal or something like that. I need him to come back home right now.
Is he still there?
Yeah, so we'll ring him real quick, because I think if anything, when you take a look at 100 Thieves, we're talking about individual players that are very talented, that looked so disorganized. And right now, in a best of 5, sure, it leaves room for error, okay? But you only have so much right now. When Swamp Gaming are playing like that, you talk about momentum, and Swamp Gaming have all of it on their side as we get ready for game number 2.
One thing we do have to remember is, if you cast our minds back to the group stages, at one point 100 Thieves hadn't won a domination. We were like, are they ever going to win a domination? They were focusing on Convoy Convergence, so perhaps that is at least the saving grace here. Maybe there is a chance that they could find something as we move on into this best of 5. That being said, Cozy, even if we go all the way, we're still going to have to play domination again. So I am a little bit worried about this 100 Thieves team. If you're looking at 100 Thieves as a roster, though, and these 6 players, obviously all fantastic ones, do you think that they are going to be the type that would be dejected in this particular scenario?
No.
Are they the ones that would get down on themselves?
No, I will say this about the team, even though when they win something like they did yesterday and they kind of came off the interview like, it was cool, we had it all along. I think that's just kind of their moxie and like how they carry themselves as players too. Like, you can't get too high, can't get too low. I don't think this is going to affect them at all. And they've been here a lot, so I will give them that. They have plenty of it. My question is, where are they going to go, right? They've tried to take this team to Midtown back in the group. That wasn't the answer. I think that was actually a quick finish for them. They've taken teams kind of all over. If you look at when they've lost, like, where do they like to go with their next map pick? Because it's got to be one, like we've seen this for the teams that do bounce back. It's been this kind of home court advantage feeling for them, right? And, one thing I like for them a lot is Museum of Contemplation. Although, well, there it is. Cool. It's like I know what I'm talking about.
The prophet is here. Again, Cozy just seems to have it on the ball every single time. His predictions have been pretty good as well. Vicky, you had a good prediction earlier. You did have Zen winning against NRG as well. So you guys are definitely nailing it thus far. But Museum of Contemplation, Vicky, thoughts? Do you think this one is a chance for 100 Thieves? Do you think SG might just wipe the floor with them again?
I think it's a good chance. When I think about Museum of Contemplation and it came to like 100 Thieves with their back against the wall, I'm going back to like what we had looked at, Cozy, with the day number 1 in the group stages when NRG took them to game 3. And Museum of Contemplation, sure, despite 100 Thieves winning on it, it was so close. It did not look dominating. If anything, they did have some time to iron things out. I believe that was like 5-4 in favor for 100 Thieves, and that was with NRG making some interesting plays.
Well, 100 Thieves, they're 2-1, Cozy, so I think they're probably going to be feeling pretty good about this one.
No, for sure. And I think when you look at it, they play similar on this map, honestly, with Daze and the way that Self plays. So I'm interested if they're going to try to fuel up Self, because that's been their game plan a little bit here. Also, obviously, Delena has been able to have access to Elsa on a lot of these Museum of Contemplation maps as well. Don't think that's going to be allowed for them. I think they're smarter than that.
Well, Pick a Ban is ready. Vicky, Cozy, take us away.
All right, Vic. Here we go. The museum's open. It's late hours. It's going to be the Gambit once again from 100 Thieves. So they saw what Melophobia did on the Elsa, and they're like, all right, let's do it again, Vic. But you know what? I will say this. Remember we said this about We Lost yesterday. Like, they can't possibly allow XYZ. And they did. And they ended up winning that.
Yeah, true. And it's been interesting, to say the least, when it comes to looking at some of the pick and bans that we've had go down, as the Gambit is protected on the side of 100 Thieves. The fact, though, that they didn't want to prio ban the Elsa is also a question mark, because kind of going back to what you were just saying, Cozy, it looks like that's going to get through, but surely the Mantis will be the next ban.
Yeah, that's the biggest problem, I think, from that last map. If they could get rid of that, they're going to be able to have a much different fate, or at least try to here, looking at what they want to go with. And they're thinking about it down to the last 10 seconds, seeing what they want to go with. The Gambit save on their side. Millennia ready to play the man with Invis being banned as well. So they're attacking the backline. Obviously, we talked about this with TLC a little bit, how you try to have to find what works in the ban phase, and this attacking the backline is what we've seen a lot of them try to do. They just fear the devil himself in days. So that is where the priority goes. And it's just the same song and dance.
Yeah. And we know that when it comes to the strategist backline of Swamp Gaming, they are so flexible. They will survive no matter what strat you put this backline on. And that's the strength of Swamp Gaming, because then you try to target the duelist. Guess what? They're flexible, and they also have a sub if they wanted to go for a different plan. You target the Vanguards, another flexible lineup. It's so hard when it comes to dealing with these teams that could take anything out. They're lingering over the Loki. They're going to end up banning that Loki, so they see the Protect on the Mantis because they also don't want to have an unexpected maybe group Mantis Loki team up coming out of the gates.
Yeah, so this is very similar to what they just did, and we'll see if that works. I do like the wolf save. I think Dog was saying we don't have a ton of great wolves in the America scene, which is a lot of truth to that. Obviously, I think Daze plays a great one as well. Self and Daze, two of the great wolves. Terra obviously left, and he was probably the best in a wolf. I think this could definitely give them a fighting shot, but you're going to give the strategist Jeff here, which I think is a very favorable Jeff map as well. So even though they attacked that back line, left some stuff open for the team, we just saw Valentina go that direction. We'll see what they lock into. I'm just shocked that that Mantis is open.
I can't believe they let it happen again. And on this map, you were just talking about, like, with the open sight lines on Museum of Contemplation. Yeah, maybe a little late over here on the East Coast, but you gotta get locked in. Not at the museum, almost, as we take a little trip here for the second game. And looking at the pick and ban phase already, maybe it's gonna take some time to figure out, or it could really work out in 100 Thieves' favor. We're gonna have to see, since they're the ones starting things off on the attack. They'll be able to get some of the extra shields too, Millennia being on the rocket. But we also talked about the Groots, and Vinny will be able to have that available, but they will not have the Loki, and it's not like they're going to be the one to opt for that Mantis. But if they do want to roll out on that, Delena would be that priority that you want to be able to damage. Self already starting off on the Wolverine, as we've seen so many times too, Cozy. They could expect maybe that triple Vanguard hold up, but that's not the case here, right? It's going to be the triple strategist that Swamp Gaming is holding down for.
Yes, Vicky, well said. And man, this is going to tell us everything we need to know about how tonight's going to go. When these gates open, what 100 Thieves are we going to get after match one was an absolute massacre. 100 Thieves, gates open, jail is ready, the jailbreak is free. Vinny on the classic tree, and they push forward here. I mean, I do like the Vanguard picks and the selections they have. Delena's going to really have to carry the load in terms of that DPS. But man, Self could be a lot of fun. We're going to have to see what he can do on Logan.
Hopefully he doesn't get isolated by the Vanpool bubble, though, as the dive comes in from Kraz before just swinging out, trying to force out more of these cooldowns. But talk about a lot of that extra damage, gets the swap over to the Cloak, reloads, as well as sending out the Terror Cape. Kraz, though, again, doing the deed and just trying to harass them. Millennia is going to be on that Gambit again, just trying something different with Vinny, trying to clear up some passing space. They try to get the kidnap going here too. But Mello, being sneaky, finds Winnie unexpectedly after getting hit with the ricochet, finds another head, make it 3. Mello! We saw a Median shine yesterday. Today, we get to see Mello farm.
Yeah, Pikachu shock face that the old Elsa with the Mantis is going off. I mean, that is what we were afraid of, and it's happening right when the gates open. Because what you're going to need from 100 Thieves is Delena's going to have to pop the Ultron, try to find some type of pick early, but that's so tough with the pressure that Mello can give. Daze is going to have ult here as well, so they're going to go aggressive with the Glartrox yet again. Millennia does have ult, so we'll see how they use this reactively and rotate over. Good positioning from Swamp Gaming as well. I like the way they're playing this point, giving this free little up court here. I think now this is going to be favorable, though, in terms of the comp for Jean Grey and Delena. Can they get the pick? He does, opening up the door. It's Forky Valentina. This is exactly what they needed. Delena, give this team a chance. 1, 2, 3, 4 go down. And just like that, before I could even say it, the poke lane opened up and they closed down. That was impressive.
Yeah, that's Delena V triple support right there. And Delena came through and then even got a nice little 4K by the very end with the Rage and Royal Flush. Delena heard the call and they answered. They get that first checkpoint. And if you look ahead here, Cozy, Vinny does have that Groot hug with the Strangling Prison. Delena too with a reset opportunity.
But keep your eyes on Self. That 81%, they are going to be able to get a potential 2-3, especially on the strategist side, and that's going to be what is going to give them all this space if able. Here comes Daze to open up. I think I love this because of the ults available and the rotation they can do. Wow, found Crest just like that. Easy, and that's why Self is on that as kind of like a peel as well as the aggression as well. Great communication there. Daze's ult, goodbye, and Kraz just disappeared.
Not sure if the Venom in the long run is actually going to be able to get the beneficial pressure that they're looking for the back line. The Elsa trying to get sneaky as Melania, the bouncer to help back them up and keeping everybody else sustained. Scatter then tries to rotate in, also harass the back line too. But Delena is going uncontested as we get the quick pause though. Daze at the very end did get a pick onto Melania. That's something to note. And while we do get set up here, Cozy, and seeing what we have in store for us, we had some ultimates online here too, right? We had Delena with the Ensong Inferno that wasn't used yet too, as well as Self, who has that final stand. But Valentina did pop that Mantis ultimate right before that pause to bring everybody up to health.
Yeah, this is probably going to be a wipe, at least on this battle right here. You can tell with the Soul Resurgence being activated by Valentina. I don't think they need to use anything else for it. Self and Vinny are both low, so that's my expectation for this fight. But there's 3 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. So great first point push. What we've seen 100 Thieves kind of run into over and over again, and not just them. Lots on this map, Vic. We just casted this the other day in live in Austin. I mean, the second point on this map is so tough to take. And so if they can wipe here, reset, and then they have to win essentially 2 more fights from it, I will say I'm impressed with how dominant they were able to get through that opening gate. But yeah, 100 Thieves allowing the Elsa Mantis, that is something that is a bit scary. But we are going to get this thing right back on. The pause is gone, and Vicky, what do you know? It was a wipe.
Yep, I mean, it was inevitable. You talked about it perfectly, Cozy. You literally highlighted just the play-by-play of what was going to go down in that fight, just looking at the ults that were popped alone and what was available for 100 Thieves, the lack of sustainability as those ultimates were not online. But I think a big highlight to how they were able to get to that first checkpoint, 100% is on Delena. And if you look at that pick and ban phase, you simply just have to be better in that Elsa v Phoenix matchup.
Absolutely. Here now is Kraz trying to just find air to breathe. The CC changes are not here yet. Wishing they were. Self does have that ult ready. Keep your eyes on that. Ooh, and the cards are ready to go. Raging Royal. There is a quick selfie. He's going to use it all on the Symbiote. Goodbye, Venom. As he's like, not today. And that's just that sustain and oftentimes annoyance, right, Vicky? And man, so I wanted to do that to Venoms in my own ranked games at times.
I was going to say, why did that feel like so personal? Maybe I'm speaking from my own bias of having to deal with the Venom, be the fly swatter that we just saw Self be. And they still have 4 ultimates online here, Cozy. Look at Forky Dog, who wants to help with the sustainability for Swamp Gaming.
Yeah, this is great. I actually love they're going to have both together, but this is planned as they combo-wombo it out. They get 2 down. Gambit with the Cloak and Dagger. Perfection at play. Love the use of everything here, but oh my gosh, can they do this without doing an additional fight? But Scatter, no! Finds 2 in the madness. Are you kidding me? Scatter now. Merc with the mouth, wanting more. Katana's out. Looking, slicing, and dicing. 94 and up. How is he alive? He goes down. 3.39. This is why this point is so hard to take, Vicky. When someone gets a little bit of air, it's hard to close them out. But Vinny throws down the wall and gets himself a 2-piece, and it looks like they're going to claim this point.
Oh, and they force out a stagger here, too. Eventually, they find Daze, but with the Strangling Prison... Oh, yeah. Oh, that's unfortunate. Another stagger here, too. Forky Dog meeting the rest of Swamp Gaming back in the spawn room gates. But this is good, right? When you find those 2 late picks, you build up some space. And I'll be so honest with you, Cozy. When it comes to this 3rd checkpoint especially, it's so difficult. You have to stay on that point, quite literally, when it becomes that rubber duck floaty. And you have to be wary of that vertical hurt box there, too, when you're playing around the sides of the duck.
Yeah, honestly, though, I think 100 Thieves is just pumped the way they've played so far. This is the map they had to get right. We've kind of seen 2 sides of Thieves from this so far. Having 2 minutes and 38 on the clock is massive for them. And it's kind of having Swamp now second guess themselves, right? That's what you want. You got to get into the mental a bit of these amazing players. Daze going up, slamming down, going to try to find the tree. Nothing from it. Vinny going to escape away. Love the angle here from Delena. Going to go in and pick off one by one. His whole headshots here. Fire making against the old grass type, as I like to say. Oh, this is going to be a good kidnap here from Day. Slicing, dicing, TTK trying to find escape. There's the band hammer on. Looking for more. Valentina escapes and gets the eternal bond out. Beautiful play.
He took him to Wintertide. That's going to happen when you have to deal with the group putting down those walls, but keeping everybody alive. It's going to be Valentina on the Cloak and Dagger, the Eternal Bond, coming in clutch, and Forky Dog will have that dance-off with the fate of both worlds for this upcoming fight, and they're going to need it with Self and Winnie to be there to delay the inevitable for the Raging Royal Flush for Millennia.
Yeah, good highlight there. I mean, they didn't have to use much to win that fight. Delina, though, getting Mellow out, so their damage is gone, and now it's just trying to stay alive as long as you can through it all. But, oh, no, there goes the I am dead. In the spawn, the Groot is not going to be able to use the ult. Just like that, Kraz trying to find something going. I think Kraz, we've seen so great play from him, but Vinny showing why he is the OG tree.
He yeeted that nade. Fine scatter. We were talking about Kraz like possibly swapping, and when Kraz goes over to the group, sure, you can put up these walls, deal with the pressure that Delina's been putting in, but you also have to try to match that with Vinny, and we've seen Vinny pop off so many times on this group, Cozy, and they have two tools ready together with Delina with a reset opportunity here. When you look at Swamp Gaming, they really only have Valentina that needs to get that Eternal Bond shortly.
No, this is a perfect play and opening now for 100 Thieves as Kraz is going to get one down. Delina being a big one at that, but it's going to be the rest of the Thieves to come in. Might be down a few, but able to push into this back pit. Oh my, Glartrox, Melophobia. Absolutely disgusting. Can Millennia get away? He's trying his best to dash, flip, every cooldown used. Melophobia won't let him. Wow, he finds the duck for safety.
You know when you're always on the edge of your seat, you hate that you have to reload. They get away, but it's the pressure that matters, Cozy, because right now, Mellow off that Glartrox, after we just saw a huge strangling prison from 100 Thieves from Vinny's hand, just basically got shut down. And now you look at the ultimates that they at least have those tools for this next fight.
Yeah, they're able to rotate in. Expect this to be a long overtime, folks, because you got the Strange at play as well. This is going to be at least 2 fights. Most likely, you've got the Banhammer alongside the Insong Inferno, and that's going to allow everyone else to get to their ult. Self will be able to follow. Winnie's going to be able to have the Eternal Bond, so this is going to be every Q press, every graphics card begging for life. TTK finds Days out of there immediately. Now they're going to put the pressure on as the Banhammer comes out. Valentina going to throw out the Eternal Bond. Scatter finds Self in the trade, so it's 1 down on each side. Closer spawn, favoring both. Winnie 2-1 away from that Eternal Bond, ready to click the Q. It comes out, paving the path to hopefully victory as Forky finds Delina. At this point now, having to trade over, maybe get to the Strange. But Vinny on that Venom, Vicky, is keeping them in it. Finds another. Vinny is playing out of his mind. The tank's getting it done.
The Vinny going in with the anti, the follow-up as well. Forky Dog has the dance-off, though, as Days will come back. Mellow is the nail in the coffin. They have to deal with Millennia. The Raging Royal Flush is right around the corner, and that will be a lot of pressure. But with Self also using the Extermination, they're cycling through these ultimates. Gambit never folds, or will he fold here? No, he won't, because Mellow is the first victim. Days is coming back. Valentina and Forky Dog do not have that sustainability, and with overtime ticking away, it's going to be a neutral fight between these two teams, unless Days has something else to say.
Self able to be on this point so long there with Vinny, keeping this thing alive as TTK was able to switch on over as well. Farming up that Nagamoto, gonna open up. That's gonna be 3 for the Wolf. Ult slams down. No connection though. Nothing coming from it from the X-Men. Winnie now with the ult. Gonna try to find something rolling for their team on the strategist front. Vinny though just farming down the spawn. Forky back to the room. They're gonna stay. Winnie's gonna get another as well. Everybody doing their part for these Thieves. All but empty, but Mellow and Kraz find 2 to answer. Vicky, this is absolutely neck and neck.
The desperate eye of Nagamoto when everybody was stuck in the group hug from Kraz. Then you follow up because Scatter is jumping on their foreheads like he's playing a whole different game. And Mellow consistently putting down the pressure. We just saw 100 Thieves at the very least, though, before they got stopped before that 3rd checkpoint, Cozy, show signs of life. I gotta say, Vinny was a big highlight aside from Delina.
Like 40 hero moments for like nearly every player there, and I really feel like Thieves, even though they allowed obviously the Elsa Mantis, people were obviously begging why, showcased that they had the game plan ready to go, and that's even with the double ults going into point 2, but worked out quite smoothly. I think, for this map, this is a tough map to push all the way, Vic. That's definitely, they're happy with that result, clearly. Obviously there at the end fight, a couple ways they could have done those ults slightly different, but when you have Melophobia going into hero mode with that plot armor, the anime arc, Can't be stopped. Here we go. We'll see what Swamp comes out offensively with.
You know when like a play happens and you're just like looking at the other player wondering what those comms sound like? I wonder what it was when Vinny was able to isolate Forky Dog, still get that pick, look behind him, and the rest of the 100 Thieves are just destroyed. They're gone. They were stuck in the strangling prison. You saw an Eye of Agamotto out of left field, and you cannot reset, not even the portal contest that could come out. Swapping sides now though, Cozy. Swamp Gaming, they're able to hold it back, but we know it's very hard to get this payload to the finish line on Museum.
Yeah, what was the Achilles heel for this team was that Mello kept finding Selfie in the air, or at that time, the Ultron on the last map, and they were able to just keep on pushing in after that first pick. So the survivability of these strategists is what you want to keep your eyes on here. Vinny obviously going to be on the Venom for this first push, and he says he's not a one-trick tree. Obviously showed how insane he is on the Guardian of the Galaxy, but very good Venom as well. Going to go ahead and throw from downtown to open up Kraz, holding down the W, remove the S key in action. Scatter now leading the charge as well. There's Vinny for the little bit of distraction, trying to get those cooldowns out on the first dive. Going to go right back up to the pillar. Keep your eyes here on the north. TTK getting low. Good use of the Terror Cape. And just like that, Scatter trades him out. Perfect teamwork there from Swamp.
And Vinny taking a lot of pressure too. We saw a freeze from Forky Dog before Vinny's trying to fly away. Millennia does get that trade-off though onto Kraz, so no walls available. But Mello has been the server admin, as we usually see when it comes to the Elsa. But I like to see the different iteration of 100 Thieves. We mentioned this in our last game here, Cozy, where Winnie could opt to go for that Mantis. It's going to be a different version with the Phoenix instead, dealing a lot of more of that impact. And Mello is very close to that Glartrox.
Good call out here, Vicky. And just like that, we've got a triple stun there. Yourself going to throw up the age of Ultron with the Glartrox to boot. And there it is. Down goes Ultron once again. Just no value coming from that ult. Is going to be from Self. Down is the Insong Inferno, and everybody popping their Q. Forky Dog forced to go ahead and keep them alive, and they're just getting rid of these thieves one by one, as we saw in the domination. Don't love this ult from Millennia. They think they can still contest. It's going to go everything with it, and they're trying to combine the Vinny ult, Beast of the Abyss with it. Did not find the combo. Kind of going all in, crossing their fingers it would work. Didn't happen to get the connection. Oh my gosh, Vicky, with TTK getting down one, but the portal comes out from Self now. Momentum pushing forward for 100 Thieves.
Those 14 days, like group hugging each other behind the wall for safety, and Forky Dog unfortunately was the first to get sacrificed by the big meatball of the Meteor M. Those walls just providing such extra play here for our pros to work around on Museum, but Valentina's very close to the Eternal Bond. Kraz also is very close to having that Strangling Prison. A lot of CC available with Days 2. Nice little stun. Oh, Valentina getting stuck on the payload, but it's fine. Is able to get everybody up to health. You see the group wall on the other side. Nice block off there and communication. Trying to isolate some members of 100 Thieves, but they haven't gotten this first checkpoint just yet. It's still being stalled. Somebody else needs to recontest here as TTK is going to be that next body on the point.
I mean, Thieves are just a team that love risk versus reward, right? As Days goes up, slams down, says, I'll finish it myself. But yeah, this is a team that loves the risk versus reward. We just saw how much they used to try to stall the point even more. But you know what? Point 2 is where it's at, right? This is where you take down all that time on the clock. So they could be happy with a little bit of a slow point 1 hold. But Mello's like, push forward, break this wall, get them the open sight lines for the poke. But that only opens up for Delina. We got to see if Delina can get these important picks, as we just saw on their offensive approach. Looking at the ult, Vicky, you do have the Raging Royal ready to go. They'll combine that with the Insong once again. And on the defensive side, not much here for Swamp other than one lethal Apex Predator.
It's going to be the win button that they want to rely on here. See if 100 Thieves are able to take advantage of the Wombo combo. It's going to be the Raging Royal Flush to open things up. Take a look, though, at Mello, who's backing away. Glartrox in Mello's pocket, ready to go, but with Vinny fighting Kraz, they won't have the safety behind these walls. No playmaking opportunity here, but it's going to be that 1v1 that we have. Mello baiting Delena into that side room, isolating Delena away from the line of sight of the strategist.
Oh, absolutely disgusting. Gonna come up empty. The Glartrox is hungry, but yeah, big pick on Delena there, but the spawn's so close. Not too big of a deal now as that Living Bullet comes out, tracks 1, allows them to see through the wall 2 with it. Gonna go ahead and throw the trap out, see if the rotate can hit. And just like that, really good positioning from Meliophobia. Scatter, can he hit it? Throws up, down, no connection. Good last shield there. I track those cooldowns a bit better if you're Scatter. Either way, here comes the Luna. Groot ult up as well. Scatter gonna find Vinny. They got to get this wipe, Vic.
Yeah, I'm also looking to see if the Gambit was even there for an ante. With being pressured all the way to the back end, though, Mello has claimed heads and claims another one from the victim that is Self. They've cleared out 100 Thieves, forcing Vinny, who hovered over the Doctor Strange to maybe portal in, actually just goes over to the Venom. They're literally stuck in the spawn room gates, and they're just going to get the better spawn all the way in the back. Mello, like the terrifying raid boss, looking down at the barrel of where 100 Thieves was stuck.
Yeah, the Thief Hunter. I mean, that was textbook, not allowing any fight. I mean, that point 2 should have at least 2 fights. 3 could go up to 4. I mean, we've seen that happen time and time again. Portal coming out with the block. Oh my goodness. Are you kidding me? Absolute perfection here as the float is inside the portal. What in the multiverse are we looking at?
And trying to get out, but they're getting blocked. No, this portal play. There's no way the floaty works for Swamp Gaming. I mean, I didn't know the floaty was going to be a 7th player.
I was going to say, that's the interview we've got to have after the match. I mean, that was a textbook player of the game moment, but either way, we'll see now as the Wolverine's flying above like a horror movie. Days trying to find the last laugh. His dice up, finds 2. Now it's the Staggerfest all over. This is a history repeating itself from that Dom match. Such a great offense approach from 100 Thieves, but Mello now just having fun out here. They've got 2 minutes to close in a few distance.
Now you know why. When we comes to the pick and ban phase, everybody, why we talk about the Elsa. Then you add the damage boost. That's the potential right there. Sure, they don't have it at the moment with no Mantis because they don't really need it. Mello's got the Glartrox ready. Tries to get away. Manages to get healed up safely. A huge time, but the floating! The 7th player on Swamp Gaming's team actually ends up allowing the clip to come through and saving Swamp Gaming.
The new mascot of Swamp Fear, the Swamp Fear, the float here now is going up and down, no connection. Gonna be Vinny going for the Feast of the Abyss with it to Lina. Trying to find a reset in the white room, gonna do so, gonna get the connection. Gotta watch this point though, 0.78 left, 1 minute 49. If they can win this wipe, it gives them a little bit more of a chance as Winnie's still able to ult, right? And they could keep this thing ticking out, but Swamp Gaming has everything ready for this Infinity War. Days, Self, Logan v. Logan. Absolutely perfection for a Marvel movie moment. Homophobia looking up, also has that Apex Predator. Trying to get some good poke damage in. Gonna go ahead and just use this from the back. They all know the ults are ready. Scatter gonna open things up here. Can he slam down the purple ball? No connection. Here we go.
Mello is so scary. Everyone getting grouped up together, though. That's going to be Kraz in the Strangling Prison. But Winnie, who doesn't get caught by that, is able to use the Eternal Bond since they're not going to be stunned. And now you have the dance-off from Forky Dog to keep everybody in this fight. But look for the angles and look for the communication. You see the walls getting set up. They're building a house, and their Glartrox may be the landlord, but you have to see as the pressure comes in, and with the movement, Mello claims another victim. Their Glartrox is out trying to feast, but Kraz is too busy having seconds here, and now Swamp Gaming clear out 100 Thieves, and they get the next map, leading the series now 2-0.
Wow, what an absolute response from Swamp. And we've seen that time and time again. It is a team that can just adjust. And I mean, listen, they did great on the offensive side, but they allowed the absolute server admin, not just an Elsa, with the Mantis to boot. It can be a tough look, even though they didn't have to, utilize it there at the end if you're Swamp. Changing it up, looking at it, Scatter coming in with that MVP, 32k damage. Absolutely disgusting.
Here, and then Mello with nearly 40k. Sure, Delena we saw was popping off, right? That 40k coming in clutch. They even rolled out with that Mantis with the damage boost. But the way that Swamp Gaming are playing, their positioning, the communication, I love it here. Days also going to be able to isolate a lot of these players in that third checkpoint, vertically high to low ground, Cozy.
Yeah, and I think they're just okay with giving Millennia that gambit. But we'll see if this can change in the best of 5. It's 2-0. Don't go away. This could be our last matchup between these two teams. We're going to take a quick break and then back to the action.
Welcome back, everyone, to Marvel Rivals Ignite preseason playoffs, and we are amidst a 2-0 lead to Swamp Gaming at the moment. It does not look like they are slowing down. Cozy is as correct as always, but Vicky, it was a much better showing from 100 Thieves there. I thought that maybe they were going to get it done. Alas, instead, Swamp Gaming, they just looked a little better when it came to those kind of clutch moments, didn't they?
Yeah, you wonder, not only is the paid actor Ducky going to come through as a 7th player for Swamp Gaming, there's a lot of questionable moments looking at 100 Thieves. The portal plays that Cozy and I were chuckling about in the break, but also, are we going to ban the Elsa, guys? Is it going to happen, Gaskin?
I mean, I would hope so. I was saying this all yesterday. I was saying, why are we letting the likes of Elsa or Gambit get through, especially if you have the option to ban one, if not both? Cozy, your thoughts?
Yeah, honestly, I mean, Millennia died there, 9 times, which is rough. If you look at all the strategists, there's like 5 and 7. I think Winnie died 7 times as well. So when you have 9, they kind of just show like kind of what they wanted to do with it. I mean, overall, it just felt like on the big movie moments, right? When it was like time was ticking and everything was on the line, there was a lot of stars that shined, but it was just always this, talent and sync job. I don't even know the word I'm trying to find. Swamp Gaming, though, showed just great unity throughout, and I think that's what gave them the upper edge.
That's what Swamp Gaming do to us. They make us speechless at times, and for good reason with the way they're playing. Vicky, I mean, I'm going to start the discussion early, because with the way it's going, we might be seeing Team Liquid sooner than we thought. Swamp Gaming, Team Liquid seem to be our 2 teams at the moment. Are you still thinking that Swamp Gaming are just behind Team Liquid, or are we starting to think that they are a little bit closer with what you've seen so far today?
Look, I'm just going to say that Swamp Gaming and Liquid Citadel may be the hope that America needs when it comes to looking at the action happening in EMEA, because what is going on in the pick and ban phase, guys? It's Vicky After Dark. It's almost midnight here on the East Coast, and I will be transparent, by the way. I talked to the coach from Swamp Gaming right before the series, and Fox was like, yeah, I know it's pretty late on the East Coast. Don't worry. We have this in the bag. So, you know what? I guess they really are putting that on display, and I was here like, well, what do you mean? I wanted this to go to the distance. We've had nonstop great action all day long. Why not keep this going? But now 100 Thieves, I think, have to figure things out, because currently Swamp Gaming are at match point, Gaskin.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, 100 Thieves have played Heart of Heaven twice and have won it twice. We've not seen yet Swamp Gaming on it. So again, statistics would suggest this is a good map and mode here, Cozy, for 100 Thieves. Do you agree with it? Do you think this is the start of a comeback? We've had some crazy things happening in Americas thus far. What are the chances of us getting a 100T comeback here?
Yeah, man, we'll find out at the big ban phase. But also, I feel like, I mean, what's crazy to me is that, like, they save the wolf, right? They're like, all right, Self, you ready to pop off, King? And then Days just goes crazy. I mean, you said at the break how just they have so much synergy and flexibility. Synergy was the word I was looking for earlier. By the way, yes, I know I got held back in 2nd grade. Couldn't scramble. Either way, I feel like, can they adjust, right? We've continued to see this. We continue to say that. Remix, the coach, whoever's picking these bans, we've got to see them attack what has been the biggest pain point for the team. And I think there's a couple things you can highlight. Obviously, those strategists are, goated there, but it's got to be the Elsa.
Vicky, do you think it's a case of, like, arrogance? Because we've seen this a few times throughout yesterday, actually, where teams would continue to not ban a hero because they felt like they had the ability to deal with them, and they continued to go for that strategy. At what point do you turn it around? At what point do you turn to each other and say, hey, it's clearly not working, we're 2-0 down here, we kind of have nothing to lose? Surely they kind of switch up the strategy.
It's a good question, because in this best of 5, sure, you have some extra room to breathe, but right now with Swamp Gaming sitting at match point, it comes to question, okay, well, you don't have the Elsa to play at your hands because now you're stuck on a Phoenix because Swamp Gaming banned it, so you rely on the Gambit, which could win in terms of getting the ultimate. That's the get ready set go button, but then you have an Elsa controlling neutral, especially on a map like Museum. I think that has to be the answer. You eventually have to see it if it doesn't work twice back to back.
I do feel like that Swamp Gaming are just beating 100 Thieves in every aspect, in every area at the moment. I was just saying off air, the versatility of Swamp Gaming has been incredible so far this season. It doesn't really matter. They could go into a lock and ban phase and they could be beaten in that phase. Some teams could target them and they will still find a way through, because they're one of those teams that just have so much success on any hero they play. Cozy, do you think a lot of that comes down to how good they are at the neutral? Like, this team is just so good individually and very good at working together as a team as well, but when you can look at certain players to step up, there's always someone there to do it.
Yeah, for sure. And it's like, the fact that they are in sync, the damage numbers is impressive. If you look at the stat sheet, if we like try to get the numbers together, we'd be like, wow, 100 Thieves, they did so much in that department. It was just finishing off those moments, those clutch fights, or getting that one extra pick to really get the snowball rolling. And it felt like every single time is either in the neutral, as you just said, it was Swamp Gaming that was able to just continue to push and impose their will, if you will. Heart of Haven, though, I believe this is when 100 Thieves went against Flag Quest, right? And that was such a dramatic, crazy ending to that game. So I think that's why they're going here, right? Going and play a map that favors. I think they might try to go with a Self Daredevil save, potentially. Daredevil can go absolutely crazy on this map. We saw Self do that before. That's my guess, the route they take.
And Vicky, I mean, 100 Thieves are not going to be happy with... Let's say they lose here and they drop down to the lower bracket, and let's say at best case scenario they get top 3, right? They lose to both Liquid and SG, who are the 2 top teams at the moment. Do you think a team like 100 Thieves and these players would be happy with that, or do we think going into post preseason we start to see changes, or changes considered at least?
I 100%. This is not a team that's going to be complacent. Like, we know, we've talked to the 100 Thieves teammates, like, individually, and we know that, they feel when they're proud, oh yeah, they're proud, and they'll be vocal about it, but in this case, I feel like, sure, you've had some time to review what went wrong in the group stage. This is a team that we all had at the very top end of that respective group. And obviously, like, just with the current patch that they're playing on, and it's not the most recent patch, by the way, that just dropped with Black Cat, just for anybody who may not know, they have to determine, okay, well, if this is not really working out for them, maybe they have to showcase more of that flexibility that we've seen other teams really utilize, Gaskin.
Well, will this be the start of a comeback for 100 Thieves, or will we see the shutout from Swamp Gaming? Only one way to find out. Let's jump into the lock and ban. Cozy, Vicky, it's all on you.
All right, Vicky. Yes, I mean, listen, when you look at the lower bracket, if 100 Thieves does in fact get pushed down there, I mean, they can look very favorable, right? You have Lunex, Sentinels advancing. I think 100 Thieves is fine with at least the Sentinels side. They 2-0 them back in the first week, Lunex as well. But they've got to show some life here as Elsa is finally banned. Getting into match number 3, we've got ourselves some change in the air, Vicky. Will it change the result?
They heard our pleas, and they answered. We get to mix things up. And you know what happens, Cozy? Sometimes when you want to be stubborn, want to stick to it, it's not going to work out. You see the Gambit protect, though, and that's kind of like the give and take, right? We always know if it's not going to be the Elsa, it's going to be the Gambit that's protected. It comes out from both sides, which then procs the Loki ban automatically. And I love that we see this Daredevil ban because, as you said, we have 2 strong Daredevils from each side. Days on the other side, Self from 100 Thieves. So they both banned the Daredevil, especially on this map.
Yeah, kind of shocked that they did not save the Daredevil. And I think that's why you got the immediate ban right there as well. They want to go with the Gambit, though, and that's, that's the game plan they kind of rolled into this. They are at least changing up a bit of the ban front, but some of these bans are going to stay the same. They continue to ban this back line, but this time going to go with a different look. Scatter getting attention from them, I think, has absolutely popped off on their angle. Last save for them, Vic, for 100 Thieves. Gonna go, looking like they're gonna go Star-Lord. I don't hate the pick.
I mean, that's kind of like what we see when it comes to having the Gambit protect, too. Like, that's the priority they want to rely on, and that would be, like, the win con if they go for the Starlight. But they don't go for it on 100 Thieves side. So I do like this with the Vanpool. We also know that Vanpool on Convergence, right, or these longer maps on Convoy 2, especially with a lot of stop potential, goes crazy in terms of the skill potential. The Invisiwoman, that is going to be the final ban that Swamp Gaming puts onto 100 Thieves.
Alrighty, so we'll see what they lock in with the options they have available. Obviously, as you just said, with one team getting that access to the Star-Lord Gambit, I do like having the option for TTK to stay on that Deadpool. You get rid of it on the other side, right? This is, I'm not going to say the last we see of this, but with these new patches, the winds of change is definitely going to happen for the Vanguard role and position, both with the CC changes and on. But for now, this is the patch we are on, and map number 3. Surely Thieves won't let it happen again, getting swept by Swamp Gaming. But right now, it is all the Swamp, Vic. And locking in, this is what we've got on the defensive side. What do you like?
Seeing here, Valentina being on the Gambit. You mentioned Swamp, though. I know Shrek will be very happy to hear that he may not have to give up much real estate before we see Forky Dog perhaps swap off here. And it's just about giving that extra health over to the rest of Swamp Gaming before rolling out on the Invisiwoman. Days 2 being on the Doctor Strange means that they will have that team up. And look at this positioning too, because we also have to highlight something that didn't work out for 100 Thieves in that first map, Cozy, was the Rogue. It was so detrimental to at least get an opening, but now Swamp Gaming have that Rogue and Gambit team up available.
Yeah, the Rogue can be absolutely crazy, and especially with what they do so well in diving that back line here. Mello going to go ahead and try to get things rolling for this team as they look on from above. Again, this is a map they have not played in, and it doesn't matter as Mello finds Delina instantly as the Psylocke. The yokai is very much haunting her. Now it's quickly Scatter going to find another. You just highlighted it best. My gosh, it is just pure pressure right away. Yeah, get back into spawn. Get back into that temple, yells Days with a quick whip. Crazy.
The Southern Belle also got the gloves strapped on too. And following up off the ante, if for those of you guys wanting to get better at Marvel Rivals, just paying attention to what these player comms probably sound like is, I'm going to assume, on another level. The communication is flowing for Swamp Gaming. They're locked in. 100 Thieves, though, another attempt with Winnie being on the Jeff. Is this going to be enough with the Jeff and Millennia being on the Gambit? They're going to be able to help sustain Forky Dog as they're going to get dove on by Vinny. And even though the attention is split, it does cause Kraz to go down. It's a trade-off with TTK also meeting themselves in the spawn.
Yeah, a lot of 100 Thieves' entire game plan is going to be behind Delina getting this opening pick. Did find one there with Kraz. Gonna have to find another. Is able to get ult pretty fast too with all those Vanguards out there. But Days is absolutely popping off. We saw this on Yggdrasil back in week 2. Man can play Strange at an elite level and seeing all that magic come out easily as Venom falls as well. Another wipe gonna happen for 100 Thieves. Only good news for them is there's still 2 minutes on the clock. Bad news is lots of ults incoming from Swamp. One of which most powerful and lethal combo in the game.
The ready, set, go button, as I always like to say, Cozy. And the Raging Royal Flush is in the advantage side of Swamp Gaming. They have it first. They're going to hold on to it because they want to combo that together with Mello and the Galactic Legend. Keep your eyes out, though, on what Vinny and TTK can do. Maybe an ante to follow up and shut down the Gambit as Mello pops it first. Raging Royal Flush to follow. Winnie, though, waiting with the It's Jeff to see if they could take on Valentina before Mello backs away, too, and also getting focused down by that Deadpool ultimate. An ante, too, to follow up, and they find Delena. Whether it be on the Psylocke, it's going to be on the Star-Lord, and then Winnie gets shut down too after popping the It's Jeff.
Yeah, interesting ban hammer there and just playing with their food at this point. Fully ready on the defensive as well. I mean, Days has all he needs in his kit. Look how far Days is up for the rest. Just once he's hungry for more. Gonna go and look for TTK now. Rotation and go ahead and go to the left side. Here comes the Raging Royal. This is the fight that 100 Thieves have to win. If not here, then win. Vicky, Forky Dog trying to stay safe. They know exactly who they're going for, right? Just great awareness from both strategists backed up, and there's the Happy Holidays, and oh my gosh, the slam down from the thing! Delena, sit down, says Kraz! It's disgusting!
Kraz more like crazy, man, because he's got something else. Clobbering time to shut down any sort of happy holidays. I mean, we know it's not the season, right? And Mello finding Self even going over to the Desperate Swap on the Iron Fist. Can anything be done? 100 Thieves are desperately trying to break through the chokehold, and this is the issue, right? The give and take. You don't ban the Elsa, then you have to deal with the Gambit. Now you're dealing with starting things off on the attack, and it's been so difficult when Swamp Gaming have everything.
Yeah, oh my gosh, I call him Scrooge, right? Hates Christmas. Either way, you have now Belaphobia and Valentina getting right back up to speed, getting that legendary ready to go. TTK trying to get that ban hammer rolling to get this team the winning advantage, but nothing added. Valentina now and the strategist getting it done, padding the stats. It is an absolute disgusting wipe after wipe. Goodbye, Thieves. Go back to jail. Lower brackets. Here you go. Man, this is their last desperation play. Delena throwing up the portal, looking for more Days, though, trying to counter as well. This is insane.
100 Thieves are suffering right now with the 100 crimes that we're currently seeing being committed. Millennia at least finds Days, who goes over and overextends here. Forky Dog has hands. Delena, I do not think, has been able to play the game. Galactic Legend, nobody to touch. 100 Thieves cannot even poke one toe on this point.
Oh my, it's like, you know what? Maybe that's why they banned the Gambit as well. And this is the problem. It's kind of the same there with Liquid. What do you try to get rid of? Because they're good at anything. They have great strategists. They have an insane duelist. They have, solid tanks across the board as well. So you give them something no matter what. And Valentina showing why Gambit is one to fear on her side. But yeah, 100 Thieves is going to have to play the defense of a lifetime because I don't think Swamp Gaming could have done that any better.
And you talked about like the awareness of the strategist. As Forky Dog, by the way, is hovering over the strap pool. That's going to be interesting because we saw Forky Dog on the invis, maybe swapping over. We're going to have to see if they roll out with this. But you mentioned Forky Dog having the awareness and also getting some help peels from Valentina just in case as a safety precaution when the invisible boundary came out. And you have to play like that when you're dealing with a Gambit on the other side. You know those antis are going to come out. You know these pros, they're trying to communicate and focus down on one target. You do not want to go down with that invisible boundary. Whereas we saw some big antis from both sides at some points, but then Delena honestly was just not able to play the game a lot of the times. Was constantly getting shut down. And we saw Delena actually get shut down a few times in 1v1 duels with Valentina.
Yeah, at one point you had Self there on Iron Fist, like just a little Easter egg cameo. Like it's like that. If there's one tell sign of a team kind of going down, it's whenever you get just the crazy swaps in. Obviously, Self plays a great Iron Fist, but either way, trying to get something to work here. Here comes the team. Portal in together. Gamma's out. Shields ready. Daze is hunting. Ready for that magic. Throwing it on TTK. TTK at the Merc. Trying to do his best to keep this team back. They got to get one pick to get the snowball rolling. This team has done it the whole time, Vic. Looking for more. Great use of just good. Okay, 287 down. A lot of pressure on them. They can finish this off. If Scatter, though, is going to try to find something with the Rogue, and this is going to be it for Winnie.
Oh no, but Winnie's back against literally the edge of the map. The Luna goes out too. No sustainability for 100 Thieves. At TTK activates the banhammer here, but Kraz with the snipe finds Self. No bodies of 100 Thieves lasting on this point. It's just a matter of time, and Swamp Gaming looking for the speed run to end this series in a very clean 3-0 fashion.
100 Thieves, I can't feel you as Rogue gets rid of the Gambit. The disrespect to her lover. That was an absolute masterclass from Swamp Gaming. Exactly what they planned going into this thing. Everything worked out perfectly for them. 100 Thieves really have to figure out how to get a game plan together when you have so many strong players on the other side. I mean, Vic, Swamp Gaming, there's just no Achilles heel to this team.
I mean, look, again, I don't like to put so much money on the scrim bucks, but when 100 Thieves apparently are like 0-15 in scrims against Swamp Gaming, I mean, obviously, like, there's definitely something that needs to be worked on, but even better to see the consistency still flow onto a tournament day where it matters as Swamp Gaming progress through the winner side of the bracket. Valentina, your MVP, she's out here with the 16k healing as well as playing for Peels for Forky Dog, who didn't go down once, by the way. And then you look at the other side of 100. This is just so uncharacteristic to see, Cozy.
Yeah, for sure. And there's just so many pain points to highlight that it almost speaks for itself, right? Sometimes, you know, less words the better, especially when looking at kind of a dominating performance like that. Either way, man, Swamp Gaming, just more to say about the impressive survival as well with it. Gaskin, I know that you were watching from the sidelines, and what do you have to say for how well Swamp Gaming played that versus the Thieves?
3 casualties, just 3 throughout the entire thing. I mean, that just shows how difficult it is to pick them off. Just so well coordinated, always covering each other. It was something we've been mentioning all preseason, just how good they are at surviving and making sure that no one goes down, no one gets isolated, and making themselves very difficult to take down. Unbelievable from Swamp Gaming. I think we expected nothing less. Like, we know what they're capable of, but at the same time, we always want to have a better match. We want to have a closer match. We wanted 100 Thieves to show us what they could do, but I think it is back to the drawing board. I think they have been able to excel slightly, and they've been able to get to like the mid-tier now. They just can't quite reach the likes of Swamp Gaming and Team Liquid for me, and I do think there is still a lot to do, but with it being preseason, I guess it's not the worst time to be working these things out, Vicky. They are definitely going to be a team who we have to look out for in the lower bracket now, because remember, they're not done yet. That was just in the winners bracket, so they still can have that run in the lower bracket. Do you think we could see them go on a tear through that lower side?
I definitely can. I feel like, I mean, after the results that we just saw today, this is going to be a lot to dissect, right? So, you know, you got to make sure that you have the opportunity to turn things around because we got another match day tomorrow. So time is of the essence. But still, when it comes to even games like that, everyone, if you take a look at your own losses, even if you get completely stomped, there is so much to learn out of this. And I think for 100 Thieves, it does start at the pick and ban phase. When do you start changing things up? I think the number one thing, even though we did see the ban on the Elsa eventually, is if you're gonna try to match a comp, you have to do it better. And if they're not excelling on the Gambit composition, when you take a look at Swamp Gaming, there's obviously something that needs to be worked on if these comps aren't flowing in the hands of these players.
The only trouble going up against Swamp Gaming, though, is if you get rid of the Elsa and you leave Gambit up, suddenly Valentina is going to be in a position where she can play Gambit. And Cozy, we know how incredible Valentina is on Gambit, or any strategist for that matter. How difficult is it to play against a good backline? Because I think that that's something that we've been noticing throughout preseason, just how important a strong backline is. And Swamp Gaming, they have one of the best.
Yeah, I mean, the stats, right? Whenever you look at getting 5 and 4 final hits compared to 1 and 0, it's like just so much more than that extra healing. But on top of that, I think what they do well is positioning. Like, a great example is when that Gambit ult went off. We saw them perfectly hide in the cavern, ready to know. They know exactly what 100 Thieves is looking for. So when you blow all your Qs and there's nothing to find, especially because you have someone like Invis who's impossible to find, I think just shows how well their rotation is. But yeah, what blows me away is both these teams essentially added 2 new players to the roster. All right, both of them. One looked like they've been 6 together for years. The other looked like they continue to try to find themselves in all of this. And that's what I think is so amazing about the team. You know, having strategists, such an important role for this game, be newcomers for this team. And it's essentially one of the big, points of why they're so good. It's amazing to see.
And Vicky, I mean, as Cozy is speaking, like, I think chemistry is a very important thing, right? You want to be able to have that chemistry. You want to be able to be together for a long time so that you can build that as well. There is going to be changes happening regardless. It doesn't have to be 100 Thieves, though. They could still take this time to build and say, look, if everyone else changes, then maybe we will still have one up on everyone else as well. How important do you think it is that these teams don't rush to make team changes going after preseason?
I think it's really important. I think, if you've really used up all your resources, not in terms of just coach and players, right? An analyst is really important too, which, by the way, like, a lot of people try to coincide both coach and analyst together. They are 2 separate roles and they both do individual things. Sometimes you will have the coach try to take that on to themselves, but I think splitting some of that workload and having another pair of eyes is incredibly important. And if I could be a prophet right now and just looking at how that bracket shape up is looking like let's say, yeah, we lost in our next series, goes down to that lower bracket. There's a high chance here that 100 Thieves will maybe have to face off against them. So we're going to have to see how that works out. But I'm even more excited to talk about that strong foundation of this team when it comes to the strategist, Gaskin.
Yes, I am, and we're going to have Valentina on board with us. Valentina, what an incredible performance that was from you and the rest of the squad. I'm delighted that we've been able to get you on because you have blown us away with your ability as a strategist. How are you guys at the moment? Like, did you expect that one to be as easy as it looked?
Well, with 100 Thieves, we haven't really ever struggled that much, and we've always kind of had a pretty good time against them. But no, they probably weren't as hard as Lunettes to be as nice as possible.
How does it feel when you see a lock-in ban phase go through twice, Elsa kind of gets through, and then in the end, Elsa gets banned, and you get to have Gambit and get to have a field day? Surely that must be the best feeling ever as a strategist, to be able to get given one of your best heroes.
Yeah, I mean, it's like either between me or Mello, and I think it's like pick your poison. So either you let Mello get Elsa and he carries the game, or you let me get I get Gambit and then I just carry the game. It feels good.
Yeah.
Listen, hey, Valentina, it's been so fun to watch you as a player. You're the GOAT. It's been awesome to see you back in MRCs to now, just to see the evolution of you as a player, but also going from ranked demon to just certified pro in every sense of the word. You're the GOAT. But let me ask you, obviously you guys scrim a lot against Team Liquid, and that's going to, I don't want to call it early, but that looks like it could be the matchup coming up. Ask me, how does this team stack up against them, and what do you do to ensure that you do walk away with a victory against a team that you know so well, both being good and someone familiar?
Well, I have a lot of confidence in my team, and Liquid is definitely our strongest competitor, and we're really, we really respect them, but I have a lot of faith in my team. I love my team, and I love my teammates, and they're all so nice to me, and I love working with Porky, and I love working with Kaz, and Danny, and Mello. I love working with my whole team, and I think we can beat them as long as we just work together.
Awesome. It's just great to have you on here. I've been waiting to get the Valentina interview, so I'm pumped. Thank you so much for coming on. I do appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm so happy to finally talk to Valentina. You guys are like having a party back there. Someone's like throwing it back over on the other side, but you guys are having a good time, and I like the energy that you guys have. I mean, the way that you talk about your team, the respect that you have for the competition. When you take a look at Liquid Citadel, I believe when we had Cooper on here yesterday, they reflected something very similar too. Like he was basically saying that they respect you guys a lot. I specifically asked them about the backline and how they felt about Swamp Gaming's backline, and they showcased that respect. Going back into what could be the inevitable, how would you guys feel, you know, you look at this team and then you look at the action that's happening in EMEA, are Swamp Gaming and Liquid Citadel like the hopes that we need in the Americas when it comes to dealing with EMEA? How do you guys feel when it comes to looking at that region from the top of the top?
I mean, I've always looked up to other players like Sci-Fi from BP, and I always really liked Fate from Navi. And I think like in terms of our region, I also just like a lot of our teams that we have. And when it comes to EU, I do think we can beat them. I think like NA is really good, and I really like most of the players. I love Chime, I love Stinkers, I love Fame, I love Kurova. I think they're so good, and I think they can do really, really well into EU. And I think we have so much talent and so much more to bring.
Can I ask Valentina, obviously I just pointed this out, but both you and 100 Thieves had 2 new players come into the team. You were one of those new players coming into Swamp Gaming. How have you guys clicked so well, so fast, like you've been playing together for so long? I've listened into some of the comms on social media. It cracks me up. Like I love hearing y'all's comms as a team too. It sounds both panicked, but also organized. Like walk me through you joining, you know, what was this core 4 a little bit, right? And just showing that you guys have been like a family all along kind of thing.
I mean, as soon as I joined the team, there was one person that like I immediately clicked with, and it was like Mello. Me and Mello have kind of just like clicked, and we like had like so many jokes, and like this team was like really accepting, and they were really open, and like obviously if you know anything about me, my comms get pretty crazy, but they all love it and they all find it so funny, and I don't know, I couldn't ask for anything better.
I mean, Valentina, we are so lucky to have you with an interview. I think your team is very lucky to have you as well with how incredible you've been playing so far. Final question from our end. Obviously, we have Black Cat being released, has been released as well now. Not going to be played throughout preseason, but looking forward, you are incredible on White Fox. There's a lot of synergy with Black Cat and White Fox. Do you think that your team will benefit from some Black Cat play?
Absolutely. I think Danny will be amazing at it. Or sorry, I think Daze will be amazing at it, and I think Mello will also be probably really good at it as well. And I'm really, really excited to see it, especially with all the clips that I see all over Twitter and TikTok. I think she's going to be a great addition to the game.
Well, we can't wait to see you on Black Cat, or at least your team on Black Cat. I'm sure you'll be still on the strategist as always. Congratulations again on your win. Best of luck in your next matches, and we really appreciate you coming on for the interview.
Thank you.
Very glad we were able to get Valentina. Cozy and I, when I joined his podcast, we were trying to build a team, and we were fighting over who would get Valentina on our roster. I say fighting, there wasn't much of a fight. Basically, I took a gamble, and I was like, I won't pick her straight away and see if Cozy doesn't quite, and instantly he locked her in. So I was pretty annoyed about that one. But an amazing interview. She's very positive, isn't she, Vicky?
Yeah, I love that too. We need more community members like that, and I think Valentina has been such a prime example of what grinding and hard work results in. Because Valentina, as Cozy mentioned in the interview, being this ranked grinder, going through the MRC, here in an all-star lineup in the MRI, and still finding all that success, Gaskin.
Just so much success, and it is a beautiful thing to watch as well, and I'm very excited to see what Swamp Gaming can do in that winners final. But of course, we have to find out who they are going to be playing against. Is it going to be, yeah, we lost. Is it going to be Team Liquid Citadel? There's only one way to find out, and to do that, we're going to go for a quick break. But when we come back, we will have that series, and we're going to find out who else is going to go to that winners final.
Hey guys, my name is Ryan Central, and what's the meta? Eventually we will get to a point where you guys in the chat are responding what's the meta with you, but we've got the whole Ignite season to go through. We've finally seen all 4 major regions play now in Pacific Asia, China, EMEA, and Americas, all at least debuting in their pre-season. So meta-wise, what has changed? So we have to start with the Glortrox in the room, which is Elsa, who actually fell down a bit in popularity to the point that Gambit is the first time actually overtaken her to be the most powerful, most impactful character in the game. And a lot of people ask me, like, how do you gauge this? How do I know all of this stuff? Well, I have a system that I use with all of the drafts that we've seen across all 225 games. I use this system called threat level, which goes from 1 to 100. 100 being an Avengers level threat, hotly contested, a very influential character when it comes to the draft and compositions of the meta so far. And out of a score up to 100, Elsa's score was 99 after the first week. It could not have gone better for her, but since then it has dropped down to 93, and Gambit's for context is 95, which is sort of stabilized in that point. So this doesn't mean that Elsa was involved in 93% of drafts and 7% of the time she wasn't used. She has been involved in every single game of Ignite so far, other than one, where Rejects and RVLE in Asia Pacific just didn't decide to touch her in draft at all. That's one game out of 225, might I add. A drop in score doesn't mean that she's just not popular or she's not strong. It just means that she's not as contested as much in the start of drafts, which is really where those threatening characters tend to stay. Because Elsa is good in every type of composition, removing her is just a good way to influence a draft more. Anybody can play around Elsa, whether you're playing Dive, Triple Strategist, Convergence, Convoy, Domination, any type of map, Elsa is just good on it with the amount of stuff that she can do. You remove that, you kind of force other teams to be a little bit more uncomfortable on other types of compositions. And if the other team decide to try and protect Gambit instead, that's fine, because we'll remove the likes of Star-Lord, because the combination of ultimates between Star-Lord and Gambit, which I was going to call Royal Legend, you guys can decide between that and Galactic Flush, but I know which one I'm picking. You can get rid of the Star-Lord if a Gambit is protected, or even the likes of Rogue that go up so much when it comes to her strength because of that combination with Gambit. You just remove the characters around Gambit if he is protected, and a lot of teams tend to start to struggle. So Elsa is being protected less and banned out a little bit more, and whilst she is being banned out first in a lot of games still, she is still very strong, might I add. 93 out of 100 score is still S+, so yeah, she's still strong. But other teams are still very much committed to getting rid of the Gambit. But if Elsa is not being protected anymore, who is? Who's contesting her there? Well, Gambit, for one, but also Mantis has gone up massively in popularity. Notably as a protect option, because Mantis has amazing team-ups with the likes of Loki and Groot, who are still pretty good with that combination. But because the likes of Mantis has damage boost, she synergizes with everybody. Soul Resurgence is a really good offensive and defensive ultimate, and most importantly, she is one of the staple characters when it comes to Triple Strategist. She can pair with whoever. If the other team decide to ban out Loki, Invisible Woman, the Mantis can make other characters around her work pretty well, and she has a lot of offensive capabilities, which means running Triple Strategists doesn't feel like you don't have that threatening firepower, I guess. But if I had to show you guys a graphic of what this would look like, it would look like the following. Granted, graphic design isn't really my passion here, and it's not a perfect system to gauge strength because it's a hero shooter. We're just talking about the draft, which characters have been banned out and protected. The hero shooter, you can switch characters at any given point. The two things I want to know: almost half of the top 20 heroes in this list are deemed as threatening. It's strategists. 9 out of 20. There's 5 duelists and 6 vanguards, but 9 strategists. And I don't think there's that many strategists missing from this list at this point, to be honest, either. Even White Fox has been banned out a bit. But also, I wanted to note the big drop-off between Elsa, Gambit. There's a big drop-off between them, then Mantis, Deadpool, Vanguard, and then another big drop-off before we get to the likes of Invisible Woman, Loki, Ultron, etc. I'm very curious to see what some of the regions can do to be creative and see what other characters that might not be on this list might be starting to climb when people realize how good they are. But until then, thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time.
Welcome back, all you beautiful people, to Marvel Rivals Ignite Preseason Playoffs. Gaskin alongside Cozy and Vicky here. And guys, we've had a 3-0. It was a very quick one. Swap Gaming, they marched on into that winners final, but now we have to find out who is going to be playing against them. Will it be the dominant force of Team Liquid Citadel, or will it be the new boys on the roster? Is it going to be Yeah We Lost, who have looked so incredible thus far, but maybe is it just one step too far? Cozy, let's talk about Team Liquid Citadel to start with, because as a team at the moment, they look pretty untouchable, don't they?
They do, but hey, listen, even gods can bleed. If you look over at the EMEA scene, VP losing today. Now, that was to Na'Vi. We lost Na'Vi? I don't know, but I can tell you that even these teams that look, undefeatable can still lose, but they haven't even shown any signs of weakness, right? And it's because of what we just saw with Swamp Gaming. It's like there's so many angles that you have to catch them on an off day. Yeah, we lost, though. They did say when they went up against them last time, we were just completely playing off. We're out of sync. We'll see what we lost puts together here, but Liquid stacked across the board.
And Vicky, we heard that, for we lost, teams kind of been avoiding them a little bit, scrim dodging, don't want to play them because they don't play the game the right way, maybe. I've heard this in other games as well, teams being avoided because they don't play the meta. Well, we lost are redefining the meta, and this team is a joy to watch, isn't it?
It's so hard to bet against this team because they're literally the wild card team. They're not meta slaves, and they like to play at their own pace. But the biggest question here, would that be enough against a team like Team Liquid Citadel? We have to see Kendrick, Zatex. I mean, even though, let's talk about it, taking the driving seat Jitward in a lot of these interesting dual pool plays that we've had before. So little things that at least Team Liquid Citadel have been able to sit back and watch because maybe they weren't really expecting to go off against we lost.
Yeah, Jitwood was popping off yesterday, and for me, I was finally at that point where I was like, this is where he's at. This is the level that I expected him to be at, because before, there was a little bit of struggles here and there in certain games, but we really saw Jitwood at his very best, and I do think there is even higher of a skill ceiling there. On the other side, for Team Liquid Citadel, Cozy, they are a team who have yet to bleed. I know you said that they can bleed, but do you think it is something that, as we look at them as a team, is there any way you can break through this Team Liquid roster?
Yeah, if you try to look at everything that people have tried to do for them, not a lot has proven successful. We saw the full-on Cooper and Nero try to ban them, didn't work. But Vanguards, both, trying to get banned out, I think was the most success that we saw all the way back on week 1 when Pauly and Spark Chief had quite everything banned from them. However, it really just depends on a few things. Speedery is a big kind of, I would say, anchor point for the team as well on how he plays for them. Obviously, just an absolutely disgusting daredevil because Energy can hold down the front line for them, and Speedery just so flexible. We saw that in teams of the past that he's played in. But yeah, this team's stacked across the board, and it's just the amount of talent and communication. We said that yesterday. It wasn't just the talent. It was that they seem so posed, ready for any situation. No big egos. Love everything about them.
A fun stat is that Liquid Citadel have not picked a map thus far in preseason because of how it works. Obviously, the first one randomized, and then whoever loses gets to pick after the fact. And they haven't lost yet, so they have just been at the whim of either the randomness or the other team selecting it. And Vicky, they still find themselves with a 100% win rate. How difficult is that for a team like we lost to go up against them and say, well, if we do lose this first matchup, where on earth do we go?
That's the issue, right? Because when you're dealing with unorthodox compositions, anything could happen. But this is also a team that, when you take a look at the benefits that Swamp Gaming coming out of the previous series too, even though Swamp Gaming have dropped one map, so they don't have that same perfect record that we've seen from Liquid Citadel, it's about the flexibility. That's always been the name of the game. It's always been the most important thing in Marvel Rivals, whether you look at the MRI, MRC, or even in your own respective gameplay. You have to be incredibly flexible because when it comes to the pick and ban phase that we only have here in the MRI, there's only so many bans, there's only so many safety picks that you have, and when you could provide basically the rock, paper, scissors, the option select that you have when, okay, the Elsa's banned, and then we get to go Gambit, and we just get to Gambit diff you. That's the biggest issue that I'm seeing a lot of teams deal with. So as we get set up, Gaskin, Krakow will be the first map we go to in this series.
Well, I mean, Krakow is where we're going to head here, Cozy. In terms of a map that maybe can give we lost a real chance to disrupt things, do you feel like this is a good opportunity for them to start off?
This has got to be, right? Oftentimes you hear if an underdog, quote-unquote, team is going to win, which, hey, we lost it yesterday. You've got to try to take the first dom, especially against Liquid Citadel, right? You get this win, it gives you the momentum, obviously, win-wise, but also, you finally put a little bit of doubt. Can you get a series going? And doms can swing either way. The thing is, not only the last time they played, it was a quick 2-0, and then the next map was a 1-0. Over before you knew it, right? And so for them, they got to get that mental out of there. Don't look at the names. We hear TLC say it all the time. They don't look at who they're up against. They don't think they're high themselves either. They just look at the match ahead of them. For we lost.
we see them sometimes adjust a little bit slow if the first kind of comp that they had planned out didn't work out their way, something like Spider-Man, and then we get the Venom on Jitward. So I'm curious to see what this opening is for them.
And the way that this one's been set up, it almost feels like the good versus the bad a little bit, with how these teams are being seen by one another. You've got the structured practice team of Team Liquid Citadel who like to play the game the way that they think they should be playing it, and then you've got these new guys who come into the scene and change things up and are playing a little bit cheesy, and now there's a little bit of a standoff between the two teams with a lot to prove in this matchup. Vicky, who do you think would have more to say off the back of a victory here? Do you think, yeah, we lost would suddenly be like, that's why you should be scrimming us, that's why you should be letting us in? Or do you think on the other side, Team Liquid Citadel will be like, that's why we didn't scrim you?
Yeah, because imagine, like, all right, I'll be honest here, guys. This is going to be hard because, like, yeah, this is a best of 5. So, like, there's more opportunities for we lost in this run back potential. But Team Liquid Citadel is just on another level. The thing is that when it comes to bragging rights, Liquid Citadel, they kind of, like what Cozy said, they stand on business, and it's just another day at work, like, run it back, we'll just do it again. We're ready to sit, you know, in that final round, waiting for whoever's going to face off against us in that lower side of the bracket, because that's why they're on the lower side of the bracket, creating some narrative, right? The script writer is working extra hard tonight. But then if you're we lost and we at least take a map, I think that will be the momentum shifter, because if that's possible, we lost is a team that they'll send all the chefs in the kitchen, or you know what they say, like, that's how the food gets burnt quickly. So we have to make sure, you know, they're not conjuring up anything too crazy, but at least crazy enough to be a wrench on Team Liquid Citadel's side, because again, with all these teams playing way more of the same compositions that you could expect, here you have we lost that just goes against the grain, which, you know, if they haven't been getting scrimmed against by the majority of these teams, like they said in the interview, Team Liquid Citadel may not really know what to expect going into the series.
Cozy, I know you had a thought there.
Yeah.
Go on.
I mean, I just think, first of all, I mean, to answer your question again, too, I mean, if we lost wins this, I mean, Jitward stream's going to be must-watch TV. I mean, this is going to be absolute crazy. He'll be in the ranked games going wild as well. But yeah, listen, we talked about the survivability of this backline of TLC over and over and over. So it's going to be crazy when you have a team that's so aggressive, like, we lost, against those that just never seem to die. That's what I'm looking out for. Jitward, who... he dies a lot, right? But he also makes up for it on the back end. Can the glass cannon build come through for YWL? We're excited to get this thing underway. And I think, Gaskin, that's going to be one of the big moments. I don't think, hot take, this will be, you know, as big of a crazy sweep as people think. I think, we lost might have some bark to show.
I mean, if we've learned anything in this region, it is expect the unexpected. We might have had, you know, a pretty straightforward matchup previously, but I'm sure that we lost will try and shake things up. But there is only one way to find out. It's Team Liquid Citadel, the #1 team in the region, against we lost. Guys, enjoy this one.
Oh, Vicky, you know, I was a bold man, and I was the only one that picked we lost yesterday. I'm going to be honest, I'm not bold enough to pick them here in my predictions to win against TLC. I do have them falling, but hey, there's no one that would love it more. Let's go and jump into this ban phase. And again, we see how teams try to attack TLC and what they want to do. It's going to be the Elsa for we lost. I think that's obviously a great staple pick, getting both Gambit and Elsa underway. Okay.
I was going to say, Cozy, you sound like the proud dad when you get to see we lost and you saw them win yesterday. You're like, I called it. And then now you have to see them deal, like, with the school bullies. And with the Ultron Protect from Liquid Citadel's side, this is obviously something that we've seen Speedery flex over to here too, and it also highlights the flexibility that this team has in general. Look at that! They banned the Mantis after seeing the Protect on the Elsa. Once again, everybody, this is kind of how it starts in the pick and ban phase. It's either one team bans Elsa, or both teams ban Elsa, or one bans Gambit, or the other bans Elsa. So it goes back and forth, usually between those two heroes.
Yeah, absolutely. Funny enough. And there's the Strange ban as well. Hello. Someone's been watching some of these matches. You know, Kendrick, what's great about this team is they all kind of flex to different roles at different times. We've seen some go to healer, to tank, and it's interesting the way that they play. Again, it's just obviously non-conventional in the lineup, but also the role selection. Got the Vanguard being banned in terms of the Deadpool. Going to be saved on over to the Daredevil. Love the save for Jitward here. Really just going to open up guns a-blazing. I think they had Daredevil last time, though, against the Domination. Didn't go so hot, but again, new map, new day, new we lost. Last ban for Liquid Citadel. What do you think they go with?
Seeing at least with the Daredevil protect, it's gonna be the Hulk. Okay, I like the respect because we saw Cart
Oh, yeah.
going absolutely crazy. That is respect that Liquid Citadel is not only showing to Yeah We Lost, but also showcasing the homework that they did after watching yesterday's matches.
No, for sure. And hey, listen, this team believes in their duelists, right? Yesterday, Zatex and Jitward were the ones that got it done for them in a lot of ways. Cart obviously is the master staller, right? So we'll see him flex on over. My expectations is to probably the Venom potentially here. Invis going to be saved on the side of TLC to secure that backline after some went towards it. And here we go with the White Fox ban as well. They're locking in for Krakoa. Folks, this could be one of the craziest matches or expected. We'll see how it turns out live in the Hellfire Gala, Vic.
It's midnight here on the East Coast, and we've gotten our invitations, Cozy, to our last series of the day here in Americas, guys. Team Liquid Citadel, the Titans of the Americas region right now, facing off against the wild card of a team. Yeah, we lost Jitward. He's got free reign over the Daredevil while Zatex gets away with the Elsa. Again, those prio bans could also kind of be a bait and punish that we see a lot of teams, sometimes they talk about it, but, you know, display it here too in the pick and bans when it comes to that first ban too.
Vicky, all I got to say too, it's like TLC, they all got to play what they want. Maybe not Spark, but to have Paulie on the Captain America, Energy on the Psylocke, this is going to be fun because obviously we highlighted Kraz a lot in our last matchup as Captain. Didn't really get to see him play after that domination, a lot of it. But Paulie, one to watch, keeping Steve Rogers all a part of this pro meta single-handedly. Nero too, such a dangerous Jeff as we saw yesterday. But Kendrick, we saw the White Fox, the Jeff from his side of things as well. Yeah, we lost as a team based on momentum. They play loose and aggressive. Let's see how Card decides to open it up. Getting a nice little bunny hop there on the Venom.
Gotta be able to close in the gap just as quickly with the bunny hop tech here as Cart. No Hulk needed. Just with the Venom is going to be able to try to dive down, but diving right on top of the entire team before swinging away, was forced to pop the armor rather early. And I like how you did touch up on Paulie being on the cap. We did see that Van Pool going crazy, which is why it was a prio ban, as Yeah We Lost also doing their own set of homework. Area is going to be unlocked now here on the point, and the fight begins here. Cart is going to take a good amount of that damage, but I also have to highlight Matt's me on the Thor, sticking true to being the only Thor that we've seen.
Yeah, Xantho did such a good job yesterday, even in the losses they had early on. But here comes the early tank pool or strap pool from Cooper. Energy going to go to get rid of Jitward very quickly. And now, just like that, the dominoes are falling. Zatex goes as well. So even with the first bit of momentum going, yeah, we lost way. TLC holds strong. Paulie wants a piece of it as well. You see that fist symbol, that melee, oh so lethal. And you know what? We can't even get the first point cap before the heat is rising in Ignite, Vicky. Oh, boy.
I'm not so surprised. You know what? It's just the calm before the storm as we get set up, guys. Thank you so much for your patience. We're going to be waiting out on this pause to make sure everybody is loaded in. You know what? Caster, start the game. Start the game. Don't worry. We're getting it started here, but it's the players that make sure that they have to lock in because, Cozy, this is the winner side of the bracket. $50,000 USD prize pool split up amongst these teams. And right now, when you take a look at the competition, especially after our last series, it's like whiplash compared to the first two series that we had to open up our Americas region.
Yeah, no, for sure. And it's just fun to see how this America scene is shaking out. Again, just looking at these two teams, like what it reminds me of, if you're a sports fan at all, is like when you see teams do like trick plays and it's crazy and it works against a lot of people. I think that's what people keep saying about Yeah We Lost. Even in the interview, they said, no, listen, I know you might think it's just a quick flashy play, but they're here to show that it works. Can it work, though? Can the trick play work against such the vet group that is the TLC? Obviously, first point cap definitely going over to Liquid Citadel here as the last two wipes that we did see. Mask going to go over to the Thor and Xantho getting hit pretty early, too. But it all starts with that one pick, and then they just go from there. And one of the most lethal at it is Energy himself. Doesn't matter if you get rid of the Elsa, the Star-Lord just as lethal.
Yeah, I was gonna actually ask you, Cozy. Do you think Mass sticking to this Thor is the play? Because I feel like if anything, there's so much pressure on the Vanguard side of we lost when you have to try to diff that of the Vanguard lineup of Liquid Citadel, like Polly being the prestigious cap and then popping off on the Vanpool that we saw just yesterday, and then Spark Chief too, and then we've obviously seen Cart have their highlight moments, but it's about consistency, and then Mass still kind of rolling out of the gates with that Thor. I was wondering like what your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I think it's decent for some of the appeal that they might want to have and some of the aggressive nature to follow up with it. It's definitely an interesting pick that I think kind of they went in early on with. I don't think it'll last past another wipe. I think they at least run it one more time, but that's what we're talking about when it comes to traditional things. But maybe with the way that Spark Chief and Paulie play, most Vanguards, right? Obviously being space makers is one thing, and then being that front line, well, they're ever since the word of space makers. They are constantly at the back line causing them. I don't even see Paulie on the cams half the time because he's just back throwing shields. Jitward flying away for his life. That's the typical Paulie way when we do get to see him on the cap.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have an invisible one if you're looking at Liquid Citadel, which sometimes could be the demise when it comes to dealing like with a Thor and you're trying to get away, but then you get pulled back into the action. But you do have the isolation that could come out as Cooper being on that triple strat lineup together with that strat pool, and then you have the team up that you have with Nero being on the Jeff. Like, as we keep mentioning too, you only have so many pick and bans here, and the flexibility that Liquid Citadel have answers to a lot of maybe these unknown compositions that we could expect YWL Lost to roll out with. And even when you're trying to enable Zatex, who gets away with the Elsa, remember, we saw that Mantis ban, so you still will not have the damage boost impact that we have seen in other games.
No, sure, that's a good call out for sure. I mean, I think, first of all, we're just getting started, so we don't get a huge look at it. I think YWL Lost, though, they've showed that how this first domination goes, kind of like 100 Thieves. That's kind of how some of the matches is going to go to follow, outside of obviously what yesterday had in store for us. But yeah, I mean, I'm just excited to see the way that they adjust, because Jitward on the Ultron obviously already interesting already. But that is what I want to see from YWL Lost, is if things aren't going their way, you just point out the Thor as an example, like what are some of their backup plans? Because they like to go triple strat a lot as well in different matchups, but all the stocks were purchased for the duelists, right? Both the saves and what they wanted to, game plan. Zatex getting a wipe second there is not what they can have, especially with the Elsa. That's the upper hand that they're going to need to have. But if you look at TLC, Vicky, that whole team, look at that comp. They're all so hyper mobile.
Yeah, and I feel like there's also been like so much focus on Jitward as a player too, right? You talk about it all the time. Once these MRI matches are done, Jitward is going to be... And hopefully he's got like his LAN cable plugged in to make sure everything is going to go just as smooth when it comes to matches that determine what money is on the line here for this team, a team that has gone the distance. But I'm looking right now, it looks like the game has commenced, Cozy, and we are diving right into the action. You talk about some of the picks that we saw very early on. Kendrick will be coming back from the spawn room gates, and in ult economy, you see Spark Chief already close to that vis-a-vis Abyss, and then the follow-up between Speedery and Energy too with those ultimates.
Yeah, I think Jitward got a rank game in between there, just in case, just to, go ahead and brushing up on the skills. But yeah, there's the quick point on over. And look at this comp as well. This is such a great defensive comp with an early point pick, Paulie, here on the edge. Look out for the sprays, because Paulie's known for that with his animation cancels at a minimum. Spark Chief getting frozen, every CC at him. Car going to find some value getting Cooper out early, but there's a good rotation, and PL Galartrox coming out. And to my point exactly, Vic, Zatex has got to lock in here if you want a chance to beat this so talented team. Unable to get the connection there on the Galartrox. Huge ult wasted, and back to the spawn.
And when Speedery has the backup that Speedery has, with Energy flying up in the air, Nero being right behind them, Cooper too to provide some of that extra backup, it's going to be hard to go toe-to-toe with Speedery. So Jitward actually swaps off the Ultron, goes over to the Daredevil. Santos is going to open up the dance floor just so that way they can try to push in through this choke and also negate the damage from Energy. But no way! Outside of the AoE healing, they call out Zatex, Cozy.
Once again, just having the permanent vacation back there, the Krakoa spawn room, and they all just fold to boot. So this is what I'm talking about. What do they do from here? Because it is not working clearly. Kendrick just jumping off to join his team without any bit of stagger. And this is what we expected to see from TLC. Absolutely flawless in so many areas. But here we go. Yeah, we lost. Trying to find a will and a way They typically like to adjust, though, after the map, Vic. That is always seeming to be a bit of an issue, or at least after one zone, right? We saw that with Jitward. No changes being made. Energy flip, dip, dodge, and roll here. 53% already when it looks like he just put the legendary out on Zaytex. Already up to 99% overtime ticking. Zaytex does get the pick on Pauly. This can open up a little bit of the sustain. Can they get the point cap? They do. Even though energy trading with Zaytex, the point cap great, but 1-2, he's picking them off like flies. Make it 3. Energy is looking for more, Vic, even with the point over 2. Yeah, we lost. At this point, just try to sustain as long as you can. You even portal. Oh, you can't portal back. The Strange is gone.
Oh, yeah, nope. Unfortunately for we lost. The Strange was banned against him, which is super important, by the way, in Dom, as we were highlighting so much. In general, Spark comes floating in off the swing and finds 2 more back-to-back. Liquid Citadel, they gave we lost a crumb, and they took the whole meal away from them. They flip it right back in their favor, but there's no portal, which means we are going over to another round unless the contest could come in, and it doesn't. Pauly's going to be able to harass Jitward. You talk about some changes, Cozy, and they have to go down now as Liquid Citadel take that first round.
I love the Strange ban because you can only get away with that, right, if your team with mass talent. Obviously, you're getting rid of like 2 birds with 1 stone, a great Strange player on we lost. But also, just no shenanigans, right? Like, they got the point cap, they allowed that in, but no portal comeback, sustain, none of that. And just like that, TLC taking dominantly the first zone of domination. Jitward does have the Devil Cart to join. Hey, I'm not crazy here. Mass did play well at the back half, but I can tell you one thing, right? Yeah, we lost yesterday because of the way they won. They're not going to so fast change everything, right? We over and over said, change the bands, change the lineup. That's not the way they play, right? They sometimes like to go ice skating uphill, as Blade would say. 10 seconds to open up these doors. Looking at the ults, Vic, what do you like?
Right now, with Jitward at least letting the Devil out, they could get the follow-up with Cart also having the anti-heal potential, but it's not like Nero and Speedery have that sustain, especially with Cooper at the very end, who did use that strap pull ultimate, but we also know like Deadpool gets that ultimate online very quickly, which is what they're also leaning into. As Spark also wants to try to follow up and make sure that, we lost, don't get that same amount of sustain, because Kendrick and Zethos and Jitward are also a little behind after Jitward made the swap, gets rid of the Daredevil ultimate, and with the Galactic Legend, energy floats right on top of we lost's head, and they drop like flies.
Just an absolute delete button happening right now, and history is repeating itself in every sense of the matter. And this is why when we talk to Liquid Citadel, we say, oh, looking who you're up against, looking at the name. That's how you can kind of get caught off guard as the #1 team. We've seen it happen all the time, especially in America. Hague today in the EMEA, right? However, this team looks all the bit locked in. Here's the Deadpool ult on the other side as Cooper now going to go ahead and throw down the strat. There's the Glartrox. They got to get value. Pauly's going to be stuck in it, but health at a maximum. Glartrox going to do absolutely nothing but go back to the spawn like the rest of we lost. Underway. Energy. Pauly finding more. Vicky, this is a massacre.
It is. We lost even try to go for like a cheeky back cap to at least split up more of the attention. But with Jitward having the extermination, all desperate measures. Cooper and energy. Someone needs to look at energy right now. No one is contesting energy, and they are just farming the heads off of we lost.
Yeah, I mean, just absolutely perfect play there, execution. They have so much on the Q buttons. They're just winning in the neutral, Vic. That's what's so chaotic about it as well, right? And allows you to be set up for success for the rest of it. 54% now as Pauly looking to try to get rid of the hardest part of this sustained comp of Cart. Cart now halfway, going up. Xantho going to go ahead and enable the team. They've got to win this fight right here if they want any chance to bark back. They're going to use trying everything at it. Spark Chief going to go up, down, the piece of the abyss in the collapse of Pauly with it. Here comes the Jeff as well as Nero finds something. Cart and the Vanguards get it done. Finally getting something going for the team. Does Nero escape with his life? Looking like he does so once again. These strategies so tough to take out. Energy gone as well. It's like we're celebrating the Super Bowl. Does we lost get the point? They do.
It helps out too when the Itch Jeff also takes away some of the heals onto energy, but they were down in numbers, and this is the kind of momentum role that we were talking about before. Even though this is like the first team fight win that we see we lost take, this is where it has to start. You're looking at Zaytex, who's about to have the Glartrox right now. Jitward with the extermination. They can try to hold them at this choke. Cooper will have the sustain, though. It all depends on how quickly Speedery gets extermination, but even faster is energy trying to go for a cheeky play after making the swap over to the Psylocke.
Yeah, when you get the Elsa and they give it to you. They're saying, hey, we're not afraid of it. And you have to show them why they should be, as Zatex does just that. Nero going down. That's a quick pick, and that's going to have now TLC. Watch them rotate completely out here, right? They know they're down numbers, but wait, back cap. Look towards the point. Hello, yeah, we lost. Somebody there trying to get it. If my guess is correct, maybe Paulie or Spark. Now Speeder getting Zatex out of this thing. Trying to stay in it. Paulie now pushing forward. Going to go ahead and challenge Jitward. Jitward trying to find that safety. Does have the flake to try to be a little bit on the aggressive side. Mask showing his Asgardian side. Once again, awakened form. Trying to get more pressure on Spark Chief. Vanguard's everywhere, Vicky. Nowhere is safe. And down goes Jitward.
With being able to get that pick, though, now, Cart does have Feast of the Abyss. The dance off to keep Yawi Lost still in this fight, nearing 70% on the point in favor for Yawi Lost for right now. But you have to be careful now with the anti coming out. The other anti from the other side did land on energy. There was no follow-up. Meanwhile, there's all the follow-ups from Liquid Citadel, specifically from Paulie right now that has something else to say.
He can do this all day. There's the spray. My God, 87%. No Doctor Strange. 12% to go. Someone's got to get there. It's going to try to be Cart, though. He's coming back late. Going to be tough for someone to put that pressure on early. Cooper wants a bit of the action as well. Finds it with the icon throw. Goodbye, Xantho. And all of your chance to survive. This is going to be Kendrick throwing up the ult as the last bit. But Jitward and friends go down. Spark Chief farming. The whole team absolutely cooking. Citadel looking on top.
With the freedom charger from Paulie, oh, Captain, my Captain. Meanwhile, Spark says, I want in on the boat. He clears another set here. Nero gets the Inch-Step, the environmental KO. And with no signs of life, Liquid Citadel, they take the first map.
I want to get like a site going where we can see like the fastest point takes in Ignite or the fastest map wins. Because then you could get like a speed run thing going for some of these matchups. And then maybe that will keep it exciting in some way, shape, or form. But Energy getting that MVP. Honestly, the biggest shock of this matchup was that Cooper, who's been farming those MVPs, didn't get this one here as a team looks dominant. And looking at the stats, Spark Chief, are you kidding me? Absolutely finding all 12 of those final hits, 9 to follow from Paulie as well. The Vanguards, they were eating. And Vic, I talked about this. Some teams have tried to ban them out. They let them free, and look what happens.
Exactly, because they just have the option to like. They have so many other options that they could lean into. I mean, I was really looking at, yeah, we lost to see if they could even deal like with the Star-Lord when Energy was on the Star-Lord originally, but it's the fact that Spark Chief did not go down a single time here, Cozy.
Absolutely. Well, they'll look to reload and adjust as we will as well, my friends. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break and then on to match number 2 between Yeah We Lost and Liquid Citadel.
Welcome back, everyone, to Marvel Rivals Ignite. It's the preseason playoffs, and are we going to have yet another speed run? Cozy, you said maybe we should start timing it. I think you might be right. That's going to be my job, I think, for this next game, to see if it'll be as quick as we had previous from Swamp Gaming. But we know there is different avenues that we could see them take here. If they would like to try and get away from the Dom, obviously, they can now move into something they might be a bit more comfortable with. Where do you think we might head up? Maybe a Museum of Contemplation, perhaps, here, Cozy?
Yeah, I think that's probably where they're going to take it. Last time they tried to go with Shin Shibuya, got 1-0. That didn't work. You know, for me, too, it's a lot of the comp-wise. I think so what's interesting is when Hulk goes out the picture, Cart takes the Venom. That's where Jitward likes to play as well. I'm curious why Jitward doesn't go with the strap pool here. I think I like that a bit better than the Ultron indoors against the Spark Chief Venom. That wasn't working. For me, that's where I want to see them try to adjust to it. But they do play a lot better on modes like Convergence, and I think that we can definitely see that be the possibility. But hey, listen, we saw We Lost look just like this yesterday, and we saw the result to it. So we'll see how it... Oh, look at that! We are all surprised, right, Gaskin?
Yeah, surprise! They have had 4 picks so far this season. 3 of them have been Museum of Contemplation, so we're not really surprised too much. But the real question is, can they get the job done against TLC, Vicky? Because it looked a little bit rough at times from We Lost. They did look a little bit lost at times. I mean, we have seen that happen in a few games, but then they did manage to break it back through. I saw Jitwood on Ultron at one point just in a room with his forehead touching the ceiling and wasn't having a great time. Like, is it going to be just frustration central for Jitwood because they've got such a good backline and it's going to be difficult for him to try and break through, especially if he's shoved on an Ultron, for example?
Yeah, the thing is, at least, like, you have a lot more vertical space to play with, right? Because Jitward on that Ultron, when he was stuck in that side room, he just took all those hits from the Venom. He was not even fighting back. His focus was on sustaining the team. But, like you mentioned, like, when we saw We Lost lose out on Celestial Husk versus NRG, they chose this map, and they dominated. Of course, we could also see maybe some cheeky routes if the Daredevil works out even better this time around, if Jitward needs to get something going. And as you guys already mentioned, the Deadpool, that flexibility that we've also seen. I also need to highlight, like, the strap pool that we just saw from Team Liquid Citadel showcases, again, more flexibility, a lot of damage output that you have to consider when it comes to the pick and ban phase, which I didn't even dislike, right? Like, We Lost didn't have a Strange, though, which was very important to note, and it could trickle down into scaring them looking at the pick and ban phase, getting ready for this game.
I think that does speak volumes about We Lost, though, and the Strange being removed, and we've seen how good they can be with Doctor Strange as well here, Cozy. But, I mean, as a team, they must be looking at this matchup saying, look, we need to at least show that we can match up against the biggest and best teams. Because if they get 3-0'd here, then people are probably thinking, okay, We Lost are just in that tier below. They need one map, surely.
I mean, hey, one map on a team that hasn't dropped one would be huge for them. But, you know, I have to say, for them, they put all their stock on the Protect for the Duelist, right? I think you give Zatex Phoenix here, you let the LCB ban, you get the Protect on probably the Hulk for Cart. I think that really opens up things. They've done that before. Dang it, I mean, almost protect the Strange, right? Like, they love their Strange, and it does give you, like, a fighting chance, and sometimes fights you're not supposed to win. But that's what I would like to see, because the Vanguards did well. I think Cart and Mask, although not exactly, you know, I think Mask was like 4 and 7 on that last one. But when it came to their damage output and what they brought to the table, I think they did okay, enable them more. And I think Jitward and Zatex, they're talented enough that they can flex around to other picks. That's personally what I would like to see from this next, you know, pick ban phase.
Sorry, that was a big noise. That was me. That was my shield. It just
you're great.
started doing a little bit of ring. Vicky, in terms of this squad, though, TLC I'm talking about, like, everything just feels like it's second nature for them, right? Like, they don't look like they're breaking a sweat. They look very comfortable. If you're able to take them out of their comfort zone a little bit, do you think suddenly that changes? Because I do think a team like this with Jitwood, for example, I would rather see him get thrown on someone that can actually dive on that backline. But maybe we'll see as we've got the locks and bans ready anyway, and Jitwood perhaps will get a little bit more freedom to jump into it. So I will allow you two to take this one away. Can we see a fight back from We Lost, or will TLC keep their dominance? Take it away.
Thank you so much, Gaston, because Cozy, he really said it, right? Like, he said it from the very beginning, you don't want to see the Ultron when you have the potential that Jitward has, because obviously, like, the Ultron could shine, but not when you're getting dove on and having to focus on so much of the damage output that Liquid Citadel, who, by the way, continues their perfect record thus far.
Yeah, and we see them go with the exact same Protect there on the LC. It's going to be in the later half of it. Now, Ultron going to be banned on over. So very interesting first couple of bans. I think we see TLC is just going to completely close the door on the strategist front and maybe even more. You got to ban Mantis here as well, looking at what they're trying to roll with. If you are, yeah, we lost. So I would personally go with most likely shutting down their top options. I mean, you got Elsa already out of the way. They're thinking about it down to the last second. They know that everything is going to ride on this. Mantis probably going to be the pick. That's what you have to start with, right? Because that protect is coming up any moment. What do you think they go with the last one here? Because again, there's so many options, but I mean, Star-Lord, I don't hate.
I don't either, but remember, this is also like a map that's pretty good for flanking angles and getting information if you do run out with the Daredevil, which is actually what I was afraid of if Liquid Citadel was baiting the fear with the protect on the Ultron to force out like the Mantis ban. Obviously, like Liquid Citadel have to ban the Mantis when they see the protect on the Elsa once again, kind of like that bread and butter of what to see when we see the pick and ban phase. The Star-Lord is going to be off the table here. The protect on the Invisiwoman I like, because now, yeah, we lost, still technically have access to the Gambit if that's something that Liquid Citadel don't want to rely on for, or rather, sorry, Liquid Citadel had banned out the Gambit. Something is like, yeah, we lost need to consider if that's going to be their final ban.
I wonder if they go with the Daredevil ban here, because it would kind of work with their route they're going. Okay, it's going to be the Gambit as well. If they allow it that free through the picks and the saves, why not get rid of that on Cooper? He can flex so well, but obviously giving Gambit opens up a world of chaos, right? With a Rogue and more. The save last is going to be Invis, so not going to be over to the Vanguards at all. They're going to go with comfort picks there for their Strategist and Zatex. There's the Strange ban. Goodbye, Portals once again. That means, yeah, we lost have to be perfect in these fights. And Vicky, that second point is so hard without a portal.
It is, and that's what I was worried about, Cozy. I was wondering if that Doctor Strange ban was going to come out. We see it, and that being the final ban is going to be something that, yeah, we lost, have to consider when it comes to these rollouts to at least continue overtime ticking away if they get contested here. Now we get to linger on our second map here with Liquid Citadel dominating in that first map. Paulie has the world here to rely on when it comes to the Van Pool, still available for him, as well as the Captain America. So you also have that flexibility if Paulie wanted to, because that prioritization was onto that Mantis and Elsa instead, because that's something that, yeah, we lost just didn't want to deal with when it comes to a lot more of these open sightlines.
I'm just shocked that they banned the Ultron, right? Because, you know, I'm glad Jitward's off of it, to be honest, whether it's banned or not, but that's where it went. Daredevil being showcased. If he does go the Deadpool, guys, just look at the logo, because he switches early and often, sometimes having someone farm up all that XP for them. We're going to be on the Devil. Everybody on their comfort picks for the most part. I do like Cart here on the Venom to open things up, but they have the picks available later on in this first point. Zatex has got to lock in. This has been the anchor for this team to get all that space when needed in those big clutch moments. We get eyes on Jitward, the lawyer, Matt Murdock, looking for the first assassination, calling out now the entire lineup and positioning as well. They're going to go rotate together. You've got Mask, Jitward. Yeah, we lost Nose. They need to win this one here. As Xantho going to keep the team up healthy now. As you've got, once again, Cart diving in and forced to pop the shield, almost down, all the way maximum value. Jitward in the back line. They dive together. Ready, set, go, comms. Cooper, goodbye. Both Lanterns and survivability. And this is the yeah, we lost that we know we see here on the Museum of Contemplation, Vicky.
This is how it all started, Cozy. This is where they won in that map 2 versus Energy. That's why we were expecting this, and definitely not Shinshibuya after the outcome we saw between these two teams. And this is all about the adaptation that Yeah, we lost bring out. Also, goes hand in hand with what we mentioned with the Daredevil on Museum of Contemplation. Not only getting information, too, for the rest of the team, but when you bait out those stamps, you also force out some swaps onto Liquid Citadel.
Absolutely. One team has access to the magic portals, and that is now Energy. Going to go and switch on over. Mask going to throw down the banhammer early, looking at it, and that's going to be a literal deletion of the Ultron. Goodbye, as Xantho finds more. So this is just the comfort zone that we find ourselves in. This team is just such a snowball team, as we saw from yesterday. Once again, Kendrick on that White Fox dives in. Everybody now playing the OK Go comms to perfection. Now going up, Portal is gone. Looking at what they have available, Vicky. Plenty on the defensive front, and Zatex set up for success here to close down any pushback effort.
Yeah, with that Glartrox, Kendrick's going to be able to back away. Also very close to that Camille Unleashed with nobody on the point. They keep up the oppression. They keep up this momentum, and they get that checkpoint. Cart diving down, has the reset potential with the Feast of the Abyss, but doesn't have the potential to get away from Spark Chief, it looks like. But they double ulted Kumiho Unleash as well as Santos with the invisible boundary that may bite them back here because Cooper is close to the invisible boundary themselves. But yes, Liquid Citadel also still in some trouble because Zatex is in the farming simulator right now, clearing more space.
There's the Zatex we were looking for. You got to put that belief in that protect for the Elsa coming up strong. Jitward's got the Devil to let out as well as the Glartrox. Which one will go first? Both of these so important on this. They don't have the portal, but they do have 4 minutes. Here comes the Feast of the Abyss with the pop. No connection and great use of the cooldowns is going to be Citadel Energy with the 1-2 and a rare Winter Soldier appearance. Hello, as Paulie finds another. This was Energy's favorite pick from the past, a Winter Soldier. Playing while you can as well with the next patch coming up, Vic.
I'm rubbing my eyes. What year is it? It feels like it's been forever. Energy. Bucky and Jitward.
Oh, both
Expanders
together.
don't mean though. Yeah, together they are going to be able to optimize those ultimates. The Glartrox out too as Jitward unleashes the Devil, but has to back away. Unfortunate, but that was a really good ultimate from Paulie to put in the pressure, forcing Jitward to back away as he gets caught.
Yeah, I don't know about the Devil being let out there. That was like a kitten, but either way, we're going to have the rotation here for Zatex once again, who's been farming on the neutral, and they're just going heavy for him as now all falling again. It's been forever since I've heard this from Energy himself, slamming down that arm. And they farm another. Now, 3 minutes on the clock, though. With how fast they got point one, that's fine. Mistakes can happen, but they use so much of those ults. So now it's this kind of awkward neutral battle for a little bit, Vic, on both sides, really. But yeah, we lost to get that advantage. Have a lot of work to do here in these 2 minutes and 50 seconds to try to get this thing pushing their way.
Yeah, I don't know about you too, Cozy, but when it comes to getting stuck when you're trying to push a cart in this exact angle, the way that Liquid Citadel are playing off angles, too, playing more of that attention, it could be very difficult if you don't really have an opener. And Xantho is the closest to getting that invisible boundary at the very least. Then you see Nero, though, going in from the back line, going to be able to get that shot onto Zatex, who was earlier on popping off. Energy, though, is showcasing what he's got on the Bucky. Finds another victim. Yeah, we lost, unfortunately, just dropping like a line of dominoes.
Yeah, just really resetting, finding out the holes that they did have in their first defensive plan. And again, that's why you see these swaps happen so fast. They know exactly what to go to. These teams that quite, we saw that kind of in the first map there for Yeah, we lost. They're trying to come up with a plan live in action. Didn't happen. Cart now 80%. Xantho to go as well. They're going to go with the aggressive approach with the Kendrick ult, but Speedery just raining down the entire age of Ultron on top there. Energy looking for more. There's the punch, the uppercut, and trying to get the finish. Oh, low! And the connection and the trade is there. Glartrox as well, but no connection from that. Mask going to find one. Energy just staying alive and farming out the eliminations, going for the top of the leaderboard in the stat line. Mask is going to be out of here.
Energy, they have a family. Mask is the next victim. Jitward tries to go down with the end song Inferno. And with Cart getting the reset off of that ultimate, nobody's really looking at Energy, right? You see the Deadpool from the other side from Mask, but it's just preventing the inevitable with the way that Liquid Citadel are just going to be able to hold up. Energy has a reset, invisible boundary, and these are more members lost from Yeah, we lost when they only have a minute and less than 10 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, 4 minutes are gone just like that. They did get the pick on the Ultron. That at least opens up something for the team. No, it's going to be Energy now with the Kraken impact ready to go, and the pick in the neutral as well, Vicky. This is absolutely rough here. It's such a strong opening, but they are a defense that does not break. They absolutely have everything locked and loaded, trying to get a pick here early. I mean, they are just absolutely finding every corridor they're trying to find.
Ooh, again! Let's see, do we get it again? Oh my gosh, the White Fox says, I am out of there. The invisible boundary save as Cooper tries to help enable Energy, but the resets didn't come through. Energy, though, gets the kidnap, isolates the Vanpool. Where can you even go? What are you waving at? I mean, waving at yourself back in the spawn room gates because Energy is too busy having a highlight reel. Speedery then follows up. There's only so much Zatex has to do. Yes, you get the pick off of Nero, but now you're down to the last 10 seconds.
What a young stud. Nobody is safe with Energy when he's locked in all the way. The spectators know it as well as we take a look on it when you've got the damage up with the bots. Energy getting Jitward out of here, smacking the spider against the wall just like that. And that's the stat sheet now as Kendrick does find Paulie, but Cooper continues the trade. No portal in sight. This is overtime, ticking down slowly as Xantho throws up survivability. Kendrick can follow as well, but Nero getting rid of all the sustain that they would have. It's all in the strategist. Nope, they're off the point, Vicky, and goodbye.
Oh man, that momentum, all that time we bought, just put it in the trash right now, because that was just a stomp too. And I don't think we lost was expecting. I don't think anybody was expecting Energy to roll out on the Bucky. I mean, we saw it so many times last year. We've seen some changes. You don't really see Bucky right now in the current MRI meta. Meanwhile, Energy's got something else up his sleeve, and the way that they were able to hold that, the split attention that Energy forced in terms of just the pressure, it forced so many bodies of We Lost to put that attention not only onto Energy, but play incredibly split. They actually looked uncomfortable in the pacing that Liquid Citadel put them in.
No, for sure. It's a great call, Vic. I mean, it's like a chess match, right? And if you look at that first point, yes, you know, great chess player is going to adjust just so quickly. You lose a piece early, but what can you do to respond? And that's what TLC did absolutely perfectly. Looking on the offense approach, obviously they could have a hold of a lifetime here, but that point did not budge down the hill ramp-wise. Spark Chief now on the thing. Gonna have some fun here. Energy has such a great hero pool. A lot of Psylocke, obviously. Star-Lord mixed in there. Gonna have always like the meta options, but Winter Soldier, Wolverine, it's like callbacks to the past, as you said. You're looking, Speedery obviously sees card up there. Not gonna be fooled by anybody.
Who are you fooling? Hold on. Who invited him to the party real quick? They called him out. The comms come in. They try to get the kidnap, by the way, as Energy just comes soaring into the sky. We lost now, trying to hold this defense. They're trying to put in the pressure. Mask, a lot of pressure on Mask's shoulders too. Oh, he's going to be on the Captain America Polly on the Vanpool. Mask and Cart taking a good chunk of that damage. They try to kite away, but with the pressure from Energy rolling out of the gates with the Wolverine, it's just too much.
Yeah, and they just know. They know they're going to play the triple Vanguard, right? So that's why you go to Wolverine, have it with Energy, and you can just farm it out from there. We're going to go down very early as Atex to follow, so here comes the bus. The wheels on the bus go round and freaking around for Liquid Citadel. We'll see how long they stick with it. You'll see Energy kind of match that as well and counter if needed. Up in the air, Paulie ready to go, pushing in. On the other side, We Lost has a lot of work to do if they want to try to hold this Miracle Point 1.
And Sparkjafe is already getting set up too with these Groot walls. Going to be able to provide some of that extra pressure. Calling out Jitward, by the way. Rolling out on that Vanpool with that triple Vanguard that Liquid Citadel called out. Then here comes the dive. It's like one by one as they trickle in. The isolation follows with these Groot walls. Could come in clutch. Paulie does have that Banhammer, though. Going to be able to utilize it. See who they're going to be able to harass on the backline. It's going to be the 1v1 versus Jitward as he falls. Once again, the Vanpool that Paulie displays has just been so detrimental. Almost like the nail in the coffin that Jitward's been having to deal with as the extermination follows up from Speedery.
Yeah, we're seeing that, right? With the cap available, still chooses to go with what a great flexibility and adjustment that is. And for the last-ditch effort, Cart diving in and popping just absolutely instantly, as now Liquid Citadel just needs to make it down this ramp to continue on their absolute dominant performance. Guys, this team has not even shown any will to break against anybody. We lost in their group, knew this best. Here comes a Galartrox, but it might as well have done nothing as Nero puts a quick silence. The disrespect is unbelievable. It's a Season 7 trailer all over.
As Steve Rogers was out of there until his back, unfortunately, was caught by Nero. We lost. Are desperately just trying to cling onto this point, stall for as long as possible, because the finishing box is just right around the corner. Spark gets the finishing blow onto Cart, and it's just a matter of time. But We Lost do have sustainability. They just need to contest.
Just to go into their hometown pick and just show absolute dominance. We've seen We Lost look so good on this map time and time again, and they looked lost. I mean, they just did not have an answer whatsoever, and from there is stagger and panic, honestly, is where we felt. But either way, we saw this song and dance before, but hey, it is going to be a best of 3. It was a 2-0 last time, but the fates could change. Energy getting that 29-3 MVP as we take a look at the stats. Vic, and I would say what stands out to you, but man, that's not going to help the stats any. And I love this player. This has been a tough fight so far.
I think the question comes like, are we going to keep seeing Kendrick on the White Fox? Yeah, we see the sustain right there too, but Kendrick in that ultimate has just gotten booted out almost every single time. We also saw like the stun at one point right when the Kumiho was unleashed. Santos couldn't even get onto the point with the invisible boundary just to keep the stall going. It's difficult because there's also just so much pressure. 14 final hits from Energy. As Energy rolled out on the Bucky, goes over to the Wolverine, fully expecting like the triple Vanguard hold, and tries to stop YWL, successfully so. And then you have the backup from Pauly too. 8 finals, the follow-up here from Cooper and Nero, the survivability that they have, literally double in terms of what you see from Santos and Kendrick, literally only going down 3 times versus their 6.
Yeah, no, for sure. And honestly, I would have liked to see maybe Card flex out of that because he was just trying to survive at the end there, and that was kind of the rest of that game and so on. And they would pick him off last and so continue on. But y'all, we might have our last matchup of the day. It is 2-0 right now. Liquid Citadel. Don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick break and then back to the action.
Watch out, they're headed our way. Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
The hunt is on. 1,000 gods!
Felicia's here to steal a win. Good fortune for me. Cat's claws. Me, ouch. Let's make a deal. Peekaboo. Hup. So stealthy.
That's how we do it, Catwalk.
Eat your heart out, strange. Deliciously dangerous.
I unleash the shouting.
Now's the perfect time to strike. You crossed my path. Good boy, Petey. Meow.
Hey guys, my name is Ryan Central, and what's the meta? Eventually we will get to a point where you guys in the chat are responding what's the meta with you, but we've got the whole Ignite season to go through. We've finally seen all 4 major regions play now in Pacific Asia, China, EMEA and Americas, all at least debuting in their pre-season. So meta-wise, what has changed? So we have to start with the Glortrox in the room, which is Elsa, who actually fell down a bit in popularity to the point that Gambit is the first time actually overtaken her to be the most powerful, most impactful character in the game. And a lot of people ask me, like, how do you gauge this? How do I know all of this stuff? Well, I have a system that I use with all of the drafts that we've seen across all 225 games. I use this system called threat level, which goes from 1 to 100. 100 being an Avengers level threat, hotly contested, a very influential character when it comes to the draft and compositions of the meta so far. And out of a score up to 100, Elsa's score was 99 after the first week. It could not have gone better for her, but since then it has dropped down to 93, and Gambit's for context is 95, which is sort of stabilized in that point. So this doesn't mean that Elsa was involved in 93% of drafts and 7% of the time she wasn't used. She has been involved in every single game of Ignite so far, other than one, where Rejects and RVLE in Asia Pacific just didn't decide to touch her in draft at all. That's one game out of 225, might I add. A drop in score doesn't mean that she's just not popular or she's not strong. It just means that she's not as contested as much in the start of drafts, which is really where those threatening characters tend to stay. Because Elsa is good in every type of composition, removing her is just a good way to influence a draft more. Anybody can play around Elsa, whether you're playing dive, triple strategist.
Welcome back, everyone, to Marvel Rivals Ignite preseason playoffs. You might have got whiplash watching that one because it was another fast one. It was so fast, in fact, that it killed off Jitwood's internet temporarily, and that's why we had an extended break. But alas, he is back, his internet is fine, and we'll be able to get this third map underway shortly. My question for you, Vicky Kitty. Where on earth do we even go for a third map here if we lost? You've just got beaten on arguably one of your best. Now you're going to be down in the dumps.
Ooh, but it looks like they've gone over to Heart of Heaven. And I just mean, like, guys, the fact that Liquid Citadel still continues on, and I have to always reiterate this with how far we've gone, like, from the preseason group stages, now here, the bracket stage, they have not dropped a single map. And they keep that streak going. And now with Heart of Heaven being a Yeah We Lost pick, can this be the difference maker, Cozy?
Yeah, I mean, do you listen? I know we glazed TLC a lot, but it's for good reason. Not dropping a map is absolutely crazy. Like, even the best teams have off days, and that's what's so impressive about this. Like, if you look at the roster head to toe, I mean, hey, Gaskin, we've talked about the draft we did a ton when looking at all the players. I think I ended up with like Energy, Melophobia, Valentina, and Nero. But take that team 10 times out of 10. Energy is just oftentimes not talked about enough, and that's what happens when your whole team is talented. But yeah, finding a way to stop them obviously is going to be tough. Heart of Haven going to be their last chance to do so. But Museum of Contemplation, like we've seen, yeah, we lost place to such success there, stopped as well. Like, where do they even go from here, Gaskin, when you're looking at the ban phase?
And that's the thing with, yeah, we lost. I think they are probably feeling a little bit down in the dumps. They're probably in a bit of a rut at the moment. I do think we have to give Jitwood a little bit more freedom as well, but saying that, you know, Team Liquid still are just a team at the moment that seems to have an answer to absolutely everything. One of those teams that have done all of their research, they've done all of their studying, and they are always prepared no matter what is thrown at them. And we'll have to see now whether they can do that just here, right now, in this third and potentially final map between these two teams. But as Shuri said in Black Panther, just because something works doesn't mean it can't be improved. Always expect TLC to be being bigger and better. Guys, take it away.
Well, Vicky, will we have a reverse sweep on our hands, or will the name not be ironic? And yeah, they did in fact lose. Here we go, Gambit and Elsa being off the board. And if you're looking at what is available from this point on, they've kind of stuck with the same thing over and over. Ultron being saved. I don't think we'll get the Ultron ban again. Maybe we do from TLC. But for the second ban, did they just go back to back yet again? The same thing?
You know what I think is even more interesting though, Cozy? I think it's like the first time either of these teams play on Heart of Heaven, so I think that's also like a lean on to the fact that, yeah, we lost or trying to do something different. They protected the Doctors. Okay, I like this because we've seen Liquid Citadel ban the Strange back to back now. It's really bad when it comes to dealing with Museum of Contemplation, how far you have to go. Even though, you know, the spawn room gates were right there beyond the second checkpoint, it's all about momentum and trying to like make plays happen. And at least that's their insurance policy that they needed.
Yeah, but on the first protect is wild, man. Like, I thought, like, the second protect made way more sense. It's like, go Elsa there and then go with the Strange. Oh, and Kendrick, though, with the flag. This makes sense. Kendrick doing the pick and the bans. He's like, I'm getting my Strange. Jeff Ban to follow. And now they try to decide who else to save from the quick ban on over. Invis going to be unavailable to them. Last protect here for the team, Vicky. And Mantis, I don't dislike this at all. Obviously, you're not going to have access to that, but I still think Zatex plays a plenty good Phoenix as well. That's what we probably see them shift into.
And that's something maybe Liquid Citadel could keep in mind. Looking at that last ban, it's going to be the Loki. No double strat ult with the God of Mischief, as well as no team up with the Mantis, Loki, and Groot. So with this final protect here, Liquid Citadel, they want to clean this up. They want to keep their perfect record here, Cozy. We're going to have to find out what we're lingering on, as it looks like the protect over onto the Mantis themselves. And even then, too, you look on the other side, and Liquid Citadel have had so much damage output, even without the Mantis. It's going to be the Vanpool, and that's going to be a prio for Pauly, but it's also kind of like a give and take, right? Because you could try to ban the Vanpool like we saw. Yeah, we lost Dew, but then he rolls out on the Steve Rogers.
Yeah, I love Vanpool for this map. It just gives so much different advantage, especially more on the offense side. Not like they need it all too much, but either way, going to get the last ban out over to the Mantis. So with that, they get the save on the Ultron. They shut down some of that strat that they're trying to do. Nero going to go over to the White Fox. So much success there last time. Xantho to match the same. And here we go. A little bit of a different look. Kendrick, in fact, be playing the Namor. Obviously trying to change things up massively. Going back to the team up. It's been a while. We've seen some non-traditional, I would say, over the last couple of weeks stuff here, Vicky. We'll see if they end up locking it in.
Yeah, right. We get the hella Namor team up. Talk about anti-heals for days, by the way, if they do opt to go for the Venom swap at one point. But we're going to be rolling out with Jitward on the Spider-Man. Okay. This is how you know that, yeah, we lost is going to throw everything at Liquid Citadel. I mean, this is literally their last shot before maybe finding themselves in that lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see kind of the approach for attack. The old triple duelist comp is definitely a bold strategy on the defensive side, but hey, if they can piece from it, they will. I think they were trying to see. I mean, look at the bad guys. They don't have any. I mean, they got Thor, but oh boy. Okay, hold on. The reverse sweep starts right here, folks. Lock in. This is match number 3. These duelists are gonna pop off, all 3 of them, refusing to switch like the ranked games I play in at times. But Sparky finally getting to play that rogue.
Listen, the Thor OTPs will be very happy to see how this works out. Talk about all the antis, though, coming in together with Cooper and Energy, following up the verticality, momentum, even shooting the rocket gun to see if they could get anything going here. At least maybe a follow-up, but at least with a BRB, it may just end up allowing another victim to fall. Cooper then follows up. The strats are in shambles, taking a trip to Shambolic Town, and Zatex is the next victim to follow. Liquid Citadel on their speedrun to capture this point.
Yeah, so I will, say this. If I am, we lost. Like, sure, that can be the strat, but like every game matters at this level, right? This is still the preseason, so you got to lock in and continue. You got to face this team. You don't want to just hand them millions of dollars in the Americas scene, right? You've got to figure out how to put the thorn in their side, and obviously that defense strategy, if you could call it that, was not the way to go. So I want to see them lock in, reset the mental. We don't know what's going on with the internet and all that stuff, but either way, it is not looking great for this initial push, Vic. But yeah, those first 2 games went quickly, but got to find a will and a way to at least get some practice time in here.
That's another reason why they banned the Mantis too, right? Because Energy just be clicking on heads all day long. It doesn't matter who he's on, and imagine what a damage boosted bucket could do, because Energy is just right now doing so much damage after making that Bucky swap. Second time, by the way, we see Bucky. First time was just the last map. You're going to be able to activate the Banhammer first off, and Sparky going to be able to close in the gap, having that team up together with the Rogue and Gambit very close to the Heartbreaker. Jitward accepting their fate, maybe trying to bait out Spark to be isolated away from the rest of the team. Asleep, though, allows Zatex to get a little bit of revenge onto Energy.
Yeah, Zatex going to open up the door a little bit here as Jitward going to continue to roll and find success as well. It's going to be Sparksheep that was challenging Jitward, but oh my gosh, somehow gets the finish. There's 4 of them, though. TLC, the fattest Agamotto of the night, does not get everybody, but just about. And oh my goodness, it's going to be Xantho with the whole team. Does he take them all down? Is it all 5? The spit out. Oh my God.
Santos said, get down, Mr. President, I got you. But that means you left Zatex alone, and Zatex, showing signs of life, was able to get 2 picks. Now we get the Energy again reset off the Bucky. Cooper is going to come right back around with the Rage and Royal Flush. Zatex could at least bring everybody together, but you have to worry about the anti-heals as Jitward lets the devil out.
Oh, right now is Jitward trying to find something going for him. Paulie goes 1, 2, the third. Wow. It's a Vanguard stealing the show. They're all taking a turn. Showing off now, but hey, this push continuing on. Mass now trying to find some solace in Sanctuary, does not do so. This could be a tough last point to hit, but they've got the portal. Vic, the Strange is there, at least right this second. Here it is, showing quickly. They're going to jump into the point behind it and try to use it as a kind of back coverage. Oh boy.
Oh no, but then no one's going to be able to look at Energy. He was over to the left side. They're just looking at the window of opportunity that was provided from the Doctor Strange portal. No way. And he kind of put it right there on top of the payload. Unfortunate, so it kind of delayed and allowed Liquid Citadel to just get set up on both sides of the portal.
All right, so last point it is for their last chance and stand. 4 minutes, 25 seconds left. Yet we're going to go on over to the duelist pool. Changing things up. Kendrick, though, and Xantho. That has been the combo to watch. They're farming it up as we speak. But I would like to see what Mask can try to offer here. The Thor worked yesterday, Vicky, but just not finding the success today. But Energy has done everything on this side of Winter Soldier. Here they go. Paulie putting in the Q as quickly. Jitward can't even find a second to breathe.
Paulie's insane. Like, we've already known that Paulie was going to shine here in America as he continues to do so. And even with the Thor not working out, they got to look at Energy. Mask at least does isolate Cooper, the trade-off here. And now we get the reset. Run as fast as you can, but you won't get very far. And they allow the reset to keep going again. Tries to get the grapple in. That would have been insane. Still gets the stun temporarily for backing away. But there's all that pressure. I mean, at this point, maybe Mask being the mightiest Avenger could also be playing for the vibes with, yeah, we lost, just trying to get some momentum going. Kendrick does have that Eye of Agamotto.
Absolutely disgusting. Energy's just playing on a Kovacs aim trainer over here. as now Speedery finds 1, 2, 3 with the Spark Chief, and they are just pushing this thing on overdrive. Rockets attached to this slow-moving turtle dragon statue thing. There it is. Third point gonna be Cats. And that was, I was gonna say that was textbook, but that was what everyone says, light work for Liquid Citadel.
Cozy. 3 minutes and 7 seconds. 3 minutes. Like, even with some of the plays and picks that they were able to get, it kind of goes back to what we were saying in the transition into game 1 into game 2, where they just seem very uncomfortable playing now at Liquid Citadel space. It's almost like a taste of their own medicine that YWL has been putting down onto a lot of the other teams that, you know, have had to deal with these unorthodox compositions coming out from YWL when they force the opposition to play at their pace.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, and listen, as the sole believer in this team yesterday, it just pains to see, like, if we're going to keep it a bug, I don't know what the hell was going on, what the hell was going on with that first comp, right? Like, that defense is so important to have. You got the Strange Protect too, so you can maybe stall it out, and it was just like, I don't know what was going on there. I mean, they were an AUG mode and a Jeff ult away from that just being a disaster. But yes, listen, they can show some fight here. Attack is ready. Matt's going to go on over to the thing. Zatex on Punisher. We've seen Zatex on Punisher way long ago, not as of recent. Jitward with the question mark above the head. I don't know if that's the internet or trying to decide what they want to roll with. What do you think?
I mean, hopefully it's not the internet. We're talking about getting hardwired here. I mean, the Jitward special, maybe he goes over onto the Spider-Man. It was just lingering on that decision, and let's see if maybe they could do something different here. Kendrick's going to start things off with the portal play to try to get onto the high ground. Jitward makes the swap over to the dual pool. We did see him try to go over to the dual pool just a little bit. He takes a lot of damage, though, before diving back down. He has that ultimate online just as Deadpool gets so quickly. Whoa. And you can see the pressure, though. Momentum is the first victim. Zatex to follow. Does have that sustain, while Mask pulls him right outside the other mouth of the portal, isolating Spark and at least finding that pick.
Yeah, the pick's there, but nothing else to follow. We just continue to see these great strategists kind of hide when needed back there and then push the W as well. Cooper running Xantho out of this thing and just farming it up. Pauly's got the ult as well, so expect to dive back in there. Most likely target going to be Xantho as they reset, reload. Nero just absolutely, look at this. Momentum is just devastating from the top rope. But the sprays from Pauly as usual. Here we go as Matt's going to throw in, try to get them off this high ground, off this advantage. Pauly going to go in and throw down the banhammer. No, going to be the other side.
And you also have to consider just having to deal with so much of the sustainability that Team Liquid Citadel have. Talk about also the communication. They're calling out where Mask is. Pauly's going to be able to isolate Zatex. While everybody is falling down on the low ground, they don't really have the space being bought out, as Mask's having to split their attention to get on top of the rooftop. And now Pauly taking some selfies. The camera roll is full before backing away. He's still getting powered up, and Spark does have that Heartbreaker as well as Speedery with the Extermination.
All right, 2 minutes, 27 seconds, and they've got the combo. They kind of opened up at least the play the last time, but Energy going to go and throw up the Legendary. He's been a legend tonight, and he continues to feast and farm. Spark Chief, though, wants to continue their reign on the Southern BA now, as once again, Xantho trying to get the play opened up for the team. Going to quickly go down. It's Jeff going to be left hungry, sent back to spawn.
Turned him into some sushi, too, while they were at it without having to expend much of anything, honestly. It's just really Energy, the Galactic Legend that came through, and it's the fact that Liquid Citadel aren't even doing the combo. Cooper, obviously here on the Gambit, getting some nice antis. The Rage and Roll Flush is now online, and that's going to be a lot of damage to worry about when Speedery also uses his ultimate.
Just like that, going to go ahead and continue on the reign. Cooper, Nero, everybody getting a piece of the pie. This has been the staple tonight, folks. I cannot remember an Ignite game like this one-sided. If I'm being honest, Vicky, has just been absolute clutch performance after performance from TLC. But again, this is the preseason for a reason, as it looks towards ahead of Swamp Gaming versus this great team. But they got to lock in for the finish. Job's not done yet. Energy looking for more. Finds the Gambit ult to follow. Spins the win. Zatex gone. Jitward, goodbye. Slaps Peter Parker right back to the spawn as well. And Vicky, this is... oh, man. This is what we can just call the Citadel special.
Do you match the triple strat at this point? Like, you have to throw something different. The sustainability is too much, and they're all peeling for one another. I see what we had Mask do, just trying to split more attention than Energy for free. Sees, all right, well, no one's going to touch the point. He's just staring at them cold stone in the face, just looking at we lost. Who can't even get out of the spawn room gates? No way.
Oh boy. Yeah, this is it's a first, but here we go. They're gonna try to go ahead. Mouse just taking all the damage. Doesn't even get the strat to get the ult stuff. Just goes right back in the spot. Energy jumps off the map. The trolling's insane at this point. Speedery finds one. Mask, Nero, Zatex. What the hell is going on here? As now pushing forward, trying to get this point capped. It's 3 of them on it. Paulie pokes one. Cooper with the other. It is quite literally playing with their food. Paulie's still alive here. Going to get a shotgun hit. It's going to be Zatex yet again. And the judge and the jury come out together. Jitward trying to get this Ultron out of here. Vicky, what do you think?
Wait a minute. I mean, maybe Energy dropping himself off the map was at least the tool that they needed here. I saw just Paulie 1v5ing everybody. And with that mistake, we lost. They keep this going. Jitward got the isolation onto the Ultron. Mask going over to the thing. May not have that same mobility that the Thor has, but you get to play much more close quarters here and trying to delete at least the triple strat and protection that we keep seeing from Liquid Citadel. And Energy said, enough having fun. I'm going right over to the Bucky.
It's a bold strategy. I mean, what are we at? It's like the thing taking the hits to the helmet. Everybody watching like, come on, it's late. What are we seeing here as Jitward flies in, flies out, trying to get more energy, hooks him in, gets him in. Good God.
No way.
The disrespect of the quick pop and finish. Paulie finds momentum. Spark Chief versus Kendrick on the Hulk. Everything's coming out of the bag. It's like mystery heroes at this point. Energy, Nero finding 1, 2 more. Minute 30 seconds left. Spark Chief. We'll see if they do the bold strategy yet again of Energy jumping off. Vicky, what do you think?
I think that this is looking like some of our ranked games, I ain't gonna lie, but it kind of goes back and forth like this, and you try to split some attention so that way you can try to bring the fight up on the high ground of the bridge, maybe get some neutral progress off the turtle statue. Jitward's upset. He swaps over to Hawkeye. And Kendrick goes over to the Black Panther. It's been a long time, by the way, since I've seen this. But this is, we lost. They got to go in right now. This is their tournament lives in the winner's bracket on the line. Speedery now with the extermination. The Rager Royal Flush. Talk about the extra damage as the It's Jeff from We Lost does come out. They isolate the White Fox back into the spawn room.
No, not
that's going to be an auto KO.
Not this. No, sorry, there's the blade there too. I mean, in a moment we're gonna get Black Widow in this thing. We're gonna find another one as Cooper goes down. NG Paulie trade. 34 seconds left. Seeing a Hawkeye's a rare appearance right now. Zatex throws down. Energy finds 1, 2 with the uppercut. Zatex trades. Energy with another and yells again like the wins they've gotten on this team. 18 seconds left. The farming simulator continues. What in the hook? And the team still stands still. Vicky.
All I hear is again, and I just want justice for Iron Man. But you know what? Jitward at least gets another pick. Well, Energy is farming once again. Zatex and Kendrick can't play the game. No one can touch onto the point. I'm not gonna lie. Jitward was cooking on the Hawkeye, but I don't think it was going to last very long.
Not the Hawkeye highlights. Not the Hawkeye highlights. That was going to be it, y'all. It is Liquid Citadel 3-0-ing. Yeah, we lost with Energy yet again as our MVP tonight, folks. Obviously, a lot of the heat and chaos was at the beginning of the day, and what a way to have things wrap up on day number 2. As we look and take a look at the stats, Vicky, I don't even know if you can look at the stats on some of it. I want to see where's Mask, and I want to look at damage block. Yeah, 31,000. That was like 30,000 of that was to the head of the helmet of the thing half the time. Gaskin looks nearly speechless as I take a look at him on our cams. Gaskin, what do you think?
Oh my.
What in the Nick Fury Avengers did I just witness of every single hero being thrown to try and stay alive? I don't even know what happened. You know, usually I prefer casting, but I think in that one, I'm glad I took a back seat. I just got to eat the popcorn, watch what was unfolding onto my screen, and I think it was just a case of they accepted that TLC are just too good. It did feel like, we lost, gave up, and it became a bit of a troll match. Let's call a spade a spade. All that matters is Team Liquid Citadel will be progressing with a 3-0 victory into the winners final, and we lost will be sending themselves down to the lower bracket. Just seems like we have a clear gap in Americas right now. We have 2 teams who are head and shoulders above the rest, and everyone else is currently playing catch up. But I mean, Vicky, is it that case for Yeah We Lost where they look at this team and they say, look, we're just not quite there yet for Liquid Citadel, and it's back to the drawing board for them?
I think it also goes hand in hand with maybe the fact that they can't scrim against Team Liquid Citadel, right? Because they said it in their interview that a lot of teams don't want to scrim them because maybe some teams just don't take it serious with the compositions that they roll out with. And when you do not get the ability to practice against a team like Liquid Citadel, you saw what happened, right? Like the Mystery Heroes came out, Liquid Citadel were having fun there too. By the end, Yeah We Lost didn't even have a Vanguard, and everyone was wondering like what was gonna happen here. Like they're literally just trying everything possible, and it was desperation for the first time that we saw from Yeah We Lost.
Now, Cozy, you were the only person that backed Yeah We Lost yesterday, and rightfully so. They played incredible, and they deserve their position here today. Where do you think they go from here, though, now dropping into this lower bracket? Do you think that they will have a fantastic time down there? Like, do you think they'll have more of a fun time than they just had in that matchup?
Yeah, I think Jitward's about to hit the rank queues for about 10 hours at least minimum. That's going to happen. I just expect that. But listen, one of the players had one of the most bold strategies I've seen in Ignite as Star-Lord decided to jump off the map. And they're the player that we're interviewing right here, right now, Gaskin. It is
energy. That was an interesting end to the game, which I'm sure we'll get to a little bit later. But before we do, congratulations on a 3-0 victory. You're moving into the winners final. The team must be pretty happy with that performance. It looked like you didn't even break a sweat.
Yeah, it was good. I think we prepared pretty well against Yeah We Lost from the last time. So yeah.
Did you expect a little bit more from them? Like, was it too easy? Like, did you expect them to come out with something that would maybe challenge you a little bit more?
No, I mean, I think we had them pretty read from last time and from seeing them play against NRG and Protect Strange. So we just like banned it second phase and it was pretty easy.
Not the no energy. What's up, King, man? Good to see you, bud. Glad to finally get to interview you again. It's always fun to connect. Listen, man, I don't know what patch it was, but Winter Soldier got nerfed, and I remember seeing your tweet, and you're like, GG, it's done. And then you bring out our first Winter Soldier yet again. Man, tell me about just your flexibility as a duelist in your journey. I think you are just not talked about enough, and how you try to always stay ready for the meta. Like Black Cat's coming out, I'm sure that's going to be added. If I were to take a guess, I guess that can lean towards Speeder as well. But talk to me about what you've evolved into as a duelist, just being able to play what the team needs from me.
Yeah, playing Bucky was definitely a feeling again. I feel like that character is like really slept on. Sadly, he got nerfed again in the next patch, so hopefully he's playable. But yeah, I think I'm pretty flexible. I play like most of the characters other than Daredevil, and I'm like trying to pick it up, but it's just kind of little different from the aiming characters.
Was that Star-Lord off the map a bold strat? What was take us behind the scenes on that one? I was trying to read your mind there a little bit.
So I was going Hulk to diff Kendrick, and they took advantage and took the point. Long story short. So.
Awesome.
All right, Mr. 25 finals. Also, like, you saw how all these games were going throughout EMEA and Americas, and you guys decided to keep us back on schedule because it is 1:30 a.m., by the way, on the East Coast. So, looking ahead at your bracket, though, you guys will be facing off against Swamp Gaming. We actually got to talk to Valentina in the interview. She was incredibly nice, hyping you guys up, too. A lot of respect. In that upper bracket final, I'm going to assume you guys have been going back and forth when it comes to scrims, and we only put so much stocks into the scrim bucks. How are you guys feeling against Swamp Gaming right now with how they've looked? Because at the moment, you guys are literally unstoppable. You guys have not dropped a single map, whereas Swamp Gaming, they have dropped one map, so they look a little bit more mortal, but still on top after looking at group stages and now the bracket stage.
Yeah, I have a lot of respect for Swamp. A lot of their players are really good. I think they're definitely the second best in the region. I think we're best right now, though. So playing tomorrow, I think it'll be a really good game, but I still think we're going to come out on top.
And is the expectation, Energy, that you face Swamp in upper bracket final, you beat them, do you think they would then make it to the grand final? Or do you think there's maybe someone in that lower bracket who could surprise us and make a run?
I mean, I think more than likely they'll make it to the grand final. But if it was to be someone, I think it'd just be 100 Thieves. I feel like if they figure out their strengths, they can definitely beat them. But I think recently they've been just like falling behind a bit.
Listen, Energy, you've been here before, right? I want to talk to you about this because you've been on a team that, again, it's like you guys were the favorite. It was done and dusted. And then all of a sudden, like, what happened? This is the preseason, though, and obviously different team, different story. But want to ask, like, as you're trying to use this preseason to get better and better, what are some things you guys are focusing on as a team to utilize the preseason, obviously, as you guys are looking so dominant?
For the most part right now, I think it's just playing our best in every game, whether it's just scrims or a league game. And I mean, yeah, I think that's the main thing. I think bans we have down, our coaches are really good at it, Legit and Gator. So just improving our individual like skill and hero pools, that, and then the comm structure. I think it's gotten a lot better from the first game of preseason.
Awesome.
All right, Energy. So you've been always like this young gun player that we've always highlighted with your skill, and you get slotted into this all-star team here. Can you talk to the viewers at home who may want to try to follow in your shoes on how they could try to put themselves out there as well, and how they could get better, improving in their own gameplay, so that we can even see that next generation of talent rise up too?
Yeah, I think the main thing is connections. So if you're trying to start out on a team, just play ranked and make connections, make friends. And like that's how I got on my first team and how I've gotten to where I am now. So I think that's probably the most important thing in trying to become a great player.
I mean, you've definitely made those connections and you're definitely a great player, Energy. Appreciate your time with the interview today. Best of luck tomorrow in that upper bracket final. I'm sure that you will put on a fantastic show for us. Thank you.
Yep, thank you guys for having me.
Well, Team Liquid Citadel have not skipped a beat. I think that was the expectation coming in today, that they would continue to steamroll through people. We didn't know if it was going to be that one-sided, but Vicky, they just seem unbeatable at the moment. My question to you, can Swamp Gaming take it to them? Can we see maybe one map dropped here?
I think so. I think that is going to be the series to watch for all the obvious reasons, and I do think Swamp Gaming will make Liquid Citadel mortal. I think they're gonna make them bleed. So we have to see, though. At the end of the day, I love how Energy is like, yeah, we prepared, and then proceeded to follow up with his other answer there. You know, not really expecting that much improvement from their opposition side, but I also really like the confidence that Energy provides, because Cozy and I, we've talked to Energy so many times back in Atlanta in the grand finals. Very down-to-earth kid, but also like very humble in the way that he holds himself, even when he's having fun on the Bucky.
Yeah, I mean, Cozy, the interviews from Liquid are very like nonchalant, right? They're very calm. They're kind of brushing it off, saying it's, yeah, you know, we were prepared. We weren't really expecting much from their team. Do you think that they are going to expect a little bit more from Swamp Gaming, though? Do they know that this next one is the big one? Or do you think it's going to be more of the same, where they're like, yeah, we were prepared, it's going to be easy?
I mean, I think their interviews are like their games, just calm, cool, collected, right? Like, they haven't been pushed back yet, and do I expect them to go into Swamp? I mean, it's funny because these two teams, they scrim so much, so I can expect to see that a lot, and I'm telling y'all right now, just when we can tune in and see the schedule tomorrow, it's going to be a heater from front to back. But yeah, today was a day of two different tales. That is for dang sure. We had two games that went the distance. But I've been waiting to cast, and we had the quickest speed run of all time here. So maybe tomorrow will be different.
Maybe, right? Yeah, again, it's almost 2 a.m. over here on the East Coast, so something that Swamp Gaming and TLC kept in mind, though. But looking at the way that everything went down, guys, I highly recommend you check out all the matches that played out today across EMEA and Americas. And then looking at this bracket right now, Gaskin, we officially have settled who will be facing off in the upper bracket finals.
Yeah, we've got the big one. We've been talking about this ever since preseason started, and we started to see both Swamp Gaming and TLC really dominating their groups. We will get the conclusion of that first matchup tomorrow, but of course, one of them can go to the grand finals, the other one will drop down to the lower bracket, where Lunex versus Yeah We Lost are going to face up. Sen versus 100 Thieves as well. Huge games happening in that lower bracket. Maybe going to be a little bit closer than the two that we have just had. But of course, if you are wondering, you know, when are these matches going to happen? We, of course, course, are going to be able to show you these upcoming matches and what time they're going to be played roughly as well. We start with Lunex versus Yeah We Lost, then Sen versus 100 Thieves, then we will have the pleasure, guys, of calling SG versus TLC, and then, of course, we will get the follow-up matchup in that lower bracket after the results have happened. We won't know who's going to be there yet. Vicky, what are you most looking forward to? Well, actually, before we get there, Vicky, how about maybe Cozy tells us a little bit about Black Cat?
Surprise, Black Cat is here ready to steal you some wins. Just coming out, absolutely crazy utility and one of the most lethal duelists across the game in a minute. Cross your path and your luck will run out. One of the world's premier thieves, Felicia, glides across the battlefield with swift precision and a dancer's grace. Absolutely so fun to see what you can do with her in the rankings, but also I cannot wait to see the pros get their hands on a Black Cat with the portals and the relics, and there's so much utility here outside of just a quick, crazy ultimate. It's going to be a fun one, and Black Cat is here to play. So go check it out right now. Still time tonight, even though it's late.
And I hope the Spidey mains are feasting, because guess what? This Peter Parker photographer skin is so nice. Get ready for class with Peter Parker, the photographer, and also strike a pose as Black Cat, the urban predator, with embracing the cosmic hunt together with Blade, the starlit shadow. Whether you're chasing the ultimate headline or wiping out the creatures lurking in the deep reaches of space, the battlefield is yours to command, guys. It is now available, so don't forget to pick up these amazing skins together with the Black Cat release. Who does not want to rep Mama Black Cat right here? Felicia really showing off those Louboutins on those heels.
Yeah, that's an expensive skin, at least definitely at the feet. Anyway, and of course, we've got more Twitch drops for you guys, as I'm sure you've been gaining them as you watch today. But of course, if you watched and continue to watch tomorrow, you can get them. It's going to be available all the way through May 15th. I've already been lucky enough to be able to watch it today, so I've got the incredible Daredevil skin, the Will of Galacta one. And honestly, if you are a Daredevil main, I'm sure you are particularly happy about this one, as more and more Twitch drops keep coming, and I cannot believe how much we are feasting when it comes to it. So get your Twitch drops tomorrow if you watch a couple more hours. Now, guys, that is going to pretty much wrap us up for today. It has been definitely a day of up and downs. We've had our slow matches, we've had our best of fives that have gone all the way, and then we had our speed runs that just happened in these last two. Vicky, what are your final thoughts on everything that you've seen today?
The MRC run back, I guess, between Yeah We Lost and Lunex Gaming, that's going to be interesting, but more importantly, the big fight that we have in that upper bracket finals, guys, and I'm so happy I was able to do this alongside you guys.
Cozy, great to have you back on the mic yet again. How did you feel about today?
Oh, you know what? Just getting warmed up, right? I got to see that we get to cast the matchup. I think of the entire America scene. We've been waiting on this and talking about it for weeks, and the fact that Vicky and I get to bring it all in alongside you, my man. It's going to be a lot of fun today. It was a good time, but excited for tomorrow, and appreciate everybody for watching what was just such a chaotic day, Gaskin.
Yep, because we've still got plenty more to come. 2 more days of action here in Marvel Rivals Ignite preseason playoffs. We still have to crown a champion, and we will get one step closer tomorrow. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. Thank you to all of production behind the scenes. Thank you to my wonderful casters today, of course, as well as our previous team that were able to get on a little bit earlier for their action, and Zoe for all her hard work as host. And can't forget Shib and Dogman. But Cozy, Vicky, appreciate you both. Everyone watching at home, don't forget to tune in tomorrow, and of course, get into those ranked games, try and get your promotions, and we'll see you tomorrow.